Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Bankai. Vice Captain Soifon. A burly man with a pointed head and a heavy gold necklace ran toward the 2nd Division training ground, wailing as if at a funeral. He executed a flashy sliding kneel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Soifon stood in the center of the training ground, looking coldly at Marekio Omida kneeling a few meters away. She remained silent, her halter neck, backless shahakusho tracing her slender yet explosive physique. By all rights, facing the son of the former vice captain, Soifon shouldn't have treated Marekio so coldly. However, she wasn't just putting on airs. It was only today that she had finally accepted the fact that she had transmigrated into the body of Soifon. If she spoke carelessly and revealed a flaw, things would turn disastrous. She blamed herself. She shouldn't have mocked and slandered Soifon after seeing her Bankai swatted away by the miracle. Now, it was truly a case of, if you think you're so good, you do it. In Marekio Omida's eyes, however, Soifon's icy demeanor was exactly how a young girl who had just been betrayed by her white moonlight, the person she idealized most, should look. A month ago, Yoruichi Shihoin and Kasuki Urahara, along with Shinji Hirako, Kensei Maguruma, and several other captains seeking forbidden powers, had conducted holification experiments. Upon discovery, they defected from the Soul Society and fled to the world of the living. This was the final classification and verdict handed down by the vermin of Central 46 regarding the holification incident. It must be because I'm not strong enough that Lady Yoruichi didn't take me with her. That was what the original Soifon had thought upon learning the news. The former 2nd Division Vice Captain, Marino Shin Omida, had taken the blame for Yoruichi's defection and resigned, leaving the Vice Captain position to her. From that point on, Soifon began a training regimen bordering on self-harm, all for the sake of one day reclaiming Yoruichi Shihoin from Kasuki Urahara. Vice Captain. Omida's shout dragged Soifon back from her memories. The official notice has come down. In 7 days, the captain proficiency test will be held in the Bankai. After all, the holification incident had caused the defection of 6 captains and several vice-captains at once. It could be said that the high-end combat power of the Gotei 13 had been cut in half. If the vacant captain positions weren't filled promptly, the morale of both the high-end mighty nobles and the rank-and-file soldiers would collapse. Omida spoke with such urgency that one might think he was the one taking the exam instead of Soifon. And Soifon shot a sharp glance at Omida. I'm the one taking the exam. Why are you in such a rush? Thump, thump, thud. Omida took a guilty step back, waving his hands frantically in a ridiculous gesture. Vice Captain Soifon. As your most capable subordinate, I'm just showing some concern. Heh. It looks to me like you've got your eyes on this Vice Captain seat. Seeing his hidden thoughts exposed so easily by Soifon, Marekio Omida began to sweat buckets. Ignoring his comedic performance, Soifon turned her back on him. Actually, she had just tried to communicate with her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, but the spirit hidden within seemed to be in a deep slumber. No matter how much Soifon meditated, there was no response to her call. There are only 7 days left. Even if I can't do it, I have to force it. In Soifon's memories, there were no clues regarding Bankai, only various theoretical concepts shared by Yoruichi Shihoin during their private lessons. Generally speaking, mastering Bankai was the watershed for a Soul Reaper's combat power. Every Soul Reaper who learned Bankai earned the qualification to become a captain and would even be recorded in the history of the Soul Society. Let me think, the method for Bankai is mobilize all of the Ryoryoku in the body. Recalling the training methods from her memory, Soifon acted as naturally as if she were drinking water, attempting to push her internal spiritual pressure output to its maximum. Boom. The air suddenly became viscous and heavy, as if an invisible mountain had slammed down. The sand and stones of the training ground began to vibrate erratically, gradually defying gravity to hover in midair. With Soifon's slender body as the epicenter, violent spiritual pressure erupted, forming waves of shockwaves that expanded outward. Wah! Caught off guard, Omida's massive frame was sent flying backward. He tumbled clumsily several times before scrambling to hide behind a massive boulder, peeking out with half his head to observe. You've got to be kidding me. Vice Captain Soifon's spiritual pressure, it's terrifying. It wasn't just Omida. At the moment Soifon's spiritual pressure fully erupted, the Soul Reapers of the Siriitii all turned their eyes toward this pillar of power soaring into the sky. At the center of the spiritual storm, Soifon was unaware of the commotion she had caused. Strange, do I really have this much spiritual pressure? According to the instinctive memories of this body, her spiritual pressure output should have already hit the peak of a 4th grade ray, yet the current Soifon felt like she still hadn't reached her limit. Deciding to abandon her reliance on past habits, Soifon pushed her spiritual pressure even higher. Raise spiritual pressure to the peak, pour it into the Zanpakuto, and call out the true name. This was the second step of Bankai taught to her by Yoruichi Shihoin. It was no different than trying to fit an elephant into a refrigerator. Bankai. Soifon shouted with immense momentum. For some reason, she felt that this time, she could actually do it. Jishaku Reikaben. The girl's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the gale whipped up by her spiritual pressure. A blinding pillar of light soared into the heavens, and the golden radiance completely swallowed Soifon's small silhouette. Aya. I clearly haven't told Soifon my true name yet. How does she know it? At this moment, the Zanpakuto spirit Suzumabachi, attached to the Bankai, was having a minor breakdown, feeling a sense of grievance as if she were being forced into a bad deal. However, since her true name had been called, she decided to cooperate with her master. It turned out Suzumabachi was quite the loyal soul after all. Marekio Omida stared blankly at the piercing golden light, forgetting even to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He swallowed hard with difficulty. As the light gradually dissipated, Soifon panted, one knee slightly bent. An exaggeratedly large, cold, metallic gleaming, black and gold missile launcher was resting on her relatively petite right shoulder. It looked like an oversized version of a queen bee stinger. So heavy. Carrying this massive Bankai, Soifon felt her right arm go numb. Her shoulder sank slightly, and she carefully rested the tip of the massive missile head on the ground by her feet, hoping to ease some of the pressure on her shoulder. Thud. Because she had forced the Bankai without communicating with the spirit, she didn't fully understand its mechanics. Combined with her unstable spiritual pressure fluctuations. The next moment. The Bankai wrapped around her right arm dissolved into golden spirit particles. The missile head of Jishaku Reikaben acted like a dud, and the backlash from the forced cancellation of the Bankai instantly flooded Soifon's consciousness. It hurt. Soifon collapsed powerlessly to the ground, her muscles aching and her surging spiritual power running rampant through her body. Not far away, Omida, who had been hiding behind the small rock, was knocked unconscious by a boulder dislodged by the violent winds. The Jishaku Reikaben on her shoulder had automatically deactivated, returning to its sealed Asachi form and lying quietly by her side. What truly astonishing spiritual pressure! A gentle female voice rang in Soifon's ear. She looked up to see a refined, beautiful woman with a long braided ponytail looking down at her kindly. 4th Division Captain, Retsu Unohana. Cough, cough. Soifon tried to speak, but only managed 2 weak coughs, leaving behind a pool of bright red blood. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen a Soul Reaper end up like this because of their own Bankai. With a smile, Retsu Unohana knelt down, a green glow lighting up her hands as she began emergency treatment on Soifon. Aizen, pick Vice Captain Soifon up and bring her to the 4th Division barracks to recover. This was the last thing Soifon heard before her consciousness blurred. Inside the 5th Division barracks. Captain Aizen, what terrifying spiritual pressure. With his hands in his pockets and his eyes narrowed, Jin Ichimaru teased Aizen in an exaggerated tone. I'm not a captain yet, Jin. Sosuke Aizen pushed up his glasses, the white glint of the lenses masking his gaze. If I'm not mistaken, that spiritual pressure belongs to the 2nd Division's Vice Captain Soifon. She truly is a genius. Meanwhile, in Soifon's inner world. After cancelling the Bankai at the critical moment for Soifon, Suzumabachi sat atop a giant tree and wiped her sweat. She had nearly become the first Zanpakuto to kill her own master. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 2, Ward, Blade Zen. 2 days later, in a double ward within the 4th Division. An unfamiliar ceiling. Soifon stared at the ceiling for a while. The faint, bitter scent of medicinal herbs wafted into her nose, gradually clearing her mind and bringing back memories of what had happened. Are you awake? In the next moment, the ceiling in Soifon's vision was obscured by a tall girl with short white hair. Glancing at Aizen Kotetsu's attire, Soifon nodded sheepishly. Yes. I've caused you trouble, Officer Kotetsu. No, no, not at all. Aizen waved her hands frantically. It was no trouble. The only injured parties were you and 3rd Seat Omida. As soon as Aizen finished speaking, Soifon's expression stiffened. She looked away, feeling a wave of guilt. Omida. How is he? Soifon's voice sounded a bit weak. However, considering she was a patient, Aizen didn't suspect anything. It's actually quite strange, third seat Omida's injuries are even heavier than yours. Aizen gently pulled back the covers on Soifon's bed, using green Kaido spiritual energy to inspect her spiritual body. As for you, Vice Captain Soifon, your injuries are almost fully healed. Toward the end, Aizen felt a sense of awe. Her entire network of spiritual vessels had been torn apart by rampaging spiritual power, yet she only needed 2 days to recover. Was this the power of someone who had mastered Bankai? Truly terrifying. Considering the patient had just woken up, Aizen gave a polite bow and quietly left the ward, but not before instructing Soifon to rest well and not leave the room. You absolutely must not leave without permission. Captain Unohana will be very angry. Those were Aizen's final words before the door clicked shut. Finally, Soifon was left alone in the large ward. She turned her head to look at her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, which was resting quietly on the bedside table. Suddenly, her vision flickered as if she were seeing floaters, and a translucent panel manifested before her eyes. Mission triggered, execute a Bankai. Immediately after, those large characters dissolved like smoke, replaced by new text. Mission completed. Mission reward, obtained Yoruichi Shihoin's development experience for Shunko. Automatically learned new technique, Shunko. In the blink of an eye, the technique known as Shunko became an instinct carved into Soifon's body, as natural to use as her own limbs. After spending a few minutes digesting the knowledge in her head, Soifon felt a slight tinge of regret. It was only the basic version of Shunko, not the eternal Shunko developed later in the story. But it was enough. As the saying goes, a house built on a weak foundation will collapse. This knowledge granted directly by the cheat system was surely more solid than what she could achieve through self-cultivation. She could slowly trigger more missions later. Though she really wanted to try activating Shunko right then and there, she decided against it, realizing the technique would shred the clothes on her arms. She was still lying in a 4th division bed. If she accidentally trashed the room, Retsu Unohana would likely want to tutor her in swordsmanship. Subconsciously, the uneasy Soifon grabbed the Zanpakuto from the bedside and began to toy with it. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. A flash of golden spiritual energy passed. The Zanpakuto transformed into a stream of light, covering Soifon's right hand. It eventually became a sharp, black and gold stinger ring encasing her right middle finger, with a golden chain connecting it to a gauntlet on her wrist. Stroking the metallic, needle-like tip of Suzumabachi with her left hand, Soifon could feel the dangerous power known as death in 2 steps within it. Whoosh! With a casual swing, a sharp whistling sound accompanied a strong gust of air, causing the curtains in the room to flutter wildly. She felt an itch to find someone to test the damage limit of her death in 2 steps. But who? That conceptual god, Momo Hinamori, hadn't even joined the Gotei 13 yet. There was truly no suitable target to test her blade on. Sigh, it's all the fault of that Ryatsu logic. It turned a sword with such a powerful mechanic into a mere sacrificial tool for the plot. Furthermore, the contrast between her Shurkai and Bankai was simply too vast. Was that really the true form of her Bankai? No, she had to have a heart-to-heart with the spirit of Suzumabachi. Releasing her Shurkai state, Soifon sat cross-legged on the bed holding the Zanpakuto. She laid the blade across her knees and closed her eyes to meditate. Sensing her master's desire to enter the inner world, Suzumabachi, who had been bursting with things to say, couldn't wait. Before Soifon had even fully entered a meditative state, the spirit pulled her in. Simultaneously, Soifon's vision blurred shortly after closing her eyes. She found herself standing in the middle of a forest. Is this my inner world? The soles of her feet pressed against lush green grass. The scent of earth after a light rain filled the air, and towering trees seemed to blot out the sun overhead. That's right. Dressed in yellow and black patterned clothing, with her Shurkai blade equipped on her right arm and brown twin tails, the Zanpakuto spirit Suzumabachi descended from above, landing on a tree trunk in front of Soifon. In short, she was an anthropomorphic bee-girl. With a light tap of her toes, Suzumabachi dropped from the branch. Water droplets clinging to the leaves fell with her, creating ripples in the small puddles on the grass. Though I don't know how you found out my true name. Suzumabachi pointed a finger toward the clearing sky. The rain that's been falling for over a month has finally stopped. Rain. Soifon followed the spirit's finger and looked up. The raindrops on the leaves reflected brilliant light under the sun. Step, step. Suzumabachi walked forward, leaving small imprints on the muddy grass. Seeing this, Soifon subconsciously raised the Asachi in her hands to guard herself, taking a wary step back. Did she realize I'm not the original Soifon? Is she going to attack? There's no need to be so cautious. Seeing her reaction, Suzumabachi stopped and laughed helplessly. Regardless of how you learned my true name, the point is that I answered your call, didn't I? Speaking of which, the reason I didn't tell you my true name before, besides your spiritual pressure being insufficient, was because I was afraid you'd hate my Bankai form. However, Suzumabachi put her hands behind her back and tilted her head playfully at Soifon. Soifon, you really are a genius. In just 1 month, you've trained up to the 3rd grade Ray. As expected of my master. It would be even better if you weren't constantly obsessing over that woman, Yoruichi, every single day. What? So she doesn't want to fight? Relieved, Soifon lowered the Asachi from her chest. Sorry, Suzumabachi. I was a bit sensitive. Soifon, you're acting strange. In a golden flash, Suzumabachi flickered right in front of Soifon, staring directly into her master's amber eyes. Why bring that up suddenly? I just called her, that woman, Yoruichi, and you didn't get angry. Very good, very good. My master, the master of Suzumabachi, cannot be some love-struck fool. Just as Soifon was about to argue, the spirit of the blade patted her shoulder with an air of satisfaction. It seems she's already rationalized my behavior for me. Joshaku Reikaben, is that really the true name of your Bankai? Seeing how easygoing her Zanpakuto spirit was, Soifon didn't plan to beat around the bush. She stated the purpose of her Jinzen meditation directly. Soifon, what are you saying? Suzumabachi took a step back, her face contorted with the disgusted expression one might give a heartless woman. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy check mark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy check mark, unlock supporter only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 3, New Hospital Roommate. Without a moment's warning, the scene before Soifon's eyes shifted once more, and the familiar scent of medicinal herbs wafted back to her nose. It seemed, she had been kicked out of her inner world by an embarrassed and enraged Suzumabachi. I'm sorry. Can you give me another chance? Lightly stroking the sword's guard, Soifon closed her eyes to meditate again. This time, however, it felt like tossing a small pebble into a deep abyss. She didn't hear so much as an echo. After a long while, Soifon, who had been meditating on the hospital bed, slowly opened her eyes and let out a tired yawn. Sigh, what a heartless woman. You bastard. Perhaps unable to stand her master's slander, Soifon read that exact sentiment from the sudden pulse of the Zanpakuto. Incompetent master. Worthless master. Don't blame my Bankai for being hard to use just because you're a noob. This time, the vibrations from the Zanpakuto were even more pronounced. Suzumabachi, communicating like this is quite a hassle. Why don't you just let me back in? Hey, come back when you've broken through to a 2nd grade Ray. 2nd grade Ray. That didn't seem too difficult. With a thought, Soifon called up the system panel to take a look, if only for peace of mind. This was the confidence the system granted her. However, Suzumabachi didn't seem to know about it. Soifon decided to try acting a bit pitiful first. 2nd grade Ray. Soifon bit her lower lip hesitantly. But I've only just reached 3rd grade. I probably can't do it. Soifon pressed her hands weakly against the bed. I can't do anything. With her head hanging low, a thin mist of unshed tears covered Soifon's eyes. The ring braids hanging behind her seemed to lose their vitality along with their master, drooping powerlessly. Wait, girl. Your personality wasn't like this before. How did saying one thing make you start dropping little pearls? That damn Yoruichi, look at how much you've corrupted my master. Inside the inner world, Suzumabachi was flying around in a frantic panic, yet she couldn't bring herself to swallow her pride and make up with Soifon. One could only say the blade and the master shared the same temperament. Soifon, don't be so anxious. The Zanpakuto in Soifon's hand sent another message. The truth is, a 3rd grade Ray just isn't enough to bring out my full power. You have to believe me. Receiving this message, Soifon's eyebrows twitched. She bit her lower lip even harder to ensure not a single crack appeared in her expression. Hee, I finally baited her into talking. I believe you, Soifon said, taking a deep breath and making her voice sound like she was struggling to suppress her grief. I've always believed in you, Suzumabachi. Thump. Hearing those words, Suzumabachi lost her focus in the inner world and slammed her head into a towering tree. Mission triggered, enter the inner world and complete Jinzen. Mission completed. Mission reward, compatibility with the Zanpakuto Suzumabachi has increased. The consumption for using Bankai, Joshaku Reikaben has been reduced. Simply put, the mana cost of her ultimate move had decreased. It went from being able to fire 1 missile a day to 2. As for why it wasn't once every 3 days like in the original story, it was naturally because the current Soifon's spiritual pressure had become much stronger. Click. Soifon's ears twitched. The sound of a door handle being gently pressed down was exceptionally clear in the quiet ward. She quickly tucked her zanpakuto under the covers and leaned against the headboard, pretending to gaze at the scenery outside the window. "Excuse me, Vice Captain Soifon. Officer Matsumoto, this is your ward." Pushing the door open cautiously, Aizen Kotetsu saw that Soifon was awake and sitting up. She spoke in a low voice to the woman beside her, who was wrapped up like a mummy with orange wavy hair peeking out, Ranjika Matsumoto. "This is the Vice Captain of the 2nd Division, Soifon. I won't disturb you too while you recover. If you need anything, please press the button by the head of the bed. Goodbye." After helping Ranjika Matsumoto lie down in the bed next to Soifon and carefully covering her with a blanket, Aizen Kotetsu bowed at the door and left. With the sound of the door closing, only Soifon and Ranjika Matsumoto were left in the ward, staring at each other. Is this the Ranjika Matsumoto who just graduated from the Shino Academy? Even wrapped in bandages like a mummy, there was no hiding Ranjika Matsumoto's excellent figure. It was truly enviable. But mine isn't bad either. It's better for stealth, which is a plus in the 2nd Division, Soifon thought as she looked the other girl up and down. What a terrifying gaze. Is this the pressure of a vice captain level? I am the 10th Division 7th seat, Ranjika Matsumoto. Hello. Enduring the pain from her bandaged wounds and her fear of Soifon, Ranjika Matsumoto gave a polite, strained smile. Ah. Hello, Soifon snapped back to reality, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. 2nd Division Vice Captain, Soifon. Surprised and flattered by Soifon's smile, Ranjika Matsumoto shrank into her covers and also began pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. However, since the window was on Soifon's side of the room, it was hard to tell if she was looking at Soifon or the view. Vice Captain Soifon doesn't seem as hard to talk to as she looks on the surface. Maybe, she's just a bit shy. Ultimately, Ranjika Matsumoto was still a fresh graduate with a deep sense of reverence for the position of Vice Captain. Officer Matsumoto. Vice Captain Soifon, just call me Ranjiku. Alright. Then you can just call me Soifon as well. No, how could I? You're a Vice Captain. Vice Captain isn't that big of a deal. How can you say that, Vice Captain Soifon? Soifon found this green version of Ranjika Matsumoto quite interesting and couldn't help but want to tease her a bit more. How did you get injured like this, Ranjiku? Aren't you afraid Jin Ichimaru will skewer you for being so bold? Soifon didn't say that out loud. She was genuinely curious, the Soul Society hadn't been very peaceful lately, and gathering more intel was always a good thing. It was a strange Minos Grande, Ranjika Matsumoto said, pulling back her blanket and tracing a finger over her abdomen. We were ambushed while performing an investigation mission in the outskirts of the 78th district of Rakongi. Soifon narrowed her eyes. A Jillian. How could a Minos appear in Rakongi? Even ordinary hollows were supposed to be rare there. No, it was likely in a jutsus, Ranjika Matsumoto said with lingering fear. I didn't have time to react at all. Fortunately, Lieutenant Aizen, who was on patrol, arrived just in time. Soifon facepalmed. No wonder a rare species like an ajutsus appeared in Rakongi, it was Aizen's doing. The timing matched up perfectly. Perhaps in a few decades, he would even end up creating that ox-head hollow. What's wrong, Vice Captain Soifon? Nothing. I just wanted to say, your luck is really something, Ranjiku. To be targeted twice by Sosuke Aizen, your luck truly is one of a kind. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 4, bullying noobs is shameful but useful. Another 2 days passed. After Aizen Kotetsu finished the daily treatments, both Ranjika Matsumoto and Soifon finally removed the bandages wrapped around their bodies. Ranjiku, let's spar a bit before we're discharged. Soifon performed a few simple joint stretches, the popping sounds of her bones cracking echoing sharply through her limbs. It wasn't that Soifon wanted to bully a weaker opponent, rather, she hadn't quite figured out the trigger mechanism for the system's missions. She hoped that by sparring with Ranjiku, she might be able to snag some mission rewards. Of course, she also wanted to see exactly what Ranjika Matsumoto's current strength was. This would help her judge the progress of Sosuke Aizen's experimental Great Hollows, can I say no? Ranjika Matsumoto took a half step back, covering her ample chest. Miss Soifon, I don't want to be hospitalized again. During their time as roommates, Soifon had repeatedly insisted that Ranjika drop the formal title of Vice Captain Soifon. However, Ranjiku felt that calling her by her name alone was a bit too forward, so she had compromised with Miss Soifon. It's not a formal match, Soifon said, softening her tone slightly to make the proposal sound more reasonable. I simply want to give you some guidance, Ranjiku, so we don't end up meeting in the 4th division again next time. Ranjiku Matsumoto looked at Soifon suspiciously, carefully racking her brain to remember if she had done anything to offend the other woman during their days as roommates. After some deep thought, Ranjiku couldn't come up with anything. Soifon had been consistently kind and pleasant over the past few days, never showing any of the arrogance typical of a high-ranking vice captain. Hiss. Thinking of this, Ranjiku took a sharp breath. Could it be that she was judging others by her own standards? Perhaps Miss Soifon really was just being kind enough to guide her. You really won't use vice captain level spiritual pressure to crush me? Ranjiku confirmed. It's just guidance in Sankansoki. Besides, I want to confirm just what level of strength it takes to keep you from reacting. Don't worry, it won't take up much of your time, Soifon added with a nod. So, I'm just a combat power measurement unit, then. Ranjiku Matsumoto understood, this reason was enough to persuade her. Well. Alright then. Ranjiku Matsumoto let out a sigh, her hand resting on the asachi at her waist. Please go easy on me, Miss Soifon. Just as Ranjiku finished speaking, another voice chimed in. Vice Captain Soifon, 7th seat Matsumoto. The two turned to see Aizen Kotetsu standing there, clutching a ward-round clipboard. She had clearly been listening for a while. If Vice Captain Soifon intends to guide 7th seat Matsumoto, why not move to the 4th Division's private training ground? It's usually empty and quiet there, so you won't disturb the other patients' rest. Aizen Kotetsu looked at Soifon with a trace of respect hidden in her eyes. Aside from her own captain, Anohana Retsu, the Siriitii hadn't seen a female captain in a long time. This naturally caused her to develop a sense of admiration for Soifon. As for the other two female captains who had appeared in the last few centuries, they had already been promoted to the 0 Division. Asterisk. The three arrived at the private training ground behind the 4th Division barracks. The area was indeed vast and quiet, even the ground showed almost no signs of cracks or wear. As expected of the 4th Division, they really know how to slack off in style. Please guide me, Vice Captain Soifon. Ranjiku Matsumoto took a deep breath, standing at the other end of the field as she drew her asachi. Though she knew the gap between them was immense, the chance to receive guidance from a vice captain was rare, and she didn't want to look too pathetic. You attack first. Soifon stood still, not even drawing her blade. She merely quietly coated the surface of her body with spiritual pressure. Yes. Then, please excuse my rudeness. Ranjiku Matsumoto's expression turned solemn. Her eyes didn't blink as she stared at Soifon's seemingly opening riddled stance. In a flash, her figure blurred, leaving a faint afterimage behind. The next moment, she appeared behind Soifon's flank. Her asachi traced an arc through the air, delivering a vertical slash toward Soifon's right shoulder. Her Shuinpa speed wasn't slow, and her angle of attack was quite tricky. For a seat officer, it was a top-tier move. Clink. With a light sound, Ranjiku Matsumoto's eyes widened in shock, as if she were seeing something impossible. Soifon had simply turned her body slightly and raised her right hand. Using only her index and middle fingers, she had accurately and effortlessly pinched the sharp edge of the asachi. Ranjiku Matsumoto gripped the hilt, feeling the immovable, steady strength emanating from the blade. Her heart sank. She, actually couldn't overcome Miss Soifon's 2 fingers. A massive wave of frustration washed over her. She knew the gap was big, but she hadn't expected it to be this insurmountable. Soifon released her fingers, and Ranjiku Matsumoto lowered her arm dejectedly, biting her lower lip. Are we done? Ranjiku, you haven't released your shurikai yet, have you? Taking a step back, Soifon's voice carried a hint of guilt. Had she accidentally shattered Ranjiku Matsumoto's confidence? I shouldn't have mimicked Aizen's famous 2-finger blade catch. It's also Suke Aizen's fault. In any case, she decided to shift the blame first. Ranjiku Matsumoto visibly withered, her orange hair seemingly losing its luster. She lowered her head, her voice muffled, No, Miss Soifon. No matter how many times I try, it'll be the same. As expected, a half-baked person like me shouldn't have become a seat officer. Seeing this, Aizen Kotetsu sighed softly and stepped forward. 7th seat Matsumoto. Please don't be so discouraged. Vice Captain Soifon is actually going to be promoted to captain in a few days. It's only normal for her to be this powerful. Afterward, Aizen Kotetsu stole a glance at Soifon, her eyes clearly saying, Vice Captain Soifon, bullying a weakling like this isn't very nice. Soifon read that exact message from the look. Soifon stood to the side, feeling a bit awkward. She truly hadn't intended to crush the girl's spirit, but while she didn't mean it subjectively, she had objectively dealt a heavy blow. As Aizen Kotetsu pulled Ranjika Matsumoto aside to whisper some words of comfort, Soifon summoned her system panel. Mission triggered, the unsportsmanlike noob-stomping spar. Mission completed. Mission reward, Spirit Body Strengthening. Spirit Body Strengthening, what is that? In the face of power, Soifon chose to ignore the mockery in the mission's name. A ripple shimmered before her eyes. The text on the mission panel dissolved and reformed, finally transforming into invisible spiritual energy fragments that merged into Soifon's body. Phew. Soifon exhaled a puff of white mist carrying a hint of heat. She felt as though her entire person were soaking in a hot spring. A warm sensation spread through her entire body, and she felt much lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The spiritual pressure/reatsu within her body became much more condensed. From that moment, the world in her eyes became clearer, her spiritual sense grew sharper even with her eyes closed, and her ears could even pick up the discussions of medical staff in the nearby barracks. Is this the world of the truly strong? Please cheer up, Miss Ranjiku. Aizen Kotetsu's hushed conversation with Ranjika Matsumoto naturally couldn't escape Soifon's ears now. Even though you lost the battle, didn't you win against Vice Captain Soifon in terms of figure? Vice Captain Soifon has 1 win, but Miss Ranjiku also has 1 win. That makes it a draw. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in 1 sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 5, Captain Assessment, but the contemporary is Aizen. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day Soifon would travel to the Bankai to undergo her captain's proficiency exam. The veil of night had not yet lifted. Soifon donned her shihakusho, strapped her zanpakuto to her waist, and headed toward the 1st Division barracks for the assembly. Her silhouette vanished into the darkness instantly. Even within the 2nd Division, famed for its mastery of assassination, not a single soul noticed someone quietly slipping out of the barracks. The Siriiti's military strength was currently depleted. Dispatching 4 captains, including the captain commander, to the Bankai for an exam was a high-risk move. If someone decided to cause trouble during this window, it would be difficult to handle. Consequently, the captain commander had called an emergency meeting and decided to move the exam forward, scheduling it for 4 a.m. while most were still deep in slumber. Stepping soundlessly across the rooftops of the Siriiti, the scenery blurred in Soifon's vision. With a series of flickering movements, she arrived at the 1st Division's training grounds. Whoosh! The empty training grounds were silent. As Soifon used Shuinpa to enter the space, 5 other figures appeared in unison. The captain commander, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. 4th Division, Anohana Retsu. 8th Division, Shuinsue Kairaku. 13th Division, Jushiro Yukitake. And 1 other vice captain undergoing the selection alongside her. 5th Division Vice Captain, Sosuke Aizen. Soifon's gaze swept across the group rapidly. Her eyes didn't linger for a second as they passed over Aizen, finally coming to rest on the captain commander. The night wind whistled past, tugging at the black shihakusho and white haori of the 6 people present. Everyone stood in silence, waiting for Yamamoto to speak. Enough idle talk. This captain's exam shall be kept brief, the captain commander said, tapping his wooden staff lightly against the ground. Prepare to depart. As soon as the words left his lips, Yamamoto turned his gaze toward Anohana Retsu and gave a slight nod. Understanding the signal, she stepped forward with her usual gentle smile and drew her zanpakuto. Anohana Retsu lightly pressed the tip of her blade into the empty air before her, twisting it as if turning a key in a lock. Amidst a flow of spiritual light, an elegant, traditional Japanese sliding wooden door manifested out of thin air. The Senkaman is open, Captain Commander, Anohana said softly. Yamamoto said no more. Leaning on his staff, he was the first to step through the shimmering gate, followed closely by the other 3 captains. Sosuke Aizen offered Soifon a warm, gentle smile, gesturing for her to go first. Soifon shook her head expressionlessly, signaling for him to proceed instead. Aizen didn't insist further, he nodded and stepped inside. Walking at the very rear, Soifon caught a fleeting glimpse of Aizen's back from the corner of her eye as she entered the Senkaman, though she didn't dare stare for long. If she hadn't known exactly what kind of man he was, she truly would have been deceived by the kindly smile on his face, mistaking him for a genuine, good guy. The condition for Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu Shirkai was for the enemy to witness the moment of its release. During this exam, he would undoubtedly use complete hypnosis to forge a fake Bankai and bluff his way through. After traversing the brief, dark passage, the 6 found themselves within the Bankai. They were surrounded by a deep, light-swallowing darkness and the chaotic Koryu currents. Yamamoto looked around at the group and spoke in a heavy voice, "Time is limited, I shall be brief. This captain's exam has been simplified to quickly fill the vacancies in our combat strength and stabilize the Siri. To preserve our precious fighting force, there will be no combat phase." After listening, Soifon translated this in her head, "Hurry up and show your Bankai and a third-grade ray or higher so we can finish the paperwork and go home." What a pity. Feeling a trace of regret, Soifon gave an imperceptible shake of her head. If they had arranged a combat phase between her and Aizen, she would have loved to see him suppress his strength only to be riddled with hornets' crests. Who knows? Maybe her hand would have slipped and triggered a death in 2 steps. In any case, with these 4 monsters watching from the side, the current Shinigami Aizen, no matter how heaven-defying he was, wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. "Vice Captain Soifon, if you don't mind, may I go first? My Zanpakuto does not possess power as formidable as yours, it will be over quickly." Her daydream ended as Aizen's gentle, magnetic voice rang in her ear. Rolling her eyes internally, Soifon nodded. "Please, go ahead, Lieutenant Aizen." "Vice Captain Soifon, please, watch your tongue," Aizen corrected her with a mild smile. "I have not yet passed the exam." With that, Aizen bowed slightly to the Captain Commander and the other captains. After receiving Yamamoto's approval, he walked slowly to a spot about 10 meters away and stood still. This distance was enough to display his power clearly without being so close that his Bankai's range would be seen as a potential sneak attack. It made him appear very sincere. He elegantly drew the Zanpakuto at his waist, Kyoka Soijetsu. "The name of my Bankai is Kyoka Soijetsu, Soren Aikyo." Aizen's on-the-spot fabrication. Its ability is not direct attack or defense, but rather the creation of an illusory yet perceptibly real domain of water. Opponents caught within it will feel as if they are drowning in the deep sea, experiencing a sense of suffocation and sluggishness as their reishi circulation is hindered, thereby greatly limiting their movement and combat capability. Essentially, it is an auxiliary-type Bankai focused on battlefield control and debuffing. Soifon nodded along with the others as if she were taking it seriously, though she was entirely unimpressed. After finishing his explanation, Sosuke Aizen gripped Kyoka Soijetsu with a reverse hold, pointing the tip toward the ground. He slowly raised his Ryatsu until it reached exactly the level of a third-grade ray. Then, if you will excuse me. Aizen gripped his sword tightly and called out clearly, "Bankai, shatter, Kyoka Soijetsu, Soren Aikyo." To put it simply, the Bankai was fake, the name after Kyoka Soijetsu was fake, only the Shirkai release command was real. A feeling of drowning suffocation, accompanied by a blue curtain of water, enveloped everyone simultaneously. However, a slight surge of Ryatsu was all it took to suppress this uncomfortable hallucination. His control over the intensity is perfect. Typical Aizen. Detected, complete hypnosis debuff. Clear it. Suddenly, small characters from the system appeared before Soifon's eyes. Yes. Clear it. While putting on an act of using her Ryatsu to resist the suffocation, Soifon unhesitatingly chose to clear the hypnosis debuff from Kyoka Soijetsu. The uncomfortable illusion vanished in an instant, and the shimmering curtain of water beside her disappeared without a trace. Aizen maintained the release of his Ryatsu and the Bankai form for several seconds. Afterward, he slowly withdrew his power, sheathed his sword, and stepped back to his original position with a humble air. Captain Commander Yamamoto stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before looking toward Unohana, Kayaraka Shunsue, and Yukitake Jushiro. "What is your verdict, everyone?" No one spoke in opposition, everyone raised their hands in a unanimous vote of approval. "Very well," Yamamoto gave the final word. 5th Division Vice Captain Sosuke Aizen has passed the exam. Upon returning to the barracks, you shall immediately assume the post of Captain of the 5th Division. My deepest thanks to the Captain Commander and the other captains. Aizen bowed deeply. Despite the darkness of the Dangai, Soifon thought she saw a white glint of reflection off those thick glasses of his. Next. Vice Captain Soifon, it is your turn. Yamamoto's gaze turned toward her. It wasn't just the Captain Commander, the curious gazes of the others were cast upon Soifon as well. After all, a week ago, the 2nd Division's training ground had been turned into a massive crater. They were all extremely curious to see just what kind of Bankai could cause such terrifying destruction. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, read up to 40 chapters in advance, all stories. White heavy checkmark, access exclusive posts and updates first. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters on all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 6, Promotion to Captain. Soifon closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. The spiritual pressure within her began to surge and climb rapidly. This time, she felt the changes occurring within her spirit body much more clearly. The mobilization of her Ryatsu was smoother and more powerful than any instance in her memory. Bankai. Jishaku Reikaben. Boom. A torrent of golden spirit particles tore through the darkness of the Dangai. Wherever it passed, even the chaotic Koryu currents were forcibly pushed aside for a moment. Even from a considerable distance, the sight caused the expressions of the watching captains to shift slightly. The sheer display of power from Soifon's Bankai was indeed far superior to Sosuke Aizen's just now. The Bankai reverted into an Asachi and returned to Soifon's hand. She steadied her slightly quickened breathing and turned to face the captain commander and the three examiners. Compared to her previous performance, where she had been drained of Ryatsu and left lying there as if dead, Soifon appeared much more composed this time. Her spiritual pressure was somewhat turbulent, but it was nothing a moment of meditative breathing couldn't resolve. Captains, the demonstration of my Bankai is complete. After stabilizing her breath, Soifon spoke. The moment the captain commander's gaze swept toward them, all the captains raised their right hands. It was a unanimous vote. Unanimous approval, Yamamoto's voice echoed through the vast Dangai. Second Division Vice Captain Soifon has passed the exam. Upon returning to the barracks, she shall immediately assume the position of captain of the 2nd Division. Soifon bowed slightly. My deepest thanks to the captain commander and to all the captains. Congratulations, Captain Soifon. Anohana Retsu, also a female captain, was the first to offer her congratulations with a gentle smile. Ha ha ha. Another capable captain has joined our ranks. This is a good thing. Shunsue Kairaku instinctively reached out to pat Soifon on the shoulder, but seeing her expressionless face, he could only leave his hand hanging awkwardly in the air before pulling it back to adjust the straw hat on his head. Cough, cough, cough. Joshiro Yukitake was still coughing. Captain Soifon's strength is truly reassuring. The group lingered no longer. Anohana Retsu opened the Senkamen once more, and they returned one by one. As they left the Dangai, Sosuke Aizen deliberately slowed his pace, naturally falling into step beside Soifon at the rear of the group. The moment Aizen approached, Soifon's muscles tensed for a split second, an instinctive warning from her body when faced with an extremely dangerous existence. However, she immediately forced herself to relax. She maintained a calm expression and even tilted her head slightly to avoid prolonged eye contact with him. Aizen's voice remained as warm as ever, carrying a perfect note of admiration. Congratulations, Captain Soifon. The power of your Bankai just now was truly astonishing. That pure destructive force. It is truly something my own half-baked Bankai cannot compare to. He pushed his glasses up, the gaze behind the lenses seemingly filled with sincere sentiment. Of course your Bankai is half-baked, because it's a Shurkai disguised as a Bankai, Soifon thought. Captain. Aizen, you flatter me. Different abilities serve different purposes, Soifon said, quickening her pace to step through the Senkamen. All Bankai are useful, there are no bad ones. Step, step. Sosuke Aizen came to a halt, watching Soifon's figure disappear into the Senkamen without a word. Why? Why was it that for a brief moment when he approached her, she appeared so defensive and aggressive? As someone with meticulously keen observation, he did not doubt his judgment. What reason could Soifon have for treating him this way? Aizen began to reflect. Had something gone wrong with his nice guy persona lately? Or had some clues regarding the soul experiments been discovered? It seems I should lay low for a while. After thinking it over, Aizen decided to suspend the experiments for a time and turn his attention toward observing Soifon. By the time the group returned to the 1st Division training grounds, the horizon was already pale with the first light of dawn. 2 1st Division soldiers had long been waiting respectfully to the side, each holding a brand new, pristine white captain's Haori. Upon seeing Soifon and Aizen appear, the soldiers immediately stepped forward and presented the Haoris to them. The fabric of the Haori felt smooth and delicate. On the back was printed the character 4-2, symbolizing the 2nd Division's number. Soifon spread her arms and donned the Haori, covering her black shihakusho. The moment she put on the captain's Haori, as expected, it triggered another system mission. Mission triggered, promotion to captain. Mission completed. Mission reward, spirit body strengthening. Blue spiritual energy once again merged into Soifon's body. The feeling of emptiness within her spirit body following the Bankai was gradually filled by the spiritual power. If her Ryatsu could be viewed as numerical data, the upper limit of Soifon's Ryatsu bar had just grown by a significant margin. She had become even stronger within the 3rd grade Ray level, though she had not yet reached the 2nd grade. Based on a rough estimate, her endurance had increased significantly. She could now use Jishaku Reikaben 3 times a day and still have energy left over. An extra shot's worth of spiritual pressure was no small gain. A pity it didn't reward me with a 2nd grade Ray rank. Soifon felt a trace of regret, but she soon let it go. After all, the higher the Ray, the harder it was to improve. Asterisk. A few hours later, in the 1st Division meeting room. Captain Soifon, Captain Aizen, please enter. Captain Commander Yamamoto sat in a chair between two rows of captains, tapping his wooden staff lightly against the floor. Chojiro Sasaki, who was standing ready to the side, pushed the doors open. Sosuke Aizen and Soifon, both draped in their captain's haoris, stepped into the room. Scanning the empty standing positions beside the two rows of captains, Soifon saw Unohana Retsu give a slight nod. Following the cue, Soifon walked to the vacant spot on the right side below the captain commander and took her place. Very well, the captain's meeting shall now commence. Thump. Once the two new captains were in position, the captain commander struck the floor with his staff again. First, Soifon and Sosuke Aizen have passed the captain's proficiency test and are promoted to captain of the 2nd Division and 5th Division, respectively. Second, although the criminals of the holification incident have fled to the world of the living, soul disappearance incidents in Rakongi continue to occur from time to time. We suspect that accomplices of the criminals have yet to be found. Captains, do you have any clues? Following tradition, Captain Commander Yamamoto read the agenda for the meeting and then looked at the captains standing on either side with a piercing gaze. Normally, if no captain stepped forward to say anything, the next line would be, if there is business, speak, if not, you are dismissed. Soifon looked down at her toes for a few seconds without hindrance, then raised her hand after a brief moment of hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. The gazes of every captain present converged on her. Captain Soifon, please speak, the captain commander said with a slight nod. Reporting to the captain commander, last week, 10th Division 7th Seat Ranjiku Matsumoto was ambushed by an Ajuchas while performing a mission in the 78th District of Rakongi, in Uzuri District. Logically speaking, Minos of that level are rare even in Hueco Mundo. It should be impossible for one to appear in Rakongi. Soifon didn't have any grand objective, she simply wanted to annoy Aizen. She didn't actually expect to find proof that he was the mastermind. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White heavy checkmark, get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters, for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 7, First Mission as Captain. Soifon's report didn't surprise the other captains, the matter had already crossed their desks, though no leads had been found yet. As she finished speaking, Sosuke Aizen, standing in the opposite row, lightly pushed up his glasses. He took a half-step forward and spoke to Soifon with a humble, polite demeanor. That day, I happened to be on rotation for patrol duty in the Rakongi. While passing near the 78th District, I sensed an abnormal surge of hollow spiritual pressure and rushed to the scene immediately. When I arrived, I saw 7th Seat Matsumoto being attacked by a uniquely shaped Ajuchas. The situation was critical. I, along with the accompanying 3rd Seat Jin Ichimaru, stepped in and barely managed to repel it. Aizen's voice was steady and clear, carrying a reflective tone. His choice of words was intriguing, he said repelled rather than killed. It seemed he intended to use this Ajuchas as a temporary decoy to draw away suspicion. You couldn't even cut down a single Ajuchas, and you actually have the nerve to say it out loud. A burly man standing to the right of Kachiki Jinrei glared at Aizen with fury. Is someone with that kind of strength even fit to be a captain? Aizen. Soifon tilted her head slightly toward the source of the voice, looking at the current Kenpachi of the 11th Division, Kiganjo Kenpachi. He wasn't much to look at, had no presence, and his coolness factor was a flat 0. With a single glance, Soifon mentally pronounced his death sentence. He was beyond saving. Besides, Kiganjo Kenpachi was already on a path to destruction. Even without Aizen, Kenpachi Zaraki would eventually replace him. Yes, my strength is indeed still lacking. Facing Kiganjo's provocation, Aizen offered a contrite smile. I'll have to ask for everyone's patience in the future. I will work hard. Seeing that his provocation hadn't stirred any anger, Kiganjo snorted in disdain. Out of respect for the Captain Commander's power, he didn't dare cause a scene. Silence. Captain Commander Yamamoto pondered for a moment, his majestic gaze sweeping across the room. This Ajuchas incident shall be merged with the soul disappearance incident for processing. His gaze finally settled on Soifon. Captain Soifon, the 2nd Division excels in stealth and investigation. Furthermore, within the Siri-IDI, your Shuinpa speed is the fastest. The task of tracking the Ajuchas in the Rakongi is assigned to you. Be cautious. If you discover anything, report it immediately. The fastest in the Siri-IDI. As long as you add enough qualifiers, you can keep winning forever, right? Soifon's lip twitched slightly, but she nodded with an immobile expression. Understood, Captain Commander. Meeting adjourned. Leaving the 1st Division meeting room, Soifon headed straight back to the 2nd Division barracks. Before she even reached the main gate, she sensed many uneven Ryatsu signatures gathered inside. A double row of soldiers stood neatly on either side of the entrance. The Ryatsu leading them was one Soifon found familiar. It was Marekio Omida. With an unfazed expression, Soifon gave her snow-white captain's Haori a sharp flick and vanished, appearing at the gate via Shuinpa. Congratulations, Captain Soifon. As expected, the synchronized cheers of the division members rang in Soifon's ears, sounding like they had been rehearsed countless times. Captain Soifon. Marekio Omida stepped forward to claim credit. I knew you could do it. Be quiet, Marekio Omida. Soifon waved her hand to dismiss the soldiers. Starting today, you are the vice captain. Marekio's mouth fell open, and for a moment, he didn't react. Then, a look of ecstatic surprise began to surface on his face. Division paperwork, daily patrol schedules, division training assessments, budget applications, resource allocation, all related tasks will be handled entirely by you for the time being. I need to focus on the investigation task personally assigned by the captain commander. I have no time for the division's trivial matters. Soifon's tone was steady, but the content caused Marekio's face to collapse instantly. See, Captain. This is too much. How could I possibly? Marekio tried to struggle. I know it's difficult, but it's an order. Soifon interrupted him, her voice leaves no room for argument. It's also training for your abilities. I believe the son of former Vice Captain Marinoshin Omida can handle it. If nothing else, Soifon had mastered the leadership essence of dangling a carrot. Finishing her piece, she ignored Marekio's near-tearful expression and turned to walk into the long-sealed captain's office. Creak. Inside the 2nd Division captain's office, there was nothing but a desk and an empty filing cabinet. After all, following that incident, Yoruichi Shihoin's office had naturally not been spared. The Central 46 had packed and taken every document under the guise of an investigation. Soifon took a deep breath and shook her head in disappointment. Sadly, there was no scent of Yoruichi Shihoin left. Tap, tap, tap. Soifon rested her head on her hand, her legs crossed as she sat in the chair. Her fingers lightly drummed against the wooden desk. Her current strength was barely acceptable for this point in time, but once the main plot began, she would become just another face in the crowd. However, this mysterious system didn't give any hints on how to trigger missions. She had to figure it all out on her own. What she knew so far was that participating in major events or achieving certain milestones should refresh the mission list. And once triggered, they were completed instantly. So, I still have to investigate that adjudges. Despite her deep thinking, Soifon couldn't find anyone else to trigger missions with right now, so she decided to work on the task set by the captain commander. If it was just an Aizen-modified adjudges, Soifon was confident she could take it down. She only hoped that at this point in time, Aizen hadn't successfully created Aaron cars yet. Thinking of this, Soifon stood up and walked toward the door, happening to bump into Marekio Omida, who was approaching with a pile of documents. Marekio, what are you doing? Soifon barked. In the future, don't bring these documents to my office. Marekio's head peeked out from behind the stack of papers. Then where should I take them? To the vice captain's office, obviously, Vice Captain Marekio Omida. Soifon stepped back onto the threshold so she barely had to look up to meet Marekio's eyes, watching him steadily carry the documents into the office next door before she was satisfied. As expected of the god of pre-time skip, despite his debut physique, he could still move quite nimbly. Right, sparring with Ranjaku earlier also triggered a mission. Even though the system mocked her for noob-stomping, the rewards were still good. So, noob-stomping it is. So what? Soifon rubbed her smooth chin, looking thoughtfully at Marekio's massive back. Setting the documents down, Marekio's body suddenly shuddered. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He sensed danger in the air. Marekio. Sure enough, Soifon's voice came from outside. You're too slow. You're even sluggish just moving papers. Come to the training ground and spar with me. Without waiting for Marekio to refuse, Soifon used Shuinpa and vanished from the courtyard. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit, 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket, 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 8, Soifon's Grand Investigation. Inside the newly renovated training grounds of the 2nd Division. Heido No. 1, Show. Soifon appeared ghost-like behind Marekio Omida, her fingertip releasing a white shockwave that slammed into the man's broad back. His massive frame was sent hurtling forward as if struck by a heavy-duty dump truck, face-planting into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Mission triggered, the modesty of the pre-time skip god. Mission completed. Mission reward, you have gained Marekio Omida's Shuinpa experience. Shuinpa experience slightly increased, stealth significantly enhanced. As expected, the system mocked her at the same time it issued the mission. Whatever, let it mock me. A light, nimble sensation instantly coursed through Soifon's limbs. She tested out a few Shuinpa flickers, the faint noise she used to make during movement had almost entirely vanished. As it turned out, no one who could make a name for themselves in the second division while possessing such a bulky physique was simple. Too slow. It seems your reactions will only get duller without some exercise, Marekio Omida. Feeling the changes with satisfaction, Soifon glanced at the groaning Marekio lying on the ground and turned to leave. This kid's acting skills are actually pretty good. Captain, this is subordinate abuse. Marekio's aggrieved voice drifted from behind her. Get up and get to work once you've laid there long enough, Vice Captain. I'm heading out to execute the investigation mission assigned to me by the Captain Commander. Soifon waved a hand without looking back. Her silhouette flickered several times before vanishing beyond the 2nd Division barracks. Stepping across the rooftops of the Siriidii with Shuinpa, it took only a few moments for her to appear at the entrance of the 10th Division. After announcing herself, she walked straight toward the captain's office. Oh! Captain Soifon, what a rare guest. Isshin Shiba was sitting with his feet resting sloppily on his desk. Upon seeing Soifon enter, he sat up slightly straighter, flashing a bright, hearty smile. He looked every bit the sunny, cheerful young man, hard to reconcile with the image of the scruffy, bearded clinic doctor a century later. Captain Shiba, Soifon nodded slightly, getting straight to the point. As you know, the Captain Commander has ordered me to investigate the Ajucha's attack in the Rakongi. I need someone familiar with the situation at the time, who also possesses a certain level of combat capability, to assist me. You mean Ranjiku? That girl was indeed the most direct witness. Sure, we don't have any urgent missions anyway. Captain Soifon, you can head straight to the training grounds to get her. I'll send word down. Isshin Shiba pulled a document from his drawer, stamped it with the 10th Division's official seal, and handed it to Soifon. Taking the transfer order, Soifon randomly selected a lucky soldier passing by to act as her navigator. Thanks to the captain's Hayori draped over her shoulders, her path was unobstructed. Finally, she found Ranjiku Matsumoto pouring her youthful energy into the training grounds. Ranjiku was dressed in her shihakusho, her orange hair tied in a high ponytail as she struck a wooden training post with clean, sharp movements. 7th seat Matsumoto. Soifon arrived soundlessly at her side and called out softly. Since they were in a public place, she had to use her official title. Hearing the familiar voice, Ranjiku Matsumoto turned her head. She visibly froze for a moment when she saw Soifon. Captain. Soifon. Ranjiku instinctively started to say Vice Captain, but luckily swallowed the word just in time. She walked over quickly and bowed, Congratulations on your promotion to Captain. Looking at the other woman's respectful and submissive posture, Soifon arched an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased. Has a tragic, thick wall of estrangement already formed between me and Ranjiku? Soifon took a step forward and suddenly extended a finger, giving Ranjiku's massive, evil assets a poke that wasn't too heavy nor too light. There was a visible rebound. Yeah. Captain Soifon. Startled, Ranjiku's face instantly flushed red as she took a half step back, her hands instinctively shielding her chest. It's nothing. I don't like things being too stiff and formal. But you are a captain after all. Sigh, have it your way. Thank you, Captain Soifon. Soifon considered it. Asking someone to address a captain by name was indeed a bit difficult, so she stopped pressing the issue. The Captain Commander has assigned me to investigate the Ajuchas that attacked you last time. You're coming with me to the Rakongi, your captain has already approved. Don't worry, with me there this time, you won't get hurt. Soifon handed over Isshin Shiba's transfer order. After reading it, Ranjiku Matsumoto respectfully handed it back. I understand. I am ready to depart at any time. Asterisk. Rakongi, 78th District. Soifon had removed her captain's Hayori. She and Ranjiku stood in a quiet alleyway dressed in their black shihakusho. Black blood had long since dried on the alley walls. An asachi lay silently on the ground, and the air still carried a faint, lingering scent of blood. In a place like the Rakongi, deaths were perfectly normal, and no one would ever come to clean up. Ranjiku, is this the place? Soifon asked, picking up a torn fragment of a shihakusho. Yes. Ranjiku instinctively covered her abdomen, the spot where she had been wounded by that Ajuchas. There are almost no souls nearby. Could they have all been devoured by that Ajuchas? Within Soifon's spiritual sense, she could still perceive the very faint hollow Ryatsu lingering in the air. It seemed the Ajuchas was moving toward other districts. The Shinigami stationed in this area hadn't left any clues either, they likely were killed before they could even react. Judging by the trajectory of the Black Ryatsu, it appeared to be moving toward the neighboring 79th district, Kusajishi district. Follow me, Ranjaku, Soifon whispered a reminder before leaping out of the alley, following the trail of spiritual pressure. The further they tracked the trail, the denser the Ajucha's ascent became, as if it had stopped moving. Soifon even had the feeling that the target might have sensed her pursuit and stopped to set an ambush for the two of them. Something is wrong here, Captain Soifon. Looking at a patch of woods not far away where a deep path of withered vegetation had been carved out, Ranjaku Matsumoto accelerated to catch up to Soifon's side. I can see that. Ranjaku. Soifon's lip twitched. Anyone who saw this path of decay radiating black energy would know something was wrong. Right. I suppose so. Ranjaku seemed to realize her words were redundant, awkwardly fiddling with a strand of hair draped over her chest. This kind of special effect reminded Soifon of an old acquaintance, the former king of Hueco Mundo, Baragon. Of course, Soifon didn't think Aizen was crazy enough to drop a Vasto Lord into the Soul Society yet. Bypass these woods and track from the air. Whatever the case, Soifon had no desire to touch that ominous black energy. Asterisk. Far in the outskirts of the Rakongi, beneath the shadow of a towering tree, stood two men in black robes. Has Captain Soifon caught your eye, Captain Aizen? I am merely observing the combat potential of a failed Arrancar prototype. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 9, Alien Ajuchas. Soifon and Ranjaku Matsumoto stepped on the spirit particles in midair, tracking the hidden Ajuchas at a low altitude just a few meters above the ground. The withered trees on both sides receded rapidly, and the fishy stench of decay grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, within Soifon's spiritual sense, a wave of Ryatsu carrying malicious intent shot toward the two of them. Ranjaku. She quickly grabbed Ranjaku Matsumoto's arm and instantly activated Shuinpa, shifting dozens of meters to the side. Virum. A dull tearing sound rang out from thin air as a thick, crimson cirro swept past their previous position, eventually turning into a red speck and vanishing into the Soul Society sky. Oh. You dodged it. A raspy, cold voice with a metallic quality, resembling the hiss of a snake, came from ahead. The two of them focused their gaze. A bizarrely shaped hollow slowly emerged from the depths of the withered forest below. It had humanoid limbs, a flattened head like a cobra, and a crack in its bone mask that revealed a single yellow eye. Its arms were long, but the hands were gone, replaced by two hideous snake heads covered in white bone armor that constantly dripped purple venom. As the venom hit the ground, it immediately made a sizzling corrosive sound, sending up white smoke that chilled the heart. An Ajuchas like this would still be a drooling mess even if cured, its quality is just too poor. Soifon frowned with a hint of disgust. The Ajuchas' appearance was genuinely nauseating to her, especially with her heightened spiritual senses from the spirit body strengthening, which made the sickening, fishy stench of its venom even more pungent. Finally, someone has arrived, who looks a bit less boring. The cobra-like Ajuchas flicked its scarlet tongue, its lone eye locking onto Soifon beside Ranjaku Matsumoto. Are you the one responsible for the souls and Shinigami disappearing from the Rakongi? Seeing that the opponent could speak and communicate, Soifon signaled Ranjaku with a hand gesture behind her back, telling her not to act rashly. Jia, the energy provided by Shinigami is truly not bad at all. A classic villainous laugh. But your mask is already broken. Can you even still evolve? Soifon tapped her forehead with a finger, wondering if she could coax some information out of it. Ignorant Shinigami, what do you know? Hiss. The Ajucha seemed insulted by those words. It wanted to explain, but appeared hindered by the thought of some terrifying existence, and could only hiss in angry frustration. So it won't talk after all. Soifon was somewhat disappointed. Even though it was so angry, it didn't even try to argue back by saying something like, I'm an Arrancar created by Aizen. Instead of answering Soifon's question, it suddenly raised the snake head on its right arm, spraying a shower of purple venom toward Soifon and Ranjaku Matsumoto like a downpour. Ranjaku, get back. Soifon took half a step forward, shielding Ranjaku Matsumoto. Captain Soifon. You don't need to do this for me. Before her words could finish, a massive, translucent spirit particle barrier rose in front of them, blocking all the venom. The venom slammed into the danku, creating violent corrosive sounds, but it could not penetrate. Wait, did Ranjaku Matsumoto say something just now? The sound of the venom corroding the danku happened to mask her cry, and since her sentence was cut short, Soifon indeed couldn't hear clearly. Ranjaku, did you say something? Soifon asked without turning her head, her eyes still fixed on the Ajuchas before her. Realizing she had misunderstood the situation, Ranjaku Matsumoto's cheeks flushed crimson. I was just telling Captain Soifon to be careful. Stay far back and record all the forms and techniques of this Ajuchas for the files. Soifon didn't suspect anything else and simply gave her instructions. In the distance, the duo in black robes watched the battle, somewhat surprised by Soifon's performance. Bakudo number 81, cast without incantation. Captain Aizen, it seems Captain Soifon truly is a genius. Should we recruit her? She won't work. Aizen glanced at Jin Ichimaru. Soifon is ultimately someone bound by emotion. She cannot understand me. After all, in Sosuke Aizen's eyes, Soifon had only begun to work hard to become stronger because of the betrayal of the person she admired. While such people are easy to use, they are difficult to truly control. Furthermore, Soifon's strength wasn't yet great enough to ignore this flaw, so there was no need to recruit her. Though both were driven by revenge, she couldn't compare to his friend Kanami Tozen when it came to the grander vision. After all, Tozen was the man who would stand with him to overthrow this decayed world. Back to the battlefield. I just need to cut off both of your snake heads, right? Soifon drew her Zanpakuto and pushed off the spirit particle floor in the air with her toes, shooting toward the snake Ajuchas like a bullet. Swish. There was no sensation of cutting through flesh, Soifon's blade whistled through the air as the Ajuchas vanished before her eyes. Thud. A dull boom sounded, accompanied by Ranjaku Matsumoto's startled cry. Captain Soifon. Watch your back. Almost the moment the voice reached her, the Ajuchas appeared behind Soifon. The snake head on its right arm opened its maw, its venom-dripping fangs snapping toward Soifon's neck. I've got you. You fool, the Ajuchas' voice rang out triumphantly. Never seen speed like this before, have you? You country bumpkin Shinigami. This is so neato. The sharp fangs pierced through the air, and the Soifon they bit into became blurry and distorted, like a reflection in water. Finally, it dissipated into the air. It seems your Sonito isn't fast enough. You can't even tell the difference between me and a Shuinpa afterimage. A cold voice came from behind it, and in its peripheral vision, the Ajuchas could see a golden finger blade. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. Stab. Stab. Using Suzumabachi, Soifon struck the exact same spot on its back shoulder twice in rapid succession. Suddenly, two clear piercing sounds rang out, and a distinct black butterfly pattern, a hornet's crest, bloomed on the Ajuchas' back. Its body began to tremble violently as the toxin of the hornet's crest eroded and disintegrated its spirit body at an incredible speed. The flesh and spirit particles constituting its body began to collapse, spreading from the point of the stabs until it finally turned into gray ash. Hiss, why? After stuttering out half a sentence of last words, the Ajuchas vanished without a trace into a cloud of dust. Mission triggered, the failed Arrancar. Mission completed. Mission reward, combat instinct. Before Soifon could confirm what this instinct actually was, Ranjaku Matsumoto rushed forward and pulled Soifon into a hug, a direct, full-contact collision. That was amazing. Captain Soifon. I really thought you were going to be ambushed just now. Her tone carried a hint of the satisfaction that comes with a long-awaited revenge. MMPH. Held in the other woman's embrace, Soifon, due to the height difference, was forced to bury her face into a place radiating a truly wicked aura. So, tight. Am I going to suffocate to death? When faced with a desperate situation, humans always explode with their physical potential, and Shinigami are no exception. Soifon manifested a platform of spirit particles beneath her feet and kicked off with both legs, pulling her upper body out of the embrace. Resting her chin atop Ranjaku Matsumoto's chest, Soifon looked her in the eye from a level position. You idiot. Are you trying to smother me to death? Ranjaku Matsumoto. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 10, The Powerhouse from the Zaraki District. Under the shadow of a towering tree. Oh my, he's been taken out. It seems a failure is a failure after all. Jin Ichimaru squinted, his tone playful. Sosuke Aizen pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint glimmer of light. He mastered Sonito, yet he couldn't even manage to force out more of the opponent's hidden techniques, truly disappointing. Maybe it's because Captain Soifon is just too strong. Jin drawled. Aizen didn't reply. Their figures seemed to melt into the shadows, quietly vanishing. Captain Soifon. I am truly sorry. Under a tree that was still somewhat intact, Ranjika Matsumoto's face was slightly flushed as she gave Soifon a 90-degree bow of apology. As everyone knows, showing one's cleavage while apologizing is the ultimate expression of sincerity. She was beginning to regret getting so carried away, actually performing such a transgressive act just because her revenge had been successful. If she had actually smothered Captain Soifon to death just now, she probably would have had to take her own life in atonement. Forget it. Just be careful next time. Soifon waved her hand helplessly, a trace of a milky scent still lingering at the tip of her nose. She wasn't the type to complain after getting the better end of a deal. By the way, Ranjiku, did you record the characteristics of that Ajuchas just now? Actually, Soifon regretted it slightly. Perhaps she shouldn't have used the power of death in 2 steps to finish the opponent. Would capturing it alive with Bakudo have been better? If she had just tossed it to that scientific madman, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, he certainly would have been able to pry its mouth open. I recorded it. Ranjika Matsumoto pulled a notebook from her chest. The form, abilities, and the broken mask Captain Soifon mentioned, it's all in there. After a quick flip through, seeing no discrepancies with the Ajuchas from earlier, Soifon nodded. Good. Let's head back and report. Just as she was about to hand the notebook back to Ranjika Matsumoto, Soifon's movements suddenly froze. She whipped her head around, her gaze piercing toward a certain direction deep within the withered forest. A powerful, savage, and completely unmasked spiritual pressure was rapidly approaching their position at an incredible speed. Boom. Distant trees continuously collapsed, and the rising dust gradually obscured their vision. They could only rely on their spiritual senses to perceive the opponent's position. There's another one. Ranjika Matsumoto sensed it too. Her face turned pale, and she instinctively gripped her asachi. No, it's not a Hollow's Ryatsu. Soifon shook her head, drawing her Zanpakuto as well. It's a Shinigami's Ryatsu. The words had barely left her mouth. The stands of withered trees in front of them were crudely severed, and 2 figures appeared in their sight. One was a tall, burly man with long, unkempt black hair wearing simple hemp clothes. Sitting on his broad shoulders was a little girl with pink hair. It turned out to be the current Zaraki Kenpachi and Yuichiro Kusajishi. No, the current Zaraki hadn't killed that Gaikuganjo yet, so he hadn't obtained the name Kenpachi. Soifon's brow twitched slightly. She hid her hand behind her back and gave Ranjika Matsumoto a signal to retreat. Even if he wasn't an Ajuchas, this man's danger level was far higher than 1. Didn't I say this direction was correct? Little Ken. Sitting on Zaraki's shoulder, Yuichiro Kusajishi's voice was crisp and clear. Shut up, Yuichiro. Weren't you the one who took the wrong path and led us in circles several times before? The man called Zaraki irritably picked his ear. Captain Soifon, please be careful of this man. Ranjika Matsumoto felt as if she were facing a great enemy, leaning in to whisper in Soifon's ear. Holding a Zanpakuto without wearing a shihakusho, he is extremely suspicious. Zaraki Kenpachi overheard their whispering. Seeing Ranjika Matsumoto address Soifon as captain, his battle-hungry eyes shifted toward the short woman before him. The commotion just now, was that you too? Was that guy already cut down by you? Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, unable to hide the fighting spirit in his voice. That hollow has already been dealt with by me, Soifon said, her voice calm. If you came for that, you may leave. Dealt with? Ha! Zaraki Kenpachi acted as if he had heard something hilarious. His Ryatsu was so intense it caused the surrounding air to distort. Anyway, it's been killed by you, right? Step. Zaraki's straw sandals stepped on the dirt as he gradually approached the 2 of them. Even without deliberately targeting anyone with his Ryatsu, the powerful pressure made Ranjika Matsumoto almost unable to keep her footing. Clang. Just before Ranjika Matsumoto's Zanpakuto could leave its sheath, Soifon's hand firmly pressed down on the hilt. The cold, gleaming blade was pulled halfway from the scabbard but could not move an inch further. She looked at Soifon in confusion, only to see the latter shaking her head slightly with a grave expression. Hey, you, the one who can't even pull her sword. Keep an eye on Yuichiro for me. Zaraki walked up and stood before them, picking up Yuichiro Kusajishi from his shoulder and handing her to Ranjika Matsumoto. Eh? Though her expression was bewildered, Ranjika Matsumoto still instinctively took the adorable Yuichiro Kusajishi into her arms, holding her comfortably. Perhaps the maternal instinct hidden in one's heart is proportional to one's figure. Receiving Soifon's hand signal, Ranjika Matsumoto carried the little pink-haired girl and moved far away. With no more concerns, the violent golden Ryatsu on Zaraki's body was released without reservation. A physical shockwave crushed all the surrounding trees and weeds. What terrifying spiritual pressure! Ranjika Matsumoto hugged Yuichiro Kusajishi and jumped onto a distant large tree. Zaraki unwrapped the cloth strips around his blade, revealing a Zanpakuto full of notches. If I get hit once by that. Soifon felt a chill just looking at it. Do we really have to fight? Soifon tried to confirm one last time, unwilling to give up on a peaceful resolution. Ha! Zaraki swung his sword, sending a shockwave of blade pressure towards Soifon. Do you have any idea how much trouble it is for me to wrap these bandages? TCH. What a clumsy excuse. You clearly unwrapped them yourself without even asking. Soifon drew her blade and cut through the shockwave. The chaotic winds blew weeds and broken branches into the air. He was gone. Her pupils shrank. She realized the spot where Zaraki had been standing was already empty. He's above. A warning stemmed from her physical instincts. Without thinking, Soifon raised her hand and held her sword horizontally to parry. Clang. The two Zanpakuto collided, erupting in a shower of sparks. Soifon's arm suddenly felt heavy, and the ground beneath her feet instantly cracked. She didn't even have time to think, her body instinctively retreated rapidly. However, Zaraki's offensive was like a torrential storm, without the slightest gap. Like a beast, it was chaotic yet violent and ferocious, giving the prey no chance to breathe. Soifon's eyes were fixed on that notched Zanpakuto. Thinking. Analyzing. There was simply no such luxury. Every dodge and parry happened in the blink of an eye, relying entirely on physical instinct to fight. Is this that? Combat instinct. It was as if her body could judge the trajectory and power of the attacks on its own, as well as the most effective way to respond. With their clash as the center, terrifying wind pressure continuously expanded outward in a ring. The two high-speed figures, constantly colliding and separating, made it impossible to see their specific movements. Ranjiku Matsumoto had to jump back again while holding Yuichiro Kusajishi, only managing to stand firm after retreating over 100 meters. Damned stat monster. Every time she crossed blades with him, the massive force transmitted through the Zanpakuto made Soifon's palms go numb. With her consummate Shuinpa, Soifon was able to maneuver around Zaraki, yet she remained consistently at a disadvantage. You couldn't blame Soifon for being too weak, it was just bad luck to run into a max-level Zaraki Kenpachi on her first mission out. If her strength hadn't been boosted several times, Soifon would have been dead by the time he made his first testing strike. The current man wasn't wearing his self-sealing eye patch yet, he could only rely on his feeling to suppress his own strength and fight his opponent. Clearly, he hadn't encountered a decent opponent in a long time, so it was inevitable that his hand would slip and he'd use the wrong amount of force. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark, help us unlock community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 11, want to fight? Follow me. The sounds of battle gradually ceased. As the dust and smoke dissipated, Zaraki's blood-soaked figure stood tall and straight where he was. In contrast, Soifon was merely panting heavily, without a single drop of blood on her person. Captain Soifon, did you win? Watching from the perspective of a layman, Ranjiku Matsumoto only saw that the terrifying man was covered in blood. Stupid busty airhead, the winner hasn't been decided yet. Yuichiro Kusajishi poked Ranjiku Matsumoto's cheek. Flicking the bright red blood from her blade onto the wild grass beneath her, Soifon sheathed her Zanpakuto. This action caused Zaraki to freeze for a moment, his brow furrowing tightly. The gap in spiritual pressure was simply too large. Although she could maneuver and stall for a while using her movement techniques and swordsmanship, every clash of blades was a massive drain on her stamina. Moreover, the opponent almost never dodged her attacks, allowing her blade to cut his body as if he were merely playing a game. He really is a monster. Zaraki Kenpachi. Even though Soifon hadn't used her Shurkai or Shunko, both sides had held back to some extent. After all, given his personality, he might truly have stood still and let Soifon stab him twice just to test the waters, and then he would have collapsed. TCH. You're not fighting anymore. Zaraki rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder. Blood flowed out of his wounds in greater volume with the movement. I cannot defeat you right now, Soifon said, her voice slightly hoarse. However, I know a place where you can fight to your heart's content. Zaraki's pupils dilated slightly, an interested expression appearing on his face. Where? Soifon raised her hand and pointed toward the Siriidii. The Gotei 13, 11th Division. Soifon looked into Zaraki's eyes. The 11th Division is the combat division. You won't lack for battles there. At that same moment, Kiganjo Kenpachi shuddered, feeling a chill as if he were being watched by a predatory beast. Asterisk. 1st Division, Meeting Room. That concludes the report for this mission, Captain Commander. Soifon and Ranjiku Matsumoto stood before Captain Commander Yamamoto, accompanied by the bloodied Zaraki and Yuichiro Kusajishi sitting on his shoulder. It really is reassuring to be by the Captain Commander's side. Even Ranjika Matsumoto, who had been scared to death of Zaraki just moments ago, spoke much more clearly now, no longer as guarded as she had been on the road. This is the confidence the Captain Commander gives me. While the Captain Commander reviewed the mission report, Soifon pulled up the system, only to find no text indicating a mission trigger. She felt a bit disappointed. As expected, if I don't win, I can't trigger a reward. After all, the last few spars only triggered missions after a victory. This system is truly hard to read. After reviewing the report for a moment, Captain Commander Yamamoto set it aside. The investigation into the Ajucha's attack and the suspected remnants of the holification experiments will end here for now. We shall discuss the specifics with the other captains during the next Captain's Council. You have worked hard, Captain Soifon. He looked up, first nodding to Soifon. Then, his gaze, majestic and scorching like the blazing sun, passed over Soifon and Ranjika Matsumoto, and fell upon the men behind them, a blood-soaked presence with an overwhelming aura, and the tiny pink figure on his shoulder. The wounds on his body had already scabbed over. From the angle of the cuts and the swordsmanship style utilized, Captain Commander Yamamoto knew this was Soifon's handiwork. As if sensing this unusual gaze, Zaraki nonchalantly shouldered his rag-wrapped zanpakuto and grinned. Those battle-hungry eyes met the Captain Commander's gaze without the slightest hint of avoidance. Their gazes locked and sparked. A scorching battle intent rose from Zaraki, and his spiritual pressure began to faintly leak out. Possessing such Ryatsu, he already surpassed the majority of the captains in the Gotei 13. A resident of the Rakongi with high captain-level spiritual pressure. No, he looks more like a pure beast of battle that crawled out of countless bloody slaughters. Moreover, looking at the injuries on his body, Captain Soifon was actually able to invite this man back to the Gotei 13 without taking any damage herself. Impressive. Captain Commander Yamamoto gave Soifon a slightly surprised look. He had to view this new generation captain in a new light. What is your name? Captain Commander Yamamoto asked Zaraki, tapping his wooden staff with his finger. Zaraki. No name. Zaraki bounced the pink-haired girl on his shoulder. She is Yuichiro Kusajishi. We're together. Since you have no name. As such a powerful combat asset, it was impossible for the Captain Commander to let Zaraki leave. He was already considering which vacant division to place him in as captain. No, I'll have a name very soon. The Captain Commander's brow furrowed, sensing that things were not simple. Kenpachi. That will soon be my name. Sure enough, Zaraki gave a grim, wide-mouthed grin. Slap. Soifon facepalmed. Had she known, she wouldn't have explained so much about the 11th Division to this guy. Now she was going to get lectured. It took a long while for Ranjika Matsumoto and the Captain Commander to process the meaning behind Zaraki's words. What an arrogant fellow. Is he going to be blown away by the Captain Commander in one hit? Ranjika Matsumoto took a step back, pulling her good sister Soifon along with her. I believe your strength is sufficient to serve as captain for other divisions of the Gotei 13. There is no need to. Isn't the 11th Division the combat division? It is. Then I'm going to the 11th Division to challenge that guy named Kiganjo Kenpachi. I'll be the captain. Zaraki, the other divisions can also engage in battle. Then why is the 11th Division called the combat division? Isn't that redundant? Old man. The Captain Commander's fist clenched tight. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. It was lucky for this Zaraki that he wasn't facing the Captain Commander from 1,000 years ago, or he likely would have been struck by a Sakatsu by now. Anyway, if you don't let me go to the 11th Division, I'm not joining the Gotei 13. Zaraki turned around, carrying Yuichiro Kusajishi, and looked ready to walk straight out of the meeting room. Wait. Captain Commander Yamamoto called him back. A flash of calculation crossed his eyes, deciding the fate of a certain individual. Oh. Zaraki looked back. Old man, do you agree? If possible, leave him alive, the Captain Commander said, stroking his long beard. Can you do that? Although Kiganjo's strength wasn't great and his mouth was loud, he was still a captain-level combatant. Even if he wasn't the Kenpachi, he could fill a slot in another division. Or so the Captain Commander thought. Ah. I can't guarantee that. Zaraki scratched his head. It depends on if the guy can withstand a cut. If he dies in one hit, there's nothing I can do. Stepping out of the meeting room door, Zaraki paused and looked back. Right, where is the 11th Division located? The Captain Commander gestured with a hand. Sasakaibe, lead him there. With that, only Soifon and Ranjika Matsumoto remained in the large meeting room. Then. Captain Commander, we shall also take our leave. Seeing the situation turning sour, Soifon also wanted to make a quick exit. Time to bail. You girl. You think you can run away after costing me a Kenpachi? The old man was very angry. How did this child Soifon, after becoming the captain of the 2nd Division, develop that same irresponsible air that Yoruichi Shihoin used to have? It's all the fault of that inherently evil Central 46. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, read up to 40 chapters in advance, all stories. White heavy checkmark, access exclusive posts and updates first. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters on all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 12, Hospital Ward Full, Soifon, do you have any clues? Wait here with this old man for a while, the outcome will be decided soon. After stopping Soifon from trying to slip away, Captain Commander Yamamoto sat composed on his chair, leaning on his wooden staff. As you wish, Captain Commander. Soifon shrank her neck like a meat quail, standing in place with a guilty conscience, her eyes fixed on the floor as she tried to look as unobtrusive as possible. Only Ranjiku Matsumoto felt a bit awkward. After all, she was just an insignificant low-ranking seated officer. The Captain Commander had only said that Captain Soifon couldn't leave, he hadn't mentioned her. However, would it be a betrayal of their sisterhood to abandon Captain Soifon and run away now? Besides, she didn't have the courage to break the silence and tell the Captain Commander that she had other business to attend to. Thus, Ranjiku Matsumoto decided to just stay there as well. She figured that going back to the 10th Division would just mean dealing with administrative duties anyway, so she might as well slack off with Captain Soifon. The meeting room fell silent. Soifon felt the Captain Commander's scrutinizing gaze sweep past her from time to time, and each instance triggered an instinctive warning within her. It was like being targeted by a predator, she felt like she was sitting on a bed of needles. Suddenly, a fluctuation of spiritual pressure coming from afar shifted the attention of the three people. It was coming from the direction of the 11th Division. The battle between Kiganjo Kenpachi and Zaraki had finally begun. Saved. If the silence had continued any longer, Soifon felt she truly might have gone crazy. In a short while, the spiritual pressure erupting in the distance gradually calmed down. One moment it was like a turbulent sea, and the next, it became as calm as a mirror. The battle is over. Captain Commander Yamamoto's expression remained unreadable as he looked at Soifon. Tell me, do you think that fellow Kiganjo is still alive? Soifon shifted her gaze guiltily. Perhaps he's still alive. Tap, tap. A crisp knocking sound came from the door. Only after the Captain Commander called out, "Enter," did Chojiro Sasakai respectfully walk into the meeting room, bowing to the Captain Commander. Captain Commander, Kiganjo Kenpachi has been defeated by Zaraki Kenpachi. Kiganjo Kenpachi Saketsu was pierced by a single strike. Although his life is not in danger, his spiritual power has completely drained away, and he has lost the ability to fight. Currently, Zaraki Kenpachi is at the 11th Division accepting challenges. As the words fell, the Captain Commander's gaze turned back to Soifon. He stared at her for a good while before speaking. The man isn't dead, yet he can no longer serve as a Shinigami. What do you have to say to that? Seeing Soifon's guilty expression as she hesitated to speak, the Captain Commander spoke again. Captain Soifon, you owe the Siriitii a captain-level combat asset. How about you take a part-time teaching position at the Shino Academy to teach the students Hakuda and Shuinpa? Just train one person to captain-level strength, and that will suffice. Good grief. As they say, the older the ginger, the sharper the spice. This was clearly Captain Commander Yamamoto's true objective all along. The Captain Commander is truly wise. If those students master their Shuinpa, the casualty rate among Shinigami will surely decrease significantly. Under that gaze, which felt more like a threat, Soifon realized there was no point in arguing. She might as well just agree. Good. Having received Soifon's reluctant consent, the Captain Commander stroked his long white beard. Asterisk. Soifon and Ranjiku Matsumoto walked out of the 1st Division and past the gates of the Shino Academy. Does the Captain Commander mean he wants me to cultivate another captain-level combatant? Stopping outside the school gates, Soifon tapped her smooth chin with her finger, deep in thought. I think so, Captain Soifon. Ranjiku Matsumoto recalled the conversation she had just overheard and nodded in agreement with her judgment. The Shino Academy. Soifon looked toward the inside of the gates. She could vaguely see students in uniforms walking around with books, wooden swords hanging at their waists. Her powerful spiritual sense swept through the grounds, and Soifon pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling troubled. They were all small fry, there wasn't even a single prospect with a 10th spiritual rank. Even the valedictorian of this year's class, who was being surrounded by female students as he walked out of the library, only had a 15th spiritual rank. She was tired, let it all burn. This was surely the worst batch of students she had ever seen. Ranjiku. Leaning against the wall by the school gate, Soifon's shadow covered her body, making her almost blend into the darkness. She truly lived up to her background in the stealth force. What is it, Captain Soifon? Ranjika Matsumoto's tone was light, no longer as restrained as before. After all, they were now sisters who had gone through life and death together once. You just graduated this year, right? Soifon crossed her arms and sighed. It seems there are no geniuses like you among my students. I won't be able to finish the Captain Commander's task. It was true, for the Shinigami race, hard work was only somewhat useful, but not much. True geniuses were the type who could achieve greatness easily without any effort at all. Like Ranjika Matsumoto, who had enough powerful Ryatsu to serve as a seated officer right after graduation. And even more absurd examples existed, like Zaraki Kenpachi, or the mixed-blood Ichigo Kurosaki who hadn't even been born yet. The Captain Commander only said you owe him a captain, he didn't specify that you had to train them at the academy. Maybe, just like that. Captain Zaraki, finding one elsewhere counts as well. Subconsciously, Ranjika Matsumoto had spotted a blind spot. Zip. The moment the words were out, Soifon snapped her head up, her eyes gradually lighting up as she stared at Ranjika Matsumoto. What is it? Ranjika Matsumoto felt a bit creeped out by Soifon's gaze. Is there something wrong with my analysis? Not at all. Soifon wagged her index finger. Ranjiku, I'll treat you to dinner next time I'm free. Yes, Ranjika Matsumoto's single sentence was like the sun breaking through the clouds for Soifon. Instead of looking for prospects among this batch of small fry, it would be better to get closer to the Ranjika Matsumoto beside her. After all, the future 10th Division captain, Toshiro Hitsugaya, was the one she would eventually recruit. Eh? Alright. But why next time? I'm free right now. Then again, Captain Soifon is a very busy person, she probably has other urgent matters to attend to. I shouldn't be too selfish. Ranjika Matsumoto complained a bit resentfully in her heart. Watching the other woman depart with a flicker of Shuinpa, Ranjika Matsumoto also prepared to head back to the 10th Division to report. As Ranjika walked away from the Shino Academy, she was greeted by a tall girl with white hair. Aizen. Ranjiku, do you know where Captain Soifon is? Captain Soifon. She just left. Ranjika Matsumoto was a bit confused as to why Aizen Kotetsu of the 4th Division was looking for Soifon. Is that so? Aizen Kotetsu stared at Ranjiku for a few seconds, only shifting her gaze once the latter took an uncomfortable step back. Is something wrong? Ranjika Matsumoto felt the air grow a bit subtle. It's nothing much. Aizen Kotetsu pulled out a long bill. These are the medical expenses. I wanted Captain Soifon to settle them. That newly appointed Captain Zaraki said the medical bills are to be reimbursed by Captain Soifon. Oh right, Ranjiku, you're on good terms with Captain Soifon, right? If you see her, please pass along a message from our captain. The new Zaraki Kenpachi is quite the slasher. Captain Soifon has truly performed a great merit. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 13, Why Can't a Short Person Be the Captain? The 4th Division's wards were filled with wails of agony, while the 11th Division's barracks were left cold and desolate. Placed before the Captain Commander was a list of combat power losses for the Battle Division. Though no one had been killed, none of them would be fit for combat for quite some time. The good news, the newcomer, Zaraki Kenpachi, was incredibly strong, the entire 11th Division combined couldn't defeat him. The bad news, because they couldn't defeat him, they were all hospitalized. Only 2 people in the entire 11th Division were still standing. Actually, that wasn't quite right. Technically, only 1 person was standing. That was because Ichiro Kusajishi was sitting on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder. Those brats. Sizzle. Anohana Retsu watched with a thin smile as red sparks began to flicker off Captain Commander Yamamoto's body. She spoke up, her voice laced with needle-like sarcasm. What a fine prospect Captain Soifon brought back. This level of combat power is far greater than any previous generation of Kenpachi, wouldn't you say? When it came to fanning the flames, Captain Anohana's skills were not to be underestimated. She was a veteran in every sense of the word. Thump. Every single one of them, none of you will let this old man have a moment of peace. The poor chair groaned, a crack spiderwebbing through the wood under the pressure of the Captain Commander's grip. This was him exercising extreme restraint over his temper. By the way, you just said he's stronger than any previous generation of Kenpachi. The Captain Commander's gaze turned deep and inscrutable. Does that include yourself? Of course, it does. Anohana Retsu lowered her gaze, her eyes falling on the thick braid resting against her chest. It's because of that little boy that I learned Kaido in the first place, after all. Then I shall look forward to it. However, if he was such a fine prospect, why didn't you bring him back sooner? Ahem, but speaking of which, Captain Commander, regarding this bill, what are your thoughts? Why are you bringing the 2nd Division's bills to my 1st Division? Because Captain Soifon has disappeared. Can't you just go find that vice captain named Marekio Omida? In the end, the Captain Commander was still a step ahead, pinpointing the key to the situation in a single sentence. Wasn't the Omida family the 2nd Division's personal coin purse? Night fell. Above the eaves of the Kachiki Manor. The antique architecture and meticulously manicured gardens all proclaimed the deep heritage of this ancient clan. Using her highly stealthy form and superb shuinpa, Soifon carried Ranjika Matsumoto as they slipped into the Kachiki Manor as if entering an uninhabited land. One could only say that if someone saw their shadow under the moonlight, they would look like some sort of bizarre, multi-limbed creature. Ranjika Matsumoto was clinging to Soifon's neck like a giant sloth, her legs wrapped around Soifon's waist. It was truly a case of heavy fruit on thin branches. She didn't really understand how it had happened. She only knew that Soifon had suddenly intercepted her on her way home from work and asked, "Do you want to beat up a noble lord?" Ranjiku had answered instantly, "Of course I do." Who was Ranjika Matsumoto? She was a hot-blooded young woman fresh out of the academy. Back at the Shino Academy, she had hated those oppressive nobles who bullied the commoners more than anything. And then, she had been scooped up by the waist and taken for a flight. What a huge garden. Even Captain Soifon's shuinpa can't clear it in one jump. Damned rich people. But why did Captain Soifon and I sneak into the Kachiki Manor specifically? Captain Soifon isn't bringing me here to beat up Captain Kachiki, is she? Ranjika Matsumoto buried her face against Soifon's collarbone, her warm breath occasionally brushing against the other's skin. However, Captain Soifon's scent was quite sweet. It smelled like honey. It was completely different from her cold, unapproachable exterior. Carrying Ranjika Matsumoto, Soifon landed soundlessly on the roof of one of the buildings. Heh. Ha. In a secluded courtyard, a handsome young boy with his hair tied back was wielding a wooden sword, drenched in sweat. Finally found him, Byakuya Kachiki. Soifon landed silently on a nearby roof, staring down at this experienced baby, whose gender was almost ambiguous at this age. Yes, Byakuya Kachiki was a famous character in the story. If she guided him a bit, she would surely receive plenty of rewards. See that, Ranjiku. That's the next head of the Kachiki clan, one of the greatest noble lords in the Siriidi. Soifon patted Ranjika's rear as she lay buried in her embrace and spoke softly. Ranjika Matsumoto glanced at the sword-practicing Byakuya, then back at Soifon. Is it too late to regret this? At this stage, you must be joking. By bringing Ranjiku along, even if Jinrei Kachiki discovered her bullying Byakuya later, it wouldn't matter. She could just say she was investigating the Ajucha's case. What? You say the Ajucha's has already been killed by her? Then she'd just say she found a new one. Today, she was determined to grind this Byakuya Kachiki quest. Poor Ranjika Matsumoto had become Soifon's shield. Swish. Soifon's figure flickered, vanishing from the roof. At the same time, Byakuya Kachiki was enjoying a rare moment of peaceful cultivation. Without Yoruichi Shihoin's harassment, he could finally practice his swordsmanship in peace. It was wonderful. Swing. Byakuya Kachiki gripped the wooden sword with both hands and slashed forward. Wait. Where did my long wooden sword go? His eyes widened as he looked at his empty hands, instinctively glancing at the ground. Nothing. The wooden sword hadn't fallen to the ground. Cold sweat slowly dripped down Byakuya Kachiki's neck. He could feel a familiar, cold object pressed against his throat. It was his own wooden sword. So weak. Is this really the next head of the Kachiki clan? Tossing the wooden sword onto the ground, Soifon appeared openly before him. Who are you? Byakuya Kachiki looked at the female Shinigami before him wearing a captain's haori. She looked around his age and seemed somewhat familiar. 2nd Division Captain, Soifon. Soifon never bothered hiding her name or title. Wait. Ranjika Matsumoto, lying on the roof, was horrified. Why did you just give him your real name? Stop joking. How could a shrimp like you be a captain? To her surprise, Byakuya Kachiki waved his hand dismissively, looking irritated. Which family's child are you? To have the audacity to impersonate a captain and break into the Kachiki Manor to cause trouble. So what if she was short? Boom. A spiritual pressure far exceeding a third spiritual rank erupted from Soifon's small body, pressing down on Byakuya Kachiki. As someone with a preference for women, Soifon wasn't going to go easy on Byakuya just because he was good-looking. After all, he wasn't a beautiful girl, handsome men had no special privileges with her. Byakuya Kachiki felt a weight as heavy as a mountain crash down on him. The surrounding air squeezed his body and soul. He let out a muffled groan. His knees bent slightly against his will, and his entire skeleton creaked under the unbearable load. Even speaking became difficult. I can barely even stay standing. This quality of intense spiritual pressure was something Byakuya had only ever felt from his grandfather. This person, she really was a genuine captain. Soifon's features gradually overlapped with a figure in his memory. Byakuya finally remembered who she was. It was that little girl Yoruichi Shihoin always had by her side. It's you. A powerful sense of absurdity and an indescribable feeling of defeat washed over Byakuya like ice water, causing him to lower his head. Calm down now. Soifon withdrew her Ryatsu. Byakuya Kachiki stumbled instantly, barely managing to steady himself. I lost. Byakuya squeezed those two words through his teeth, his voice dry. Soifon was slightly stunned, he gave up just like that. I haven't even started guiding you yet. If you stop me from finishing my mission, I'm going to get angry. Just as Soifon was trying to think of an excuse to make him spar with her, the system text appeared before her eyes once more. Mission triggered, something this tiny counts as a Bankai. Mission completed. Mission reward, Jishaku Rakuben missile size reduced by 50%, flight speed increased by 100%, note, you have trampled upon Byakuya Kachiki's dignity. That works too. Next door, Sosuke Aizen, who had just finished peeking into the Great Log Gallery, was currently using Kyoka Suigetsu to hypnotize an unlucky member of the Tsuneyashiro family. What's this? Soifon's Ryatsu. Could it be that his intrusion into the Great Log Gallery has been exposed? New story, starting from they're 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 14, Anohana, chopping addiction has flared up. The next day, in Soifon's office. Marekio Omida presented an urgent notice, suspicious individuals, likely thieves, had recently appeared in the Noble District. The notice requested an increase in night patrol squads. It seemed Jinrei Kachiki had given her some face by not naming her directly in the report. This is simply too much. Don't you agree, Captain? Omida said indignantly, holding the document Soifon had just stamped. What thieves? If I ever see that fellow, I'll make sure they never return. For once, Soifon did not scold Omida. Instead, she simply stared at him in silence with a gaze that made his skin crawl. Then I look forward to your performance, Lieutenant Omida, she said calmly. You will lead the patrol squad yourself tonight. Captain Soifon was as vengeful as ever today. Asterisk. A few days later, in the 1st Division meeting room. Because Zaraki Kenpachi had soundly defeated the supposedly invincible Under Heaven Kiganjo Kenpachi, a captain's council was convened as per tradition. Inside the meeting room, Soifon repeated her investigation report on the Ajucha's attack before the assembled captains. The experienced captain commander suspected that something had shifted within Hueco Mundo. However, given that the Gotei 13's current combat strength was severely lacking, to the point where even patrolling the Rakongi was short-staffed, the matter regarding Hueco Mundo was temporarily shelved. Hueco Mundo was vast, after all. The appearance of 1 or 2 freakish mutants was possible, so there was no immediate rush. Furthermore, Soifon wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt as if Aizen was glancing her way from time to time during the meeting. Whenever she looked back, however, he was merely staring at the captain commander speaking from the head of the table, nodding occasionally with a solemn, contemplative expression. Once the formal procedures were concluded, it was time for the captain's informal chat. Cough. Zaraki Kenpachi, your Zanjutsu is truly an eyesore. Come and learn the way of the sword from this old man. The only person capable of disrespecting a captain so blatantly was undoubtedly Captain Commander Yamamoto. He ignored Anohana Retsu's dissatisfied gaze and led Zaraki Kenpachi out of the meeting room. It seemed the captain commander was also afraid, if he let Anohana Retsu and Zaraki Kenpachi lock eyes and start a fight, he would likely suffer another loss in personnel. Moreover, their combat power was on a completely different level compared to someone like Kiganjo. As he passed by Anohana Retsu, the captain commander paused for a moment, and Anohana nodded back with a beaming smile. It seemed the two had reached some sort of secret understanding, which sent a chill down Soifon's spine. And then, Captain Soifon, Anohana Retsu tilted her head with a smile, looking towards Soifon nearby. That bill for the 2nd Division, have you received it? Yes, I received it. Soifon swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. Because of this matter, she had been bombarded with complaints from Omida for the past few days. He kept saying things like, Zaraki Kenpachi was the one who slashed them, so why is the 2nd Division paying the bill? He had even clamored about charging into the 11th Division to demand an explanation from Zaraki. Unable to stand him wandering around with his released Getsubiri while she felt guilty, Soifon had no choice but to promise him a week-long vacation. Though Soifon suspected that Omida was completely putting on an act and had no intention of actually going. I truly must thank you for generating so much revenue for my 4th Division, Anohana Retsu said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Sometimes, when I see the sword wounds on those patients, I really can't help but want to take those strikes for them. Her gentle voice was as warm as a spring breeze. Combined with her elegant features and kind smile, she perfectly embodied the image of a compassionate, beautiful doctor. Of course, no one who actually knew Anohana Retsu would think that. Beside them, Jinrei Kachiki and Shunsui Kairaku instinctively shifted their positions, naturally moving away from the two women as if they were just casually chatting. You've played with fire, little Soifon. You've actually triggered Captain Anohana's urge to slash. Shunsui Kairaku pulled down the brim of his straw hat, casting a look of helpless pity toward Soifon. Come, Captain Soifon. Anohana Retsu pressed her hand to her chest to steady her tone, trying her best not to look at the others. Please come to the 4th Division. Let me check how your recovery from your injuries is progressing. There was no helping it. Who told Soifon to bring a man like Zaraki Kenpachi back to the Siri? Being able to invite Zaraki Kenpachi back unharmed indeed gave Soifon the qualifications to make Anohana Retsu's hands itch for battle. And Soifon was the only one available to scratch that itch. Gulp. Sister Anohana, what is wrong with you? Does just seeing the sword wound Zaraki dealt trigger your berserker passive? Then go find Zaraki Kenpachi. Despite the logic of her internal scream, Soifon looked at the slender fingers gripping her wrist and nodded in silence. She couldn't break free. She couldn't break free at all. Good luck, little Soifon. Captain Soifon, please take care of your health. As Soifon and Anohana passed by Shunsui Kairaku and Jinrei Kachiki, those two were still standing there offering sarcastic words of encouragement. Asterisk. Anohana Retsu didn't speak a word along the way. She simply held Soifon's wrist gently, like a parent leading a child across the street. Captain. And Captain Soifon. As the two entered the 4th Division courtyard, which was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, Aizen Kotetsu hurried over. She paused in surprise when she saw Soifon behind Anohana. Aizen circled Soifon twice but failed to find a single wound on the captain's body. Captain Soifon is suffering from hidden injuries, Anohana Retsu explained patiently to Aizen. I'll handle it. You go back to your work, Aizen. I see. It seems my medical skills are still lacking. The problem was that Aizen Kotetsu actually believed her. Anohana Retsu led her through the winding corridors of the 4th Division barracks, finally stopping before an unremarkable stone door near the training grounds. We're here. Only then did Anohana finally release her grip on Soifon's wrist. Could this be the place she meant for treating hidden injuries? Soifon looked up at the black stone room, which radiated an ominous aura, and reached out to touch the coarse texture of the stone door. This is. Her pupils shrank slightly. Soifon finally realized why the aura felt so familiar. It was Seikiseki stone. Clack. Anohana Retsu's pale hands pressed against the heavy stone door. Accompanied by a low rumbling sound and falling dust, a scent completely different from the medicinal fragrance outside wafted toward them. Driven perhaps by curiosity, Soifon followed the other woman into the cold stone room. The room was quite spacious but had no windows. Only high up on the walls near the ceiling were a few narrow vents. Faint sunlight angled in through these slits, forming clear pillars of light in the dust-filled air. A faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the secret room. Soifon felt this scent actually matched Captain Anohana's temperament quite well. In one corner of the room, several wooden swords were piled haphazardly, each one covered in a dense network of cracks. Training dummies crudely carved from Seikiseki stone were covered in intersecting slash marks of varying depths. It looked less like a clinic and more like a secret torture chamber. Thud. Suddenly, the stone door behind them slammed shut. Soifon instinctively took a half-step back. This doesn't exactly look like a ward for checking hidden injuries, Captain Anohana. Captain Soifon. Anohana Retsu's voice remained gentle, echoing through the secret chamber. A so-called hidden injury is, of course, something that cannot be detected by ordinary means. So, what extraordinary means are you planning to use? Soifon snapped her head up. Standing in the darkness, Anohana Retsu tilted her head slightly, with only the beams of light separating them. One had to admit, the lighting was terrifyingly dramatic. A hidden injury is a critical factor that can determine victory or defeat in an intense battle. Captain Soifon, do you understand what I am saying? Beneath her calm tone was a surging undercurrent. By the time Anohana finished speaking, even the end of her sentence carried a slight tremor. Even though Anohana Retsu had not released any ryatsu or made any threatening movements, Soifon felt as if she had been locked onto by something invisible. New story, starting from their 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 15, supplies only after the great battle. I don't understand. Even now, Soifon clung to a sliver of hope. She truly didn't want to spar with this woman, there was absolutely nothing to be gained from it. As an assassin whose shurikai was designed for stealthy kills, she saw no reason to go the long way around just to compete in Zanjutsu. Then let me speak plainly. Captain Soifon, let us have a match. The Kenpachi of every generation shared a trait of being blunt and direct, and the predecessor was no exception. Soifon could feel the battle intent hidden within the other woman's words, yet she truly couldn't fathom why Anohana was so insistent on this spar. It was a simple invitation to battle, but it sounded somewhat strange. It felt like the arrival of spring when all things awaken, and once again, it was the season 4, beep, beep. In truth, this is an arrangement by the Captain Commander. Anohana Retsu's smile deepened. His Excellency believes that Captain Soifon is a talent with great potential. Without waiting for Soifon to respond, Anohana Retsu leaned down and casually picked up 2 relatively intact wooden swords from the pile of broken ones in the corner. With a flick of her wrist, one of the swords spun through the air towards Soifon with a steady whistle. Subconsciously, Soifon reached out and caught it. The wooden sword felt heavy and solid in her hand, the hilt smooth to the touch. The dense network of cracks on the blade seemed to record countless past exchanges. The moment her fingers tightened around the hilt, a whistling sound rushed toward her face, aiming straight for her head. Clack! The wooden swords collided with a crisp, sharp sound. Too fast. Soifon's pupils shrank. Relying almost entirely on physical instinct, she barely managed to raise her sword and parry the strike just above her head. It was such a familiar opening. Just like her previous fight with Zaraki Kenpachi, her opponent had struck without the slightest warning. Anohana Retsu gave Soifon no time to think or rest as her offensive unfolded in a continuous stream. Her strikes flowed as naturally as breathing, coming from every possible angle. Each hit precisely targeted the gaps in Soifon's blocks or dodges, yet maintained an intensity that Soifon could just barely manage to withstand. The crisp sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed incessantly within the Seikiseki stone chamber. After an unknown amount of time, Anohana Retsu finally slowed the tempo of her assault. Do you feel it, Captain Soifon? Your body is reacting on its own, faster than your conscious mind. That is a very precious instinct. She applied pressure to her wrist, forcing Soifon's wooden sword aside. Finally having a moment to breathe, Soifon panted heavily and didn't reply. She didn't even have time to wipe away the sweat dripping from her forehead. What Captain Anohana was talking about was likely the reward for killing that Ajuchas, wasn't it? It was called combat instinct. Could even something like that be sensed? Phew. Soifon took a deep breath and gripped the wooden sword before her with both hands. Crack. The cracked wooden sword in Soifon's hand could no longer withstand the pressure. The blade shattered into several pieces in the next heartbeat, clattering to the floor. Looking at the broken sword in her hand, Soifon froze for a moment. Anohana Retsu stopped her movements at the appropriate time. The ignited battle intent in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by her usual warm and peaceful demeanor. Let us stop here for today. She casually tossed her own equally cracked wooden sword back into the corner. The wooden sword is broken, it would be improper to continue. After all, the battle lust she had suppressed for so long had finally found a small outlet. Anohana Retsu was satisfied. Soifon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She set the broken sword aside and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for the guidance, Captain Anohana. She bowed slightly. You are quite welcome. Anohana Retsu turned toward the stone door and pushed it open with both hands. Long-awaited sunlight spilled onto the floor, creating a sharp contrast with the dimness of the secret chamber. Soifon followed her out. She was about to nod her farewell when she was called back. Wait, Captain Soifon. Anohana Retsu turned around, a somewhat helpless smile on her face. Surely, you don't intend to leave the 4th Division looking like that. Soifon looked down and realized that her white captain's haori was already soaked through with sweat. It clung tightly to her body, faintly revealing the silhouette of the black shihakusho beneath. Looking at Anohana Retsu, she saw that the other woman was in a similar state. Her white haori was also wet with sweat, outlining a physique quite different from Soifon's. Even the thick braid resting on her chest was beaded with sweat, shimmering under the corridor lights. Suddenly, Anohana released a slight ripple of her spiritual pressure. A moment later, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Aizen Kotetsu appeared at the end of the mysterious corridor. "Captain. You called for me." Eh. Halfway through her sentence, Aizen Kotetsu saw the two captains standing at the door of the secret chamber. Both were flushed, breathing slightly heavily, and completely drenched in sweat. Her mind couldn't help but wander to some stray thoughts. Captain. Captain Soifon, this is. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and her voice began to stutter. Was this what treatment was supposed to look like? Could it be that Captain Anohana had some miraculous hidden healing method up her sleeve? Follow me, both of you. We are going to the medicinal hot springs. Anohana Retsu seemed to see right through her subordinate's thoughts. She maintained her perfect, gentle smile and spoke with total composure. Medicinal, hot springs. Soifon followed Anohana Retsu's lead with some confusion. Did the 4th Division captain's quarters really have such a place? She knew the 0 Division had hot springs, but this was news to her. Why? Did Captain Soifon think I was merely trying to bully you just now? There are some subtle disharmonies in the way certain parts of your body exert force. Ordinary Kaido is difficult to use for root causes like that, it requires the assistance of medicinal baths for gradual conditioning. Anohana Retsu's tone was somewhat teasing, making Soifon's face turn a bit red in return. Was she truly judging others by her own standards? In reality, she wasn't. Anohana Retsu simply had a battle-crazed urge to have some fun with Soifon, but the bit about the force exertion disharmony was also true. However, that was only because Soifon was still in the adolescent stage of a growing spirit body, such disharmony was perfectly normal. After all, Soifon was just a newcomer, how could she compare to the deviousness of a seasoned veteran? They arrived at a secluded courtyard behind the captain's quarters, semi-enclosed by a bamboo forest. Mists swirled in the courtyard, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of herbs that brought a sense of tranquility to the mind. Inside was a spacious area paved with smooth pebbles and filled with steam. At the center was a hot spring pool built from rocks. The water was a pale jade green, with tiny bubbles constantly rising from the bottom. This is a medicinal hot spring I improved and established by imitating the methods of a certain senior. Anohana began to explain to Soifon as she removed her shoes. Wait, what kind of development is this? There is no need to be formal, Captain Soifon. Treat this as your own home. Standing barefoot on the warm, moist pebbles, Anohana Retsu proceeded to undo the captain's haori draped over her shoulders. The garment slid slowly down to her feet, forming a circle of black and white on the ground. New story, starting from they're 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 16, Medicinal Bath Hot Spring. Anohana Retsu stepped over the circle of clothes at her feet, her body gradually submerging into the green waters of the medicinal hot spring amidst the white, hazy mist. The water temperature is just right. The braided hair wrapped around her chest was also undone, turning into long, flowing tresses that floated upon the surface of the water. For someone with Soifon's particular tastes, the impact of this scene was simply too overwhelming. Standing frozen in place, Soifon's eyes seemed to be locked in a fixed stare, tracking Anohana Retsu's body with predatory focus until the other woman was fully submerged. Only then did she finally snap back to reality. Wait, what kind of development was this? You aren't even injured, so why are you soaking in a medicinal bath with me? Shinigami wasn't supposed to be this kind of series. Shouldn't Anohana Retsu have recognized her as a genius girl with peerless talent, then fought her for 300 rounds in the depths of Mukon, passed down all her Zenjutsu secrets, triggered a system mission reward, and then sent her off to trample Aizen and slice Yoruichi to ribbons? That was the kind of progression this was supposed to be, right? Could it be that the system hadn't dispelled Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu after all? Subconsciously, Soifon reached for the Zanpakuto at the small of her back, only for her hand to grasp empty air. She then remembered she had left her blade in the clothing basket. After a moment, Aizen Kotetsu stepped forward and gathered Anohana Retsu's discarded clothes into her arms. It was clear this wasn't the first time she had performed such a task. Seeing Soifon's strange behavior, she tilted her head curiously and offered a reminder, Captain Soifon, aren't you going into the medicinal spring? After all, she was waiting for Soifon to undress so she could take both her captain's and Soifon's clothes to be laundered. The subtext was clear. Captain Soifon, why aren't you taking your clothes off yet? If you don't strip, How can I do my job? Ah. I. Soifon realized her current behavior was indeed odd. In a flurry of movement, she shed her captain's Haori. Wait, Captain Soifon. You haven't taken off your Shihakusho yet. Aizen Kotetsu reached out, intending to stop Soifon from charging into the hot spring while still wearing her uniform. Whoosh. Aizen only felt a blur before her eyes and a sudden weight in her hands. The Soifon who had been standing before her had vanished. The Shihakusho she had been wearing remained in Aizen's arms, retaining the shape of the body that had just inhabited it before slowly collapsing into a pile. Over by the spring, the faint sound of falling water signaled a few small splashes that sent ripples across the surface. Such a fast shuinpa, to even undress at the same time. Aizen Kotetsu regained her composure, turned around clutching the 2 sets of sweat-soaked clothes, and walked out of the hot spring room. Though her voice was soft, the silence of the room combined with the 2 captains' superhuman hearing meant they heard her words with crystalline clarity. Soifon's body stiffened instantly. She submerged her face beneath the water, leaving only her eyes and forehead visible. Should I say, as expected of Captain Soifon? Anohana Retsu turned her head, looking at Soifon with great interest. Using Utsasimi just to undress, even I am seeing that for the first time. At some point, Anohana Retsu had shifted her position and was now sitting by the edge of the pool not far from Soifon. Her black hair drifted atop the ripples, with a few stray strands occasionally sticking to Soifon's smooth arms, feeling ticklish. This is also a part of my training, Soifon replied. Soifon's gaze drifted toward Anohana Retsu's chest. That mysterious area, normally concealed by her thick braid, was now obscured by the emerald-green waters of the medicinal bath. As I thought, I still can't see anything. Forget it. As expected of Captain Soifon, Anohana Retsu offered a deadpan compliment. You must have put in a tremendous amount of effort to take up the heavy burden of the 2nd Division. I suppose so. Soifon averted her eyes guiltily. If the system rewards counted as her own effort, then she certainly had worked hard. She leaned back against the smooth, polished stone wall. The warm medicinal water soaked into her shoulders, sending a comfortable heat through her spirit body. Even the spiritual pressure she had exhausted in the earlier battle was recovering at an accelerated rate. This feels wonderful. It's like every vessel in my body is opening up. Is this Captain Anohana's medical expertise? Captain Anohana, you said earlier today that it was the Captain Commander who sent you to spar with me. Soifon was still quite hung up on those words. In truth, the Captain Commander only wanted me to have a talk with you, Anohana Retsu said, trailing her fingers through the water's surface. The spar was my own selfish addition. A beaming smile played across Anohana's face as she looked over. However, I've only just realized that since Captain Soifon comes from the stealth force, your Zanpakuto isn't exactly suited for head-on combat. There probably wasn't much need for you to learn Zanjutsu from me. In other words, Anohana simply wanted to find an excuse to vent her own suppressed battle lust. She called it sparring or guidance. What, are you going to complain? Soifon was choked by those words, yet she found herself unable to get angry. Talk about what? The fight was already over, what was the point of saying this now? It turned out that Captain Anohana was black on the inside as well. She had been too naive to believe the casual whims of an original captain of the Gotei 13. Hatred can be a motivation, but do not let it drive you. Captain Soifon, is that incident the reason you work so hard to become stronger? Suddenly, Anohana Retsu reached out and placed her hand on Soifon's head, gently stroking her hair. The warm spring water from her hand trickled down Soifon's hair and onto her cheeks. Immediately after, Soifon felt her body tilt as her cheek came to rest against a soft, warm harbor. Now that I think about it, Captain Soifon, you aren't much older than Aizen. Whenever Aizen is sad, she likes to act spoiled like this with me. Silently enjoying the sensation of her face being pressed into the woman's chest, Soifon listened to Anohana Retsu's maternal comfort, unsure of what expression she should face her with afterward. What did she mean? What hatred? It didn't exist. Perhaps the Captain Commander and Anohana had both misunderstood. After all, they would never imagine that the dignified captain of the 2nd Division was actually a girl lover. Furthermore, what she cared about wasn't Yoruichi Shihoin's desertion, but rather why the woman hadn't taken Soifon with her. At this point, she could only play along with this strange misunderstanding. Regardless, she was bound to make a trip to the world of the living in the future anyway. However, taking the opportunity to nuzzle against Anohana's chest, Soifon felt her cheek brush against a texture that was distinctly different from smooth skin. It was likely the scar left by Zaraki Kenpachi all those years ago. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Anohana Retsu released her hold on Soifon's head and gave her a gentle pat. The two women sat close together as if nothing had happened, silently agreeing not to mention the recent moment. Captain Soifon. Aizen Kotetsu placed 2 sets of fresh clothes by the edge of the spring and handed over 2 bath towels. The clothes are washed and have been dried using keto. Thank you for your hard work, Aizen. Anohana Retsu stood up without the slightest hesitation, water cascading down her body like a waterfall. Soifon finally had the chance to observe the other woman's mature curves from a close distance. This level of wickedness is incredible. As she wrapped herself in a towel, Anohana Retsu noticed Soifon's gaze and gave a playful smile. Captain Soifon is still developing. You have a very promising future. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 17, Drunkard Ravages Chrysanthemum, bonus chapter. The 4th Division Courtyard. Stepping out of the hot springs, the evening glow of the horizon reflected off the pebble-strewn walkway, coating it in a layer of gold. After bidding farewell to Anohana Retsu, a radiant Soifon walked toward the 4th Division's main gate, led by Aizen Kotetsu. Gurgle. The clear sound of a stomach growling was particularly abrupt in the quiet courtyard. Soifon froze mid-step and instinctively clutched her stomach. Having endured high-intensity combat followed by hot spring therapy today, Soifon's body was crying out for food. I'm so hungry. I want meat. I want barbecue. Beside her, Aizen Kotetsu was momentarily stunned before she couldn't help but let out a soft pft and a giggle. Realizing her slip-up a second later, she quickly lowered her head and bowed, her cheeks flushed. I am so sorry, Captain Soifon. I didn't mean to. It's fine, Soifon said, waving her hand dismissively. I'm just hungry. She looked at the sky, then at the tall, white-haired third seat beside her, and suddenly spoke up. Aizen, have you had dinner yet? Do you want to join me? Soifon tilted her head back to look at her. Since they had already reached the stage of one-sidedly meeting with sincerity, nakedness, in the bath, she felt there was no need for formal titles between them. Me, with Captain Soifon. Aizen Kotetsu looked down in surprise, a look of delight crossing her face. I actually get to eat dinner with Captain Soifon. What an honor. Silence is consent. Let's go, I know a good place. Soifon waited a few seconds, and seeing that the other girl was just staring at her blankly without refusing, she naturally reached out and grabbed Aizen Kotetsu's wrist. Ah. Yes. Aizen was still a bit dazed, following Soifon's lead in a bit of a stupor. However, after walking for a while, Aizen realized the direction was a bit off. This seemed to be the road to the 10th Division. She hesitated for a moment before whispering a reminder, Captain Soifon, this seems to be the way to the 10th Division. There don't seem to be many restaurants around here. Could it be that Captain Soifon has no sense of direction? Aizen thought daringly. I need to find someone at the 10th Division first, Soifon replied without looking back. I still owe Ranjiku a meal. I'll just treat her as well while I'm at it. Soifon added, she was quite a big help during the last investigation mission. Oh, so I'm just a tag-along. Aizen shook her head, tossing that momentary, strange complaint out of her mind. They were in luck. Just as they arrived at the 10th Division entrance, they ran into Ranjiku Matsumoto, who was just about to head home from work. The orange-haired beauty's eyes lit up the moment she saw Soifon and Aizen Kotetsu. Captain Soifon. Aizen. What are you two? I'm treating you to dinner. Let's go. Soifon's words were short and to the point. All right. I won't be holding back, Captain Soifon. Ranjiku Matsumoto agreed readily. She and Aizen Kotetsu flanked Soifon, sandwiching the captain between them as they walked side by side. To be honest, if one ignored the captain's Hayori on Soifon, the scene looked exactly like two older sisters taking their little sister out for a stroll. Who could tell that these three girls were actually of similar ages? One could only say that the constitution of every Shinigami is different, everyone develops at a different pace. The three of them crossed the streets of the Siriidii and finally stopped in front of a very grand-looking barbecue restaurant in the center of the noble district. The wooden sign was inlaid with gold edges and featured a very gaudy shop name. Even through the door curtains, one could smell the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Captain Soifon, here. I've heard this place is very expensive. Are we really eating here? Aizen Kotetsu tugged gently on Soifon's sleeve and whispered as she looked at the obviously high-priced storefront. Ranjiku Matsumoto nodded beside her, though her eyes were already betraying her longing for barbecue as she reached up to wipe a bit of drool from the corner of her mouth. It's fine, no big deal. Soifon shook the hem of the captain's Hayori behind her. This is my lieutenant's family shop. It's free for me. In that moment, Soifon's small figure suddenly became towering in front of the two of them. How tall? As tall as the barbecue restaurant itself. The maid at the door was clearly well trained. She recognized Soifon and her captain's Haori at a glance and enthusiastically led the three to a quiet, private room that was always reserved for her, then served a pot of hot tea. Give me 2 servings of everything on the menu. After sitting down, Soifon took the menu, scanned it, and ordered the entire thing. She was truly starving, her body was in desperate need of energy after the intense battle and medicinal bath. What do you two want? After speaking, Soifon turned the menu toward Ranjaku and Aizen. Captain Soifon, should we have a little something to drink? I heard the sake here is also very good. Ranjaku Matsumoto's eyes seemed to glow as she looked at the sake names on the menu. No. Aizen Kotetsu immediately spoke up to stop her, her expression serious. We are still young, we shouldn't be drinking. As she spoke, she pointedly turned her gaze toward Soifon. Cough, cough, cough. Soifon, who was drinking tea, suddenly choked. She felt somewhat offended. What was with that look? It doesn't matter, Soifon said, wiping the corner of her mouth nonchalantly. Drink if you want to. Soon, the table was covered with a dazzling array of meat plates and various side dishes. The charcoal fire flared up, and the dripping fat made a pleasant sizzling sound, filling the air with fragrance. Soifon looked at the mountain of grilled meat in her bowl and was a bit speechless. Eat up. Don't be polite. Then, she picked up a piece of grilled beef tongue and held it to Ranjaku Matsumoto's mouth. Open up. Ranjaku Matsumoto blushed slightly. You don't need to feed me, right? I can do it myself. I said, open up. Soifon's tone took on a hint of captain-level authority. Ahm. Ranjaku Matsumoto chewed and swallowed the meat. Next was Aizen Kotetsu. Soifon held a piece of grilled beef tongue to her mouth as well. Me too. It's an order. Then, excuse me. Putting her hands together and closing her eyes, Aizen Kotetsu opened her lips almost reverently and took the beef tongue from the chopsticks into her mouth. What does it feel like to be hand-fed by the captain you admire? Thanks for the question. Currently in the Soul Society, just got off work. After several cups of sake, a flush appeared on Ranjaku Matsumoto's face, and she became more talkative. Speaking of which, Captain Soifon, hic. When I first saw you at the 4th Division, I thought you'd be a super difficult, arrogant genius. But it turns out, you're unexpectedly a pretty nice person, hic. Beside her, Aizen Kotetsu was listening so intently her cold sweat was almost breaking out. She quickly poured tea for Ranjaku. Ranjaku, are you even awake? Soifon was focused on dealing with a piece of beef tongue. Hearing this, she just glanced at Ranjaku and said to Aizen, ignore her. Let's keep eating. However, they both underestimated Ranjaku Matsumoto's courage after drinking. After a few more cups, the orange-haired girl's eyes began to glaze over. She suddenly stood up and wobbled around the table. Ranjaku Matsumoto practically hung herself onto Soifon, her warm, alcohol-scented breath puffing against Soifon's ear. Hey, hey, hey. Aizen Kotetsu watched the scene in a panic. Ranjaku. Let go. That's too disrespectful. Enduring the fingers poking at her cheeks, Soifon blankly uttered 2 words, it's fine. Then, she grabbed the sake bottle on the table and shoved it directly into Ranjaku Matsumoto's mouth. Glug, glug, glug. In any case, a Shinigami wouldn't die from alcohol poisoning, at most, they'd suffer through some vomiting and diarrhea. MMPH, MMPH. Even a drunkard like Ranjaku Matsumoto couldn't handle being forced to drink like that. Don't worry, feeling dizzy is normal. Soifon's tone was gentle as she tilted the bottle higher, letting the sake flow better into the other's mouth. New story, starting from they're 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 18, Corner Stealing Fails. The noble district of the Siriidi at night. The trio, Ranjaku Matsumoto, who had more than enough to drink, and Soifon and Aizen Kotetsu, who were stuffed with food, stood before the restaurant. Ranjaku leaned her entire weight against Soifon's petite frame, snoring away. Captain Soifon. Aizen Kotetsu felt somewhat helpless regarding Soifon's earlier act of force-feeding the alcohol. About Ranjaku. Leave her to me. Since I'm the one who got her drunk, I'll take full responsibility. Soifon patted her chest, her voice ringing with magnanimity. Immediately following her words, a golden Kido rope coiled around Ranjaku Matsumoto. Soifon hoisted the drunken girl, now bundled up like a meat dumpling, onto her shoulder with effortless ease. Aizen Kotetsu's lip twitched. Are you sure it won't be a bother? It won't. Soifon gave Ranjiku a quick shrug on her shoulder to adjust the weight. In that case, here is the recipe for a hangover soup. Please, keep it with you. Aizen Kotetsu quickly scribbled a recipe on a piece of paper and handed it to Soifon. Asterisk. Ugh, a strange ceiling. After waking up from her hangover, Ranjiku Matsumoto muttered subconsciously as she groggily opened her eyes. Wait. Suddenly, as if realizing something was wrong, she sat bolt upright with a start, like a dying person suddenly regaining vitality. Shing. Abruptly sitting up in bed, Ranjiku threw off the covers and frantically checked herself all over before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her clothes were the original set, and the ties were still done in her own personal style. Nothing strange had been done to her. Ranjiku patted her throbbing forehead and began to take in the unfamiliar room. The room was large, certainly much larger than her own officers' quarters, and the air was filled with a faint, elegant fragrance. On the wall directly facing the bed hung a painting of a black cat. A cat. Ranjiku blinked, her gaze shifting downward. She discovered that the quilt covering her was printed with cartoon patterns of black cats in various poses. Just then, the door was pushed open softly, and Soifon walked in carrying a steaming white porcelain bowl. So Captain Soifon. Wait, could this place actually be Captain Soifon's room? Ranjiku instinctively sat up straight, then her pupils shrank as she realized the implications. Where else would it be? Soifon rolled her eyes. Did you think it was yours? With that, Soifon walked quickly to the bed and sat on the edge. She held the bowl steadily with one hand, while her other hand suddenly reached out, precisely pinching Ranjiku's cheeks, which still had a hint of baby fat, and applying a little pressure. MMPH. Caught off guard, Ranjiku's mouth was forced open into a goldfish mouth shape. In the next second, liquid at the perfect temperature, carrying a faint herbal scent, was carefully poured into her mouth by Soifon. The movements weren't exactly gentle, but the flow of the soup was well controlled, ensuring Ranjiku wouldn't choke. Gulp, gulp. Only when the last drop of soup had drained from the bottom of the white porcelain bowl did Soifon release her grip and place the empty bowl on the nearby cabinet. Ranjiku smacked her lips a few times. The taste lingering in her mouth was slightly bitter but had a sweet aftertaste. A warm current flowed down her esophagus, and as expected, the grogginess in her head and the discomfort in her stomach eased considerably. The recipe Aizen gave me, it's hangover soup. Soifon took a tissue and wiped the corner of the other woman's mouth. Ranjiku stared blankly as Soifon wiped her mouth, the slightly cool sensation of the captain's fingers still seemingly lingering on her cheek. My face is so hot, am I drunk again? How does it feel to be drunk? Not very pleasant, is it? Once she was wiped clean, Soifon reached out and flicked her middle finger against Ranjiku's smooth forehead with moderate force. Snap. A crisp sound echoed. Hiss. Ranjiku clutched her forehead and exhaled sharply, even though it didn't actually hurt. Wait, I remember now, she looked at Soifon reproachfully. Captain Soifon, I remember last night it was you who took the sake bottle and poured it down my throat. Soifon turned her back and gave a couple of dry coughs, her tone stubborn yet meaningful. Hey, so you finally learned how miserable a hangover is, haven't you? Understood, Captain Soifon. Ranjiku rubbed her temples. I'll never get drunk again, I promise. In truth, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't drink to excess outside, but there was an inexplicable sense of security when she was around Soifon. Even if she was forced to get drunk, there seemed to be nothing to fear. Soifon picked up the bowl and stood, leading Ranjiku out of her captain's quarters and handing the bowl to a member dressed in black. The layout of the 2nd Division quarters was completely different from the other divisions, the corridors were deep and winding, and the light was dimmer than elsewhere. A very faint scent of blood occasionally drifted through the air, mixed with the smell of antiseptic. As they passed a particularly dark fork in the path, Ranjiku clearly heard a short, shrill scream coming from behind a heavy iron door. She couldn't help but shiver and instinctively leaned closer to Soifon. Soifon, however, was deaf to these work sounds, having long since grown accustomed to them. Finally, they reached the grand yet austere main gate of the 2nd Division. Ranjiku let out a long overdue sigh of relief, though her face remained a bit pale. Soifon stopped and turned to look at Ranjiku. Should she poach Ranjiku Matsumoto into the 2nd Division? Having such a beautiful girl by her side would be far better than having to look at that guy Marekio Omida every day, wouldn't it? Crossing her arms over her chest, Soifon rubbed her chin in thought. Soifon asked casually, are you interested in transferring to the 2nd Division? Eh? Me. Ranjiku Matsumoto's nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened once more. Soifon nodded. Yes. If it's you, Ranjiku, I can give you the 3rd seat position. Gulp. The screams of the prisoners from the torture and interrogation rooms they had just passed were still ringing in Ranjiku's ears. Mori. I can't do it. Ranjiku shook her head so violently her hair became a mess. I'm someone who likes to drink, it would be a disaster if I leaked some secret. Was she kidding? Just walking past those places had sent chills down her spine. If she actually joined the second division, she feared she'd have nightmares every night. Is that so? That's a pity then. I was thinking that after I become a teacher, I'd need someone to help share the division duties with Marekio Omida. Soifon hadn't really expected to succeed, she was just speaking off the cuff. A look of confusion crossed Ranjiku's face. But isn't Captain Soifon a part-time teacher? What was so busy about a part-time teaching job? In short, it's a long story. As she spoke, Soifon reached into her pocket, pulled out a soul pager, and handed it over. Contact me if you need any help, and be careful while on field duty. Ranjiku took the soul pager. This is quite expensive, isn't it? I can't afford this on my salary. With one hand on her hip, Soifon acted like a wealthy tycoon. It's free. A gift for you. Immediately after, Soifon found herself pulled into a warm, soft embrace. Thank you. Are we considered friends now, Captain Soifon? Of course. New story, starting from they're 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark, help us unlock community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 19, the gears of fate begin to turn. Shino Academy, freshman entrance ceremony. Having attended an unknown number of these ceremonies over the years, Soifon sat composed in the faculty office, waiting for this year's student roster to be delivered. Time seemed to have left no marks upon her, save for her youthful features maturing and becoming even more refined. The ring braids tied behind her head had also grown slightly longer. As her body developed, her spiritual pressure grew steadily each year, finally breaking through the threshold of the second spiritual rank this year. Even her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, found it hard to believe. It was a scene of vibrant vitality, as if all things were competing for growth. Except, of course, for her eternally unchanging height. Captain Soifon, aren't you going to watch the entrance ceremony? I heard the quality of this year's freshman is quite good. Sosuke Aizen's warm and elegant voice drifted over from beside her. Then let's head out. Soifon set her teacup on the table and glanced sideways at him. However, I don't possess the same charisma as Captain Aizen. It wouldn't be good if I ended up scaring them. Perhaps because her confidence had grown along with her strength, Soifon was now able to converse with Aizen as if nothing were wrong. At the very least, she could hold her own long enough for the captain commander to come save her. Even if she couldn't win, she could at least act tough. It was strange, ever since she had given Ranjiku Matsumoto that second division soul pager years ago, the soul disappearance incidents seemed to have intentionally avoided Ranjiku. While they still occurred occasionally, they always happened in patrol zones assigned to others. That soul pager had now essentially become a tool for the two of them to chat. After all, Captain Soifon is powerful, unlike me, who can only teach calligraphy classes. Aizen gave a nonchalant smile, reaching up to push the thick, black-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. Speaking of which, Aizen's calligraphy was truly top tier. Even the captain commander himself had requested a piece from him to hang in his office for appreciation. Soifon donned the white haori that symbolized her status as a captain and walked out of the office side by side with Sosuke Aizen. On the vast open plaza of the Shino Academy, the freshmen were lined up in neat rows, listening to the headmaster's tedious speech. It wasn't until the headmaster introduced the guest captain-level part-time teachers that the somewhat dull atmosphere noticeably warmed up. Under the awe-filled gazes of the freshmen, Soifon and Sosuke Aizen stepped onto the stage together, scrutinizing this year's crop of students. Soifon maintained her usual expressionless facade, while Aizen's gentle temperament earned him high popularity among the students. Truly worthy of being called Aizen the Deceiver. Her gaze calmly swept over the dense crowd of freshmen below, eventually settling on the position of Class 1. By convention, as the special instructor for Hakuta and Shuinpa, she was only responsible for Class 1, which held the most talented students. The moment her eyes scanned Class 1, Soifon's brow twitched slightly. This year actually featured several familiar faces. Renji Abarai, Momo Hinamori, and Izuru Kira. Wait, it felt like someone was missing. Where was her big-headed Rukia? Wasn't Rukia supposed to have enrolled in the same year as them? With a hint of confusion, Soifon's gaze shifted from Class 1 to the adjacent Class 2. Finally, she spotted the girl with the onion-top hair in the front row. She was actually in Class 2. At that moment, Rukia was looking up with eyes full of longing. When she saw the high and mighty Captain Soifon looking toward her, she excitedly met her gaze. Soifon, now a seasoned veteran of such situations, didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment at being caught peeping. Instead, she smiled and gave Rukia a slight nod. This was probably the mutual appreciation between members of the flat-chested alliance. Wait, did Captain Soifon just look over here and smile? Soifon's smile made the students of Class 2 surge with excitement, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. She was clearly looking at my side. What does this mean? It means our Class 2 has the potential of a captain. What's so great about Class 1? The captain didn't even spare them a glance. It has to be our Class 2. The culprit standing on the stage listened to the students' gossip, looking away toward the distant scenery as if it had nothing to do with her. However, Aizen, standing beside her, looked over with some surprise after hearing the whispers from the Class 2 students. Soifon actually smiled at the students of Class 2. He would definitely have to see just what kind of sacred being was over there. Below the stage, the whispers of the freshmen hadn't entirely subsided. Renji Abarai nudged Izuru Kira with his elbow and lowered his voice. Hey, Kira, that captain of the 2nd Division doesn't look like she's much older than us. Izuru Kira, addressed by his friend, stole a glance at Soifon but didn't dare to respond. Momo Hinamori, standing nearby, also whispered an anxious warning, Renji. That's so rude. However, with Soifon's hearing, these whispers were heard with crystalline clarity. She glanced indifferently toward Renji Abarai's position. Her expression didn't change, but she silently made a mental note against this red-headed punk. After the brief appearance concluded, Soifon and Aizen left the stage and returned to the faculty office. At her desk, Soifon picked up the freshman entrance scorecards and class assignments that the administrative staff had just delivered. She was simply curious. Why was Rukia assigned to Class 2? Her finger slid across the Class 1 list, her gaze lingering momentarily on several familiar names before quickly flipping to the back to find the Class 2 roster. Near the top, she saw the name Rukia. She discovered that her score in the Kendo category was significantly lower than her other subjects. No wonder she had been filtered out of Class 1. Captain Soifon, are there some good prospects this year? Aizen, holding his teacup, teased her with a chuckle. After all, Soifon never used to look at student records like this, she usually just judged them based on their performance in class. I don't know if they're good prospects or not. Soifon didn't stop flipping through the pages. But for those who dare to gossip about a captain down there, I find it necessary to properly correct that bad habit of theirs. Soifon didn't say she was looking for Rukia's name. She simply used that redhead Renji Abarai as a scapegoat. She didn't believe Aizen hadn't heard them earlier. It was indeed a bit disrespectful. Aizen took a sip of tea, sounding quite in agreement. I will also give them a good lecture during calligraphy class on Captain Soifon's behalf. Soifon nodded. Then I'll leave that to Captain Aizen's care. She tucked the roster into her robes, said her goodbyes, and left the office first. As the door closed, the habitually warm smile on Aizen's face became meaningful. He returned to his own desk and picked up the freshman list, examining it closely. Was there something special about this batch of freshmen? Sosuke Aizen admitted that when it came to identifying talent, Soifon truly possessed a gift greater than his own. Take Shuhei Hiseiji from the previous year, for example. He was a freshman who had failed the entrance exam several times, yet Soifon had insisted on moving him to Class 1 despite everyone's objections over his mediocre grades. Even Sosuke Aizen hadn't thought much of him at first. Yet, within that single year, Shuhei Hiseiji's talent began to manifest. He mastered Shirkai and became the top student of his year. Though he still wasn't worth much in Aizen's eyes, he could be considered a named piece of cannon fodder, qualified to grace his holification experiment operating table. Shaking his head, Aizen scanned the freshman list and entrance grade book in the blink of an eye. Momo Hinamori. An ordinary freshman, yet for some reason, Aizen's gaze lingered on her name for a second. How strange. Why did his hand feel so itchy upon seeing this name? He really wanted to give her a stab. New story, Bleach, dominating Soul Society in one sting. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 20, Familiar Faces. The first day of the new semester. Early in the morning, Soifon appeared at the teaching district of the Shino Academy. She made no effort to hide her presence, her iconic captain's Haori fluttering as she walked slowly down the corridors, occasionally casting her gaze toward the training grounds where lessons were already underway. Not only the new students, but even the teachers currently conducting classes felt a prickling sense of pressure, as if needles were pressing against their backs. It was only when passing class 2 that Soifon's footsteps paused for a moment. She concealed herself in the shadows beneath the eaves, observing the onion-top girl for a few seconds as she practiced Shuinpa with great effort. Upon hearing footsteps from the corner of the gallery, Soifon resumed her pace, moving toward the Class 1 training grounds. When she stepped into the open-air training field reserved for Class 1, the second-year student Shuhei Hiseiji, acting as a teaching assistant, was currently demonstrating basic Shuinpa power generation techniques to the freshmen. Captain Soifon. The moment his peripheral vision caught the Haori, Shuhei Hiseiji immediately cut his explanation short and bowed 90 degrees toward her. Soifon maintained a majestic expression. Good work. While at the academy, just call me teacher. The freshmen in the field were stunned for a moment before they all followed suit, bowing in a clatter of movement and shouting in unison, "Good morning, Teacher Soifon." Soifon gave a slight nod in response. She couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at the trio of Momo Hinamori, Rinji Abarai, and Izuru Kira. Having taught so many years of freshmen, she finally had some familiar faces in this current crop. Since she was the teacher now, she figured she'd find an opportunity to see if Momo Hinamori really was the legendary damage sponge people spoke of. Soifon walked to the front of the formation and stood tall. "I am Soifon, your part-time instructor for Hakuda and Shuinpa. From today onward, I will be in charge of Class 1's Shuinpa curriculum." Too slow. That point of exertion is wrong. Your spiritual power output is too violent, you're overshooting. With that much noise, are you afraid the enemy won't hear your Shuinpa? Rinji Abarai. You're just stomping your feet hard, that's not Shuinpa at all. Izuru Kira. Stop looking at the birds in the trees. Momo Hinamori, doesn't that hurt? Holding the school-issued teaching stick, Soifon's hands moved so fast during the hour-long class that the rod became a blurred afterimage. 6 strikes per second wouldn't even begin to describe her speed. By the end of the lesson, the red-headed Rinji Abarai was the one sporting the most bruises, his ankles nearly swollen red. Clang. Soifon tossed the stick onto the ground. You are truly the worst batch of students I have ever taught. Class dismissed. By custom, Soifon said this to every graduating class. After having Shuhei Hiseiji distribute the specially made medicinal salves, Soifon left the training ground without offering a single word of encouragement. Are we really that bad? Momo Hinamori was the student with the lightest injuries today. She couldn't tell if it was because her Shuinpa practice was going well or if Captain Soifon had shown her some mercy. I don't think so. Izuru Kira applied the salve, nudging Rinji with his elbow. You, buddy, what you said yesterday must have been overheard by Captain Soifon. That's why Captain Soifon is giving us such a hard time. Of course, Izuru Kira didn't dare say that part out loud. He couldn't guarantee just how sensitive the captain's hearing actually was. Me, yesterday. Rinji hissed as he applied the medicine to his aching limbs, then his face filled with shock. Hiss, then doesn't that mean I'm doomed? At that moment, Shuhei Hiseiji walked up to the 3 outstanding juniors with a beaming smile. Actually, Teacher Soifon says that to every class. Don't lose heart. The fact that you 3 could already use Shuinpa in your very first lesson is actually quite impressive. Shuhei Hiseiji could tell that Captain Soifon had actually paid a bit of extra attention to these 3. As their senior, he naturally felt the need to build a good rapport with them. After finishing her morning classes, Soifon glanced toward the Class 2 training grounds again on her way back. That onion-top girl was still in the training field, bitterly practicing kendo even after the lunch bell had rung. The girl's movements were textbook and disciplined. It was clear she had put in hard work to mimic the standard forms, but she lacked a certain fluid sense of coordination. Sweat had already soaked the hair on Rukia's forehead, yet she still gritted her teeth, repeating the basic movements of slashing and thrusting over and over again. After standing there and watching for a while, Soifon confirmed one thing: Rukia truly had no talent for kendo. She was a specialized student with uneven grades. Being a specialist wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Wipe your sweat. Soifon stopped hiding herself and walked to Rukia's side, handing her a handkerchief. Who? Rukia, who was completely focused on her practice, jumped in surprise. Her hand shook, and her wooden sword almost flew out of her grip. When she clearly saw who the visitor was, her eyes widened instantly, and her mouth hung open in a daze, unable to speak for a long moment. C.A., Captain Soifon. Rukia instinctively snapped to attention, the flush on her face making it unclear if it was from exercise or excitement. I am so sorry. I didn't recognize you just now. Her speech had become a stuttering mess. Wipe your sweat first. Soifon reached out with the handkerchief in her right hand and pressed it against Rukia's small face. Even with her face covered, Rukia didn't back away. Yes. Thank you very much. After wiping the girl's smooth forehead, Soifon's handkerchief stopped at Rukia's chin before she patted it against the girl's collarbone, signaling for Rukia to finish the job herself. At this, Rukia's face turned even redder, feeling like she had done something stupid again. I watched your kendo just now. You work hard. After all, Soifon really couldn't find anything else to praise regarding Rukia's kendo. I've made a fool of myself. Rukia said, sounding a bit dejected. My talent for kendo is too poor. No matter how much I practice, I can't get it right. There's nothing funny about it. Talent is simply that cruel of a thing. Soifon led Rukia over to the shade of a tree at the edge of the training ground, and they sat down side by side. I remember you, Rukia. Rank 1 of Class 2. Except for kendo, your grades in all other subjects are better than many people in Class 1. Rukia snapped her head up, her eyes filled with overwhelming surprise. You know who I am. Anyone would be curious about a student with such extreme grade disparities. Soifon's tone carried a hint of disdain. The Academy's class placement standards are indeed mediocre. I see plenty of idiots in Class 1. Rukia could only listen to such remarks from the side, she didn't dare agree. After all, the person speaking was a captain, while she was just a freshman. By the way, let me see your Shuinpa. Did you learn it today? Yes. I did. Rukia immediately pulled herself together. She placed the wooden sword on the bench, recalled the key points the teacher had taught in class, and began to condense spirit particles beneath her feet. With a shing sound, Rukia's figure appeared in the sunlight several meters away. For a beginner, it was already quite good. Just as Rukia was preparing to use Shuinpa again to return to the shade, a hand was placed gently on her lower back, then lightly patted its way down to her calf. With every pat, Rukia's posture was corrected slightly, moving from her initially awkward exertion to a form that gradually became quite decent. Finally, Soifon tapped Rukia's slightly trembling calf. Here. Tighten this and exert force. Rukia forced herself to ignore the strange tactile sensations on her waist and legs, as well as the pleasant, sweet scent of honey emanating from Captain Soifon. She closed her eyes and focused her mind. In the next second, the spirit particles beneath her feet exploded. Her silhouette blurred, and she instantly appeared over 10 meters away. Though she stumbled slightly upon landing, her speed was like heaven and earth compared to her Shuinpa just moments ago. Rukia steadied herself and turned back to look at Soifon in surprise. Not bad. You progress much faster than you do in kendo. Even when Soifon offered praise, it was a bit awkward. Who says someone bad at kendo can't become a captain? I have high hopes for you, Rukia. Captain, was such a lofty, unreachable position something she could even fantasize about right now? Yes, Captain Soifon. Rukia used her school uniform sleeve to wipe the corners of her eyes, unable to distinguish if the moisture there was sweat or tears. Having lived in the slums her whole life, this was the first time someone had recognized her talent so highly, and that person was a figure standing at the very peak of the Soul Society. New story, starting from they're 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark, help us unlock community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 21, is Soifon a good teacher? After work, in an izakaya near the Shino Academy. Having removed her Heiori, Soifon sat wearing only her shihakusho, dining with Ranjika Matsumoto and Aizen Kotetsu. The faces of her two friends had lost some of their youthful innocence, replaced by a touch of professional competence and mature charm, while their figures seemed to be racing ahead in an enviable direction. Cheers. Ranjika Matsumoto expertly filled the 3 cups with warm sake, then picked up her own, raising it to the center of the table with a brilliant smile. Soifon and Aizen Kotetsu shared a look of helplessness before raising their cups to clink against hers. As the warm liquid slid down her throat, Ranjika Matsumoto let out a sigh of satisfaction. Being able to have a drink like this after work is truly the greatest pleasure. Please, stop talking like an old man, Soifon rolled her eyes. You're practically the same as Captain Kairaku. How could you say that about me? I'm so heartbroken. Ranjika Matsumoto set down her cup and leaned forward, propping her chin on her hands with her elbows on the table. The neckline of her shihakusho looked dangerously precarious. She acted as if being compared to Shunsui Kairaku was some sort of grievous insult. Maybe we shouldn't talk about that. Ultimately, Aizen Kotetsu felt it wasn't right to speak ill of a captain behind his back, even though she had just participated in it. Picking up a piece of an appetizer and putting it in her mouth, Aizen tried to change the subject. I heard that Captain Soifon actually completed a full day of classes today, which is rare. Soifon nodded as she ate the grilled fish on her plate. There are a few good prospects. They'll likely reach the lieutenant level in the future. Oh. Ranjika Matsumoto's eyes lit up, her interest piqued. It's not easy to get such a rating from Captain Soifon. Who are they? Let me guess. Is there a girl named Momo Hinamori? Soifon didn't deny it, which served as tacit confirmation. Immediately after, however, she realized something was wrong, and a crack spidered across the sake cup in her hand. Wait, who did you hear that from? She was certain she hadn't run into any teachers today, nor had she spoken with any staff members. Before you arrived, Aizen and I chatted with Captain Aizen for a bit at the school gate. Ranjika Matsumoto thought Soifon's reaction was a bit strange. What's wrong? Captain Soifon, you don't look so good. Soifon suppressed the surprise in her heart and kept her expression neutral. So it was Captain Aizen. Her two slightly tipsy friends didn't notice the subtle shift in her expression, assuming she was just annoyed at having her thoughts seen through. Still, I feel a bit frustrated. Aizen and I worked so hard for so long to finally become lieutenants. Are those new kids really that impressive? Ranjika Matsumoto propped up her head, eventually slumping her entire upper body onto the table. This caused her already open neckline to become even more dangerous, nearly spilling over. Soifon glanced up, her gaze lingering for a brief moment on the overly generous view before she wordlessly fished a metal paperclip out of her pocket. She reached out, her movements swift and efficient as she used the paperclip to pin the edges of Ranjika's open collar closer together, though it remained quite strained. Let the Shihakusho suffer a little for now. After drawing the black curtains over the snow-white scenery, Soifon gave it a pat. The recoil was excellent. Soifon's voice was devoid of emotion. Disheveled appearance is contrary to etiquette. Most importantly, what if someone else saw her like this in a public place? Aizen Kotetsu watched from the side, her cheeks flushing slightly as she whispered in agreement, Yes, that's right, Ranjiku, you really should be more careful. Ranjika Matsumoto shook her head nonchalantly, even puffing out her chest, making the paperclip's restraint look precarious. What does it matter? There are no outsiders here, just us sisters. Besides, there aren't any other customers right now. Just as she finished speaking, the curtain of the izakaya was lifted once again, accompanied by the owner's enthusiastic greeting. This is the place. It's not big, but the food is really great. As Shuhei Hiseiji spoke, he stepped aside to let the four figures behind him enter. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized that the four juniors following him had all frozen in place, their expressions looking as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Confused, Shuhei Hiseiji followed their gaze and turned around, only to instantly turn to stone himself. At a corner table, three women in Shihakusho were looking their way. Even without her captain's Heiori, Captain Soifon's majestic image was etched into his DNA. Captain Soifon. Lieutenant Matsumoto. Lieutenant Kotetsu. Shuhei Hiseiji was the first to snap out of it, quickly snapping to attention and bowing. His voice even cracked slightly. Momo Hinamori, Rukia, Renji Abarai, and Izuru Kira behind him also woke as if from a dream, hurriedly following suit with their bows. Aizen Kotetsu wasn't good at dealing with so many people and only gave a shy, slight nod. Ranjika Matsumoto, on the other hand, looked over the group of youngsters with great interest. This isn't a work setting, just call us teacher. Like Aizen Kotetsu, Soifon instinctively reached for her cup to take a sip of sake to mask her awkwardness. When she realized her own cup was already covered in cracks, she performed a practiced, flying elephant, maneuver, picking up Ranjika Matsumoto's used cup and taking a sip. Naturally, she avoided the side with the lipstick mark. Does this sake taste a bit sweeter? Is it just my imagination? Ignoring Ranjika's teasing gaze, Soifon turned to the owner standing bewildered behind the counter. Please take them to a private room. I'll pay the bill. We couldn't possibly. Teacher Soifon, there's no need to go to such expense. The students refused almost in unison. They didn't have the courage to let a captain treat them to a meal. The owner, being an owner after all, knew how to read the room. Ignoring the students' protests, he ushered them into a private booth. It wasn't until the door to the booth slid shut that the awkward air seemed to flow again. Inside the booth, the five of them sat around the table, the atmosphere quietly subtle. Captain Soifon. Teacher Soifon, is actually quite gentle. Momo Hinamori was the first to speak in a low voice, her face flushed with the flattery of the gesture. To think she'd even buy us dinner. Rukia nodded in agreement. After all, she had just received, after-school instruction, from her today, and her opinion of the captain was at an all-time high. In contrast, Renji Abarai and Izuru Kira exchanged a look, their expressions complicated. Gentle. Where? With the image of the teaching stick dancing in blurred afterimages on the training ground and the lingering aches in their bodies, they held serious reservations about that assessment. Shuhei Hiseiji poured barley tea for everyone while saying, right. I told you Captain Soifon is a good teacher. The whispering of the students, naturally, could not escape the powerful spiritual senses of the three women outside. Outside the booth, Soifon retracted her gaze from the direction of the room. She picked up Ranjika's cup for another sip, her chin tilted up with a hint of pride on her face. See? Everyone says I'm a good teacher. P.S. Here is a cross-promotion segment. Yuri/girls love. The power to command her once a day. This was the only compensation Watanabe Chihiro received in exchange for providing food and shelter. The subject of this care was a ditzy succubus who had ended up in Tokyo, nearly starving to death on the streets, Angelica. Under the banner of, if you don't want to be sliced up for research, just be obedient, Chihiro's home naturally gained a new undocumented resident. Even though the little succubus Angelica had already declared sternly, absolutely, positively no improper thoughts allowed. But Chihiro touched her own stomach, the indelible mark placed there by the other girl's own hand was currently heating up. She looked again at the silver-haired girl before her. Despite her stiff face and attempt to act haughty, she couldn't hide the panic in her eyes as Chihiro pressed closer step by step. Perhaps, this little thing could stay with her for a long time. It would be a shame not to test her limits bit by bit. So, today's command is: come here, Angelica. Stretch out your hand and help me check my teeth. New story, starting from they're 17 years old. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 22, Whiff, this is such power, please follow and read, meow. The next day, the Class 1 training grounds. Rukia was still in a daze. This morning, a teacher from the Shino Academy had personally come to her dormitory to inform her, from now on, you're a student of Class 1. Before leaving, the teacher had even updated the information on Rukia's student ID to reflect Class 1. The administrative work was handled seamlessly. It must be because of Captain Soifon. Clutching the student ID in her hand, Rukia pressed it against her heart for a moment before finally heading out. Now, she stood beside Captain Soifon, bowing alone toward the students in front of her. I am Rukia, a newly transferred student. Please look after me. There were no cliché, over-the-top scenes of an overpowered protagonist putting others in their place. The students merely glanced at Rukia with curiosity before returning to their respective warm-up exercises. After all, she was a student personally brought in by Soifon, and since it was only the second day of the semester, administrative shifts were perfectly normal. Did you all apply the medicinal salve from yesterday? Soifon paced back and forth across the training ground, inspecting the ranks. Momo Hinamori, standing in the front row, raised her hand to answer. Yes. The effects were truly excellent. I didn't feel any soreness at all when I woke up today. Momo, are you even conscious of what you're saying? Several students near her shot Momo Hinamori looks as if she were a monster. While the specialized salve Soifon provided was incredibly effective, it shouldn't have been enough to fully heal yesterday's injuries in a single night. They were all still aching and stiff. Could it be that the physical constitutions of Shinigami really differed that much from person to person? Observing Momo Hinamori's energetic appearance, Soifon's expression turned peculiar as she walked a circle around her. She looked her over, from bottom to top, then top to bottom. Not bad. Your body is quite sturdy, Soifon remarked, acknowledging Momo Hinamori's potential. Your vitality is also very robust. The Soul Society's #1 damage sponge, Momo Hinamori, was already beginning to take shape. Today's Class 1 curriculum was no exception, it was another Shunpa practice session under Soifon's full guidance. The moment she gripped her teaching stick, she became completely immersed in her role as a teacher. No matter who made a mistake, they would receive a strike. Rukia was no exception. It was only after today's lesson ended that she truly understood what her classmates meant by medicinal salve. Without applying that specialized ointment, one would likely find it difficult even to move their limbs the next day. As the lesson concluded, Soifon looked at the students groaning in pain across the field and handed the teaching stick to Shuhei Seijai. There was progress today, but not much, Soifon said, walking to the high platform of the training ground and looking down at them with her hands behind her back. In a few more lessons, I will consider adding projectiles to further hone your Shunpa. Projectiles. Renji took a sharp breath, enduring the pain in his red and swollen joints as he applied the salve. You've got to be kidding. How could anyone dodge projectiles thrown by someone of captain-level caliber? Under the admiring gazes of his peers, the red-headed rebel raised his hand. Teacher Soifon. I have a question. Soifon crossed her arms, her face expressionless. Speak. Why have we been practicing nothing but Shunpa these past 2 days? Renji said, attempting to dodge the current regimen. When are we going to practice Hakuda? Surely practicing Hakuda wouldn't involve drawing blood, right? It was hand-to-hand combat, not like kendo where weapons were involved. Renji Abarai secretly praised himself for his cleverness. As they applied their medicine, the students all looked towards Soifon on the high platform. After all, when she introduced herself, she had mentioned being a teacher of Hakuda as well. Hakuda. The corners of Soifon's mouth curled slightly. I have already spoken with the headmaster. That course has been cancelled for Class 1. An immediate wave of unbelievable cries erupted across the training ground. Cancelled. Hakuda was one of the 4 basic Shinigami skills. For the elite Class 1 to cancel it was unheard of. I know what you are thinking, Soifon said, waiting for the murmurs to subside before continuing. Zankinsoki, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Kido are the fundamental courses for a Shinigami, correct? However, in reality, the vast majority of Shinigami never use Hakuda when fighting hollows. Next to that is Kido. Most people simply charge in and slash with their Asachi. Who cares about the rest? Those who are more powerful can release their Zanpakudo, at which point they won't spare a second glance at Hakuda. In actual combat, if your Zanpakudo has already left your hand, the situation is usually extremely dire. It is better to hone your Shuinpa to the extreme and use Kido to engage the enemy from a distance than to rush in empty-handed. Soifon explained calmly, looking at the stunned faces below. At that moment, Rukia cautiously raised her hand. But, Captain Soifon, aren't you a captain who is exceptionally skilled in Hakuda? I heard your Hakuda techniques are legendary. Soifon spread her hands helplessly. My Hakuda is different from yours. It is much harder to learn. Scratching his head, Renji Aburai's death-seeking impulse flared up again. Teacher Soifon, could you show us? Renji. Don't let any blood splatter on me later. That's so rude. Apologize to Teacher Soifon right now. Simultaneously, the students around Renji Aburai distanced themselves, fearing they might be caught in Soifon's wrath. Only the 3 members of his small group pressed his head down to force him to bow. While the other students didn't dare echo his request, their eyes betrayed a deep sense of anticipation. Soifon remained silent for a few seconds before giving a brief affirmative, very well. She actually agreed. Soifon untied her captain's Haori and tossed it casually onto a tree branch behind her, revealing the specialized stealth force Shihakusho of the 2nd Division beneath. She walked to an empty space at the edge of the training ground, stopping about 50 meters away from the students. At this distance, Shunko at its lowest output power shouldn't accidentally injure them. Buzz. A piercing hum suddenly exploded. It was the sound of highly concentrated, compressed Kido Ryatsu vibrating violently, creating sonic booms as it rubbed against the air. Azure Ryatsu, visible to the naked eye, coiled around Soifon's arms, savagely shredding everything in its vicinity. She didn't even make an attacking motion, she simply stood there, maintaining Shunko at its minimum output. The solid ground of the training field began to churn and overturn as if it were being plowed. The surrounding trees were snapped in half by the violent Ryatsu storm or uprooted entirely, their leaves turning to dust the moment they made contact. Now they knew why Teacher Soifon's Shihakusho had no sleeves. Is this the true strength of a captain level? A few seconds later, the raging Azure Ryatsu on Soifon's body receded like a tide, and the humming stopped abruptly. The edge of the training ground was a mess of debris, and dust slowly settled. She clapped her hands, turned back to the platform, retrieved her Haori from the tree, and draped it over her shoulders once more. This technique is a combination of Kido and Hakuda, Soifon said with a half-smile at the still-shocked Renji. Only those capable of instant casting Kido above level 60 are even qualified to learn it. So, focus on learning your Kido first. The underlying message, you, the guy whose Shikaho usually results in a self-explosion, shouldn't even dream about it. Having given the students a small taste of the Shunko shock, Soifon successfully shifted the teaching pressure onto the Academy's Kido and Jinzen teachers. After school, Momo Hinamori found Soifon while clutching her Asachi. What did this mean? Could it be that Momo had already successfully communicated with her sword spirit, but felt that Tobium wasn't good enough and wanted to learn Hakuda instead? Teacher Soifon. What is it, Hinamori? I have a friend. Was this that classic rhetorical phrase? Hearing this, Soifon's expression became odd, but she still nodded for her to continue. Seeing that Soifon was so approachable, Momo Hinamori's nervous heart eased considerably. She had prepared herself mentally for a long time before deciding to ask Soifon for help. It's like this, Teacher Soifon. My friend from the Rakongi, from time to time, a terrifyingly cold aura emanates from his body. With every sentence Momo Hinamori spoke, Soifon's eyes grew brighter. Here it was. The savior who could finally free her from her part-time teaching job had finally arrived. It wasn't until she finished describing her mysterious friend's condition that Momo Hinamori weakly looked up at Soifon. If Soifon hadn't treated them to dinner yesterday, and if Senior Hisei and Rukia hadn't said so many good things about her, Momo Hinamori would never have had the courage to ask Soifon for help. Pat. Soifon reached out and ruffled Momo Hinamori's hair. Don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. New story, starting from they're 17 years old. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket, 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 23, First Meeting with Hitsugaya. That night. Momo Hinamori had never expected Captain Soifon to be so easy to talk to. After hearing her description, the captain immediately decided to set out for the Rakongi to cure Shiro-chan's illness. Obediently wrapping her arms around the back of Soifon's neck, Momo Hinamori lay in Soifon's arms like a small bird. Her face turned slightly red. After all, she had never been carried like this in her life, especially not by such a gallant and dashing woman. However, Soifon's reasoning was simply that Momo Hinamori's Shuinpa was too slow, it was more efficient for her to just carry the girl. Momo Hinamori figured she was right. Holding Momo, the two of them turned into an afterimage and vanished, racing across the rooftops of the Siri-idi. So fast. The intense wind pressure made it impossible for Momo Hinamori to even open her eyes. She had to bury her face against Soifon's chest just to find some space to breathe. Squinting, she could see the scenery behind them stretching out continuously. In a mere blink, they had already arrived before the great gate separating the Siri-idi and the Rakongi. Captain Soifon, don't we need to go to the 4th division? Momo Hinamori lifted her head, looking at Soifon dizzily as the nauseating speed of the Shuinpa finally came to a halt. It wasn't that she doubted Soifon's strength, but everyone had their own specialty. For something like treating an illness, wouldn't they need to find one of the masters from the 4th division? Why would we need anyone from the 4th division? Soifon led Momo Hinamori toward the gate. By the way, which Rakongi district is your friend in? Subconsciously, Momo Hinamori pointed the way. West Rakongi, District 1, Junranen. Leaping once more while holding Momo, Soifon caught a glimpse of the girl's hesitant expression and felt a bit amused. Didn't I tell you? Your friend isn't actually sick. Eh. Momo Hinamori was shocked to hear this, yet she found it hard to believe. If it wasn't an illness, why would ice crystals suddenly start forming on his body? If I'm not mistaken, this phenomenon is a sign that his Zanpakuto is about to awaken. Relying on the fact that she had already read the script of this world, Soifon spoke with absolute confidence. How amazing. As expected of Captain Soifon. Momo Hinamori didn't doubt Soifon's judgment for a second, looking up from the captain's arms with eyes full of worship. In the shadows in the distance, space itself distorted slightly. Sosuke Aizen, dressed in a black cloak, brushed aside the shimmering barrier of Kyako and stepped out from beneath a large tree, watching Soifon's speeding silhouette before curiously following after them. Out of caution, after using Bakuto to hide his form, Aizen had also donned the black cloak that concealed spiritual pressure as a double layer of insurance. Why had Soifon shown such special care for this particular batch of students after all these years? In just these 2 days, her interaction with the students had exceeded all her teaching years combined. Surely she hadn't managed to pluck yet another talented sprout, had she? This damn competitive streak. Junranen was the first district, it was not far from the high walls of the Siri-idi and was considered one of the Rakongi districts with relatively good security. Under Momo Hinamori's guidance, as they drew closer, Soifon's spiritual senses already picked up the fluctuations of Toshiro Hitsugaya's chilly spiritual pressure. It felt exactly like walking past a large shopping mall with the air conditioning on full blast on a scorching summer day, getting hit with that sudden shiver from the cold air at the entrance. Arriving before Toshiro's small house, a faint firelight flickered through the paper-covered windows. The new semester at the Shino Academy began in September, summer had just left, but autumn hadn't quite arrived, yet the Hitsugaya household needed to burn a fire for warmth. As expected of Hyarinmaru. Shiro-chan. Jumping down from Soifon's arms, Momo Hinamori stepped forward and knocked on the thin wooden door. The door opened a crack, revealing the face of a young boy with short white hair and emerald green eyes. He saw Momo Hinamori first, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, before he noticed Soifon standing not far behind her. I told you not to call me Shiro-chan. Toshiro was a bit dissatisfied with the name. Momo, shouldn't you be at the Shino Academy? Did you get expelled or something? He certainly had a way with words. I did not. Momo Hinamori retorted crossly, stepping aside. I specifically invited a high-ranking figure from the Siri-idi to help look at your illness. And you're being so ungrateful. A high-ranking figure. Toshiro's gaze fell back on Soifon, sizing her up. Her? She doesn't really look that big of a deal. Soifon's lip twitched, but she decided not to argue with a child. Momo Hinamori nearly lost her soul from fright. Shiro-chan. She hurriedly turned and bowed 90 degrees to Soifon. I am so sorry. Captain Soifon. He's just a child, he doesn't know any better and was just joking. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the still confused Toshiro, forcibly pushing his head down. You apologize too. Just then, a weak coughing sound came from inside the house. Toshiro, are there guests? A white-haired, stooped old woman emerged from the room leaning on a cane. Grandmother. Why are you up? Toshiro hurried forward to support the elderly woman, his face full of worry. The grandmother gently patted Toshiro's hand, her gaze moving past him and Momo to look at Soifon at the door. Is it, a Lord Shinigami? Seeing that his grandmother had spoken, Toshiro stopped being stubborn. He followed her gaze toward Soifon, his eyes carrying a hint of plea. Lord Shinigami, could you look at my grandmother's illness first? She doesn't need treatment, Soifon's voice rang out inside the cramped house. Your grandmother isn't sick. And neither are you, Toshiro. The moment those words fell, Toshiro froze. Soifon's gaze settled on him. It is because your Ryatsu is too strong, while your grandmother is just an ordinary soul with no spiritual power. If left alone, there will come a day when your grandmother dies because of your Ryatsu, Toshiro. Toshiro's face instantly turned deathly pale. He stared at his trembling hands as if he didn't quite want to believe Soifon's words. If that were true, how was he supposed to live with his grandmother? Toshiro, when you sleep at night, is there often a voice calling out to you? Soifon increased the dosage of her words, continuing mysteriously. Every word she spoke was like a heavy hammer striking Toshiro's heart. Yes, Toshiro said dejectedly. Yes. Lord Shinigami. To think she could even guess that, it seemed she was telling the truth. Then, what should I do? Toshiro lifted his eyes, looking at Soifon and Momo in a daze. What about grandmother? Become a Shinigami, Toshiro. Soifon had been waiting for him to ask. With your talent, controlling your leaking Ryatsu won't be a problem. As long as he could control his Ryatsu, wouldn't he be able to live with his grandmother? Toshiro was still hesitating, looking at Soifon and then looking at his grandmother with reluctance. Momo Hinamori continued to urge him, Shiro-chan, just agree. After a long silence, Toshiro finally lowered his head slowly. Please. Lord Shinigami. Soifon smiled. My name is Soifon. Call me teacher. Yes, Teacher Soifon. This title was much easier to accept than Lord, and Toshiro changed his address immediately. Mission triggered, sit upon the frozen heavens. Mission completed. Mission reward, talent, where is the peak of a Shinigami? You don't need to tell me, I'll see it for myself. New story, starting from their 17 years old. White heavy checkmark new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark help us unlock community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 24, The True Form of Bankai. Thus, the next day, Class 1 gained another new student. Soifon patted Toshiro Hitsugaya on the back. Taking the hint, he stepped forward and introduced himself to the students, I am Toshiro Hitsugaya. Please look after me. Another newcomer, and one who looked even younger than the rookie from yesterday. A few students from noble backgrounds looked at Toshiro with gleaming eyes. For such a small child to be personally brought in by Captain Soifon, he surely possessed some extraordinary talent. At the very least, he's guaranteed to become a seat officer, right? If I can recruit Toshiro Hitsugaya into my family, then by the time he joins the Gotei 13 after graduating from the Shino Academy, wouldn't our family gain a powerful ally at the seat officer level? Restrained by Soifon's presence, they could only entertain these thoughts privately, waiting for school to end to find an opportunity to approach him. One more thing, Soifon added. The Shuinpa teacher is on leave today. The class has been changed to Jinzen. Follow the teacher now to report to the Jinzen room. What? So the teacher is just taking a leave of absence. Wait. Are you saying that you, Teacher Soifon, who is already standing right here in front of the training ground, are taking a leave of absence? As soon as the words left her mouth, Soifon's figure vanished from the training ground, leaving the students no chance to voice their confusion. Meanwhile, the Jinzen teacher, who had been standing by on the side, led them inside toward the Jinzen room with a beaming smile. Toshiro Hitsugaya was the primary focus of the Jinzen teacher's attention today. It was the classic case of the PE teacher calling in sick so the students had to take math instead. Students at the Shino Academy generally disliked Jinzen classes because the vast majority simply couldn't communicate with their sword spirits. Even up until graduation, they would remain as mere rank-and-file soldiers in the Gotei 13, wielding nothing but a sachi. Sitting idly in the Jinzen room for half a day without any intuitive sense of their strength increasing was exactly why everyone hated it. Simultaneously, inside a room reinforced with seikiseki stone within the 2nd Division barracks. Don't be in such a rush. I'm starting the Jinzen now. Soifon unfastened the Zanpakuto from her waist and gently stroked the scabbard, soothing the sword spirit. Ever since she received the mission reward from Toshiro yesterday, Suzumabachi had been pestering her to perform Jinzen. She was likely planning to reveal the second stage of her Bankai's form. Back when Soifon had first reached the second spiritual rank, Suzumabachi had always played the mysterious card, saying, the time is not yet right. Was this the essence of what talent truly meant? Haya Rinmaru would call out to Toshiro in his sleep, and Suzumabachi would pester Soifon for Jinzen. It was truly fascinating. Sitting cross-legged on a futon with her Zanpakuto resting across her knees, Soifon closed her eyes and began to meditate. Her consciousness felt as though it were sinking into a deep pool. Her surroundings blurred, and a breeze carrying the scent of vegetation brushed against her cheeks. The air was filled with the fresh aroma of earth and flowers. Soifon opened her eyes. She had returned once again to this familiar forest. Unlike last time, the grass beneath her feet was no longer muddy. It hadn't rained here in a long time. Long time no see, Soifon. Suzumabachi's playful voice echoed through the dense woods. A golden stream of light darted out from between the trees, circling Soifon once before floating in front of her. Long time no see. Soifon rolled her eyes. I looked for you earlier this year, but you were the one who refused to see me. Suzumabachi landed on a tree branch and swung her legs, pretending not to hear the latter half of the sentence. Ahem. I don't know how you managed to compress the warhead after Bankai, but you now possess the strength to use the complete Bankai. She held up a slender finger on her left hand, her expression becoming more serious. The complete form of Bankai requires the absolute pinnacle of compression and control. Compression and control. Soifon was lost in thought. Wasn't that exactly the wool she had plucked from Byakuya Kachiki? Exactly. It's about shackling that violent, destructive power within a tiny bullet, then shaping, compressing, and triggering it at will. Before, Soifon, you were always just a tiny bit away. Suzumabachi raised her left hand, gesturing a tiny gap between her index finger and thumb. Image, fingertipgalaxy.jpg. Then, she raised her right hand, which was covered by a golden blade. Golden spirit particles peeled away from the blade, gradually condensing in her palm into a golden spiritual energy warhead the size of a bullet. Was this a bullet? From within this compressed spiritual bullet, Soifon could sense a terrifying spiritual pressure. The damage it would unleash would likely be no less than that of the original missile warhead. Now. Soifon, you're surely going to ask, how do you fire it if you have the bullet but no gun? Suzumabachi withdrew the golden bullet and stood on the branch with her hands on her hips, looking down at Soifon with her smooth chin tilted up. Blinking, it took Soifon half a second to catch on to her meaning. Clearing her throat, Soifon played along perfectly. Yeah. How do we fire it without a gun, Suzumabachi? Hearing the response she wanted, Suzumabachi let out a proud little hum. Bankai, Soifon, she shouted, pointing at Soifon below. This time, I will cooperate with you to complete the true Bankai. And so. ZZT. A brilliant golden spiritual pressure erupted within Soifon, and a golden light began to manifest and spread across her right arm. However, the feeling this time was entirely different. As the golden light climbed up her arm, Soifon could clearly sense Suzumabachi guiding her spiritual power to reshape itself. The silhouette of the massive missile launcher blurred. In its place, a more slender golden stream of light lengthened and took shape in Soifon's hand. It was a sword of moderate length and unique design. The body of the blade was a deep dark gold, engraved with the same hornet's crest found on Suzumabachi. A trigger-like mechanism had been added to the hilt, and a barrel-like device was embedded above the blade. The complete form turned out to be a gun blade. This was likely inspired by the gunblades in Warframe, though those aren't as pretty. I chose a design similar to the gunblades in Final Fantasy. The spiritual pressure rising within Soifon was sealed by the Seikiseki stone room. When the Bankai in her hand finally took its true form, her spiritual pressure broke through its previous limits once more, advancing further along the path of the second spiritual rank. The spiritual pressure leaking from her body whipped up a gale, slamming against the walls of the secret room with a buzzing roar. At the same time, the knowledge of how to use the complete Bankai flooded into her mind. Being slashed by the blade of this Bankai would still leave the hornet's crest, maintaining the death in 2 steps rule. By pulling the trigger, she could fire highly compressed spiritual pressure bullets with an auto-tracking function. These bullets would inject hornet venom into the enemy and explode. It was a Bankai that combined close-quarters assassination with long-range strikes, perfectly aligning with the principles of the stealth force. Extremely devious and extremely powerful. Good. I've spent 10 minutes fully understanding our Bankai, Soifon said, deactivating the Bankai and releasing Suzumabachi. I'm heading back now. Wait, you're leaving already. Before the Suzumabachi spirit could say another word, the Soifon in the real world had already opened her eyes. Mission triggered, true form. Mission completed. Mission reward, indivisible soul, your connection with your Zanpakuto has grown tighter, your spirit body strength has increased once more. She clenched her fist, silently sensing the change. Her spiritual pressure had grown stronger again. New story, starting from their 17 years old. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 25, How can the Soul Society be well governed while associating with that group of vermin? Evening at the Shino Academy. Emerging from the Jinzen room, Toshiro Hitsugaya was surrounded by a crowd like a star amongst moons as they flocked out of the teaching building. The blade in his hand had undergone a drastic transformation, upgrading from a generic Asachi into a unique Zanpakuto. After Toshiro successfully achieved Shirkai and demonstrated its abilities before his instructor, he received a succinct evaluation. An Ice-Snow-type Zanpakuto with formidable power. Not bad. The Jinzen teacher stroked his small mustache with a look of relief and nodded in satisfaction. Under the guise of cultivating Toshiro's social skills, Momo Hinamori didn't let the other members of their four-person squad intervene. Instead, she let Toshiro struggle to handle the classmates swarming him. Though, in Rukia's eyes, it seemed more like Momo just had a wicked sense of humor and wanted to see Toshiro make a fool of himself. Hitsugaya-kun, I'm from the Yoshida family. We're incredibly wealthy, would you consider? Money is useless. My family are high-ranking nobles, and my grandfather is in the Central 46. Look at me. My younger sister is very beautiful. Solicitations of this nature rang out incessantly in Toshiro Hitsugaya's ears. Toshiro's brow was furrowed tightly, but being a newcomer, he didn't know how to forcefully break away. It was at this moment that Soifon, having just returned to the Shino Academy from the 2nd Division, arrived to check on their Jinzen progress. She happened upon the dense, noisy crowd in front of the teaching building. Soifon's cold, authoritative voice cut through the chatter. What are you all huddled here for? The crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice to see Soifon standing at the edge of the shadows in the nearby corridor. Her white captain's Hayori was exceptionally striking under the setting sun. Her face remained expressionless, but when those sharp eyes swept over them, the noble students felt a sudden chill crawl up their spines. You don't seek self-improvement, but only think of recruiting others to increase your family's status. Is everyone in your families possessed by such thoughts? How degenerate. Soifon walked closer, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt. No one dared to meet her gaze, much less argue. After a brief, dead silence, the students lowered their heads one after another, bowed in a panicked apology, and scattered like startled birds. Toshiro let out a long sigh of relief, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. Thank you. Teacher Soifon. Soifon's gaze fell upon the Zanpakuto at his waist. Is this the blade that has been calling out to you? Yes. Toshiro reached out and lightly touched the hilt, feeling a faint chill against his palm. Its name is Hyarinmaru. Soifon nodded. A powerful Zanpakuto. I can feel it. Toshiro looked up, slightly surprised. Did even a captain-level figure consider Hyarinmaru to be strong? Since joining the academy, he was no longer a complete novice, he understood exactly how high Soifon's status truly was. Without saying much more, Soifon looked in the direction the noble students had fled. Stay away from people like that in the future. They won't amount to anything in this lifetime. Nobles who only think of leeching off others to maintain their dignity are nothing more than parasites of the Soul Society. Beneath a nearby corridor, Sosuke Aizen came to a halt while holding his books. He listened to Soifon's remarks with great interest. Such rebellious words coming from the mouth of Captain Soifon. This was something he had to hear. Just as she was about to say more, Soifon's spiritual senses keenly caught someone around the corner of the corridor. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. There are some things you will naturally understand once you truly join the Gotei 13. Momo and the others are still waiting for you for dinner. Seeing Toshiro's half-comprehending expression, Soifon chose to remain cryptic. Almost the moment Toshiro left, Sosuke Aizen stepped out from the corner of the corridor with his usual gentle smile. Good afternoon, Captain Soifon. He pushed up his glasses, his tone candid. I didn't intend to eavesdrop, I was merely passing by. Admitting his fault so openly, his sincere attitude was practically irreproachable. No matter. Soifon turned to face him, her expression reverting to its usual indifference. Forgive me for overstepping, Captain Soifon, Aizen said, pushing his glasses up again and offering well-meaning advice. Next time, it might be better if you don't bring up the students' families when criticizing them. He played the role of the considerate colleague perfectly. However, to Soifon's ears, his words sounded like he was trying to fan the flames. Don't go starting a feud, Captain Soifon. Heh, as expected of you, Aizen. Is there something I shouldn't say? Soifon stared directly into Aizen's eyes. It is a fact that the vast majority of nobles are incompetent. Acting. Who didn't know how to do that? Soifon was testing him. She wondered if her current display of hatred for the nobility would attract Aizen and entice him to recruit her into his schemes. A double agent, the thought was quite thrilling. Thus, Soifon decided to raise the stakes. If the Central 46 hadn't insisted on opposing it back then, I would have gone to the world of the living long ago to bring those two criminals to justice. Aizen's eyes were full of frankness and helplessness. Captain Soifon, there might have been hidden circumstances regarding the events of that year. Precisely. And that hidden circumstance is standing right in front of me, Soifon thought, looking at Aizen expressionlessly. I don't care about hidden circumstances, Soifon said, crossing her arms and furrowing her brow. Once the perpetrators are caught and their mouths are pried open, everything will become clear. Aizen continued to play the peacemaker. You're right, but those above us must have had their own considerations. As if he didn't want to find Kasuke Urahara himself. No matter how much he tinkered with the Hogyoku in his possession, it remained a half-finished product. Aizen felt he had to get his hands on the one Kasuke Urahara held to see how it compared. You're right, Captain Aizen. Soifon sighed and muttered quietly to herself, sigh, if only the Central 46 didn't exist. The speaker was intentional, and the listener was attentive. Sosuke Aizen's eyes widened, performing a perfect show of shock. Captain Soifon, watch your words. Soifon nodded slightly. Apologies. Just consider what I said to be sleep-talking. It wasn't until she used Shumenpa to depart that Aizen stared at the spot where she had been standing, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Because of a betrayal, she had grown to hate all nobles. She's still a bit uncontrollable, but perhaps she can be made useful to me. He would have to find a way, in secret, to have Soifon go to the world of the living to draw out Yoruichi Shihoin and Kasuke Urahara. That way, he could observe whether Soifon truly hated the two of them or if she was merely putting on a performance for the other captains. Of course, even if it were the latter, Aizen could understand it. Because of those old fogies in power, if Soifon dared to speak up for those two, she'd likely end up rotting in the maggot's nest. In fact, the latter scenario might even be better. However, killing the Central 46. The idea was rather novel, so Sosuke Aizen noted it for consideration. New story, starting from their 17 years old. White heavy checkmark new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark help us unlock community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 26, Capturing the Holified Shinigami Alive. Night, West Rakongi District 78. Beneath a large tree, 3 men clad in black cloaks stood expressionless, observing a humanoid creature rolling on the ground, covered in a strange white substance. This one is also a failure. Leading the group, Sosuke Aizen held a pen, meticulously recording every state of the male Shinigami's progression from the start of the experiment to his eventual collapse. Jin Ichimaru wore his signature fox-like grin. Why does Captain Aizen keep using such trash for these experiments? Decades ago, even captains couldn't withstand holification. Why did Aizen think these ordinary rank-and-file soldiers could endure it? Jin found it baffling. Snap. With the sound of the notebook closing, the holified Shinigami's body finally gave out. A mixture of red and white matter splattered across the ground. I must admit, using captains for experiments too early was a mistake on my part, Aizen said. I am currently considering lowering the ratio of power implantation. This might allow for the mass production of combatants at the lieutenant level. Aizen was in a good mood today, offering a rare explanation of his experiments to Jin. After his conversation with Soifon, Aizen had realized that even she, who commanded the stealth force and the punishment force, harbored prejudices against the nobility. It seemed the Gotei 13 was no longer a monolithic entity. Even if Soifon wasn't an ally, the decay of the Soul Society was becoming impossible to hide. Regardless, the plan to defect to Hueco Mundo would involve the 3 of them against the Gotei 13. The advantage was his. Aizen turned and walked away with confidence. Kanami Tozen released a disc-shaped purple flame from his hand that spun rapidly through the air. The gruesome remains of the monster were instantly consumed by the fire. In the end, it was just another talentless piece of trash. How pathetic. Casting a merciless glance at the burning corpse, Aizen led his 2 subordinates back toward the Siriidii. Just as they were about to leave, the waste flames burning on the corpse began to flicker out. The red and white mixture on the ground began to crawl and fuse erratically. Finally, it transformed into a humanoid aberrant wrapped in white matter. It stood up unsteadily from the ground, threw its arms wide, and tilted its head back. A bloody slit cracked open through the white substance on its face. Woo! A shrill roar accompanied an indiscriminate release of spiritual pressure. The surrounding air grew heavy, and the resulting sonic boom sent clods of earth flying. This ominous reiatsu forced the three men to turn back, though Tozen, being blind, could not see it. This was. Jin Ikamaru's grin widened. High-speed regeneration. It seems this ratio is correct, Aizen mused. Even a creature this weak can possess lieutenant-level spiritual pressure. Before Aizen could finish his sentence, he sensed a familiar reiatsu moving rapidly toward them. Or rather, the target was the experimental subject that was recklessly venting its power. Who could have known? Since becoming a captain, Byakuya Kachiki had finally found some free time to come to the Rakongi for a date, only to run into this mess. Such an evil spiritual pressure. After bidding farewell to Hizana, Byakuya Kachiki pressed his right hand onto his sword hilt, rushing toward the scene in a stance ready to draw at any moment. The hollow-eyed Shinigami had discarded all reason, retaining only the most primitive biological instincts, hunting and feeding. When it spotted Byakuya Kachiki entering its field of vision, it lunged forward without hesitation. Swish. Byakuya's silhouette appeared beside the monster. Senbon Sakura was quietly returned to its sheath. A silver-white flash of a blade flickered by. Crimson blood stained the leaves on the trees as a pale arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. Wait, a Shihakusho. Byakuya's eyes widened as his gaze fell upon the tattered black clothing clinging to the monster's body. However, the creature gave him no time to think. At the wound where the hollow-eyed Shinigami's arm had been severed, the pale matter began to squirm frantically like living sludge. In the blink of an eye, a new arm had already finished regenerating. A piercing sound of breaking air rang out. Taking advantage of his momentary shock, the newly grown arm lashed out like a whip, sweeping across Byakuya Kachiki's chest at a bizarre angle. Rip. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The Shihakusho on Byakuya's chest was torn open, and 3 shallow bloody gashes appeared on his skin. Beads of blood seeped out and slowly trickled down. He still had too little combat experience. Such sharp claws and ridiculous regenerative abilities, was it a hollow? Meanwhile, in a bustling street in Rakongi District 1. Teacher Soifon, would you like some dumplings? Nom, chew, chew. Teacher Soifon, this peach is so crunchy and juicy. Crunch, chew, chew. Sitting in a snack shop, Soifon was caught in a pincer attack by Rukia and Momo Hinamori, who were taking turns feeding her. Soifon's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. She looked up. This spiritual pressure is. She immediately set down her cup and looked at the two girls. Something's happened. Return to the Siriiti immediately. Do not stop along the way, go straight back to the Shino Academy. Teacher Soifon. Rukia put down her chopsticks instantly, and worry appeared on Momo Hinamori's face. Be good. I'll bring you out again next time. Soifon reached out and ruffled both Rukia and Momo's heads. She stuffed the rest of her peach into her mouth and vanished from the spot. Within a minute, Soifon appeared at the edge of the battlefield. After seeing the two sides fighting, her expression became somewhat subtle. The captain's Hayori on Byakuya Kachiki was already stained with dust, and the bloody scratches on his chest were quite prominent against the white fabric. Was fighting a lieutenant-level hollow-eyed monster really this much of a struggle for him? Soifon thought about it. It seemed that before becoming a captain, Byakuya Kachiki had always trained in solitude and hadn't experienced much actual combat. He was likely around the same level of strength she had been when she first learned Bankai, all style, no substance. That explained it. Byakuya sliced off the monster's arms once more. This time, he aimed his blade directly at its neck. Crunch. Soifon bit into the crunchy peach in her hand. The intentional sound made Byakuya retreat warily to create distance. She couldn't let this monster die, it was hard enough to find a living piece of evidence. When he looked toward the source of the sound, Soifon was standing on a tree, waving a hand at him. Keep it up. Chew, chew, chew. Byakuya swung his blade to parry another pounce from the monster. A vein throbbed at his temple. Are you here to mock me again? Not at all. Soifon finished the peach in one bite and clapped her hands, jumping down from the tree. She pulled out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. It would be such a waste to kill a thing like this. Soifon pointed a finger toward the hollow-eyed Shinigami. 6 rectangular yellow beams of light manifested as shackles, slamming into the creature's waist in a circular formation. Bakudo number 61, Rikuchikoro. The previously ferocious hollow-eyed monster was pinned in place by the Bakudo, able to do nothing but let out mindless howls. She restrained it with a chantless Rikuchikoro. Suppressing his shocked expression, Byakuya Kachiki silently sheathed Senbon Sakura and took out bandages to wrap his wounds. He wouldn't say another word to Soifon until the people from the Siriiti arrived. In terms of having a wicked sense of humor, this woman had perfectly inherited the will of Yoruichi Shihoin. The most frustrating part was that he still couldn't beat her. New story, starting from their 17 years old. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 27, Innately Evil Urahara Kasuke. By the way, what are you doing in the Rakongi so late at night? While waiting, Soifon leaned against a tree trunk and struck up a conversation with Byakuya Kachiki. Just passing by. Byakuya Kachiki turned his back, clearly feeling a bit guilty. He could hardly say that the illustrious head of the Kachiki clan had come to the Rakongi in the dead of night for a secret tryst with his young girlfriend. Setting aside the possibility of being beaten to death by his grandfather, he would surely be subjected to a round of mockery from Soifon. As for why it wasn't his father he feared, it was because his father couldn't beat him in a fight. TCH, fine, don't tell me then. Soifon turned her gaze back to the hollow-fied Shinigami, propping up her head to pass the time. Perhaps due to the lingering trauma of being bullied by Soifon in the past, Byakuya now treated her like a harbinger of plague, avoiding her whenever possible. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't win a fight against her, so he just had to endure it. Fortunately, the Siriiti's response was swift. Within a short time, several patrol squads arrived at their location. When they saw the hollow-fied monster restrained by Rikujikoro, they looked at each other in confusion, not daring to step forward. Instead, they looked towards Soifon and Byakuya Kachiki with awe. Go to the 12th Division and find Captain Mayuri. Tell him a new species has been discovered here. Only after enough witnesses had arrived did Soifon begin to issue orders. Understood. Wait, there's no need for you to go. Byakuya Kachiki pulled a soul pager from his pocket. It's faster if I notify him now. Why didn't you say that earlier? You didn't say you were looking for Captain Mayuri. Didn't Captain Soifon just fire a signal flare earlier? Furthermore, for Captain Soifon to go out without even carrying a soul pager is a bit negligent, to say the least. Finally catching an opportunity, Byakuya Kachiki made sure to give Soifon a heavy dose of snide remarks. It was only the soldiers standing by on standby who suffered the awkwardness. The news of capturing a hollow-fied experimental subject alive quickly spread among the high-ranking officers of the Gotei 13. The next day, 1st Division Barracks, during the Captain's Council. The above is the full account of the discovery of this monster. Byakuya Kachiki finished his report and respectfully returned to his place in the line. Every captain held a copy of the analysis report on the hollow-fied Shinigami, the result of Mayuri Kuratsuchi working through the night. If the captain commander hadn't insisted on holding a meeting, Mayuri would likely have handled all his biological needs inside the laboratory. Thump. The captain commander tapped his cane against the floor. Captain Soifon, you did well this time. He was quite gratified that she had learned to capture subjects alive. It seemed her years of teaching at the Shino Academy had made Soifon much more composed. Sosuke Aizen, standing diagonally across from Soifon, read through the analysis report with great interest, showing not a hint of panic at having his secrets exposed. So, the composition of this hollowification is like this. Aizen even used Mayuri Kuratsuchi's report to verify that there were no issues with his own ratios. It was a success. Then, if calculated according to this ratio, perhaps Arrancar experiments on Ajuchas would be feasible. But, why has another hollow-fied Shinigami appeared? Shumansue Kairaku rubbed his stubbly chin. After that incident, didn't they all flee to the world of the living? As the words fell, the meeting room instantly became silent. Several of the captains present had only been promoted in recent years. They had only heard rumors of the hollowification incident and had not experienced it firsthand, so they were in no position to comment. Perhaps Kasuke Urahara left behind a secret laboratory. Isshin Shiba spoke up. Impossible, Soifon countered firmly. We have thoroughly investigated every department Kasuke Urahara ever served in. What is certain now is that the power of hollowification is dangerous and immense. If it is not contained, I fear some unscrupulous soldiers might take risks to obtain it. Anohana Retsu diverted the topic at the right moment, casting a reproachful glance at Isshin Shiba in the process. Why bring up that name in this setting? What if Soifon loses her temper? Captain Anohana is absolutely right. Byakuya Kachiki nodded in agreement, frowning at the report. Just a 7th seat of the 13th Division, yet he possessed such power after hollowification. TCH, Zaraki Kenpachi, at the end of the line, spat disdainfully. It's just that you're too weak, Kachiki. The captain commander, seated in the center, glared with wide eyes. Zaraki. Only the captain commander could truly suppress Zaraki Kenpachi. Captain Anohana is right. If left unchecked, someone will surely seek to pursue the power of hollowification. Just like that incident. Soifon nodded in agreement, and Anohana Retsu beside her also nodded with a gentle look. You really have grown, Captain Soifon. However, before the gratified smile could stay on her face for more than a few seconds, Soifon's next words gave both Anohana and the Captain Commander a headache. Therefore, please let me cut this off at the source. Let me go to the world of the living to bring that inherently evil Kasuke Urahara to justice. Please issue the order, Captain Commander. Her tone was almost pleading. Those who didn't know the truth might have praised Soifon for her unwavering loyalty. I told you, why did you have to mention that name? Anohana Retsu glanced at Isshin Shiba again, mentally adding another tally to his tab. Rubbing his brow, the Captain Commander slowly opened his eyes and stared at Soifon, who met his gaze without fear. This matter cannot be the work of Kasuke Urahara. The person behind this is surely hidden within the Soul Society. After a long moment, the Captain Commander spoke slowly, giving the final verdict. I was impulsive, Captain Commander. Soifon lowered her head, then dropped another bombshell. If it's not Kasuke Urahara, then my guess is the Tsuneyashiro clan did it. As soon as these words were spoken, all the captains simultaneously turned their attention to Soifon. According to my investigation, every spouse of the Tsuneyashiro branch families has passed away due to various accidents after giving birth to heirs. Perhaps the Tsuneyashiro clan is conducting some kind of forbidden human experimentation. Soifon effortlessly pinned a scapegoat label on the Tsuneyashiro family. That isn't outside the realm of possibility. Kanami Tozen spoke for the first time during the Captain's Council. Captain Soifon, watch your words. This seated officer had no connection to the Tsuneyashiro clan. The Captain Commander squinted at Soifon for a while before speaking slowly. However, he did not deny Soifon's suspicion about the Tsuneyashiro clan's human experiments. The meeting ended with the conclusion to suppress the news and leave the research to Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Anohana Retsu and Soifon walked out of the First Division gates side by side. It wasn't until they were alone on the street that Anohana Retsu spoke. Soifon, are you free tonight? I am, Captain Anohana. That's wonderful. I'll have Aizen come pick you up. Let's have a get-together, shall we? Understood. I'll be teaching at the academy today. Pausing to watch Soifon's departing figure, Anohana Retsu was once again worried about Soifon's mental health. After all these years, could Soifon still not let go? New story, starting from their 17 years old. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 28, Hot Spring Night Talk. Night, at the Kachiki clan manor. Soifon, who just a short while ago had been loudly conspiring with Sosuke Aizen and expressing her disdain for the Soul Society's nobility, was now appearing near the gates of the Kachiki estate alongside her close friend. Captain Soifon, please follow this small path. Leaning close to Soifon's ear, Aizen Kotetsu covered her mouth and spoke in a hushed tone. The warm breath against her ear and a unique, pleasant fragrance made Soifon instinctively tilt her head. Sniff, sniff. Soifon leaned closer to Aizen Kotetsu and asked, Aizen, are you wearing perfume? Aizen's fair cheeks quickly flushed crimson under the moonlight. It's not perfume. It's a sachet the captain made herself. As she spoke, Aizen Kotetsu stepped into the secret passage first, beckoning Soifon to follow, seemingly embarrassed to continue the topic. At first, the path was extremely narrow, just wide enough for one person. After walking several dozen paces, it suddenly opened up into a wide, clear space. Compared to her companion who had to stoop, Soifon's petite frame provided a distinct advantage in navigating the tight space. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a spacious, meticulously maintained courtyard. The surrounding walls were concealed by a dense bamboo grove, and in the center sat an exquisitely constructed pond, with white moonlight resting silently upon its surface. By the light of the moon, Soifon noticed the rising mist from the large building within the courtyard, and her brows twitched slightly. Another hot spring. Is Captain Anohana inside? Sensing several familiar spiritual pressures within the building, Soifon turned to ask Aizen Kotetsu. Aizen nodded, the blush still lingering on her face. Yes. Captain Anohana requested the Kachiki clan to build this open-air hot spring. So that's it. Captain Anohana requested it herself. Since it was a request from the Death Sword, it wasn't surprising at all. The two crossed the courtyard and arrived at an elegant side room connected to the main manor. As they pushed open the sliding door leading inside, a wave of warm, moist white mist carrying a fresh fragrance washed over them. On a low stool in the middle of the changing room, two swimsuits of varying sizes were neatly folded. As expected of Anohana Retsu, she had easily figured out Soifon's size. With a dark expression, Soifon stepped forward and claimed the set that belonged to her. Just as she finished tying the side straps, she heard a rustling sound coming from behind the nearby storage lockers. Captain Soifon, are you finished changing? Aizen's voice drifted from behind the lockers. Could you please help me with something? Soifon walked over and saw Aizen Kotetsu with her back turned, her hands struggling behind her as she attempted to fasten the clasp of a light blue swimsuit. What's the matter? Soifon asked despite knowing the answer, her gaze falling on Aizen's smooth back. The swimsuit top hung loosely on her frame, the back straps clearly unfastened. The clasp. Aizen kept her head lowered, and Soifon could only see the tips of her ears turning red. Turn around. Soifon sighed and stepped behind Aizen Kotetsu. She reached out, her fingertips pinching the too thin straps. She could even feel the warmth of Aizen's body trembling slightly from nervousness. Wait, how does this clasp actually work? Soifon's movements froze. It seemed she had never worn this type of clothing before, but she couldn't bring herself to admit she didn't know how to do it. A few seconds passed in silent, awkward tension. Ahem. The swimsuit Captain Unohana gave you doesn't fit quite right, so I'll have to use a bakudo to secure it for now. Spiritual power flickered at Soifon's fingertips. A slim version of bakudo number 4, Hainawa manifested, binding the two clasps together. I see. Aizen didn't doubt her for a second, simply marveling at the feat. Captain Soifon's mastery of Kido really is impressive. Soifon looked Aizen up and down once she was changed. The blue swimsuit perfectly complemented her tall figure, highlighting her long legs beneath the hem. And then there was the heavy burden at the front. Soifon averted her gaze, stood on her tiptoes, and patted Aizen on the shoulder. You've worked hard, Aizen. Aizen. Having finished changing, the two pulled open the final bamboo door leading to the open-air hot spring. Mist swirled through the air where several female Shinigami familiar to Soifon sat gathered in the spring. The steam acted in place of divine light, obscuring everything below their necks. Unohana, Ranjaku, Yachiru Kusajishi, and Nanao Ise. This time, Captain Unohana hadn't unraveled the braid on her chest, instead, she let it float on the surface of the water, soaked through. Was it because Yachiru was here? Soifon's gaze shifted, lingering for a few extra seconds on Nanao Ise. She rarely had the chance to see this bespectacled beauty in such a setting. You've arrived. Unohana Retsu had sensed Soifon's spiritual pressure long ago. At the same time, Ranjaku Matsumoto patted the empty space beside her, splashing a bit of water. Your little busybody has finally arrived. Yachiru Kusajishi also waved a small hand. Little B, over here, over here. Let's go over, Captain Soifon. Aizen turned to look at Soifon. She instinctively reached out a hand but froze midair, suddenly paralyzed by her own internal social anxiety. Would doing this make Captain Soifon feel like I'm not respecting her? Tap. Soifon placed her hand on Aizen's, taking the initiative to lead her forward. Let's go, Aizen. Ah. Yes. Led by the hand, Aizen followed Soifon to the edge of the spring and slowly submerged into the water. Greetings, Captain Soifon. As Soifon settled into the spring, Nanao Ise, sitting diagonally across from her, bowed respectfully, creating a small cascade of water. Greetings, Soifon nodded back. Be at ease. This isn't working hours. However, Soifon couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Nanao Ise. Legend had it that any man who married into the Ise family would die young due to a curse. I wonder if a woman would die just the same. Is there something strange on my face? Nanao Ise touched her cheek, only explaining herself once Soifon snapped out of her daze. You've been staring for a while. Soifon used her usual flat tone to brush it off. No, it's nothing. Puffed. Beside them, Ranjaku Matsumoto was already covering her mouth, her orange hair swaying as her shoulders shook with laughter. Nanao, don't be fooled by Soifon's act. Once she caught her breath, Ranjaku leaned against Soifon's shoulder playfully. Captain Soifon is actually very easy to talk to. She was definitely just feeling shy just now. Ha. Soifon, speechless, nudged Ranjaku. Is that what you're laughing at? Unohana Retsu nodded at the perfect moment, adding fuel to the fire. Captain Soifon is indeed like that. She appears cold on the outside but is quite delicate at heart. A good child who is cold without, warm within. Aizen remained silent, simply nodding her head in vigorous agreement. Enough. If we're going to discuss such boring topics, then I'll. With her ears burning, Soifon suddenly stood up from the spring, splashing water all over Ranjaku Matsumoto's face. Realizing she had successfully agitated the cat, the smile on Unohana Retsu's face grew even wider. She leisurely changed the subject. Then shall we talk about Captain Soifon's students? I hear there are a few promising seedlings. I wonder if the 4th Division could snatch one or two away. Splash. Ranjika Matsumoto grabbed Soifon's arm and pulled her back down into the spring, creating another wave of indiscriminate splash damage. Hee hee, Captain Unohana, you're a step too late. Ranjika linked her arm with Soifon's. I've already made a reservation with Soifon for one of those geniuses, right? Soifon's arm was now completely submerged within Ranjiku's territory. A genius. Everyone's gaze focused on them. You and your big mouth. Soifon pinched Ranjiku's lips and gave them a few tugs. Didn't we agree to keep it a secret? Hiss. Ow, ow, ow. Clutching her slightly swollen lips, Ranjiku looked pitiful. But Soifon, you said you wanted those little guys to graduate quickly. You can't hide a genius like that anyway, can you? Author's note, haha, 3 chapters today as well, but the beautiful weekend has come to an end. New story, starting from their 17 years old. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 29, The Upcoming New Year. The year end in the Soul Society. The sun was setting in the west, and snow drifted through the sky, draping the buildings of the City in a thin, white shroud. On a training field within the Shino Academy, several figures were moving rapidly around Soifon, launching attacks at her from time to time. Since Toshiro had awakened Hyarinmaru, the other members of the 5-person squad had also heard the names of their own Zanpakuto, thus achieving Shirkai. Consequently, Soifon had petitioned the Academy's dean to form a new class consisting of the 5 of them along with Shuhei Hisei. Sit upon the frozen heavens. Tobium. An ice-blue dragon roared as it lunged towards Soifon, only for a crimson fireball to intercept it midway. The collision sent ice shards scattering like flowers across the ground. Excellent coordination, making me hit my own teammate. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Soifon responded to the 6-man assault with composure. She didn't even need to strike back, her fluid footwork alone was enough to make them hit each other. Whoosh. The whistling sound of a chain tearing through the air came from behind Soifon. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Azuru Kira slashing from the left. She reached out, grabbed Shuhei Hisei's chain, and yanked it in front of her to serve as a shield. Clang. The iron chain, which had been whipping about freely a moment ago, took several hits from Wabisuk. It suddenly became incredibly heavy and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kira, deactivate your ability, quick. Shuhei Hisei shouted, his hands feeling a sudden weight as his own Zanpakuto pinned him to the ground. How? Renji didn't give Soifon any room to breathe. His next attack followed immediately. The jointed blade, lined with vicious barbs, tore through the air and coiled towards Soifon like a whip. She was about to step away to dodge, but a bone-chilling cold gripped her ankles. Soifon looked down. At some point, the snow around her soles had frozen into a layer of crystal-clear ice. Is this Rukia? Soifon looked up in surprise, meeting Rukia's triumphant smile. Teacher Soifon, we've been making progress too. The freezing weather had greatly amplified the speed at which Sodi no Shirayuki could freeze its targets. Zabimara's massive blade had already coiled around like a giant python. It enveloped Soifon's figure and suddenly constricted, producing a harsh, metallic grinding sound. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. Rukia took a deep breath. She lightly swung Sodi no Shirayuki, pointing the tip of the blade toward the center of Zabimara's enclosure. A circle of light as pure as moonlight soared into the sky, centered on Zabimaru. A towering pillar of ice suddenly stood in the middle of the training field, nearly as tall as the nearby classroom building. The attack was complete. The 6 of them quickly retreated and gathered together, staring intently at the massive ice pillar before them. Did we do it? Renji Abarai asked tentatively, his hand on his sword hilt slightly sweaty. We didn't freeze Teacher Soifon too badly, did we? Rukia looked at the thick layer of ice with concern. Momo Hinamori also looked uneasy, tugging at Rukia's sleeve. Rukia, maybe we should melt it first. Well, at least you two have a bit of a conscience. Behind the 6 of them, Soifon stood with her arms crossed, completely unharmed. They spun around, their faces full of shock as they looked at Soifon and then back at the giant ice pillar. Renji yanked Zabimaru back, and the pillar from Sodi no Shirayuki collapsed with a roar. As expected, there was nothing inside. What Zabimaru attacked was just an afterimage from Shuenpa. It's a pity the blade blocked your line of sight. Therefore, you must use your spiritual sense. Do not trust your eyes too much. After Soifon finished speaking, she turned to leave the training field, gesturing for the 6 of them to follow. Aren't we continuing the training, teacher? Shuhei Hisei was the first to ask as they followed behind. Have you forgotten what day it is? Soifon led them out of the school gates. The snow-covered streets of the Siriidii were already decorated with ornaments full of New Year's atmosphere. I know. Teacher, is it New Year's? Momo Hinamori skipped to Soifon's side. Flick. Soifon flicked Momo Hinamori's forehead with her finger. Dummy, New Year's is tomorrow. Momo made an exaggerated expression, clutching her head as she backed away. That hurts. Does this mean Teacher Soifon is going to spend New Year's Eve with us today? Rukia looked at Soifon expectantly. At least Rukia is a bit smarter. Ruffling her head, Soifon turned to her students. Let's go. Hey, it's not like I'm stupid. Momo Hinamori puffed out her cheeks and hurried to keep up. This time, Soifon didn't take them to the small izakaya next to the Shino Academy. Instead, she brought them to the Noble District, to a barbecue restaurant owned by the Omida family. Inside the private room, the warmth of the brazier shut out the wind and snow from outside, leaving only the crackling sound of charcoal. Teacher Soifon, won't this be too expensive? Momo Hinamori asked in a small voice. The others nodded in agreement. Without answering, Soifon pushed the menu to the center of the table. Order whatever you want. Don't worry about the price, we don't have to pay here. The group was shocked once again, their trembling hands hovering over the menu. Unable to stand their hesitation, Soifon waved her hand. Never mind. Bring one of everything. While waiting for the food, the room fell silent, with only the charcoal brazier emitting a steady heat. Your strength has already surpassed many of the Academy's ordinary graduates. With that single sentence, Soifon commanded everyone's full attention. I plan to propose to the dean that you graduate early. Soifon picked up her cup, the steam obscuring her face. Once she finished with this class, she would also submit her resignation to the captain commander to fully return to her duties in the 2nd Division and begin considering the matter of going to Karakura town. Bringing Toshiro Hitsugaya this far could be considered a successful completion of the captain commander's mission. Early graduation. The group looked at each other, but not a single person intended to refuse. In their minds, they knew that graduating with Shirkai would guarantee them a position as a seated officer. The benefits would be far better than being a student at the academy. After all, they were all children who had clawed their way up from the Rakongi. Seeing that no one had any objections, Soifon nodded and continued, the graduation exam is a Kanso internship in the world of the living. I believe your strength is more than enough to complete it smoothly. After they had chatted for a long while, a waitress entered carrying trays piled high with various meats. Soifon took the tongs and began skillfully laying meat slices on the wire rack. The metal over the charcoal was already hot, and the fat dripped down with a pleasant sizzling sound. Soifon placed a piece of grilled beef tongue into each of their bowls. Eat more. You're still growing. Momo Hinamori looked at the shiny, fragrant meat in her dish. Her heart felt warm, and she blurted out, you should eat more too, Teacher Soifon. You're also still growing. Dang, dang, dong. Soifon's hand holding the chopsticks paused. She looked at Momo Hinamori with a deadpan expression. The moment the words left her mouth, the room fell into a sudden silence. Izuru choked on his tea. Rukia's face took on a strange expression as she lifted her bowl to hide her face. Renji turned his head away, Toshiro's mouth twitched, and even Shuhei couldn't help but raise a hand to cover his eyes. Do you know, Momo? A vein throbbed on Soifon's forehead. Actually, in terms of a Shinigami's age, I am already an adult. Momo Hinamori tried to apologize, but in her haste to bow, she forgot to stand up properly. Bang. Accompanied by a loud thud, the bowls and chopsticks on the table jumped several centimeters. At that same moment, fireworks began to bloom in the night sky outside. Momo Hinamori, HP -1. Table, HP -999. Ah, fireworks. Rubbing her forehead, Momo Hinamori saw the fireworks outside and began to giggle in surprise. They really are. Rukia teased Momo. Maybe Momo hit the table so hard just now that we couldn't even hear the sound of the fireworks starting. Momo's voice grew sheepish. Ah, why would you say that? I was actually so rude in front of Teacher Soifon. Her flushed cheeks practically emitted steam, and her eyes spun like dizzy spirals. At the sight, everyone burst into laughter. The private room in the barbecue restaurant was filled with a joyful atmosphere. As the laughter gradually subsided, everyone looked out the window together. Continuous fireworks blossomed in the night sky, decorating the Siriidi's darkness with a kaleidoscope of colors. So beautiful. Yes, truly beautiful. So, this was what it felt like to see fireworks from up close. So, this was what the sound of fireworks actually was. Back in the Rakongi, they could only watch the fireworks inside the Siriidii from afar. Because of the distance, they appeared as nothing more than tiny blossoms in their vision. At that moment, the ever-socially aware Shuhei Hisagi stood up and raised his teacup toward Soifon. Teacher Soifon, Happy New Year. The others followed suit, raising their cups and lightly clinking them against Soifon's. Happy New Year. Soifon brought her cup to the center of the table. I wish you all success in this year's graduation exam. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 30, Soul Burial Internship, activate. First Division, Meeting Room. A Konso internship. Such matters can be decided by Captain Soifon and Captain Aizen themselves. The Captain Commander sounded slightly surprised. Why was a mere matter regarding Shino Academy graduates being brought up at the Captain's Council? Lately, Soifon had been paying far too much attention to the affairs of the Shino Academy, a stark contrast to her previous hands-off approach. Furthermore, it was Captain Aizen who had taken the initiative to bring it up. Sosuke Aizen handed the roster in his hand to the Captain Commander. This class is a bit special. You'll understand once you take a look, Captain Commander. Just how special could they be? The Captain Commander slowly picked up the resumes and began to flip through them. From Shuhei Hiseiji to Rukia, the spiritual rank of these 5 individuals ranged from the 10th to the 8th rank. While they were decent prospects, they weren't worth excessive attention. It wasn't until the Captain Commander reached the final resume that his reading speed slowed down. Toshiro Hitsugaya, a first-year student. 6th spiritual rank. And he had already been placed into a special class by Soifon, prepared for early graduation. The Captain Commander, who hadn't paid attention to the academy in a long time, gave Soifon a meaningful look. Once the Captain Commander had finished reviewing the files, Aizen spoke once more. Captain Commander, the casualty rate of the graduation internships in recent years has been abnormal. I believe something might have changed in the world of the living. Therefore, I would like to volunteer to serve as the proctor for this graduation exam. Sosuke Aizen's words were almost pleading, as if he truly were a diligent teacher who didn't want his outstanding students to meet with an accident. It was common knowledge that Aizen's combat effectiveness, among the captain class, was quite lackluster. The polite way to put it was that he lacked direct combat capability, the blunt way was that he was at the bottom of the captain tier. Furthermore, any Shinigami at the lieutenant level or above going to the world of the living must be branded with a Gentei Reian limit seal, meaning their Ryatsu in the world of the living is restricted to only 20%. Even so, Captain Aizen was still willing to brave the danger to protect his students in the world of the living. So, what about Captain Soifon, who was also their teacher? Byakuya Kachiki shot a teasing glance at Soifon. Fine, so this is where you were waiting for me, isn't it? Soifon inwardly rolled her eyes at Aizen but decided to take the bait. I'll go instead, Soifon interjected at the right moment. My Shuinpa is faster. Even if an accident does occur, I can provide immediate support. Aizen flashed a humble smile. If Captain Soifon serves as the proctor, then we can rest easy. Severely injure Soifon, lure out Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi, and then seize the Hogyoku from their hands. The Captain Commander pondered for a moment before making the final call. Very well. It is decided then. Captain Soifon will serve as the proctor for this session. Whether from the perspective of combat power or investigating anomalies, Soifon was an excellent choice. Besides, if Soifon could establish a connection with Kasuke Urahara, it might be a good opportunity to investigate the holification incident. Having reviewed so many investigative reports, the Captain Commander naturally didn't believe the one-sided claims of the Central 46. He felt there was more to the holification incident than met the eye and that Kasuke Urahara might have been framed. In short, with the Captain Commander, Soifon, and Aizen each harboring their own hidden agendas, the matter was settled quite simply. In front of the Senkamen, Soifon stood with 4 members of the Kido Corps responsible for setting up the barriers. Behind her were the graduating students of this year, along with the 6 students who had skipped grades. After the Gentei Reian was engraved onto the back of her right hand, Soifon clipped a communication device to her chest and opened the Senkamen. A 6th-year graduate whispered to a classmate nearby. Why is Captain Soifon personally leading the team? Probably because of what happened in previous years. We're lucky. With Captain Soifon here, as long as we're careful, nothing should go wrong. But what's the deal with those juniors next to her? Geniuses, I guess. Sigh. With Soifon present, the atmosphere of this exam wasn't particularly tense, but the thought of fighting hollows still left most of them feeling uncertain. At the Shino Academy, geniuses like those juniors typically graduated early. Meanwhile, these students had endured until their 6th year to take the graduation exam. Even the top-ranked student among them had only managed to secure a spot as a low-seated officer. Their career paths were basically set in stone. World of the living, Karakura Town. So this is the world of the living. Soifon stepped out of the Senkamen. Modern buildings were beginning to take shape before her eyes, hinting at the future forest of skyscrapers. The internship site was located in the suburbs of Karakura town, where people were few and far between. The Kido Corps members had already gathered the hollows required for the internship within a preset barrier. They only needed to wait for the personnel to arrive before opening the seals on the barrier to release the hollows. Every soul within the area had been provided with Kido protection by the Kido Corps, which would automatically trigger and destroy any hollow that came too close. This Kanso internship will last for 7 days. You are required to find the souls hidden within the barrier and perform Kanso on them. That is all. As Soifon finished speaking, the Kido Corps members simultaneously performed hand seals, releasing the hollows imprisoned within the area. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of graduates scattered like petals in the wind, using Shuinpa to vanish into the internship grounds. The night wind in the world of the living was chilly. Soifon leaped into the air, hovering high above. Her spiritual sense detected no hollows that exceeded the student's abilities. She rubbed the Gentei Rain on the back of her right hand and looked toward the unfamiliar Karakura town. Finding Yoruichi would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Haven't you made your move yet, Aizen? In a forest several kilometers away, the three-man team clad in black cloaks appeared once again. I still feel that Captain Soifon might be a fellow traveler. Perhaps we could. Kanami Tozen sounded somewhat conflicted. Soifon's voice questioning the Tsuneyashiro clan at the meeting that day made him hesitant to strike. This is part of the plan, Kanami. Aizen held the Hogyoku, continuously accelerating the maturation of the skeletal Ajuchas before him. That should be enough, Captain Aizen, Jin Ichimaru said with a smile. Captain Soifon only has 20% of her Ryatsu right now. If you strengthen this Erankar any further. After all, according to their intelligence, Soifon had always been an entry-level captain with a 3rd spiritual rank, only possessing troublesome Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Shirkai abilities. Add to that the fact that she had been teaching at the academy for all these years and neglecting her training, her strength likely hadn't changed much. Her Zanjutsu might be decent, otherwise, Zaraki Kenpachi wouldn't be so obsessed with fighting her, but that was the extent of it. A battle between Shinigami was a battle of Ryatsu. Brute force was the deciding factor. A mere 3rd spiritual rank, restricted to 20% Ryatsu by the Gentei Rain, was effectively no more than a lieutenant-level existence. It has reached its limit. Aizen withdrew the Hogyoku. This Erankar had already been corroded by the Hogyoku's power to the point of losing its sanity, recklessly forcing its Ryatsu to its absolute limit. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 31, Strength. The purple-black halo of the Hogyoku gradually dissipated. The mask on the skeletal Ajuchas' face cracked, and 2 clusters of purple flame suddenly ignited within its eye sockets. It was a grotesque Erankar composed entirely of pale white bone, devoid of any flesh. Skull. It knelt on one knee before Aizen, its voice coarse as it uttered its name. Aizen didn't even spare it a glance, merely tilting his chin slightly. Go. Make it quick. In the next instant, the ground where it had stood erupted. Soil and grass clippings sprayed in all directions as a white shadow tore through the air like an arrow released from a bow, shooting toward Soifon. It's here. Soifon turned her head almost the moment the sound of breaking wind reached her, her gaze accurately locking onto the enemy lunging at her. That's it. The spiritual pressure of this Erankar was only barely at the captain level. In terms of combat strength, it was perhaps worth more than 3 kenseis but less than 6. Was he looking down on her because her power was restricted? Or was this just bait? While her thoughts swirled, Skull had already charged within 10 meters of Soifon. It had no intention of pausing for conversation, its mandible snapped open. Crimson energy rapidly gathered and compressed within its mouth. Vrum. A crimson pillar of light, meters in diameter, tore through the night, completely swallowing Soifon's petite figure. The intense wind pressure generated by the Siro caused the large trees below to collapse in unison, and the barrier for the Kanso internship shattered under this powerful Ryatsu. Asterisk. That's a Siro. Inside the Urahara shop over 10 kilometers away, Yoruichi Shihoin and Kisuke Urahara sensed the spiritual pressure and looked at each other, speaking simultaneously. How could a hollow of this intensity appear in Karakura town? Let's go take a look. Put this on. Be careful, it might be Aizen's trick. Should we intervene? Observe first. The two of them wrapped themselves in black cloaks identical to Aizen's and rushed toward the battlefield under the starlit night. Asterisk. Directly below the Siro explosion. The students participating in the internship, as well as the 4 Kido Corps members maintaining the barrier, all involuntarily looked up, staring in horror at the Zero that had dyed nearly half the sky the color of blood. The violent spiritual pressure poured down, making many students' legs go weak, nearly unable to stand. What is that? Is it a hollow? How can there be something like Captain Soifon? Cries of alarm and gasps of fear mingled together. Meanwhile, Rukia and the others, who had already mastered Shirkai, released their Zanpakuto and attacked the Aaron in unison. The first to hit were crimson fireballs and a roaring ice dragon. Skull stood perfectly still, taking the attacks head-on, not even a scratch appeared on its outer bone shell. Following that, a crimson bala condensed in Skull's hand. He aimed it at the 6 people attacking him from below and prepared to fire. No, I can't move at all. A murderous intent as tangible as solid matter locked onto them. Even the strongest among them, Toshiro, could barely grip his sword hilt. Move. Why won't you move? Boom. A figure blurred in front of Skull, and a whip kick slammed the Aaron, who was about to release the bala, into the ground below. Dust kicked up over 10 meters high, as if a small earthquake had occurred. When Soifon reappeared, she was completely unharmed, even her Shihakusho remained intact. Taking a terrifying Zero like that head-on, and she didn't have a single injury. The Shinigami below were stunned, their mood soaring from hell to heaven. Thank heavens, Captain Soifon is strong. They wouldn't have to die. Everyone. Soifon's voice clearly reached the ears of every Shinigami below. Abort the exam immediately. Open the Senkamen and retreat to the Soul Society. The students taking the exam felt as if they had been granted a divine reprieve, rushing into the Senkamen at their maximum speed. However, 6 figures remained in place, looking up at the petite figure in the sky with faces full of worry. Rukia couldn't help but shout, "Teacher Soifon! What are you still standing there for?" Soifon didn't look back, her gaze still locked on the large pit below. You can't even hold your sword steady. That final scolding sent a jolt through the 6 of them, and they shamefully rushed toward the Senkamen. Only after the last member of the Kido Corps had retreated did the light of the Senkamen slowly close and vanish. Soifon glanced at the Aaron that hadn't managed to climb out yet and opened her communication device. Encountered a powerful enemy. Requesting limit release. Although the Aaron in front of her was pathetic, she wasn't sure when Aizen might appear behind her to deliver a strike. Since Soifon was the only Shinigami carrying a limit, she received a reply almost instantly. Understood. Behind the communicator, the staff member's fingers flew across the machinery. Captain Soifon, Gentii Kaijo complete. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. The seal on the back of her hand vanished, and the discomfort of having her Ryatsu suppressed was finally released. The dust was settling. The pale skeletal figure wobbled, slowly standing up from the crater, its joints making a tooth-grinding sound. Shoo. A deep blue arrow of spirit particles cut through the night sky, accurately hitting Skull's cranium with a crisp ting. Soifon looked toward the source of the arrow. She saw a white-haired boy wearing glasses shielding a black-haired girl behind him, a blue spirit bow in his hand. Master Ryukin, that's no ordinary hollow. The little girl being protected said timidly. Damn it. It was the first time Ryukin Ishida had encountered such a situation. As a genius Quincy, he had actually failed to break the defense of a strange hollow. Snap. Another arrow was deflected again, shattering into points of spirit particle light. These 2 itchy attacks successfully drew Skull's attention. Boom. An ominous Ryatsu crashed toward the 2 children like a gale. Their bodies fell back uncontrollably as they slumped to the ground, pure fear appearing in their eyes. In the next instant, Soifon's figure flickered between Skull and the 2 children. Her left hand opened wide, pressing his head toward the ground. Bang. Skull's hideous skeletal head was forced into the ground by Soifon's palm, his entire body becoming embedded in the earth beneath him. Creak. Suddenly, a Senkamen appeared out of thin air beside her, and Unohana Retsu, clad in white, rushed out with her sword in hand. She first scanned the battlefield warily, her gaze lingering on the 2 children, Ryukin Ishida, and the girl, for a moment before coming to Soifon's side to look at this strange hollow. Captain Unohana. Watch out. It's going to self-destruct. Just as Soifon was about to explain, Unohana's pupils shrank. She discovered that the Ryatsu inside this hollow was gathering rapidly, the output power clearly exceeding the capacity of its spirit body. Seeing this, Soifon's right hand blurred with golden light. The finger blade of Suzumabachi easily pierced the mask. Crack. The mask shattered upon impact, and an exquisite hornet's crest pattern flashed momentarily in the center of the broken mask. Then, starting from the Aaron's head, it began to crumble inch by inch like weathered rock, turning into pale gray ash. Soifon's right hand paused in midair before she slowly lowered it. She hadn't even used her death in 2 steps yet. She accidentally used too much force and poked it to death. Was this what high stats felt like? At a high slope under a tree in the distance. Oh my, it failed. Jin Ichimaru narrowed his eyes. Captain Aizen, are you going to step in? With Anohana Retsu joined by a Soifon whose strength was nothing like before, the fact that Jin Ichimaru could even ask such a question made it hard not to suspect he was being sarcastic. Aizen didn't answer immediately. He pushed up his glasses, having made a judgment the moment the opponent struck. Even without the limit release, Soifon could have easily dealt with that Ajutsus ripened by the Hogyoku. Add to that Anohana Retsu, plus the likes of Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin who could appear at any moment. Not this time. Aizen slowly shook his head, his voice calm. The plan failed. Retreat. If they dragged it out too long, they would be noticed by the Soul Society. It was time to leave. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 32, Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy. Hey, Kisuke. That girl Soifon seems to have gotten stronger. Yoruichi Shihoin watched the familiar figure in the distance, her lips curling into a faint, involuntary smile. Miss Soifon must have been training hard these past few years. Kasuke Urahara cleared his throat, sounding a bit guilty. It's a pity Anohana is there. Otherwise, I would have liked to see Soifon for a moment. Ever since Anohana appeared, Yoruichi Shihoin's interest had waned, though her eyes never once strayed from Soifon. Kasuke Urahara pulled down the brim of his hat. We don't know where Aizen is watching from. If we act rashly, perhaps Miss Soifon would be forced to become a traitor to the Soul Society, just like us. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi Shihoin pursed her lips, her small face falling. She understood the logic, but it didn't improve her mood. Back on the scene, the dust had settled. Anohana stood beside Soifon with a gentle smile, looking at the two children not far away. They seem to be able to see us. Soifon nodded without skipping a beat. They're likely just children with a bit of spiritual power nearby. She wasn't yet certain of Anohana's current stance toward the Quincy, so she had no intention of revealing their true identity. Seeing the two of them look over, Ryukin Ishida slowly retreated with Kane Katagiri, his young face pale. He wanted to manifest a spirit bow in his heart, but his nervousness prevented him from gathering spirit particles. This, ironically, saved his life. Is that so? Then don't mind them. Let's head back, Soifon. Anohana Retsu laughed dismissively, thrusting her blade into the air to open a senkamen. But leaving two children here is a bit too dangerous, Soifon said, walking toward the kids. I want to take them to a safe place. Anohana, who was about to step into the senkamen, turned back in surprise. She stared at Soifon intently for a few seconds. Fine, then be quick about it, Soifon. I'll wait for you here. Did Soifon not realize those two children are Quincy? Anohana didn't particularly care, but she was uneasy about leaving Soifon alone. The appearance of that hollow earlier had left her feeling unsettled. Nodding, Soifon walked quickly to Ryukin Ishida and Kane Katagiri. You are. I am a Shinigami. I'm responsible for taking you two home now. Soifon didn't give Ryukin Ishida a chance to continue. She scooped both children up and tucked them under her arms, kicking off the ground to soar into the sky. Master Ryukin. Kane Katagiri, who was somewhat afraid of heights, whispered softly, her small hand lightly tugging at the boy's sleeve. Looking out over Karakura town, Soifon adjusted her grip on the two children. Where is your home? As Soifon asked, Ryukin Ishida's body grew even more tense, his throat bobbing. Are you going to kill us? Noticing Soifon's displeased expression, the girl pointed a small hand. Over there. For the sake of Ryukin Ishida's safety, Kane Katagiri was sensible enough to lead the way. In the distance, Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin, who had witnessed the entire scene, wore increasingly strange expressions. They glanced at each other. Was Soifon always someone who liked children this much? Maybe, maybe not. And it would be one thing if they were ordinary children, but those two were Quincy. Based on Yoruichi's understanding of Soifon, or rather, the logic of the Soul Society's noble class, the way to handle an encounter with a Quincy was nothing more than two options, kill them or ignore them. A Shinigami helping a Quincy was something she had truly never seen before. With a series of rapid movements, Soifon brought the two children to the front of a grand villa in the blink of an eye. Sensing the fluctuation in spiritual pressure, Soken Ishida pushed open the door. When he saw his child standing next to a Shinigami wearing a captain's Haori, his heart sank halfway. A captain-level Shinigami is very difficult to deal with. However, Soken Ishida quickly regained his composure. Lord Captain, to what do I owe this honor? Soifon patted Ryukin and Kane on the back, pushing the two children towards Soken Ishida. Watch your children, Quincy. Soifon didn't care about his wariness. If they stumble into a battlefield between Shinigami and Hollows again, they won't be so lucky. Soken Ishida looked surprised. He was still weighing his words, but Soifon had no intention of chatting further, turning to vanish into the night. Only the conspicuous number 2 on the white Haori remained burned into the eyes of Soken Ishida and the two children, and also Masaki Kurosaki, who was peering at them from a window on the second floor. In front of the Shino Academy gates, the Senkamen opened, and Anohana and Soifon stepped out of the portal side by side. The graduates who had participated in the Kanso internship were all waiting here for the return of the two captains. Teacher Soifon. Are you all right? The moment they appeared, Rukia and the others swarmed them, circling Soifon several times. They only felt relieved after confirming she was unharmed. All right, I'm fine. Soifon pressed her hands on the heads of Rukia and Momo Hinamori, comforting them with a pat. To the side, Anohana said with a smile, Soifon, you're quite popular with the students. Once all participants had returned, the captain commander and Aizen, who had been waiting for a long time under the nearby school building, slowly walked toward the students. Captain Commander Yamamoto first gave a few formulaic opening remarks, then praised the courage of the students during this assessment, noting their composure under pressure and their ability to follow orders in the face of a powerful enemy. Immediately following that, he announced that everyone had passed the assessment. In a few days, members of the Gotei 13 would come to post the recruitment notices. After the captain commander finished his speech, Aizen approached with an easygoing smile. Captain Soifon, it's wonderful that you returned safely. Captain Aizen has been waiting since the start of the assessment, Anohana added. He was very worried about the students' safety. Really? I don't believe it. I was just lucky. Soifon glanced at Aizen out of the corner of her eye. The power of that hollow was very strange. Oh. I wonder what Captain Soifon means by strange power. Aizen was interested now. He was curious how Soifon would describe the power of that failed Arrancar. It was clearly an Ajuch's, yet it seemed to have lost its sanity. Soifon crossed her arms, tapping her finger against her bicep. It was almost as if it had regressed into a Jillian, yet its power was quite strong. In short, it was a failed creation. Then, Soifon wore an expression of pure disgust. I wonder if the hollows in Hueco Mundo have all taken the wrong medicine lately. It wasn't even as impressive as the Ajuchas I killed back then. His gentle smile stiffened for 0.01 seconds. This was the first time Sosuke Aizen had been mocked so directly to his face. That hollow looked like a skeletal humanoid, somewhat resembling the characteristics of a Vasto Lord. However, its spiritual pressure was too weak, Anohana added. When Soifon returned to her quarters, a long-awaited system mission surfaced before her eyes once again. Mission triggered, the intersection of 3. Mission completed. Mission reward, Kakaito, optimized portable version, you can bypass the Siriiti's surveillance to travel to the world of the living in Hueco Mundo. Kakaito. Soifon toyed with the crystal in her hand, which emitted a blue fluorescent glow. I remember that thing didn't look like this. Rather than Kasuke Urahara's Kakaito, it looked more like a mini version of the Soul King's crystal coffin. Stuffing the Kakaito into her pocket, Soifon wouldn't have to worry about how to smuggle herself into the world of the living anymore. It was a good thing. Most importantly, she no longer had to worry about the issue of Aizen standing in the heavens. Fine. He goes to Hueco Mundo, we go to Hueco Mundo too. Someone, go throw the captain commander into Hueco Mundo. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 33, Graduation and Joining the Team. A significant amount of time had passed since the harrowing Kanso internship. Early one morning, a few members dressed in shihakusho were posting notices on the bulletin board in front of the Shino Academy teaching building. It appeared the squad assignments for the graduates had finally been released. A crowd gathered in front of the board, everyone jostling for a glimpse, searching for their names on the densely packed list. Unseated member. Unseated member. I'm an unseated member too. Aside from the few exceptional students who had skipped grades, almost every Shino Academy student present could only start their careers from the bottom. It wasn't until the crowd gradually dispersed that a group of 6 latecomers finally arrived at the bulletin board. Found it. Momo Hinamori's eyes lit up. I'm in the 2nd division. Oh, Rukia, you are too. The mere thought of working alongside her admired teacher, Soifon, made Momo feel as though her career as a Shinigami was off to a wonderful start. Eh? Am I in the 2nd division as well? Rukia squeezed in next to Momo, her eyes widening in surprise. 5th seat, Rukia, 6th seat, Momo Hinamori. The ranks were right next to each other. Not bad at all. Toshiro Hitsugaya, 10th division. 3rd seat. Toshiro looked at his name, pointing at the rank with an uncertain expression. Momo looked at him with a face full of pride. That's only natural, Shiro-chan. Your Ryatsu is so powerful, after all. 9th division, 5th seat. Shuhei Hisagi looked at the results and nodded. It was exactly what he had expected. 3rd division, 4th seat. Izuru Kira rubbed his nose. He didn't really care where he went, as long as he could secure a spot as a seated officer. Finally, there was Renji Abarai. He scratched his conspicuous red hair. 5th seat of the 5th division, huh? While Captain Aizen seemed like a very nice person, Renji couldn't help but feel that he wouldn't be able to make much of a name for himself in the 5th division. In truth, there was nothing wrong with coasting in the 5th division, but going to the 2nd division to catch spies felt like it would offer much broader horizons. Teacher Soifon's favoritism is just too obvious. Renji really wanted to go to the 2nd division to get into the action. She even pulled strings to get you two into her squad. Sigh. What do you mean, favoritism? Rukia countered, her face flushing as she spoke. Can things involving Shinigami even be called favoritism? The 6 of them bid their farewells at the gates of the Shino Academy, each dragging their simple luggage toward their respective division barracks. Just then, a massive and highly imposing figure waddled into view at the academy gates, accurately blocking Momo and Rukia's path. He had a pointed head, and a large gold chain around his neck shimmered with a blinding light. You two must be 5th seat Hinamori and 6th seat Rukia, right? Marekio Omida tried his best to make his voice sound kind and approachable. Why yes. Rukia and Momo were somewhat startled, nodding their heads slightly. Having confirmed their identities, Marekio breathed a sigh of relief. I am the lieutenant of the 2nd division, Marekio Omida. By order of Captain Soifon, I have come specifically to escort you both to the squad. Welcome, welcome. We're all family from now on, haha. Family. The two girls subconsciously glanced at each other. Was the 2nd division really such a united and loving organization? You become family the moment you arrive. However, to think this man was actually Teacher Soifon's lieutenant. Afraid of being rude, they only dared to steal a few glances at Marekio out of the corners of their eyes, thinking that his physique didn't exactly scream stealth or force. Lieutenant Omida, hello. Snapping out of it, the two quickly bowed in greeting, their voices clearly strained with formal tension. I.e., don't mention it. Follow me. Marekio turned to lead the way. Our barracks aren't far from here. We'll be there in a flash. As they walked through the streets of the Ciriiti, they gradually entered an area with a significantly more somber atmosphere and a more oppressive architectural style. In front of the towering gate of the 2nd Division barracks stood several expressionless guards. Their scrutinizing gazes lingered on Momo and Rukia for a moment before they stepped aside to let them pass. This was a stark contrast to Lieutenant Omida's easygoing nature just moments ago. As they stepped into the barracks, the light seemed to dim several shades. The corridors were winding and complex, with unadorned, dark gray walls. As they ventured deeper, they could even faintly hear the cries and howls of prisoners coming from behind certain iron doors. Just as the two were feeling uneasy, they arrived at a courtyard up ahead. Soifon walked out from within. Seeing Marekio and the two girls behind him, she nodded. Well done, Marekio. Fawning over Soifon with a smile, Marekio vanished with a whoosh using Shuinpa. Hee, I've got people from the 6th Division waiting for me outside. I'll take my leave first. He moved so fast that neither Rukia nor Momo could even react. The lieutenant is so fast. Momo exclaimed instinctively. Idiot, that's a lieutenant for you. Rukia nudged Momo with her elbow. Being fast is only natural, right? Then, Rukia looked at Soifon with admiration, am I right? Darn it, Rukia, that's not what you were saying just now. Momo felt like she had acted like a fool in front of Soifon, which was incredibly embarrassing. Coupled with the backstab from her best friend, it hurt. It hurt so much. Soifon tapped both of their foreheads with her fingers. You two, come with me now. First, get familiar with the 2nd Division's environment. Rukia and Momo quickly trotted to keep up, flanking Soifon on either side as if guarding her. As she led them deeper into the barracks, the scent of blood in the air seemed to grow thicker, and the temperature felt as if it had dropped several degrees. One of the primary responsibilities of the 2nd Division is surveillance, interrogation, and execution, Soifon's voice echoed through the empty hallway. This area is for detention and preliminary interrogation. She stopped in front of a heavy iron door that wasn't fully closed, leaving a small crack. The two poked their heads toward the gap. They could see cold, metallic instruments, and the bloodstains on the floor hadn't even been cleaned yet. Both of them retracted their heads almost simultaneously, their faces turning several shades paler. Momo even gave a slight shiver. At first, Rukia and Momo had managed to maintain a distance of a few steps behind Soifon. But as they went deeper, the two were now pressed tightly against Soifon's sides. Momo's shoulder was practically touching Soifon's arm, and Rukia was almost brushing against Soifon's other side. Creak. A heavy door opened somewhere nearby. Almost instinctively, the two of them grabbed Soifon's left and right arms, huddling themselves into her embrace. Soifon stopped. Looking down, she glanced at the two girls hanging off her like ornaments and sighed. This is only the outer detention area. You haven't even seen the actual execution grounds and torture chambers yet. She tried to gently move her arms, but after hearing those words, Momo hugged even tighter, and Rukia showed no intention of letting go either. In fact, there was even a faint hint of a territory war breaking out within her embrace. There's only this much space, and you two are still fighting over it. Soifon. Left with no choice, Soifon could only head back toward the captain's office, carrying the two clinging attachments with her. Soifon had just stepped into the captain's courtyard with her two human pendants when Marekio shouted, "Captain Soifon," and presented an invitation with both hands, standing respectfully before her. Seeing this, the two girls hanging off Soifon finally felt a sense of shame. They both dropped their feet to the ground, pretending to admire the distant scenery. Marekio, naturally, acted as if nothing had happened. What is this? An invitation just delivered by some friends from the 6th Division. It's for Captain Kachiki's wedding. I see. Go back to your duties. Byakuya Kachiki's wedding. I see. Giving Rukia a strange glance, Soifon opened the invitation to check the time and location before tucking it into her pocket. At Captain Kachiki's wedding. Rukia and Momo began to fantasize. A wedding for one of the 4 great noble houses, it must be spectacular. Hard to say. Soifon knew that Byakuya Kachiki was marrying a commoner from the Rakongi, and almost no one in the Kachiki clan supported him. Whatever. For Rukia's sake, she would go to show some support for Byakuya Kachiki. Do you two want to go? Seeing the expectant yet hesitant expressions on Rukia and Momo's faces, Soifon asked the obvious question. We don't really want to go that badly. Momo looked down, twiddling her fingers. We just arrived at the 2nd Division, so if we go to a wedding, our work. Fine, then I won't take you two along. Soifon curled her lips into a mischievous, black-hearted smirk. I'll go by myself. You two stay here and work hard. Rukia grabbed the hem of Soifon's clothes. Momo was the one who said that. Teacher Soifon, please, you must take me. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 34, Kachiki Family Wedding. The Kachiki Clan. Due to Soifon's provocation, Byakuya Kachiki's strength had progressed much faster than in the original timeline, reaching captain level ahead of schedule. His father, Sojin Kachiki, had taken the opportunity to resign from his positions as lieutenant and head of the clan to retire, thus avoiding any accidents while on duty. Byakuya Kachiki sat upright in the seat of honor, listening expressionlessly to the various questions and scoldings directed at him by the Kachiki elders in the room. A commoner from the Rakongi must not step through the gates of the Kachiki clan under any circumstances. We will never recognize this marriage. Perhaps seeing that Sojin Kachiki and Jinrei Kachiki, sitting to the side, had no intention of arguing on Byakuya's behalf, the words of those old fossils became increasingly harsh. Father, Byakuya is. Right now, he is the head of the Kachiki clan. Jinrei Kachiki pressed down on his son's shoulder. The noisy accusations continued for a long time until the elders seemed to grow tired of speaking, and the volume in the room gradually faded. The wedding will proceed as scheduled. Byakuya Kachiki's voice was steady and calm. The invitations have already been sent out in full. He didn't look back at the elders' faces, which had instantly turned even uglier, and simply turned to walk toward the door. On the day of the wedding, at the 2nd Division captain's office, less than an hour remained before the Kachiki wedding was set to officially begin. How do I look in this? Should I wear a hair accessory? Is this hairstyle okay? When Soifon pushed the door open and walked in, she glanced at the wall clock, then at the two girls whispering in front of the mirror. A vein throbbed faintly on her forehead. She walked over, grabbed one in each hand by the back collars of their shihakusho, and lifted them out of the office like two disobedient kittens. Captain Soifon. Two black arcs flashed through the air as Momo Hinamori and Rukia landed steadily. Just wear your shihakusho, Soifon said, looking at the two who were hesitating. You wouldn't want to be late for the wedding and have the guests treat you like a joke, would you? At the thought of the embarrassment of being late to such a solemn occasion, Rukia and Momo Hinamori shuddered simultaneously. We're leaving right now. The three used Shuinpa and soon arrived at the Kachiki estate, located in the core area of the Siriiti. From a distance, festive lanterns could be seen hanging at the entrance of the ancient and magnificent mansion. The line of people entering was sparse, completely lacking the grand spectacle that the wedding of the head of the four great noble houses should have had. So beautiful. Despite this, Rukia and Momo Hinamori were shocked by the luxurious display before them. The food, clothing, and items here were all rare things they had never seen before. Let's go. Soifon's voice snapped the two back to reality from their awe. When Soifon, clad in her white captain's haori, appeared at the gates of the Kachiki estate, the noisy whispers at the entrance instantly went silent. Whether they were guests handing over invitations or servants of the Kachiki clan, expressions of awe and fear appeared on their faces. Wasn't it said that Byakuya Kachiki relied on the shadow of his family and had no popularity among the captains? Why did Captain Soifon come? The butler took the invitations with both hands and respectfully led Soifon and the others through the gates. After taking her seat, Soifon glanced around at the guests. Everywhere her gaze landed, people bowed their heads, terrified of being targeted by her. None of the four great noble houses had sent anyone from their main families. Those who came were low-ranking members of branch families and minor nobles. Perhaps sending branch family members and irrelevant minor nobles to fill the space was the most gentle way those opposers could boycott the event. How can they look so similar? Perhaps it's a coincidence. When the elders sitting in their seats saw Rukia behind Soifon, they couldn't help but rub their eyes, then began whispering to each other regardless of etiquette. However, Rukia, the center of the discussion, didn't hear them. She was focused on feasting alongside Momo Hinamori. Taking a sip of tea, Soifon let out a bored yawn. So slow. Why hasn't it started yet? This was why she disliked great noble families. Everything they did was a hassle. Gulp. Captain Soifon, aren't you going to eat? Chew, chew, chew. Beside her, Momo Hinamori and Rukia had their mouths stuffed full like two hamsters. Soifon facepalmed, looking at Rukia with pity. I'm not eating. You two can eat my portion as well. Ah, well, if you insist. Reaches with chopsticks. Cherish this, Rukia. Once you become the adopted daughter of the Kachiki clan, you won't be able to eat whatever you want like this anymore. Finally, the wedding began. Byakuya Kachiki, wearing an expensive kimono, walked out leading his mysterious bride. Upon seeing the couple's faces, Momo Hinamori was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned her head to look at Rukia. Her gaze traveled back and forth between Rukia and the bride's face, her mouth hanging open. At the same time, before Rukia could even marvel at the grand ceremony, her gaze was captivated by the bride. A sense of closeness arising naturally from her blood caused a single word to involuntarily surface in Rukia's mind. Sister. Byakuya Kachiki looked at the guests. Soifon's white captain's haori was very conspicuous, and he cast a grateful look toward her. When his eyes caught sight of Rukia, Byakuya's pupils also shrank. He took a moment to recover before pretending nothing was wrong and continuing the ceremony. Rukia. Soifon reached out and held Rukia's clenched, trembling fist. Stay calm. Relax. Teacher. Tears welled up in her eyes without warning, sliding down Rukia's cheeks. She didn't even realize she was crying, she just stared blankly at the bride, her body starting to tremble uncontrollably. Soifon let go of Rukia's hand and instead pulled the girl into her embrace, using a tissue to gently wipe the tears from her face. If you want to cry, you can lean on me for a while. As she spoke, Rukia buried her face in the fabric of Soifon's shoulder, her warm tears quickly soaking the captain's haori draped over her. Momo Hinamori, sitting on the other side, took in the entire scene. She looked at Rukia with worry, but also with a hint of envy that Rukia could act so spoiled in Captain Soifon's arms. Rukia is already crying, yet I'm thinking like this. I shouldn't. Gently shaking her head, Momo Hinamori threw the ridiculous thought out of her mind. After an unknown amount of time, the long ceremony finally approached its end. The guests began to stand up one after another, but Soifon's table didn't move, remaining quietly in their seats. The same was true for several Kachiki elders. Having changed out of his heavy ceremonial robes, Byakuya Kachiki walked toward Soifon and the others, leading his new wife, Hisana Kachiki. Byakuya Kachiki stopped before Soifon's table and gave her a slight nod. Captain Soifon, thank you for attending today. Today, Byakuya Kachiki had finally reconciled with Soifon, who used to bully him. His voice was somewhat dry, his gaze scanning Rukia beside Soifon with complexity. Could this girl, who looked so much like his wife, be Hisana's sister? The moment Hisana Kachiki saw Rukia's face, she also trembled violently as if struck by lightning. She suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes, so similar to Rukia's, instantly filling with tears. The Kachiki elder sitting nearby frowned, faintly sensing that something was wrong. Gently patting Rukia's back, Soifon looked at the sobbing Hisana. Since my student sister is getting married, as her teacher, I naturally had to come and show my support. Regardless of anything else, Rukia is one of my favorite students. Patting the heads of the two girls, Soifon's gaze moved past Byakuya to the elders nearby, releasing her spiritual pressure to intimidate them. Ahem, I still have things to attend to. I'll be taking my leave first. Me too. To think she was the sister of Captain Soifon's favorite student, what a miscalculation. That damn commoner, if she had revealed this connection earlier, things wouldn't have come to this. The decaying elders fled in a hurry. Rukia and her sister were embracing and crying in a room. It looked like they would be whispering to each other for quite a while. Soifon led Momo Hinamori quietly out of the room, only to run into Byakuya Kachiki coming toward them. Captain Soifon, I want to take Rukia into the... Impossible. Soifon rejected the idea without a second thought. Rukia is definitely better off in the 2nd division than the 6th. Don't even think about it. But... Soifon blocked him again. There won't be any safety issues either, so rest assured. In that case, if Captain Soifon needs anything in the future, you can come to me. Byakuya Kachiki thought for a moment. It seemed he didn't have much to offer her, so he could only leave a blank check. I'll make this clear, during her temporary stay at the Kachiki estate, do not let Rukia suffer any grievances, do you hear me? Thinking of Byakuya Kachiki's awkward attitude toward Rukia in the early parts of the original story, Soifon issued a warning just in case, even though Hisana hadn't died yet. I understand. Byakuya nodded. The elders won't give Rukia a hard time. After she learns the necessary etiquette, she can return to her squad. A sickly commoner and a genius who could become a seated officer upon graduation were not the same concept. The Kachiki elders weren't stupid enough to make such an enemy. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 35, Momo Hinamori's Melancholy. 2nd Division, Captain's Office. Today marked the 3rd day after the wedding. To cultivate the administrative skills of Rukia and Momo Hinamori, Soifon had rarely instructed Marekio Omida to delegate some of the division's paperwork to the captain's office for them to review. Upon hearing this, the massive man was so moved that tears nearly streamed down his face. Inside the room, Soifon lightly tapped the dazed Momo Hinamori. Watching the girl scramble to her feet and apologize in a panic, Soifon couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Soifon-sensei, It's not like Rukia isn't coming back. The Kachiki clan will have her return to the squad soon enough. I know. Suit yourself. I'm heading to the Department of Research and Development. Do you want me to bring back some of those newly cultivated peaches for you? No thank you, sensei. Momo Hinamori patted her cheeks, picked up a division document, and began her review. She forced a sunny grin at Soifon. TSK, that smile is so fake. A young girl's heart really is hard to read. Soifon didn't call her out on the forced smile. She simply gave Momo's soft cheek a playful pinch before heading out. Bang. The moment the office door closed, the smile on Momo Hinamori's face gradually faded, replaced by a listless expression. Rukia, are you willing to join the Kachiki family and become my sister? This was your sister Hisana's wish. From the moment she met me, she never stopped looking for you. Momo recalled the words Byakuya Kachiki had spoken to Rukia after the wedding yesterday, and her heart felt inevitably heavy. She didn't know how long Rukia would be gone. The house rules of the 4 great noble houses were notoriously strict. She had heard that children there were tutored from the moment they were born. Surely Rukia, this half-baked noble, wouldn't just slack off for half a year or a year and leave all the division paperwork to her, right? But most importantly, now that Rukia was a member of the Kachiki clan, her ability to help Soifon-sensei in the future would surely be far greater than Momo's own. This gap made Momo feel a sense of melancholy. She was happy for her best friend, yet frustrated by her own perceived incompetence. Sigh. She shook those intrusive thoughts out of her head. Transforming into a desktop cleaning master, Momo Hinamori processed the official documents on the desk with lightning speed before returning to her own room. Right now, I can't do anything. Please, Tobium. Inputting that classic password, Momo drew Tobium from her waist and sat cross-legged on her bed to begin meditating. Asterisk. At the Department of Research and Development, Soifon was currently negotiating with Mayuri Kuratsuchi for the equipment she needed. Hello. I need a device capable of real-time positioning, high concealment, painless implantation, and a protection mechanism that triggers if the target receives a lethal blow. Bang. Before Soifon could even finish her sentence, Mayuri slammed the door and stormed out, leaving her and Nimue Kuratsuchi staring at each other. Soifon asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Nimue replied flatly, "Too little money, too much work." So that's it. He just wants more funding. Our second division is the last place to lack money, thanks to the Omida family. Should have said so. I can increase the payment. Or perhaps you need some experimental subjects. The second division has plenty of prisoners waiting for execution. Soifon knew Mayuri hadn't gone far. Creak. Ahem, but then again. Mayuri pushed the door open, grinning as if nothing had happened. Captain Soifon's request just now is actually something I'm quite interested in. Mayuri didn't ask what Soifon intended to use the device for. After all, combining so many questionable functions meant it certainly wasn't for anything above board. I wonder when Captain Soifon needs this by. As it happened, Mayuri Kuratsuchi wasn't exactly a good person either. Soifon calculated Ryukin Ishida's current age. Can you do it in 10 years, Director Mayuri? Such a generous deadline. Such a lavish client. Mayuri was overjoyed. Of course. Once it's finished, I'll have Nimue deliver it to you personally, Captain Soifon. By the way, is there a way for souls without spiritual power to survive within the Siri-IDI? Soifon thought of Hisana Kachiki and Toshiro Hitsugaya's grandmother. Those two seemed to suffer because they couldn't withstand the heavy pressure of souls. That's even simpler. Just make a portable device that isolates ordinary spiritual pressure. As long as they aren't deliberately targeted by a powerful Ryatsu, there won't be any problems. Mayuri waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would bundle this in as a freebie. Asterisk. Carrying a bag of the new peach variety, Soifon returned to the second division barracks. Momo, I've got peaches. Come eat some peaches. Pushing open the office door, Soifon blinked at the empty room. She walked to the desk and leafed through the papers. The division documents had already been fully processed. She then carried the bag to Momo Hinamori's dormitory. The curtains weren't fully closed, and she could see the girl sitting cross-legged on the bed performing Jinzen. Actually, wait. Momo's head was nodding rhythmically, teetering on the edge of falling over. She had clearly fallen asleep in the middle of her meditation. Gently pushing the door open, Soifon set the peaches on the table. She supported the meditating Momo and helped her lie flat on the bed. To actually fall asleep during Jinzen. Momo, I'm willing to call you the strongest when it comes to sleeping. Tucking the girl in tightly, Soifon sat by the bed, picked up a peach, wiped it on her sleeve, and began to munch on it. The Department of Research and Development's side business wasn't bad. This new variety was large, juicy, and packed with spiritual energy. For the record, Soifon preferred soft peaches. Sniff, sniff. The aroma of peaches filled the small dorm. The sleeping Momo's nose twitched involuntarily as the cravings in her stomach gradually woke her up. Smells so good. Momo Hinamori opened her eyes, her first words a murmur of physical instinct. However, when she saw the familiar figure sitting by her bed, her eyes widened, and 2 patches of crimson instantly flushed her cheeks. Soifon-sensei. With a start, Momo scrambled into a sitting position. You're awake. Soifon handed over a peach. Hungry? Eat. I. Taking the peach with both hands, Momo's eyes suddenly began to sting for some reason. Momo, you. Soifon didn't have any tissues on hand, so she could only pull the girl into a hug, using her own captain's Hayori to wipe Momo's tears. I'm sorry, sensei, Momo said, flustered. I don't know why I. Buried in the embrace of the person she admired, Momo had initially just felt useless and downcast. But seeing Soifon-sensei being so kind to her, she truly felt like crying. Rukia has become a part of the Kachiki family, she'll definitely be able to help sensei more in the future. But I can't do anything right. Just now. I wanted to do Jinzen, I wanted to communicate with Tobium and get stronger, but I ended up falling asleep. And sensei even went out of her way to bring me peaches. She buried her face deeper into Soifon's Hayori, her shoulders trembling slightly. Soifon listened quietly without interrupting, simply patting the girl's back. Seriously, what is this all about? After a long while, Momo's sobbing subsided, and she timidly lifted her head. What? Seeing her like this, Soifon gave a dry laugh. Finished crying. Momo Hinamori, with her eyes still red, decided to push her luck. Can I stay like this for a little longer? Soifon-sensei. Suit yourself. A crying child always gets the candy. Soifon adjusted her posture and held Momo Hinamori in her arms, leaning back against the bed. By the way, remember to eat that peach in your hand. Eh? I'm supposed to eat it in Captain Soifon's arms. You can, but if you get juice on my clothes, you're the one washing them. Yes. I'll definitely get them dirty. Huh. No, I definitely won't get them dirty. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 36, Ranjaku, Hogyoku, Soul King Fragments. Early the next morning, inside a certain dormitory. After finally coaxing Momo Hinamori to sleep the night before, Soifon had used a Kikaido on her own within the squad barracks. Little did she expect that her first attempt at an illegal crossing would nearly end in disaster. She was almost swallowed whole by the Kotatsu. Alas, this was the fate of those who attempted unregulated travel without a schedule for the Kotatsu's appearances. Luckily, her Shuinpa was currently the best in the Soul Society. Before leaving the Dangai, Soifon had even turned back to glare at the relentlessly pursuing Kotatsu, mentally noting that once she became a transcendent, it would be the first thing she'd use for target practice. After getting up and washing up, Soifon's footsteps instinctively drifted toward Momo Hinamori's dormitory. The room was empty. The bed was neatly made, and the peach pits left on the table from the night before had vanished. The place was scrubbed clean. Out so early. Soifon turned around just in time to see Marekio Omida's round figure waddling through the hallway ahead, clutching a stack of documents. Omida. Captain Soifon. Marekio stopped abruptly, a fawning smile plastered on his face. What are your orders? Have you seen Momo Hinamori? Miss Hinamori. Marekio paused to recall. I saw her heading out before the sky was even fully light. Soifon fell into thought for a moment before waving her hand to dismiss Marekio to his duties. It wasn't until work was nearly set to begin that morning that the door to Soifon's office was pushed open, and a breathless Momo Hinamori walked in. Momo's cheeks were flushed from exercise, and she had changed into a fresh shahakusho. Soifon could even catch a faint scent of soap from a recent bath. Captain Soifon, good morning. Momo Hinamori steadied her breathing and bowed to Soifon. Since it was during duty hours, she had to address her as captain. Good morning, Momo, Soifon said, studying her for a moment. Were you out training? Caught red-handed, Momo scratched her head sheepishly. I practiced for a little while. Soifon teased her, no Jinsen today. Tobium said our synchronization isn't high enough yet. She said there's no point in continuing to meet right now. Momo smiled and traced the hilt of the Zanpakuto at her waist. Synchronization isn't high enough. Translated, that meant she hadn't used her shurikai enough and her combat experience was lacking. Who knew Tobium was a natural-born battle maniac? While Soifon was lost in thought, Momo had already officially entered work mode. It made Soifon feel a bit awkward to be the only leader slacking off nearby. And so, Soifon decided to head out and slack off elsewhere. 10th Division Training Ground. A massive ice dragon collided with a searing flame slash. The crimson strike carved through the frost-colored dragon as easily as a hot knife through butter. Not bad, Toshiro. You're already stronger than Ranjaku. Isshin Shiba raised a hand to brush the ice shards from his hair, a brilliant smile on his face. Facing his captain's praise, Toshiro gave a bashful smile, though he soon turned a speechless gaze toward the source of the instigating voice nearby. Seeing the captain disparaging her again, Ranjaku Matsumoto raised her cup. Keep it up, Toshiro. If you beat the captain, you can take his job. She was perched on the eaves of a nearby roof, sipping from a porcelain-white sake jar, yet her face showed no hint of a flush. There was no telling how many times she had practiced her drinking during work hours to build up such a tolerance. The two in the training ground moved again, their crimson and frost-blue ryatsu clashing violently. Ranjaku Matsumoto watched with fascination, instinctively lifting her jar for another drink. Wait, where did my giant sake jar go? A silent figure appeared behind her, snatching the jar right out of her hand. It was none other than Soifon, out on her slacking-off excursion. Drinking during work hours? Soifon frowned at her friend. Ranjaku, your slacking is getting out of hand. Even I'm not this excessive, Soifon added internally. Captain Soifon. How do you have time to come over here? Don't tell me you're slacking off too. Seeing that it was Soifon who had taken her bottle, Ranjaku lost her temperamental edge. Nonsense. How can anything a captain does be called slacking? Soifon tossed the bottle with pinpoint accuracy into a distant trash bin before sitting down beside Ranjaku to watch the spar between Toshiro and Isshin Shiba. Toshiro's strength is progressing rapidly, Soifon remarked, propping her chin on her hand as she teased her friend. Don't you feel any sense of urgency? Vice. Captain. Ranjaku Matsumoto rolled her eyes. None at all. If anything, I'd rather let Toshiro have this lieutenant position. I think the third seat suits me much better. Speaking of which, she was also somewhat confused about her own situation. She asked Soifon why it seemed like her Ryatsu had hit a bottleneck years ago and hadn't grown an inch since. She was stuck at the transition between the 5th and 4th spiritual rank, completely motionless. Given the average lifespan of a Shinigami, Ranjaku was still in her youth. With the potential she had shown, it was impossible for her progress to simply stall. Soifon couldn't help but shift her gaze toward the 5th division. She didn't know how to explain it to Ranjaku. She wasn't ready to tell her that because Sosuke Aizen had taken a Soul King fragment from her when she was a child, her soul was incomplete. What does Heiniko have to say? Soifon steered the conversation toward Ranjaku Zanpakuto. Don't even get me started, Captain Soifon, Ranjaku said, touching the scabbard at her waist. Since my Ryatsu won't go up, Heiniko can't do anything about it either. Soifon nodded understandingly. It seemed Heiniko was in the dark as well. If Ranjaku wanted to take another step forward, it meant she had to strip the Soul King fragment from Aizen's Hogyoku and restore the integrity of her soul. Sigh. If only there were a way to make Aizen part with the fragment willingly. For example, trading a larger piece of the Soul King for it. I understand. Soifon stood up, brushed the dust from her clothes, and placed a hand on Ranjaku Matsumoto's head. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Who knows? Maybe you're just accumulating power for a massive breakthrough, Ranjaku. Finally having a chance to pet Ranjaku's head, Soifon felt a secret thrill. After enjoying Soifon's head pat kill for a moment, Ranjaku suddenly noticed dust and debris fluttering down in front of her eyes. Dandruff. No way. I washed my hair last night. Ranjaku instinctively reached up to feel her head. Soifon. Back at the 2nd division. Momo Hinamori, who had finished her paperwork long ago, had run off to the training ground again. Soifon stole a few glances at the girl pouring her sweat and fireballs into her practice and felt a growing headache. It was good for her student to be ambitious, but why couldn't she feel happy about it? When Soifon saw the application form sitting on her desk, her headache intensified, and she leaned her head against her hand. Request for deployment to Karakura Town in the world of the living to hunt Minos Grande. Signed, 2nd Division, Momo Hinamori. New story, Frieren, capturing Aura at the start. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 37, Elbow. Follow me to Hueco Mundo for actual combat. Soifon finished reading the application written by Momo Hinamori. The words in the document were practically a plea, but Soifon had no intention of discussing it with her. She rejected the application immediately. Stationed in Karakura Town. Did she want to replicate the plot where Kasuki Rahara buried the Hogyoku inside someone only to encounter Ichigo Kurosaki? Setting aside the fact that the timeline was all wrong, even if it were the right time, Soifon had no intention of letting her student be used as a pawn by Kasuki Rahara. After staring at the application in a daze for a while, Momo Hinamori, having finished her training, returned to the 2nd Division barracks and nervously pushed open the office door. Seeing Soifon holding her application in silence, Momo's heart leaped into her throat. She paced into the room with soft, hesitant steps. You're here. Sensing her arrival, Soifon slapped the application onto the desk and pushed it toward her. The request for deployment to the world of the living, don't bring it up again. Why? Momo Hinamori was baffled. She had clearly explained her reasoning. She wanted to fight Minos Grande in the world of the living to increase her strength. There was no reason for it to be rejected. Soifon tapped her finger on the desk. If you just want to fight hollows, you don't need to go to the world of the living. Momo leaned against the desk with both hands. But Captain Soifon, the hollows in the Soul Society are so scattered. When did I ever say we were looking for hollows in the Soul Society? But Captain won't let me go to the world of the living either. It's not like you can take me to Hueco Mundo. Before she could finish, Momo was startled by her own bold hypothesis. She didn't even have the courage to continue the thought. Without the Garganta technology from the Department of Research and Development, it was impossible to travel to Hueco Mundo. This was why Momo had never considered going there to grind for experience. However, any ajuchas that had been granted Arincarification by Sosuke Aizen could practically open a Garganta to leave Hueco Mundo on their own. It had to be said that the Hollow race truly possessed something unique. Even the Soul King had been born for the sake of exterminating them. Watching the dazed Momo Hinamori, Soifon walked up to her and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to go?" The warm breath from Soifon's lungs tickled Momo's ear, sending a faint, tingly current through her earlobe. Her legs momentarily lost their strength. Momo supported herself against the desk and unconsciously sat back onto it. I do. For some reason, she felt her heart racing. Her face was burning intensely, she was certain it had turned bright red. Before the words could fully leave her mouth, Momo suddenly thought of her best friend, Rukia. If she ran off to Hueco Mundo with Captain Soifon for special training right now, it felt a bit unfair. Soifon saw through her expression. What else is on your mind? I want to wait for Rukia. Momo pressed her hand against her thumping chest. It feels too cunning of me to be the only one getting stronger. What was happening? Why did her heart race so much whenever she was with Captain Soifon? She loved this feeling. Could it be that I like Captain Soifon? Half a month later. A carriage bearing the Kachiki clan crest slowly came to a halt at the main gate of the 2nd Division. Any passing Soul Reapers who saw the luxurious carriage couldn't help but cast curious glances toward it. Rukia Kachiki gripped her shihakusho. Her mind was on a constant loop of the various etiquette rules her teachers had drilled into her, and her palms were growing damp. She pulled back the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Instantly, dozens of gazes fixed upon her. This is so awkward. I want to curl into a ball and disappear. Forcing her expression and posture to remain rigid, Rukia walked through the familiar corridors of the 2nd Division barracks and entered the captain's courtyard. Rukia. You're back. Almost the second she pushed open the office door, Momo Hinamori launched herself from her chair like a rocket, circling Rukia to inspect her. Rukia's return was a source of great joy for Momo. After all, Soifon couldn't spend every day entertaining her, she needed a partner by her side during practice to keep things from getting boring. More importantly, now that Rukia was back, the two of them could go to Hueco Mundo together to level up. Momo was looking forward to it. Eh? You haven't changed at all after visiting the Kachiki family. Are you secretly wearing any expensive jewelry? Seeing Momo's familiar smiling face, the tension in Rukia's heart finally snapped. The noble aura she had been forcing herself to maintain dissipated instantly. Since there was no one else here, she finally didn't have to pretend. How could I wear things that hinder my combat ability? I'm not. Rukia trailed off, suddenly remembering that Lieutenant Marekio Omida seemed to love wearing gold jewelry. Sigh, anyway, being a noble is so exhausting. I'm already starting to feel bad for my sister. She returned to her seat, intending to handle a few backlogged official documents to relax. However, Rukia saw that her desk was completely empty. Just as she was about to ask Captain Soifon where her work had gone, she froze at the scene before her. She saw Captain Soifon holding a crystal that emitted a blue fluorescent glow. With a light stroke through the air in the center of the office, a black, alien space resembling a Senkaman abruptly appeared. It looked like the giant maw of some beast slowly opening, ready to swallow its prey. This is... Rukia stared blankly at the rift in space that looked like a black hole. A garganta leading to Hueco Mundo. Soifon grabbed Momo Hinamori, who was about to charge straight inside. It's a long story. For now, just follow me. Out of instinctive trust for Captain Soifon, Rukia followed behind her without hesitation, stepping into the garganta. The night in Hueco Mundo was eternal and boundless. Only a moon that never extinguished hung in the sky, providing a limited amount of light. The world seemed to consist only of two colors, black and white. The wind blew past, kicking up white sand with a whistling whoosh. This is Hueco Mundo. Rukia and Momo, one on each side, were led out of the garganta by Soifon. Both were stunned by the sight before them. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. In the vast white desert, there were occasional withered white trees without leaves. Although it was Hueco Mundo, they couldn't feel the spiritual pressure of any life forms at all, not even hollows. They only had a limited understanding of Hueco Mundo's general appearance from textbooks at the Shino Academy, which didn't even have pictures. As for the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, they were already a relic of a bygone era. For the sake of the balance of souls between the three realms, the Captain Commander had not sent anyone to hunt the Minos Grande of Hueco Mundo for a long time. However, with Rukia and Momo's current strength, they didn't need to worry about the issue of three-realm imbalance yet. That's right. Soifon patted Momo's head. Are you happy? Could she say she wasn't? This was completely different from the Hueco Mundo she had imagined. Momo's shoulders slumped. She used the scabbard of Tobium to poke a scorpion-like hollow that had crawled out of the sand. It wasn't even as big as her palm. In her impression, Hueco Mundo should have been like the 2nd Division's interrogation rooms, covered in blood. She imagined that the moment they appeared, a steady stream of bloodthirsty Minos would attack them, and through combat, they would stimulate their potential and have Tobium tell them the true name of their Bankai. Captain Soifon, where are the hollows? Didn't you just kill one? Rukia didn't oppose Momo's desire to get stronger, but at this moment, she was still uneasily clutching Captain Soifon's sleeve. Soifon smiled and looked back. What's wrong, Rukia? Rukia looked at the two of them. Captain Soifon, if it's found out that we came to Hueco Mundo without permission, then don't let anyone find out. Soifon raised her eyes to the moon in the sky. Come on. I'll take you to find some Minos Grande to practice on. New story, Frieren, capturing Aura at the start. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 38, Aizen is fighting a battle of wits and courage with the air. Soifon leaned against a withered, gnarled tree, her gaze calm as she watched the battle unfolding a short distance away. Momo, Hinamori and Rukia were currently tangling with a jillion dozens of meters tall. They had just barely managed to dodge a clumsy, lumbering stomp from the beast, only for a crimson Siro to immediately follow, scouring the earth. Seizing the opening after the Siro was discharged, the two of them activated Shuanpa simultaneously. They blinked directly in front of the Jillian's porcelain clown mask and sliced it in half from top to bottom. Momo and Rukia dropped back to the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from the strands of hair near their ears. They looked utterly bedraggled. To be covered in dust just from fighting a single, mindless Jillian felt like a pathetic showing. Soifon shook her head helplessly. However, before they could even catch their breath, a suffocating spiritual pressure erupted from the dark, dense woods behind them like a crashing tsunami. The two girls spun around, their faces turning pale instantly. Behind them, within the forest of Minos composed of countless ghastly white trees, dense clusters of crimson light began to ignite. They looked like a multitude of demonic eyes snapping open in the dead of night. Beneath every single red dot, the pale clown mask of a Jillian was faintly visible, and they were all currently condensing Siros. Against such a concentrated barrage of Siros, there was simply nowhere to hide. Despair, like a cold viper, instantly coiled around the hearts of Momo, Hinamori and Rukia. I forgot to tell you, Soifon said, walking in front of the two girls with her Zanpakuto held in her arms. The Jillians of the forest of Minos are social creatures. The sheer size of the Jillians was still too overwhelming for rookie Shinigami. In their hearts, the threat level of these beasts had already far surpassed the failed Arrancar they had encountered during their previous Kanso internship. Soifon-sensei. Momo spoke with a clear, despairing sob in her voice. It looks like we're going to die together today. I have something I want to say to you, sensei. At this point, neither Momo nor Rukia believed they could survive. Even for someone as strong as Soifon-sensei, escaping unscathed from such an overwhelming number of Siros seemed impossible. Momo summoned her courage. She decided to confess the hazy, burgeoning emotions in her heart to Soifon. She didn't even care if Rukia laughed at her. If she didn't say it now, she would never get the chance. Soifon-sensei, I think I like. Crackle. Suddenly, Momo's words caught in her throat. She was stunned into silence by the massive spiritual pressure radiating from Soifon-sensei beside her. Soifon raised her arm, her palm crackling with blue-white lightning and terrifying Ryatsu. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinton Reiho. This was the first time Soifon had output her spiritual pressure at maximum power. A surging beam of blue-white light erupted from her palm. The azure lightning beam collided with the hundreds of crimson Siros screaming toward them. The clash held for less than half a second before the lightning overwhelmed the red light with crushing dominance. The moment it touched the first Jillian, a mushroom cloud erupted. Rumble. Wherever the lightning swept, a charred vacuum zone was plowed into the landscape for hundreds of meters ahead. Momo, Hinamori and Rukia stood frozen in place, their mouths hanging wide open. After taking a moment to steady her breath, Soifon walked over to her two students. She first confirmed they weren't injured before belatedly looking at Momo. Momo, what were you about to say just now? Because she had been busy casting the Kido without an incantation and the commotion had been so loud, she hadn't quite heard Momo's words. Soifon-sensei, Momo seemed to say she liked MMPH. At $. Rukia had just started to repeat it when her mouth was firmly covered by a hot hand, the palm feeling rough with traces of sand. MMPH. MMPH. There's sand in there. You idiot, Momo. While forcefully holding down the struggling Rukia, Momo gave Soifon a smile that radiated extreme guilt. Sensei, you definitely misheard. I just wanted to say that before I died, I wanted to eat one of the peaches you brought me, ahaha. Her eyes darted around, not daring to meet Soifon's gaze. Soifon decided not to press the issue. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. She scanned the surroundings. The commotion in the forest of Minos had been massive, it was likely that the residents of Las Noches had already noticed. That's enough actual combat for today. I'll open a Garganta to send you back. Soifon produced the Kakaigai and made a slash through the air, summoning the Garganta. She signaled for Momo to let go of Rukia. Taking down a Jillian together was already a respectable achievement for fresh graduates. Pa. You idiot Momo. Don't you know how dirty your hands are? The moment Momo let go, Rukia frantically spat out the sand in her mouth. If you hadn't been such a blabbermouth, Rukia, I wouldn't have. Look at them, bickering again. You two seem to have plenty of energy left. Should we go kill another Jillian? Soifon maintained the Garganta, watching them bicker with a cold, fake smile. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of Las Noches, Sailaporo opened the surveillance feed based on the red dots flashing on the map alarm, discovering the ruins of the forest of Minos that Soifon had just decimated. His fingers tapped rapidly on the console. There are still lingering traces of spiritual power from a Garganta being opened in the air. Which Arrancar was being this tedious? Or was his leader, Aizen, conducting some other shady experiment again? Regardless, he had to record it and report it. Sailaporo understood the corporate culture of leaving a paper trail all too well. He quickly typed up a field report, attached photos of the scene, and packaged the data. This detailed investigation material was soon delivered to Sosuke Aizen. An unusual intruder. Aizen flipped through the report, narrowing his eyes. Charred ground, severed tree layers, sunken craters. A spiritual pressure strike with elemental attributes, combined with such immense destructive power. Aside from the Espada under his command, perhaps only a wild Vasto Lord could achieve this. But why would a wild Vasto Lord take action against Jillians in the forest of Minos? It was no different from going out of one's way to bully ants. Furthermore, there were no traces of an evenly matched battle at the scene, it was complete, one-sided annihilation. Add to that the detected residue of Garganta spirit particles, it was truly perplexing. However, that's what made it interesting. Aizen adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile appearing on his face. What a fascinating individual. Can we deploy more surveillance in Hueco Mundo? Also, I would like to add a video recording function. It sounded like a polite request, but in reality, he gave Sailaporo no room to refuse. Even if it's impossible, make it happen. Of course. I will see to it immediately. Sailaporo bowed and took his leave. Asterisk. Inside the 2nd Division Captain's office, 3 figures stepped out of the Garganta one after another. Feeling the familiar environment of the Siriidii, both Rukia and Momo Hinamori breathed a sigh of relief. The sun, the breeze, and the aura of life, these things were truly precious. The eternally oppressive atmosphere of Hueco Mundo, thick with the scent of death, had placed them under immense pressure even during their short stay. Watching the 2 girls slumped on the floor, greedily inhaling the fresh air, Soifon helplessly flicked Momo Hinamori's forehead. Ouch. Momo looked up piteously. Why did you only hit me, Soifon-sensei? You dummy, Momo. Rukia followed up with a flick of her own. It was your idea to go to. Rukia bit back the words, Hueco Mundo, just in time. In the Siriidii, they were not allowed to mention they had been to Hueco Mundo. That was the agreement they had made with Captain Soifon. All right, Rukia. Squatting down, Soifon gently wiped the dust from Rukia's face. I have some tasks to take care of and need to head back for a moment. You two go get some rest, all right? Perhaps because Soifon rarely gave such gentle instructions, both Rukia and Momo were momentarily dazed. They could only manage a blank, okay, as they watched Soifon's silhouette vanish back into the Garganta. New story, Frieren, capturing Aura at the start. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 39, Soifon sneaks into the human world. Inside the 2nd Division's bathhouse. The sound of rushing water echoed as white mist billowed out from the shower stalls. From beneath the partitions, 2 pairs of slender, delicate feet could be seen. Hey, Rukia. Momo Hinamori let the water rinse the suds from her hair, the streams tracing her elegant collarbones before splashing onto the floor. What is it, Momo? Rukia's voice drifted from her stall, mingling with the pitter-patter of the shower. Turning around, Momo Hinamori tilted her head back to let the water wash over her face. She spoke in a muffled, dejected tone. I'm sorry. Because of my selfishness and stubbornness, I dragged you and Soifon-sensei to Hueco Mundo and put you in such a dangerous situation. If it hadn't been for you, I would have never been able to defeat that Jillian on my own. After realizing the gap between herself and a Minos Grande, Momo finally understood why Captain Soifon had rejected her application. She understood why her captain had so readily agreed to take her to Hueco Mundo to hunt hollows only after Rukia returned. Momo Hinamori began to reflect on her actions. Perhaps a strange sense of rivalry and jealousy had clouded her judgment regarding her own strength. Why don't you look at it from a different perspective, Momo? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill a Jillian alone either. Besides, we might be the only 2 Shinigami in this entire graduating class who have actually killed a Jillian, right? Rukia's crisp voice resonated in Momo's ears. She didn't sound like she blamed Momo at all, despite how perilous their situation had been. Oh, can it really be interpreted that way? Doesn't that mean we won again? Win-win. Quickly finishing her rinse, Momo Hinamori wrapped herself in a bath towel and stepped out of the stall, bumping right into Rukia. Stare. Momo didn't say a word. She simply stared intently at Rukia, as if she were getting to know her best friend all over again. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Rukia took a step back, feeling quite uncomfortable under such scrutiny. I think I finally understand what you've been learning at the Kachiki household. Momo smiled with relief. You've mastered all the conversational tricks of the nobles, Rukia. The outskirts of Karakura town, world of the living. After causing such a massive commotion in the forest of Minos, Soifon spent exactly 1 second reflecting on the experience before deciding to iterate and update her strategy. She would go to the world of the living and get 3 black concealment cloaks from Kasukirahara. As Soifon stepped out of the Senkamen, the familiar sensation of having her Ryatsu suppressed by a Gentii Rain did not occur. As expected, the black cavity opened via the Kakaigai was not monitored by the Siriidii. To avoid the Shinigami stationed in the world of the living, Soifon slipped into a pre-prepared Jigai. She jumped in place a few times to adjust to the body's agility before heading toward the location of the Ishida family villa in her memory. The blaring of car horns, the shouts of street vendors, it had been a long time since she had visited the world of the living. She hadn't realized that the prosperity of a modern city had already begun to take shape in Karakura town. Due to Soifon's distant and cold aura, several talent scouts were tempted to approach her with contact cards along the way. However, they all lost their nerve and retreated when they were still several paces away. Passing by a department store display window, Soifon glanced at her reflection in the glass. She was wearing a brownish-white blazer paired with a black miniskirt and brown boots. Beautiful. As expected of me. No wonder so many talent scouts wanted her to be an idol. Arriving at the gates of the Ishida villa, Soifon pressed the doorbell. After a flurry of footsteps, Masaki Kurosaki's head poked out from behind the door. She looked at Soifon standing outside the front gate. Uncle. Ryukin, she shouted back into the house. We have a guest. Soon, steady footsteps approached from the stairs. Soken Ishida walked down slowly, followed by Ryukin Ishida, who was clutching a book. When they saw the face of the visitor at the gate, Soken Ishida's expression momentarily froze. Ryukin Ishida's book slipped from his hand and fell straight onto the floor. Captain. Soken Ishida spoke first as he reached the gate. His voice was steady. It has been a long time. To what do we owe this visit? Soken Ishida bore no resentment towards Soifon, considering she had saved his child's life. Soifon studied Soken Ishida for a moment before taking a slip of paper from her blazer pocket and handing it over. I'm in the world of the living for some business and need to find a place, Soifon said, her voice devoid of emotion. You Quincy seem to have quite a bit of influence here. Soken Ishida took the note and unfolded it. On it, 4 characters were written in concise calligraphy, Urahara Shop. I only know it's a general store. The owner is named Kasukirahara, Soifon added. After leading Soifon into the villa, Soken spoke a few words to someone on the phone while holding the note. He then looked at Soifon apologetically. I've already sent someone to look into it. It might take some time. That's fine. Soifon was in no hurry. She picked up the black tea brewed by Kane Katagiri and took a sip, casually patting the heads of the little maid and Masaki Kurosaki. This subconscious act of intimacy left all 4 people in the room stunned for a moment. Captain, you don't seem to harbor hostility toward us. Soken Ishida sat down opposite Soifon. After saying this, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. If Soifon had been hostile, she wouldn't have brought Ryukin back. In truth, he had always hoped for peaceful coexistence with the Shinigami. Soifon didn't deny it. Mr. Quincy, the same applies to you. How rude of me. Only then did Soken Ishida realize he hadn't introduced himself. I am Soken Ishida. He then pushed the 3 children towards Soifon, introducing them one by one. Soifon. Captain of the 2nd Division, Soifon introduced herself. Silence returned to the living room, broken only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. After about 20 minutes, the phone rang. Ryukin Ishida answered it. After listening for a moment, he whispered, I understand, and hung up. He picked up a nearby notebook, copied down a section of text, tore it off, and handed it to Soifon. Taking the paper, Soifon stood up and nodded. Thank you. Soken Ishida opened his mouth as if to speak, then hesitated. Finally, just as Soifon was about to walk out the door, he made up his mind. Captain Soifon, that shop. If you're interested, you can find a time to check it out, but be careful of that man. Soifon turned back to look meaningfully at Ryukin Ishida and Masaki Kurosaki. He is very sinister, but sometimes, he is also very useful. Following the address on the note, Soifon soon found the general store with the words, Urahara Shop, displayed prominently. If electronic technology were to advance over the next few decades, perhaps Soifon could have used a navigation system to find Kasuke Urahara's secret base in the world of the living directly. Standing on the street opposite Urahara Shop, Soifon watched as a station Shinigami dressed in a shihakusho walked boldly into the shop. The muscular Tesai Tsukabashi enthusiastically introduced various products in the shop, showing none of the majesty of the former Grand Kido chief. What a fall from grace. But then again, the Captain Commander's attitude was so ambiguous. It wasn't as if no one had ever reported the existence of a shop run by the wanted fugitive Kasuke Urahara before. However, the Captain Commander had always turned a blind eye to it. Perhaps this blurred, unclear stance was exactly why business at Kasuke Urahara's general store was so good. Furthermore, after observing the customer traffic at the entrance for a while, Soifon realized she couldn't find a good opening to enter. After all, she had currently slipped away without permission. So, the reason Urahara Shop could operate so openly in the world of the living wasn't that the station Shinigami hadn't discovered it. Rather, it was because everyone had gradually reached a tacit understanding not to report it. After all, Kasuke Urahara's high-tech gadgets were simply too tempting. Who doesn't want to survive? New story, Frieren, capturing Aura at the start. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 40, Shihuin Yoruichi. As the night deepened, the pedestrians on the streets of Karakura town gradually thinned out. Soifon sat in a roadside cafe until evening, waiting until Kasuke Urahara finally showed signs of closing up for the night. It was time. Tesai Tsukabashi walked outside the shop, preparing to pull down the rolling shutter. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared a few paces in front of him without any warning, sending a jolt of shock through his heart. Such top-tier concealment techniques were far beyond anything the station Shinigami from before could hope to achieve. Tesai paused mid-motion and squinted. As he finally made out the visitor's face, a look of pure astonishment broke across his rugged features for the first time. Captain Soifon. Subconsciously, he instinctively raised both hands, rapidly circulating the spiritual power within his body. A few beads of nervous sweat even broke out on his face. I told that guy Urahara not to be so flashy, and not to just accept every customer that walks in. Now look what's happened. A captain from the Siriidii had arrived. Mr. Tesai. A hand clad in a green robe pressed down on Tesai Tsukabashi's shoulder. Calm down. It's quite rude to treat a guest this way, you know. Kasuke Urahara had appeared at the shop entrance at some unknown moment. Soifon narrowed her eyes, giving Kasuke Urahara a cold look that carried a faint hint of hostility. I didn't think that as fugitives, you'd be so well informed. The Siriidii has truly fallen so far it's hard to look at. This snide remark caused the smile on Kasuke Urahara's face to falter for a moment before returning to its usual mask. Why did she sound so much like an old friend of his? Well. It's a long story, a long story. Kasuke Urahara stepped aside, clearing the doorway completely and making a please enter gesture. The shop interior was lit with warm yellow light. Soifon used her spiritual sense to probe for a moment, finding no trace of Yoruichi Shihoin's Ryatsu, she furrowed her brows and stepped inside. A complex mix of scents hit her. Soifon's nose twitched slightly, despite the dilution, she still caught the faint, lingering fragrance of Yoruichi Shihoin in the air. One should never doubt it, a keen sense of smell was a mandatory course for the stealth force and the punishment force. So then. Kasuke Urahara's voice came from behind her. He had walked into the shop and casually hung up the closed sign. What brings the captain of the 2nd Division all this way to see a fugitive like me? Are you looking to buy something? With a snap, Kasuke Urahara opened his folding fan and began to wave it gently. Soifon didn't take the bait. Her gaze drifted slowly around the shop, finally landing on several items that were clearly intended for sale to Shinigami. I've been watching from nearby all day, Soifon said sardonically. Your little shop seems to have quite a thriving business, doesn't it? Urahara flicked his fan at the comment, which hung somewhere between a compliment and an insult. Thanks to the patronage of my former colleagues, I managed to scrape by. Of course, I must also thank the wise and discerning members of the Siriidii for not sending anyone to hunt down us fugitives. Urahara's smile was somewhat punchable. Soifon's lips pulled down slightly. Just as she was about to ask after Yoruichi Shihoin's whereabouts. Click. A very soft sound. It sounded like soft paw pads stepping on roof tiles. Immediately after, a black shadow leaped nimbly through an open ventilation window above the shop, landing gracefully on the edge of the checkout counter. Everyone froze, including Kasuke Urahara. It was a black cat, its fur looking exceptionally vivid under the warm yellow light. It sat down elegantly, wrapping its tail around its front paws, its golden eyes quietly watching the three people in the shop. Tessai Tsukabashi clearly looked confused, and even Kasuke Urahara's fan-waving stuttered. Yoruichi, what are you doing coming out now? It's not like Soifon hasn't seen your cat transformation before. Cough, cough. Kasuke Urahara was the first to react. This is just a cat Lady Yoruichi recently adopted, yes. Clumsy acting, a forced excuse. Soifon ignored his explanation, walking straight toward the black cat and silently locking eyes with it. The black cat tilted its head, looking at the Soifon before it, and let out a soft, gentle meow. Yoruichi Shihoin, what is the meaning of this? Soifon had to admit that the current Yoruichi was indeed quite cute, but since she had inherited the will of the original Soifon, she couldn't just let Yoruichi mow her way out of this. She would have to pet her enough to make it worth her while. A few minutes ago, Yoruichi Shihoin, who had transformed into a cat for her daily outing, returned to the vicinity of the Urahara shop only to find a very familiar-looking urban woman standing at the door. It wasn't until she got closer that she realized it was Soifon. She had almost failed to recognize her in modern human clothing. Hiss, what is that girl Soifon doing in the world of the living? And she's even wearing local clothes. That's not like her at all. She had even come to Urahara shop without getting into a massive fight with Kasuke. Could it be that, even now, they could reconcile? Since Soifon had come to the door with the intent to talk, Yoruichi Shihoin wasn't the type to run away. Thus, this face-off occurred. Returning to the present. Soifon stared silently at the black cat for a few seconds before turning to Kasuke Urahara. I see. Just an ordinary black cat. Hearing this, Kasuke Urahara's grip on his fan loosened slightly. He hadn't expected her to actually buy it. Was the Siriiti's Jigai technology so poor that it interfered with a soul's spiritual perception? In the next second, Soifon reached out with both hands, sliding them under the black cat's forelegs and easily hoisting it into the air. The black cat's body swayed in the air, but it didn't struggle. Soifon held the cat at eye level, her gaze calmly scanning the cat's body. From the tips of its ears to the base of its tail, she inspected it with extreme scrutiny. After a moment, Soifon suddenly spoke. It really is a cute female cat. Pointedly. The tip of the black cat's tail instantly stiffened, as if its fur were about to stand on end. Tessai Tsukabashi turned his face away, his shoulders shaking suspiciously. Kasuke Urahara used his folding fan to block the lower half of his face, leaving only the crinkled corners of his eyes visible beneath the brim of his hat. Wait, surely the two of them wouldn't be silenced by Yoruichi and Soifon later, right? Oh dear, I just remembered that Mr. Tessai and I have some business to attend to. Miss Soifon, why don't you play with this black cat for a while? With that, Kasuke Urahara grabbed Tessai Tsukabashi's arm and fled into the back room. A grocery store with the rolling shutter down, a tightly closed inner door, one person, and one cat. Finally, just the two of us. Soifon pulled her arms in, cradling the black cat against her chest, and began to rhythmically massage the back of its neck. Then, she lowered her head, her cheek gently rubbing against the fuzzy top of the black cat's head. Good girl. If only Yoruichi were as well behaved as you. Her lips were practically pressed against the black cat's ear, her voice so soft that only the two of them could hear. Just as Soifon buried her face into the fur on the back of the cat's neck to take a deep breath, the cat in her arms suddenly stiffened. Immediately, spirit particles erupted, and the shop seemed to fill with a golden, holy light. Poof. As the smoke and holy light dissipated, Soifon felt her arms grow heavy. The original fuzzy sensation was instantly replaced by a smooth, warm touch. Yoruichi Shihoin maintained the posture of being held by her, her honey-colored skin glowing with a healthy luster under the warm yellow lights. I can't take it anymore. Yoruichi Shihoin, who had returned to human form while still in Soifon's arms, was fuming. A warrior can be killed but not insulted. Soifon, your cat-petting technique is absolutely terrible. And why should I care to please you, Lady Yoruichi? Soifon curled her lips into a smirk, pulling off her lady's blazer and draping it over the other woman's body. This was likely the most insincere Lady Yoruichi that Yoruichi Shihoin had ever heard. There wasn't a shred of respect in it, only pure sarcasm, and yet she couldn't even get angry. After all, she was the one in the wrong to begin with. The silent, Lady Yoruichi, felt foreign to Soifon. The Yoruichi Shihoin in her memories was never such a quiet girl. Did she think staying silent would make everything okay? Soifon wrapped her arm around Yoruichi's waist while her other hand pressed down on her shoulder, her foot performing a nimble trip. Thud. The two of them fell together onto the wooden floor of the shop. Soifon hovered over Yoruichi, her knee braced against the side of the other's leg. The distance was too close, close enough to see her own reflection in the other's pupils, to smell the warmth of each other's breath, and to feel the body heat transferring where their skin met. Soifon's voice was barely a whisper. "Lady Yoruichi, don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Yoruichi opened her mouth, her golden eyes darting away several times before she finally gathered the courage to meet Soifon's gaze. "I'm sorry. It must have been exhausting during this time, Shaolin." The blazer draped over her shoulders slipped down. Yoruichi Shihoin reached out a hand to cradle Soifon's cheek. New story, Friaren, capturing aura at the start. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 41, Before We Part, Can I Have a Kiss? That night, in Yoruichi Shihoin's room. Perhaps feeling that meeting each other with such sincerity on the floor of the shop was a bit too untoward, at Yoruichi's suggestion, Soifon carried her back to her room. Urahara shop didn't have any spare space, so Soifon could only reluctantly squeeze into one room with Yoruichi Shihoin. "Yoruichi-sama, you should still call me Soifon," Soifon said as she watched Yoruichi squeeze into her bedroll. "Then how about you stop calling me Yoruichi-sama?" Yoruichi Shihoin wrapped her arms around Soifon's waist, seemingly treating her like a body pillow. "Understood, Yoruichi-sama. TSK, what made you like this? My Soifon isn't cute at all anymore. I think Yoruichi-sama should know the reason better than I do. Speaking of which, how did you learn Bankai?" "I learned it while thinking of Yoruichi-sama." "That sounds a bit terrifying." During the first half of the night, while the two were engaged in a deep, knee-to-knee conversation, Yoruichi Shihoin's behavior was still relatively normal. However, once the latter half of the night arrived and they truly fell asleep, this woman's true nature was exposed. Soifon opened her eyes. This time, what she saw wasn't an unfamiliar ceiling, but the open collar of Yoruichi Shihoin's sleepwear. As expected, Yoruichi Shihoin was using her as a body pillow. Feeling the limbs wrapped around her body, Soifon treated it as if she were wearing weighted training gear. She sat up noncommittally, lifting the covers. Slap. While Yoruichi was still asleep, Soifon gave those long yearn for black cat drums a smack. The texture was excellent, sending ripples through the air. MMH. The circulating air snuck into the gaps of Yoruichi Shihoin's sleepwear, causing her to frown involuntarily. She opened her eyes along with Soifon. "Good morning, little Soifon." "Good morning, Yoruichi-sama. If I knew you wouldn't notice, I would have been more daring." Soifon felt a hint of regret. Carrying Yoruichi on her back with ease, Soifon pushed open the wooden door and stepped out of the room. Kisuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabashi were already in the living area of the general store eating breakfast. 2 untouched portions were clearly left for the two of them. Seeing Yoruichi hanging off Soifon's back, they didn't find it strange at all. Kisuke Urahara raised his hand in greeting. "Good morning, Miss Yoruichi, Miss Soifon." Kisuke Urahara put down his chopsticks. "Hungry?" Soifon shook her head, letting Yoruichi down from her back. She had been so distracted by the other woman last night that she almost neglected her major business. "I have been wounded by horny thoughts, to have become so haggard. From this day forward." Seeing her serious expression, Kisuke Urahara also put down his chopsticks and tapped his palm gently with his folding fan. "I need 3 cloaks that can shield spiritual pressure and hide one's form." Soifon slapped a stack of World of the Living banknotes onto the table. "It's best if they can also conceal the face." Kisuke Urahara looked up, his gaze lingering on Soifon's face for a few seconds before glancing thoughtfully at Yoruichi beside her. "Speaking of which, Miss Soifon, it seems you don't have a Gentei Rain on you during this visit to the World of the Living." Opening his folding fan to hide the lower half of his face, Kisuke Urahara spoke with a smile. Soifon's pupils contracted slightly. Had she been discovered, or was he bluffing? After 2 seconds of silence, Soifon picked up the teacup in front of her without changing her expression. "You wouldn't understand the matters of the Siriitii even if I told you." Letting out a pft of laughter, Yoruichi Shihoin leaned against Soifon's shoulder, her warm breath tickling her. "Not bad, Soifon. You've learned how to do bad things too. You've finally grown up." After the shopping talk concluded, the living room fell silent for a moment. Kisuke Urahara tucked away his smile, and after deliberating for a while, he spoke slowly. "Regarding that incident back then, Miss Soifon should have investigated it thoroughly by now, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here so calmly, eating breakfast with us." The air suddenly became heavy. At the same time, Yoruichi Shihoin's hand quietly covered the back of Soifon's hand beneath the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Yes." Soifon looked up to meet Kisuke Urahara's eyes. "I've investigated it. It was the work of the Tsuneyashiro clan, wasn't it?" As expected, the expression on Kasukirahara's face across from her became even more awkward, showing none of the joy of having his name cleared. Where on earth did you find this unofficial history? The three people other than Soifon almost spat out their tea. This matter. Has Miss Soifon told anyone else? Kasukirahara maintained his nearly crumbling expression. Soifon replied instantly, only I know. I haven't even reported it to the captain commander. In reality, she had already said it at the captain's council. Upon hearing this, Kasukirahara let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. He took off his hat, scratched his hair, and put it back on. It's a good thing you didn't say anything. The power of the Tsuneyashiro clan is quite terrifying. Kasukirahara did not deny Soifon's guess. He even followed her lead and continued the conversation, which confused Yoruichi Shihoin and Tesai Tsukabashi. They had thought Kasukirahara was going to tell her the truth. However, since Miss Soifon has snuck out in secret, it wouldn't be right for me to keep you for too long. Kasukirahara stood up, bracing his hands on his knees. He walked slowly toward the shop's warehouse and brought back 3 identical black cloaks, packing them in front of Soifon. The 3 worlds haven't been very peaceful lately. Miss Soifon should return to her post quickly. Leaving one's post without permission is a minor matter, but if the fact that you've smuggled yourself into the world of the living is discovered, it will be quite troublesome. He was clearly showing her the door. Soifon also understood the underlying meaning in his words. Taking the 3 cloaks meant for doing bad things, Soifon's gaze fell on Yoruichi Shihoin's face. She opened her mouth but said nothing, heading toward the shop entrance. Hey! Kasuk, why are you chasing her away? Yoruichi Shihoin grumbled in a low voice and quickly chased after the departing Soifon. Mr. Kasuk, why didn't you tell Captain Soifon the truth? Tesai Tsukabashi stood beside Kasukirahara, not quite understanding. If she knew the truth, she would act unnaturally in front of Aizen. Kasukirahara opened his folding fan. Unnaturalness leads to flaws. For Soifon's safety and the stability of the situation, Kasukirahara chose to hide the truth. After all, he didn't know that Soifon actually understood everything perfectly. Soifon, wait. Yoruichi Shihoin hugged Soifon's petite body from behind. What is it, Yoruichi-sama? Soifon didn't turn around, simply letting the other woman hold her, enjoying the mature charm of an adult body. Don't be angry, okay? Yoruichi Shihoin held the young woman in her arms. Soifon turned her face, looking at Yoruichi who was inches away. I'm not angry, Yoruichi-sama. With Yoruichi hugging Soifon from behind, her head rested on Soifon's shoulder. As long as Soifon tilted her head slightly, she could feel the friction of their skin and their hair hanging by their ears. Because of Soifon's movement, their lips were almost pressed together, with only a few stray strands of hair separating them. Being face-to-face with someone so intimately for the first time, even an older sister figure like Yoruichi Shihoin, who was usually so passionate, felt a bit embarrassed and froze in place. Yoruichi-sama, can I have a kiss? For some reason, Soifon found herself saying those words. Yoruichi Shihoin's golden eyes widened instantly, but she forgot how to answer Soifon's question. Letting Soifon have a kiss, it seemed like it wasn't impossible. Without waiting for an answer, Soifon closed her eyes and slowly pressed her lips against the others. The sensation was softer than she had imagined. After a long while, the two separated. There were no strings of saliva, just a gentle, lingering taste. That was my first kiss, Yoruichi-sama. Catching Yoruichi Shihoin's dodging gaze, Soifon said with a smile. Suddenly, Yoruichi Shihoin felt her composure crumbling. It was her first kiss too, and she had been the passive one. Are you really not staying a bit longer? Yoruichi Shihoin attempted to regain some face. There are many fun places in the world of the living that you won't see in the Soul Society. But Mr. Urahara just said that I snuck out, and it would be bad if I were caught. Soifon broke free from Yoruichi Shihoin's embrace. New story, Frieren, capturing Aura at the start. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 42, Hello, I am Aizen's partner. Fortunately, Soifon's secret escape to the world of the living went undiscovered, and a long period of peaceful, leisurely daily life passed by. After the routine year-end captain's council concluded, Shunsue Kairaka sneakily sidled up to Sosuke Aizen. Captain Aizen. What can I do for you, Captain Kairaku? You see, about this year's performance report. Ah. I understand. Aizen pushed up his thick glasses, the lenses reflecting a light of scholarly wisdom. Come with me, Captain Kairaku. I'll write one for you right now. Excellent. As expected of the men they call the Dragon of Paperwork, Captain Aizen. I'll treat you to dinner later. Then I shall impose upon your generosity, Captain Kairaku. With her ears perked, Soifon walked past the two at a steady pace. She noted that Aizen was actually being tied down by Shunsui Kairaku today. What a stroke of luck. Oh. If it isn't Captain Soifon, Aizen spoke up with his usual elegant and gentle demeanor. Do you need any help with your performance report, Captain Soifon? Since the two had once been colleagues at the Shino Academy, it was perfectly normal for Aizen to strike up a conversation. Thanks, but I don't need it. Soifon spoke to Aizen with a hint of boastfulness. I have Momo Hinamori. Her clerical work is also quite impressive. Ah, I'm so jealous of Captain Soifon. Shunsui Kairaku rubbed his chin, looking like he had a massive headache. Nanao just refuses to help me write mine. Sigh. Aizen nodded a smiling farewell to Soifon, but a strange sensation lingered in his heart. Why did Soifon look like she was showing off to him? The incident Soifon had caused in Hueco Mundo last time had been smoothed over by the passage of time. Once again, Soifon summoned her two prized students. Teacher, do we really have to wear these? Yeah, I feel like these aren't the kind of clothes good people wear. Faced with the black concealment cloak Soifon had handed them, Momo Hinamori and Rukia expressed some resistance. They were upright and honorable, why did they need to hide their faces like this? Besides, there wasn't a soul in Hueco Mundo anyway. Fine, then don't go hunting Minos Grande anymore. Soifon made a move as if to take the cloaks back. I don't want to be greeted by the Siros of 100 Jillions again. As expected, the moment Soifon's hand showed signs of retreating, the two black cloaks were instantly draped over Momo Hinamori and Rukia. It was all just a little game between them. There was no helping it, fighting Minos in Hueco Mundo was simply too rewarding. Moreover, with a powerful captain like Soifon protecting them, they didn't have to worry about their lives. At most, they'd take a Siro and end up horizontal for a bit. The improvement brought by actual combat was far better than training themselves to death in a practice hall. Kasuke Urahara's updated concealment cloaks were truly ingenious. Once put on, the user's body was encased in a field that interfered with perception, blurring their appearance and silhouette. If Soifon's Ryatsu hadn't been powerful enough to penetrate the field, she probably wouldn't have been able to tell which of the two was Momo and which was Rukia. She didn't know where Kasuke Urahara had managed to get Seiki stone powder to use as a manufacturing material, but it was incredibly devious. Upper Hueco Mundo, desert region. Soifon-sensei, can we really find hollows by just running around like this? After just killing a wild Jillian, the two girls felt it wasn't enough to satisfy their cravings, so they pestered Soifon to lead them everywhere in search of Minos. Hollows at the Jillian level were only SOSO, as long as you could break their defense and adapt to their speed, the fight became purely formulaic. Solitary hollows aren't that easy to find. Don't be impatient. Soifon was about to answer her students' questions when a peculiar white speck appeared in her vision across the endless desert. To think that just wandering around Hueco Mundo would actually lead her to Las Noches. Stop. Following Soifon's command, the three of them skidded across the white sand, kicking up a long trail of dust. Soifon-sensei. Momo Hinamori and Rukia hadn't finished their sentence before Soifon raised her hand to cut them off. She then pulled out a Kakaigai and sliced through the air. Change of plans. You two go back first. The Garganta will stay open for 3 minutes. Soifon turned around and removed her hood, revealing a serious and stern expression. The new map they were about to open was not something two seated officers could participate in. Understood. Soifon-sensei, please be careful. Seeing their teacher's grave expression, they didn't say anything more and charged into the Garganta Soifon had opened without hesitation. Soifon maintained the Garganta's opening until she sensed that Rukia and Momo had both safely reached their destination. Only then did she close the black cavity and put her hood back on. Now that Aizen was being stalled by Shunsui Kairaku, he likely wouldn't dare use Kyoka Suigetsu to sneak off to Las Noches. This was her golden opportunity to infiltrate the enemy camp. Thump. Soifon bent her knees and leaped, leaving a massive circular crater where she stood. She shot toward Las Noches like a bullet. Soon, the white speck in her vision grew larger. A towering white palace stood upon the endless desert. Once close, the boundaries of the palace walls were almost invisible to the naked eye. Rather than a palace, it was more like a city of Arankar. An intruder. Sailaporo was currently in the monitor room, enjoying the battle between Neutra and Neliel. He was curious to see if the tools he had made could help Neutra pull off a successful sneak attack. When he noticed a white streak of air flashing across the screen, he immediately ordered the Las Noches gatekeeper, Runaganga, to intercept. A giant of sand rose from the ground, blocking Soifon's flight path. In the next second, it was smashed into a pile of scattered sand by the force of Soifon's charge. She didn't even look back at the remains. At the entrance of Las Noches, Soifon landed silently before the palace gates. Surveillance cameras created by Sailaporo lined the walls of Las Noches, detecting her existence instantly and locking onto the target in unison. The movement of the cameras told Soifon that her presence had been exposed. Therefore, she decided to give up on stealth. Indeed, standing in the center of the entrance wearing a black cloak against a pure white palace was a very conspicuous thing to do. Soifon casually cut down a few Erankars who came to capture her. Finally, Okiura Cypher, acting as the steward of Las Noches, walked out with his hands in his pockets. You. Soifon spoke, imitating Jin Ikamaru's way of addressing others. I was sent by Captain Aizen. Okiura couldn't see through the person in the black cloak. He opened his mouth to question her, but was interrupted. He immediately lost any desire for further conversation. Don. The sound of Sonido appeared behind Soifon as a pair of pale arms reached for her right shoulder. Hiding your face, how do you intend to prove? Because Soifon's way of addressing him was so ambiguous and reminded him of a certain annoying individual, Okiura decided to take her down first. Soifon didn't even turn her head. She simply tilted her body, grabbed Okiura's wrist with her left hand, and formed a blade with her right palm. Infused with the Kido Ryatsu of Shunko, she slashed toward his shoulder. Schlick. It was the sound of flesh and bone being severed at the root. Okiura's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. I couldn't see it. When did this happen? His right arm had been severed from the shoulder. The wound was clean, and blood sprayed onto the ground like a fountain. I am a new collaborator found by Captain Aizen. My specific identity is not convenient to disclose. Soifon picked up the severed arm from the ground and handed it over. Don't you have high-speed regeneration? Reattach it. Save your strength. Okiura blankly took his severed arm and pressed it against the smooth stump. The growing flesh instantly reconnected the limb. The opponent had held back just now, not even drawing her Zanpakuto. Her strength was greater than both Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen. Furthermore, she knew his information and referred to Lord Aizen as Captain. She was likely a Shinigami from the Siriiti. Based on these 3 points alone, Okiura somewhat believed Soifon was on their side, but he wasn't entirely convinced. Ultimately, it was because he didn't think anyone would have the audacity to impersonate Aizen's subordinate and walk into Las Noches so brazenly. New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 43, is this changing class to a Quincy? Okiura did not stop Soifon, but he remained vigilant, following closely behind her as they entered Las Noches together. The environment inside Las Noches was completely different from the rest of Hueco Mundo. Here, there was actually a deep blue sky and brilliant sunshine. Although the light didn't feel particularly warm against the skin, it was still far better than the eternally oppressive night of the outside world. So this is the virtual canopy invented by Captain Aizen, Soifon remarked with a relaxed, teasing tone. It truly looks just like the sky in the world of the living. Quite impressive. Indeed. Lord Aizen's talents are far beyond the reach of people like you or me. Hearing her praise Aizen, Okiura felt a sense of shared pride, his posture even straightening involuntarily. Excellency, I wonder if your visit to Las Noches today means Lord Aizen has issued new orders. Okiura was even beginning to treat Soifon as one of their own, asking if there was a mission Aizen wanted him to handle. Walking in front, Soifon rolled her eyes. If she had known this line of dialogue was so effective. Yes. Take me to Sailaporo, Soifon said, coming to a halt. Captain Aizen sent me to periodically inspect the development progress of the Extinguishing Prince. Soifon wasn't flustered at all, casually making up a story about the Extinguishing Prince, who would eventually appear during the Great Battle of Karakura Town. If Okiura knew about it, it would prove Soifon's information was correct and that she was an insider. If he didn't know, it would prove Soifon's clearance was higher than his. Of course, this was all underpinned by the overwhelmingly powerful strength Soifon had just displayed. She even knows about the special Erankar currently in the design phase. After staring deeply at the cloaked Soifon for a long moment, Okiura turned and walked into a side path. Please, follow me. The footsteps of the two echoed through the long corridors of Las Noches. Okiura tilted his head slightly, trying to keep Soifon within his peripheral vision as much as possible. You don't need to be so wary of me, Okiura. Soifon felt it was necessary to show off her strength again, being stared at constantly was making her uncomfortable. Even if you keep your eyes on me. Soifon suddenly flashed to his right side, pressing down on the hand he was using to reach for his blade. The result is the same. The two locked in a brief struggle. Okiura tried to force his sword from its sheath, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Furthermore, this black-clad figure was not only fast and possessed powerful Ryatsu, but their physical strength also completely crushed his own. Such formidable power, truly worthy of a subordinate recruited by Lord Aizen. The moment he thought of Aizen, he reconciled with Soifon's presence once more. Asterisk. Inside Sailaporo's monitor room. Since Okuiora stopped staring at Soifon while leading the way, their pace increased significantly. Sailaporo, this excellency has something to ask you. Pushing the door open, Okuiora got straight to the point, showing absolutely no professional courtesy. Sailaporo turned his head and found that he couldn't see the face beneath Soifon's hood, nor could he perceive her Ryatsu. He immediately approached her, his interest piqued. He didn't even bother looking at the battle on the monitors anymore. Step. Soifon ignored the approaching Sailaporo, brushing past him to stand before the console, watching the battle on the screen. Neliel versus Neutra. She's ignoring me. The expression on Sailaporo's face twisted slightly. This black-clad person actually dared to ignore him. Is this how you show your loyalty to Captain Aizen? Before the other could lose his temper, Soifon struck first, allowing two Espada to engage in infighting. Which of you is going to replace the lost combat power? Soifon slowly turned around. Ryatsu equivalent to a first spiritual rank poured out toward Sailaporo, making him feel as if he were standing beneath a thundering waterfall, nearly crushed by the weight. The terrifying pressure caused Okuiora to take 2 steps back as well. His gaze toward Soifon now carried even more approval. Stopping internal strife, looking out for Lord Aizen's military strength, this black-clad excellency is a loyal servant. I truly regret not meeting her sooner. Soifon withdrew her Ryatsu. The pressure in the monitor room vanished instantly. Sailaporo supported himself with both hands on the floor, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the white tiles. He gritted his teeth, his pink hair hanging disheveled by his face, but he didn't dare voice any objection. Location, Soifon asked mercilessly. Tell us the location of their battle. Sailaporo quickly recited a string of coordinates. Soifon turned and walked out, gesturing for Okuiora to lead the way immediately. Soon, they arrived at a desolate area on the outskirts of Las Noches. Even before getting close, they could hear the clashing of weapons and the tremors caused by clashing Ryatsu. Through the drifting dust, they could see Neutra's massive scythe and Neliel's graceful figure. Just as Soifon and Okuiora landed, the battle reached its critical turning point. Neutra, knowing he was outmatched, used a secret tool given to him by Sailaporo, leaving an illusion in the opponent's blind spot. By the time Neliel shattered the enemy in front of her and realized it was a fake, it was too late to defend. The bone-chilling wind of the swinging scythe was already closing in behind her. Clang. Soifon had cut into the battlefield at some unknown moment, her gleaming Zanpakuto firmly blocking the massive scythe without the slightest tremble. Neutra froze, his gaze darting past Soifon to glare at Neliel. You had a backup plan too. Giving him no time to react, Soifon's blade suddenly parried outward. The heavy scythe was forced aside by Soifon's sheer strength. Neutra couldn't maintain his balance and stumbled backward. Squelch. In that opening, Soifon appeared behind his falling form, gripping her sword with both hands. The Zanpakuto carved an arc through the air, sweeping across Neutra's neck. With a flourish of her blade to flick the blood onto the ground, Soifon sheathed her sword. Neutra only felt a cold sensation at his throat before his vision began to spin and fall. Then, he felt his face hit someone's shoe. Did you know? Soifon said, looking down at the head rolling on the ground. Gripping a sword with both hands deals more damage than using one. The moment the words left her mouth, the headless body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. Everything had happened too fast. Before Okuiora and Neliel could even react, an Espada was gone. Wait, didn't you just say you wanted to preserve combat power for Lord Aizen? Why did you kill him? Okuiora felt as though Soifon had backstabbed him. It was rare to hear such an emotional fluctuation in his voice. I thought they were just sparring. I didn't expect this guy to use underhanded tricks to ambush a comrade. Leaving him alive would only lead to more trouble. No matter what, Soifon always had an explanation ready. Why does it actually sound somewhat logical? After a moment of silence, Okuiora slowly nodded. In the next instant, the long-absent mission panel popped up once more. Mission triggered, the way of balance lies within. Mission completed. Reward obtained, Quincy power, because you saved a kind Arrancar and avoided unnecessary slaughter, the balance of the 3 worlds has become more stable. What does this mean? Giving her the power of a Quincy while hinting that she should maintain the balance of the 3 worlds. Asterisk. After catching her breath, Neliel looked gratefully at Soifon, who had saved her life. She was just as stunned as Okuiora. She couldn't see the person clearly, couldn't sense them, and couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. Neliel looked at her colleague beside her. This person is. This is Lord Aizen's business, Okuiora replied, having subconsciously accepted Soifon's identity. We shouldn't ask questions that aren't meant for us. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 44, New Power, Angry Sparrow B. The awakening of her Quincy power felt as natural as eating or drinking. Soifon didn't sense any violent surge in her spiritual pressure, nor did she feel even a hint of discomfort. It was simply that her body's instincts had gained a few new tricks. Of course, while her spiritual pressure remained unchanged, Soifon's overall combat strength had increased significantly. For instance, she had mastered new techniques, blood artery and blood venae. These were the innate abilities of pureblood Quincy's, where spirit particles are infused into the blood vessels to drastically enhance the destructive power of physical attacks or the strength of one's defense, though they could not be used simultaneously. Despite being a hybrid Quincy converted after birth, she had managed to master the power of blood at the moment of awakening, truly a product of the system. Seeing Soifon standing still on the spot, Neliel and Ulquiorra did not step forward to disturb her, silently waiting by her side. Once she had a basic grasp of her body's current condition, Soifon turned to look at the two of them. Neliel will follow me for now. You, go about your business, Soifon said, waving a hand at Ulquiorra. No one is to know about my visit today, except for Captain Aizen. Understood. The two Arrancars nodded in unison, and only Neliel remained to accompany Soifon. Ulquiorra turned and departed without doubting Soifon's motives. After all, the Neliel that Soifon had kept by her side was the stronger one. If the intruder intended to cause trouble, there would be no need for such a convoluted ruse. The time that had passed was more than enough for Neliel to recover her strength. Excellency. Let's go. First, we'll rescue your kidnapped adjutant. You even know about that. Inside Las Noches, the laboratory. When Sailaporo saw Neliel following Soifon, he adjusted his glasses with a hint of guilt. I need the progress report on the development of the extinguishing prince. Ignoring his awkward expression, Soifon barked orders at Sailaporo without the slightest hesitation. She was growing quite accustomed to this persona. I can give you the report on the extinguishing prince. Sailaporo hadn't fully bought into Soifon's identity yet. He handed over a progress report he had fabricated just moments ago. If Soifon truly understood Captain Aizen's intent behind designing the extinguishing prince, she would be able to spot the errors in his report at a glance. If not, Sailaporo hid his hands behind his back, clutching an emergency communication button as he silently waited for Soifon to read the document. Soifon took the stack of papers. The moment her gaze fell upon the first page, her brow furrowed involuntarily. The extinguishing prince described in this report wasn't just different from the one in her memories, it wasn't even in the same ballpark. Wonderweiss was meant to seal flames within his body. Why on earth was this report talking about an ice attribute Arrancar? She looked up, pinning Sailaporo with a strange, piercing gaze. Then, Soifon raised both hands and slowly tore the report in half right down the middle. Is this what you intend to show Captain Aizen? Soifon's spiritual pressure began to climb steadily. In that case, I don't think there's any need for you to exist. Oh no, the intel is real. This person in black really is one of us. Sailaporo immediately raised his hands above his head, frantically trying to defend himself. That just now was merely a test. I can give you the correct one right now. The rising spiritual pressure came to a halt. Sailaporo seized the opportunity to continue explaining, Excellency, I was merely acting in Lord Aizen's best interest. Please understand. The air, which had grown thick and stagnant under the weight of her pressure, suddenly felt light again. Soifon nodded slowly, acknowledging his excuse. Once Soifon received the report containing the detailed development data, she realized one thing: she really wasn't suited for scientific research. With this document, even if the Captain Commander didn't believe her word, he couldn't ignore the evidence in black and white. Of course, if her future negotiations with Aizen went smoothly, that would be a different matter entirely. Tucking the report into her cloak, Soifon checked the time on her soul pager. She had already been in Hueco Mundo for half a day. Calculating the time Shunsui Kairaku would need to drag Aizen out for drinks, Soifon decided it was time to retreat. Thus, she opened a gargantea right in front of the two of them. Regarding today's events, except for Captain Aizen. I understand, it's a secret. A complete secret. Before Soifon could emphasize it again, Sailaporo quickly finished her sentence. Good. Then I'm leaving. Soifon stepped into the gargantea and glanced back at the two. Goodbye, Sailaporo. And Neliel. Opening a gargantea so casually, but judging by that spiritual pressure, this is another Shinigami. Sailaporo's eyes narrowed, and he quickly lowered his head to adjust his glasses. He recalled the surveillance footage he had seen from the forest of Minos. Could this mysterious person today be the same one? However, Aizen didn't seem to know who had caused the disturbance in the forest of Minos. If they were the same person, then today's identity was a complete fabrication. But if it were a fake identity, how could they know so much classified information? Sailaporo felt a headache coming on. He shook his head vigorously, casting his suspicions aside. Forget it. He couldn't afford to offend either side. He would just play the ostrich. As long as it didn't interfere with his research, he was fine. If Aizen didn't ask when he returned, then he wouldn't tell. Sailaporo, what's wrong with you? Did the spiritual pressure rattle your brain? Nelio looked at her colleague shaking his head, offering a basic level of concern. As of now, she still didn't know that Neutra's backstabbing tool had been crafted by this man. I just had a sudden burst of research inspiration. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Sailaporo snapped back and turned to walk straight toward his lab bench. I'm out. I can't communicate with these illiterate Erankars who can't even read a research report. The Seikiseki stone chamber of the 2nd Division. Soifon, clad in her black cloak, stepped out of the Garganta. The Seikiseki stone material successfully insulated the spiritual energy fluctuations produced by the cavity. After hiding her black cloak, Soifon sat cross-legged on the stone floor. She drew her Zanpakuto and thrust it quickly toward her left hand. The moment the tip of the blade touched the back of her hand, a layer of deep blue spirit particle patterns instantly surfaced on her skin. They spread along the paths of her blood vessels, emitting a faint spiritual glow. Using 10% of her strength, Soifon felt an unprecedented resistance from the tip of the blade. It wasn't until she adjusted her output to 50% that Soifon's blood venae failed to withstand the overwhelming force, and the area in contact with the blade tip began to crumble. CSH. A nearly inaudible sound of breaking. The tip of the Zanpakuto finally broke through that layer of blue light. Soifon immediately stopped her movements and withdrew her blood venae. The cold tip of the Zanpakuto rested gently against her skin, sending a slight stinging sensation through her. At the same time, waves of spiritual pressure rippled from her Zanpakuto. You don't use my Bankai, and now you don't even use my Shurkai. Fine, ignore the Shurkai, but now you're using me for self-harm. Soifon, what is the meaning of this? I'm angry. This was the sentiment conveyed by Suzumabachi's spiritual pressure. Sigh. Soifon walked to a nearby shelf, picked up a clean cloth, and began to gently wipe Suzumabachi's blade. Suzumabachi, you've misunderstood me. If I had released my Zanpakuto in Hueco Mundo earlier, Aizen would have been able to lock onto my identity the moment he discovered the person in black. As for just now, I was testing my defensive capabilities. Suzumabachi, you know. No other Zanpakuto possesses power as great as yours. Naturally, you are the most suitable one to use for a test. The spiritual pressure fluctuations from the blade gradually leveled out. It seemed the comfort was effective. I'll let it slide this time. Remember to use my powers more in the future. After a long while, another wave of spiritual pressure came from the blade. I know. I will rely on your strength much more from now on, Suzumabachi. Blinking, Soifon wiped Suzumabachi's blade until it shone brilliantly. That's more like it. Upon leaving the Seikiseki stone chamber, Soifon's unmasked spiritual pressure was immediately sensed by the two girls dozing in the office. Soifon-sensei. Are you all right? They circled Soifon several times, and only after confirming she had no wounds did they finally relax. I'm fine, Soifon said with a smile. Did anything special happen today? Special? Not really, Rukia recalled. However, Vice Captain Aizen came by to find you, sensei. She invited you to a banquet on the last day of the year. A banquet? Where's the invitation? Soifon leaned forward, noticing that Rukia and Momo Hinamori didn't have anything in their hands. Vice Captain Aizen said, the usual place. She said you'd know once you heard it, sensei, Momo Hinamori added. The usual place. I see. So it's the Kachiki Manor. All right. I'll take both of you with me when the time comes. Eh? Really? MMPH. At $%end. Rukia instinctively tried to offer a polite refusal, but Momo Hinamori was quick to cover her mouth. Soifon-sensei's word is her bond, how could she lie to us? Momo Hinamori lectured her friend with righteous indignation. Rukia, why have you started being all formal and polite like those other nobles? What if Soifon-sensei really decides not to take us? New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 45, Aizen's imaginary enemy, Soifon's drunken student. Several days passed, bringing the final day of the year. At the side gate of the Kachiki Manor, Rukia tilted her head in confusion. Soifon-sensei, this is the Kachiki Manor, right? The side gate was desolate and quiet. Her sister and brother-in-law hadn't mentioned any banquet being held here today. Had her teacher taken the wrong path? Soifon extended her hand, pressing her palm gently against a specific spot on the wall. Ryatsu was released slowly at a specific frequency. After a few moments, ripples began to spread across the surface of the wall like waves in a pond. In the next second, a door of the same color as the wall silently emerged. What? Rukia and Momo Hinamori's eyes widened in unison. Momo Hinamori tugged on Rukia's sleeve. Aren't you a member of the Kachiki clan? How do you not even know your own home has a secret door? Mind your own business. Rukia shot her a look. Let me ask you then, do you know how many secret doors the second division has? Momo Hinamori was rendered speechless. Following in Soifon's footsteps, they traversed a winding path until an exquisite courtyard revealed itself before the three of them. A round table stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a primitive stove. An iron kettle sat atop the burner, wisps of white steam curling into the air. It seemed this gathering wasn't a hot spring trip this time, but had been changed to brewing tea around the hearth. Oh, you've arrived. Retsu Unohana was the first to look up, her gentle gaze landing on the trio. Captain Soifon, and two lovely little guests. Eh? Where are Nanao and Yuichiro? Looking at the three people present, Soifon was somewhat surprised. The group wasn't at full capacity this time. They all have their own matters to attend to. Only us few are free. You two, come over and have some tea as well. Retsu Unohana took a sip of tea and warmly invited Rukia and Momo Hinamori to join them. At her words, Momo Hinamori and Rukia snapped out of it. As the juniors with the least seniority and lowest rank present, they hurriedly bowed and greeted their three seniors. After taking their seats, the two were clearly stiff and reserved. It was only under Retsu Unohana's breeze-like, comforting presence that they gradually began to open up. At some point, Ranjika Matsumoto pulled out some sake from nowhere. After downing several cups, it clearly went to her head, and she wrapped her arm around Soifon's, starting to babble nonsense. Speaking of which, your Soifon-sensei and I were roommates, we shared a bed as fellow patients. Momo Hinamori and Rukia's heads bumped together as they turned to stare at Ranjika Matsumoto simultaneously. What? Being fellow patients was one thing, but what did she mean by sharing a bed? This was far too enviable, no, wait, it was far too improper. Ranjika Matsumoto, are you even sober? Unable to stand the other woman's rumors, Soifon grabbed the sake bottle from her hand and tossed it away. It seemed Vice Captain Ranjiku was just talking nonsense. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief. Aizen Kotetsu smiled and added fuel to the fire. Though, that is actually the truth. But they are actually two separate matters. Aizen seemed to enjoy watching their hearts fluctuate like a roller coaster. Actually, Ranjiku and Captain Soifon became fellow patients first. And so the story went. There's no need to talk about that stuff. It's actually quite necessary to mention it. Consider it a warning for future generations. Just as Soifon was about to interrupt Aizen Kotetsu, Retsu Unohana stuffed a pastry into her mouth, interrupting her interruption. So Soifon-sensei actually has such a dark history. I never imagined Soifon-sensei would take care of a drunk Vice Captain Ranjiku. Momo Hinamori's exclamation was like a sudden realization, causing the two girls to lock eyes for a moment. Captain Unohana, I want to drink too, both girls cried at once. Consequently, Ranjika Matsumoto produced yet another bottle of sake from her cleavage. As the banquet drew to a close, Soifon carried Momo Hinamori and Rukia under each arm, bringing them back to the dormitory. She laid them side by side on the bed. Just as Soifon was about to stand up to get some hangover medicine, her hem was suddenly grabbed by two hands at the same time. Soifon, sensei. Momo Hinamori's eyes were half open, her voice soft and sweet. Don't go. Hic. Rukia let out a drunken hiccup. If you leave, our drinking will have been for nothing. Soifon tried to gently tug her clothes away, but there was no response. Let go. She was a bit helpless. I'm going to get hangover medicine. No, not letting go. Momo Hinamori tugged Soifon's sleeve, leaning her head bit by bit against her shoulder. Rukia was too drunk to have much strength, so she simply rested her head on Soifon's lap and hugged her waist. Only by relying on the liquid courage of alcohol did they dare to commit such overstepping acts toward Soifon. Left with no choice, Soifon could only wait until they were fast asleep before quietly extracting herself and adjusting their bodies so they lay properly. As she tucked them both in, the two girls let out soft murmurs in their sleep. Soifon-sensei. Soifon gave a soft, amused reply. I like you. At the same time, it was once again time for Aizen's routine inspection of Las Noches. On one side, Soifon was leading her two students at the New Year's banquet hosted by Retsu Unohana. On the other side, Aizen was engaged in a battle of wits with a Kasuke Urahara of his own imagination. Has there been any abnormality lately? On the way to Sailaporo's laboratory, Aizen casually asked the Okiura walking beside him. A new superior had arrived, but Okiura wasn't sure if that counted as an abnormality. If he accidentally said the wrong thing, wouldn't he ruin Lord Aizen's grand design? Reporting to Lord Aizen, there are no abnormalities. However, Okiura's figure paused for a moment, and he hesitated briefly. Oh. However, this was quite a novel sensation for Aizen. This Espada, who usually acted like a machine, was actually showing signs of hesitation. He offered gentle encouragement. Speak freely. I shall make my own judgment. Yes, Lord Aizen. Since he had put it that way, Okiura didn't beat around the bush and truthfully reported the circumstances of the black-clad person's visit. Formidable strength, a black cloak that hid their true form, detailed knowledge of his personal information, and the ability to open a garganta despite being a Shinigami. Hiss. Isn't that just Kasuke Urahara? Of course, Aizen didn't take the Espada's definition of formidable strength to heart. After all, strength and weakness were relative terms. All these Espada added together weren't as useful as him alone, they were purely pawns meant to wear down the enemy's combat power. Interesting. Has Kasuke Urahara found his headquarters? Just as well, it saved him the trouble of going to find the Hogyoku in the other man's possession. However, what truly gave Aizen a sense of pleasure was that Kasuke Urahara had sneaked in using the identity of his subordinate. Doesn't that make him one rank lower? Could it be that Kasuke Urahara has finally seen the light and wants to join him in overthrowing the rotten old world? After Okiura finished speaking, he saw a faint smile on Aizen's lips, yet the men said nothing. His heart couldn't help but waver with uncertainty. That excellency in the black cloak should be one of our own, right? Otherwise, Lord Aizen would be angry. Tap. Stopping at the entrance of the laboratory, Aizen gave Okiura a rare, encouraging pat on the shoulder. Well done. The next time he comes, receive him just as you did before. All data within the authority of the Espada can be open to him. Especially the Soul Society historical records I left behind. However, please be sure to notify me immediately. I appreciate the trouble. Aizen was as humble and polite as ever, leaving Okiura-kun standing there alone, deeply moved. With the undisguised footsteps and conversation outside the door, Sailaporo had long known what Aizen wanted to discuss with him. Thus, he had pulled up the surveillance footage of that day onto his computer screen. Lord Aizen. Show me. What exactly did my subordinate do when he came to find you the other day? As you wish. Whether it was his imagination or not, it seemed Aizen had emphasized the word subordinate. Looking at the black-clad figure appearing on the screen, Aizen raised an eyebrow. This silhouette didn't seem to match Kasuke Urahara. But soon, he reconciled the thought. Perhaps the cloak has the function of altering one's body shape. He could manage a design of that level himself, so Kasuke Urahara had almost fooled him. Truly worthy of being the scientific genius he acknowledged. As for Kasuke Urahara taking the development report for the Extinguishing Prince, Sosuke Aizen didn't particularly care. Even if the men gave it to the Siriidii to look at, it wouldn't matter. Truly effective methods weren't about catching someone off guard, they were about the enemy being unable to do anything even if they knew what was coming, just like his Kyokusuijetsu. Next time, omit these useless tests, Aizen said, tapping his finger on the desk. This is no way to treat a comrade. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 46, Fateful Rainy Night, Phasian's Recovery. Sosuke Aizen waited with a heart full of anticipation for a long time, yet the Kasuke Urahara he expected never arrived again. He felt that since Kasuke Urahara had not graced Las Noches with his presence for so long, there was only one answer, war. However, the Siriidii remained as still as stagnant water, as if they hadn't received any intel from that man at all. Aizen had even used Kyokusuijetsu to probe several high-ranking officers from other divisions, and indeed, nothing was happening. From that day forward, he became even more cautious in his dealings within the Siriidii, gradually shifting the focus of his experiments to the world of the living. Siriidii, 1st Division Barracks. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy. The captain commander sat in the seat of honor with his eyes closed, hands resting atop his wooden staff, while several captains stood in rows on either side. This is the report for the third attack in Naruki City this month. Most of the squad members attacked were seriously injured and lost their combat capability. All victims were Shinigami stationed in the world of the living. According to survivors, the attacker is humanoid in shape but has its face covered by a white, bone-like mask, and it feeds on Shinigami. Chojiro Sasaki finished his report and stepped back to stand at the side. Isshin Shiba, standing in the 10th Division spot, took a step forward from the line with a grim expression. "Captain Commander, sir." Isshin Shiba's voice echoed through the hall. "The injured are all members of my 10th Division. Please, let me go and investigate the truth." The Captain Commander opened his eyes slightly, his gaze resting on Isshin Shiba for a few seconds. "Granted." He tapped his cane on the floor. 10th Division Captain Isshin Shiba, you are to head to the world of the living immediately to investigate the attacks. If necessary, eliminate the threat. The corrective force of destiny was still too strong. The hollow white created by Sosuke Aizen finally encountered Isshin Shiba on that rainy night. World of the living, Naruki City, a rainy night. Burn, and Jetsu. A burst of fire exploded above the skyscrapers. Isshin Shiba slashed through one of White's arms. However, because Aizen had struck him in the back, Isshin Shiba didn't dare use his Bankai. In the end, he was saved by Masaki Kurosaki, who risked her life. "Why did you save me?" "Quincy. You're a Shinigami captain, aren't you?" "How did you know?" "It's nothing." Masaki Kurosaki bandaged Isshin Shiba's wounds and then, clutching the spot where White had injured her, vanished into the rainy night. After returning to the Siri and submitting the investigation report to the Captain Commander, Isshin Shiba omitted the fact that he had encountered a Quincy named Masaki Kurosaki. Upon hearing news of his return, Soifon also visited the 10th Division under the pretext of checking on Ranjaku and Toshiro, wanting to see Isshin Shiba one last time. "Ranjaku, where is Toshiro?" Following the other woman into the seated officer's office area, Soifon couldn't find any sign of Toshiro. Wasn't it said he was the most diligent when it came to office work? "I'm right here." Soifon-sensei. A head of hair that had blended in with a stack of white documents on the desk moved. Toshiro looked at Ranjaku beside her with a face full of annoyance. It wasn't that work was being slacked off on, it was just that someone else was carrying the burden. In the beginning, he really thought Matsumoto Ranjaku giving him so many documents was actually for his own good, as she claimed, to cultivate his clerical and administrative skills. He eventually realized that wasn't the case at all. She was just plain lazy. Toshiro even suspected that Matsumoto Ranjaku's habit of slacking off had been learned from Soifon. Matsumoto Ranjaku twirled a strand of hair from her chest around her finger, guiltily turning away to avoid Toshiro's gaze. Ahem. Soifon cleared her throat, walked over, and patted Toshiro's shoulder. "So, when will you learn Bankai?" In her memory, after Isshin Shiba left, the 10th Division would face a period of vacancy before Toshiro became the captain. "Ah. Bankai." Toshiro was stunned, then gave a serious answer after a moment of thought. "It's not that fast. Soifon-sensei. Give me at least a few more years." Conversations between geniuses were sometimes quite abstract, sounding like the kind of banter students at the Shino Academy would use with each other. Bang. Matsumoto Ranjaku slammed her hand on the desk, making the mountain of documents tremble. "What? A few years? Bankai. What on earth are you two talking about?" Although she didn't say it, watching the rookie she had brought in grow stronger step by step while she remained stagnant actually made Matsumoto Ranjaku a bit sad. "Someone like you, who slacks off every day and doesn't train, wouldn't understand." Toshiro lowered his head and continued his clerical work. "By the way, where is Captain Shiba?" Soifon didn't perceive the other's Ryatsu within the barracks. "The captain, he went out again after handing in the report. I'm not sure where he went, though. I feel like since he's been back these past few days, the captain has been constantly distracted." Matsumoto Ranjaku tapped her chin, shrugging slightly. Soifon nodded. "I see, so he's not here. Has he already gone to the world of the living to find Masaki Kurosaki?" It seemed their next meeting would have to be postponed for a while. The captain is always mysterious like that, no need to worry. Matsumoto Ranjaku grabbed Soifon's arm and led her out. "Want to go for a drink, Captain Soifon?" Soifon was a bit tempted, but remembering Toshiro was still listening nearby, she felt she had to maintain her dignity as a teacher. It's the middle of the day, it wouldn't look good. Matsumoto Ranjaku tugged at her Haori. "Oh, come on, just take off your captain's Haori and it'll be fine." "I really can't this time, maybe next time." Soifon tapped Ranjaku's forehead with her finger. "Sorry, Ranjaku, I have some things to do at the Department of Research and Development." After picking up the custom items she had ordered from the Department of Research and Development, Soifon first doubled back to the 10th Division to deliver a Ryatsu shielding device intended for Toshiro's grandmother. Once Grandma is wearing this, you'll be able to bring her to live in the Siri-idi. Soifon-sensei. Toshiro took the device in a daze. Soifon knocked the boy on the head. What are you staring at me for? Aren't you going to Junranin to pick her up? Yes. Holding his head, Toshiro gave Soifon a deep bow. Leaving the 10th Division, Soifon turned and headed toward the Kachiki manor once again. Ever since Izana Kachiki married into the Kachiki family, her body had grown weaker by the day, and she was now bedridden. Although Rukia and Byakuya were anxious, they were powerless. They had sought out many seated officers from the 4th Division, but to no avail. Hearing that Soifon had come specifically for Izana Kachiki, Byakuya Kachiki personally came out of the manor to greet her. Soifon skipped the pleasantries. Upon entering the room, she walked straight to the bedside and took out a small, exquisite device from a box. This is a Ryatsu shielding device I had custom-made by the Department of Research and Development. Soifon handed over the brooch. Have her wear this, it can filter out the Ryatsu from the environment. I don't understand. Byakuya took the brooch and pinned it on Izana Kachiki, looking at Soifon in hopes of an explanation. Are you an idiot? Unexpectedly, Soifon used a long-absent insult on Byakuya. Ah. Please, Captain Soifon, enlighten me. Byakuya was taken aback. Ever since becoming a captain and the head of the clan, no one had dared speak to him like that for a long time. The last time was Soifon, and this time was Soifon too. Sigh. Izana is just an ordinary spirit body. How can she withstand the Ryatsu that you guys inadvertently leak from your bodies? Soifon sighed. This was the reason many people couldn't find the cause of the illness, they simply hadn't considered it from this angle. Almost simultaneously, Izana Kachiki's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and her somewhat ragged breathing gradually leveled out. She raised her hand, pressing it gently against her chest, feeling the invisible weight that had been pressing down on her for so long rapidly receding. Really? Izana Kachiki sat up, her voice filled with unbelievable joy. I feel much lighter. Seeing the long-absent relaxation on his wife's face, Byakuya Kachiki nodded to Soifon in gratitude. The Kachiki clan owes you a favor, Captain Soifon. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 47, Ode to the Holy Emperor. 2nd Division. Soifon had just stepped into her office when a black blur charged straight at her. Before she could react, she was enveloped by a familiar scent and the warmth of a small body. Soifon-sensei. Rukia's arms tightened around Soifon's waist. Thank you for saving my sister. Her hands hanging awkwardly in the air, Soifon glanced down at Rukia, who was burying her face in her chest. She reached down and gently stroked the girl's head. Saving her life is a bit of an exaggeration, Soifon said, ruffling Rukia's hair. It was just a small favor. You. Rukia let out a soft, kitten-like whimper. Regardless, please, you must let me repay you. Repay her. And how do you plan on doing that? Soifon asked. She cupped Rukia's face in both hands and gently pried the girl away from her chest. Rukia's cheeks flushed a visible shade of crimson. She took a deep breath. Please, let me give myself to you in marriage. She spoke with such volume that the snow on the branches outside the courtyard was shaken loose. Soifon blinked. If it were one of the older women like Ranjaku, Aizen, or Yoruichi saying this, she might have taken it as a genuine confession. But coming from Rukia. Soifon looked her in the eye. Just how much resolve are you putting behind those words? You are merely a seated officer. Can you really say something like, giving yourself to me, so lightly? Overwhelmed by Soifon's powerful aura, Rukia felt a pang of intimidation. She began to doubt if her own heart was truly as steadfast as she thought. Slap. Soifon placed her hands on Rukia's shoulders, bringing their faces closer and closer until their noses almost touched. Rukia shrank back in shy embarrassment. Giving yourself to someone. Those are words of immense weight. Seeing Rukia's bashfulness, Soifon assumed the girl had taken the lesson to heart and turned to leave the office. That's not it. In the next second, Rukia took a frantic step forward, grabbing Soifon's sleeve again. Soifon-sensei, you don't understand. I meant. Bang. The office door was kicked open with brute force. Rukia. Momo Hinamori stood in the doorway, clutching a large stack of documents. Her eyes were wide, and her face was flushed red with anger. How dare you try to get a head start? That is so underhanded. Momo stomped into the room, slammed the documents onto the desk, and placed her hands on her hips. You truly are a devious noble. What do you mean, head start? I am simply repaying Soifon-sensei for saving a life in a perfectly honorable way. Rukia insisted stubbornly. Huh? Repaying her? Momo laughed in disbelief. You're just trying to have your cake and eat it too. Please do not insult my sincerity. Humph. While the two were busy bickering, Soifon silently retreated to the door and vanished in a flash. Asterisk. In the world of the living, another person was also on a path to repay a debt of gratitude. As is well known, hollow power is poisonous to Quincy's. Masaki Kurosaki, who had been wounded by the hollow white, was hovering on the brink of death. Isshin Shiba had been willing to sacrifice his Shinigami powers to establish a soul link with the hollow power inside Masaki, successfully saving her life from the encroaching hollowification. With the assistance of Kasuki Urahara, Isshin Shiba opened a small clinic in Karakura town called the Kurosaki Clinic to make a living. Meanwhile, before her scheduled meeting with Aizen, Soifon intended to deliver the device she had specifically asked Mayuri Kuratsuchi to develop for Masaki Kurosaki. Karakura town. Soifon visited the Ishida household first. My father is away on a trip. For now, the family affairs are handled by me and my mother. Ryukin Ishida had matured into a steady young man. He faced Soifon with a touch more reverence than before, while the maid, Kane Katagiri, stood quietly by his side as always. Soifon asked knowingly, I recall you had a fiancée. Where is she? Ryukin caught the teasing look on Soifon's face. He guessed that she might be here to look for Isshin Shiba, the man who had abandoned his Shinigami powers. He remained silent, he had no intention of betraying that Shinigami. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble, Soifon said, taking a sip of tea. This time, I've come to borrow a few Quincy archives. The archives. Feeling a sense of relief, Ryukin didn't particularly mind lending out the books. After all, he had no love for being a Quincy. Yes. Soifon nodded, looking at him. Are you familiar with the Kaiser Gesang? The hand Ryukin used to lift his teacup froze. The Kaiser Gesang, the hymn of the Emperor, was a legend, a nursery rhyme, passed down among the Quincies. Though he didn't believe in it, he knew it by heart. The sealed king of the Quincy will regain his heart after 900 years, his intellect after 90 years, his power after 9 years, and the world after 9 days. Could it be that the war from 1,000 years ago was about to repeat itself? I can lend you the books. Ryukin stood up, pausing as he stepped onto the stairs to the second floor. However, the Ishida family will not participate in any battle between Shinigami and Quincy's. Fine. I promise you. Unless you choose to get involved yourself, I will not drag your family into this mess. Only after Soifon nodded her promise did Ryukin continue up the stairs. He simply found Soifon's phrasing odd, he couldn't imagine himself ever choosing to wade into those muddy waters. Asterisk. After photographing the Quincy history, Soifon used the address provided by Ryukin to find the clinic opened by Isshin Shiba. As expected, Masaki Kurosaki and Isshin Shiba were inside on a date. Taking advantage of their distraction, Soifon pulled out the protective device Mayuri had given her and flicked it with her finger. A flash of almost invisible silver light streaked through the air and instantly vanished into the back of Masaki Kurosaki's neck. Masaki felt a tiny prickle, like a mosquito bite. She reached up to touch the spot, but there was nothing there. What's wrong? I think a mosquito bit me. Don't be silly. There are no mosquitoes in this weather. Simultaneously, Masaki Kurosaki's location appeared with pinpoint accuracy on the map of Soifon's soul pager. Asterisk. Carrying the photos containing the Quincy historical data, Soifon found a secluded spot in the outskirts and opened a garganta. The other side of the passage led directly to the main entrance of Las Noches. After so much time, Soifon didn't hold much hope that her identity remained hidden. She assumed Aizen had likely given orders to kill her on sight. Activating her blood venet, Soifon stepped onto the white floor of Las Noches. The familiar cameras immediately swiveled and locked onto her. Creak. The gates of the Grand Palace slowly opened. Ulquiorra walked out with slow, deliberate steps toward her. He glanced at the figure hidden beneath the cloak and stepped aside, making a gesture to invite her in. Excellency, please enter, Ulquiorra said with a respectful attitude. Lord Aizen has already informed us of your identity. Oh. Soifon's eyebrows arched slightly. It seemed Aizen had indeed accepted this persona she had crafted. Did this mean they truly could sit down and have a proper talk? New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White heavy checkmark get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters, for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 48, You're not Kasukirahara at all. Following Okuiora into Las Noches, Soifon was not particularly panicked, having shielded herself against the complete hypnosis of Kyokusuijetsu. With her second spiritual rank combined with the abilities of both a Shinigami and a Quincy, even if she couldn't defeat an Aizen who had not yet merged with the Hogyoku, she should have no problem making an escape. Does Lord Aizen have any tasks? Excellency. Walking ahead to lead the way, Okuiora's tone was profoundly respectful. None. On the contrary, I wanted to ask you, what are Captain Aizen's instructions? Soifon added a follow-up, actually, I am Captain Aizen's partner in the world of the living, so I cannot meet with him frequently. None. Lord Aizen said you may do as you please. The authority for the archives is mostly open to you. Okuiora kept his hands in his pockets, lightly pressing a communication device hidden within to transmit the news of the black-clad figure's arrival to Aizen. Is that so? Soifon stared at his pocket for a few seconds before shifting her gaze away. Then lead me to your archives. Since you've said so much, it would be quite rude of me not to take a look. The archives of Las Noches had been meticulously organized by Aizen. The category titled Soul Society History was placed in the most prominent position. Soifon randomly pulled out a manual recording the dark history of the nobility and flipped through it. The handwriting on it was not printed, but beautiful calligraphy. Judging by the script, it was written by Sosuke Aizen's own hand. At this thought, Soifon couldn't help but close the manual and look up at the towering bookshelves before her. With so many handwritten volumes, has Aizen spent these years replicating all the history he saw in the Great Log Gallery? With this kind of perseverance, he would succeed at anything he tried. No wonder the man is able to stand in the heavens. Soifon placed the manual back in its original spot, but a book title sitting in a conspicuous location caught her eye. The Soul King. In order to stabilize the three worlds, the Great Soul King was mutilated into a limbless torso by the insidious and despicable 5 noble clans, and the Soul King fragments possessing miraculous power were scattered throughout the three worlds. Parenthesis, the world was never meant to be this way, nor should the Soul King be so irresponsible. Snap. Soifon closed the manual, beginning to understand why the other party had specifically emphasized the phrase about opening the archives to her. So, Aizen wanted her to see this piece of history. And what was with those parentheses? Was this Sosuke Aizen's message board for her? 5th Division. Sosuke Aizen received the signal from Okuiora. This was a communication button he had specially crafted, which was only to be pressed when the cloaked figure appeared. Kasukirahara, have you finally come? Ripples spread through his calm heart. Aizen wore a faint smile as he found a random excuse to have Renji Abarai handle the remaining official duties in his stead. He found Kanami Tozen and Jin Ichimaru, donned the first-generation black cloak that masked their presence, and felt a sense of joy unlike any he had experienced before. Lord Aizen, you seem to be in quite a good mood. As a blind man, Kanami Tozen's perceptions were always a bit more sensitive. Sosuke Aizen adjusted his glasses. Today, we are going to meet a very special person. It's that gentleman, isn't it? Jin Ichimaru followed behind. Kasukirahara, the one who developed the Hogyoku. Jin Ichimaru wore a smiling mask, but in his heart, he was already cursing. I can't let Kasukirahara and Aizen collude. If they do, won't I lose my chance entirely? Seeing that Aizen remained silent, Jin waited a moment before adding. Captain Aizen, you must be careful of that fellow. Perhaps he has laid an ambush with some strange gadgets waiting for us this time. Words laced with a hint of provocation caused Aizen to tilt his head slightly and glance at Jin Ichimaru. He merely smiled and did not reply. The Gargantak closed. As soon as Aizen appeared, he asked Okuiora where Kasukirahara had gone. Upon learning that the other party was in the archives reading books related to the history of the Soul Society, the smile on Aizen's face grew even more radiant. Though he knew Kasukirahara had seen that history long ago, the fact that the man was willing to reread the manuscripts he had personally transcribed was enough to make Aizen feel gratified. The sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor drew closer. Soifon's ears twitched, she could hear that there were 4 people outside. Phew. After all, she was preparing to show her hand to Aizen despite the disparity in their strength, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Taking a slow breath to disperse the tension in her heart, she closed another manual and stood up, looking toward the white figures appearing at the entrance. The corner of a white robe first entered her field of vision, followed by those light-reflecting glasses and the gentle, calm eyes behind the lenses. Sosuke Aizen stood at the door with a warm smile, as if welcoming an old friend after a long separation. Half a step behind him stood Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen. Further back was Okuiora, standing with his hands at his sides. Welcome to my Las Noches, Aizen's voice was clear and steady. My long-awaited, subordinate. Aizen clearly slowed his speech on the word subordinate. Soifon stood before the bookshelf. She did not respond, merely watching Aizen quietly for a few seconds. Then, she shook her head. That title is not quite accurate. Soifon's voice was distorted by the cloak's special processing. Perhaps, calling me a collaborator would be more appropriate. Hearing this, Aizen's expression did not change in the slightest. Calling himself a collaborator meant that Kisukirahara really had come here wanting to cooperate, which made Aizen feel gratified. But placing himself in such a lofty position the moment he opened his mouth made Aizen quite displeased. It is necessary to make you realize the gap between us, Kisukirahara. Thus, Aizen decided to take this person down a peg. Collaborator. Collaboration is usually established on the basis of equality between both parties. Some rely on strength to prove their worth, while others rely on unique technology to demonstrate their capital for cooperation. He took a step forward. But you. You have neither demonstrated strength sufficient to rival me, nor have you produced technology that interests me. You even hide your true face beneath that cloak. Aizen spread his hands with an air of helplessness, his meaning was already obvious. My strength is decent enough, but forget about scientific research technology. Soifon also spread her hands. However, I have something here that will interest you even more. Oh. And what might this item you speak of be, Excellency? Aizen felt something was slightly off. Would the great Kisukirahara really admit defeat in the field of scientific research so candidly? Well, how about the history of the Quincy's? Soifon raised her hand, pulling a thick envelope from beneath her cloak and tossing it onto the table used for reading. Then, a spirit particle longbow, nearly as large as Soifon herself, instantly condensed in her left hand. For the first time, she finally saw an expression named surprise appear on Sosuke Aizen's face. You are not Kisukirahara. Aizen's expression was complex. This was the first time his calculations had missed the mark. New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 49, Captain Soifon, interested in changing the world together. Although things had deviated slightly from his expectations, Aizen's immense composure allowed him to quickly suppress his shock. Even if it wasn't Kisukirahara, it didn't matter. This person had dared to enter his territory alone, claimed to have brought something of interest, and was even a Quincy. He couldn't say he had gained nothing, but first, he needed to confirm the true extent of this individual's strength. Nearby, the spirit particle bow in Soifon's hand glowed brilliantly, shining as bright as a massive light bulb. Soifon looked at Aizen with feigned surprise. When did I ever say I was Kisukirahara? She felt somewhat insulted. Was she really that devious in her dealings? Why on earth would Aizen mistake her for that man? You never said so, Excellency, Aizen said, adjusting his glasses. It was your actions that led me to a false conclusion. Truly remarkable. That a mere Quincy could be so well acquainted with his Hueco Mundo was something that piqued Aizen's interest greatly. However, you claimed your strength was decent just now. Aizen glanced at Kaname Tozen beside him. Would you care to demonstrate? Standing behind Aizen, Kaname Tozen took a step forward. With a sharp shring, he unsheathed the Zanpakuto at his waist. Then, forgive my rudeness. Just as Kaname Tozen began the incantation for his Shurkai, Soifon suddenly raised a hand. This movement caused Aizen's brow to twitch. If the opponent chose to surrender now, it would be a waste of his anticipation. But the words that came out of Soifon's mouth were, if we fight here, the archives behind us will be destroyed. Captain Tozen, you wouldn't want the manuscripts personally transcribed by Lord Aizen to be annihilated by the aftershocks of our battle, would you? Hearing this, Tozen hesitated, his blade poised to return to its scabbard, though he remained still, waiting for Aizen's final decision. Aizen was silent for 2 seconds before offering a gentle smile. Very thoughtful. Lead the way. The four of them proceeded down the long, white corridors of Las Noches. Back at the archives, after Okiura closed the doors, he silently swore never to believe a single word from a person in a black cloak ever again. In an open area of Las Noches, Soifon and Kaname Tozen stood facing each other. Tozen unsheathed his Zanpakuto, the blade glinting coldly under the artificial sunlight. Cry, Suzumushi. The blade instantly vibrated, releasing a swarm of high-pitched sounds and spiritual energy that shot toward Soifon like a cloud of locusts. Soifon stood her ground. She simply raised her left hand to condense her spiritual bow and drew the string to a full moon with her right. Hum. A dense barrage of spirit particle arrows intercepted every single sonic blade with pinpoint accuracy. Boring probes were no longer necessary. Kaname Tozen held his Zanpakuto before him. A black, spherical barrier expanded violently from his position, instantly enveloping Soifon. Enma Kurogi. It deprived the enemy within the barrier of their 5 senses, leaving only the caster free to move and act. Tozen walked toward Soifon at the center of the dome. He raised his right hand and swung his blade down in a clean, decisive arc. Beneath her black cloak, Soifon had already been maintaining her blood venet at full power. However, her internal combat instinct sensed the danger, and she reflexively raised her right hand to block. It was as if she knew exactly where the attack was coming from. Clang. Tozen was shocked. The person in black had used a spirit particle arrow as a makeshift blade to firmly parry his Zanpakuto. Before he could process this, Soifon flicked her wrist. That spirit particle arrow moved as fluidly as a real sword in her hand. With a twist and a parry, she swept Tozen's blade aside. In the next instant, the dark barrier of Enma Kurogi was cleaved open from the inside by a brilliant blue slash, and Kanami Tozen was sent flying. A long trail of blood sprayed from his shoulder, staining the white ground crimson. Seeing this, Jin Ichimaru narrowed his eyes, his smile fading slightly. Oh my. Captain Tozen seems to be having a bit of a hard time. If Tozen couldn't cut it, was it his turn next? Sure enough, Aizen's warm gaze shifted to Jin Ichimaru before slowly moving away. To be covered by Enma Kurogi and still manage to heavily wound Tozen in such a short time while remaining unscathed, this level of combat prowess was rare even among captains. Forget it. He wouldn't waste anyone else's time, he would handle this personally. Jin, please help Tozen bandage his wound. Aizen slowly drew Kyoka Suigetsu from his waist. It seemed he intended to test the waters himself. Clang. After clashing several times in midair, the black and white figure separated in a mutual standoff. Sosuke Aizen looked down at the small tear in his captain's Haori. His interest in this cloaked figure grew even more intense. This had happened just now, after he had quietly activated Kyoka Suigetsu. He had misjudged a movement, allowing Soifon to graze him. If his reactions had been even a fraction slower. Thinking of this, a slight smile played on Aizen's lips. To be able to ignore his Kyoka Suigetsu. How absolutely exquisite. Your strength is indeed formidable, Aizen said, casting an appreciative look at Soifon. I wonder, Excellency, would you allow me a glimpse of your true face? Defeat me first. Soifon twirled a spirit particle arrow like a blade and charged at Aizen again. Finally able to fight with all her might, she was starting to feel a bit of a rush. You seem much more suited for swords and blades than the Quincy's I recall. Parrying Soifon's attacks with effortless grace, Aizen continued to probe with his words. That is merely your stereotype of what a Quincy should be. Soifon notched her bow and fired. Over a dozen spirit particle arrows struck at Aizen from various angles. Aizen's figure blurred for a fraction of a second. In the next breath, he appeared 3 paces in front of Soifon, Kyoka Suigetsu raised high over his head, the blade wreathed in a terrifying, highly compressed Ryatsu. Then I shall no longer hold back either, Sir Quincy. There were no flashy techniques, just a basic downward strike infused with his overwhelming spiritual pressure. Shockwave. Soifon's pupils dilated, this strike was not something a half-hearted Quincy ability could block. The spirit particle arrow in Soifon's hand instantly shattered. She drew Suzumabachi from her waist, her Ryatsu exploding at full force. Bankai. Her spiritual power erupted without reservation. Sosuke Aizen doubted his own ears. Perhaps the noise from the impact of their clashing Ryatsu had distorted her voice. You think you can distract me with a shout like that? How naive, Quincy. Golden Ryatsu collided with the blue shockwave of the sword. The lance-like form of Jishaku Reikaben steadily blocked Aizen's strike, but the cloaking device she wore was torn to shreds by the violent spiritual pressure of the collision. A deafening roar echoed beneath the canopy of Las Noches, and a circular shockwave rippled outward. Jin Ichimaru had to use a Bakudo to protect the heavily injured Tozen from the fallout. The light gradually faded. Aizen maintained his downward slashing posture, his eyes widening behind his glasses. The black cloak had been completely destroyed in the impact, dissolving into countless black fragments that drifted in the air. On Soifon's exposed neck and arms, blue spirit particle patterns, the blood venae, were visible. Due to the gap in their Ryatsu, blocking that strike had not been easy for Soifon, but she was uninjured. She simply hadn't been able to protect the mysterious little cloak Kasuki Urahara had given her. A Shinigami Shihakusho, a Quincy spirit bow, and a Bankai whose form was entirely different from the one shown during the captain's proficiency exam decades ago. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds. I see. Aizen slowly sheathed his sword. Captain Soifon, you have certainly given me a surprise. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had faked his performance during the captain's exam. How ironic. 2 of the captains participating in that exam had failed to show their true Bankai. On the other side, Jin Ikamaru's smile had vanished completely. Why was Captain Soifon, the close friend who was always around Matsumoto Ranjaku, also someone hiding such deep secrets? If such a powerful and cunning individual joined Aizen's side, what would happen to his plan for revenge? Someone like me, hiding their strength within the Soul Society. But Captain Soifon, your methods are arguably much more clever than mine. Sosuke Aizen spoke with sincere admiration. He truly did not know where he had slipped up, and he had found no trace of her activities. If Soifon hadn't stepped forward herself, he likely would have been kept in the dark forever. Furthermore, Aizen seemed to open up. Captain Soifon, you actually possess two different types of power. I've changed my mind. He smiled, extending a hand toward Soifon. A collaboration? No, perhaps we should use a different term. Captain Soifon, are you interested in changing the world with me? New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 50, Double Special Agent Soifon, bonus chapter. Faced with Sosuke Aizen's outstretched hand, Soifon simply deactivated her Bankai and sheathed her blade, but she did not take it. This behavior left Aizen somewhat perplexed. She clearly had no desire to continue fighting and had already exposed her identity to them. Why, then, was she still unwilling to agree to a collaboration? Until... I am willing to collaborate, Captain Aizen. Soifon looked up at the bespectacled men before her. But I am a lesbian, so I have no interest in shaking hands with a man. Sosuke Aizen's hand froze midair, and the smile on his face stagnated. Was it really such a simple reason? Taking half a second to stabilize his emotions, Aizen acted as if nothing had happened. I see. My apologies for the intrusion. How was it that in the mere half-day since he had met Soifon, his emotions had fluctuated more times than they had in the past 100 years? For a genius of his own caliber, Sosuke Aizen was always quite tolerant. Given Soifon's age, the fact that she could reach this level of spiritual pressure, combined with the mysterious Quincy power she possessed, meant that, sooner or later, she would be a being capable of standing in the heavens alongside him. On the way back, with Aizen and Soifon leading the way, Jin Ichimaru followed behind them carrying the heavily injured Kaname Tozen, the emotions in his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Asterisk. The top floor meeting hall of Las Noches. Is black tea acceptable? Aizen sat at one side of the long table, lifting a teacup as he politely inquired of Soifon beside him. It's fine, I'm not picky about such things. Soifon picked up the black tea brewed by Ulquiorra and took a sip. Let's get straight to the point. Setting down his cup, Aizen looked at Soifon with an appreciative gaze. And where exactly should we begin our discussion? Truthfully, there were so many topics between the two of them right now that Aizen didn't even know where to start. It was like walking a dark road in the freezing cold all alone, only to find a fellow traveler emerging from a crossroad to join the journey. Kaname Tozen certainly counted as one, but his strength was too meager. Aizen had already dispassionately judged that the men would not be able to make it to the end. As for Jin Ichimaru, Aizen could only wish for his plan to succeed. Then I'll start. Soifon lightly tapped her finger on the table. Aizen nodded slightly. Please, proceed. After weighing her words for a few seconds, Soifon spoke. I hope Captain Aizen can extract that specific Soul King nail from within the Hogyoku. As her words fell, the smile on Aizen's face remained as constant as ever, showing not a single trace of anger. On the contrary, it was Jin Ichimaru who glanced at Soifon in surprise before squinting his eyes and laughing again, seemingly to mask his momentary lapse in composure. I see. I understand. Aizen crossed his hands, resting his elbows on the table. Captain Soifon, you are doing this for Ranjaku Matsumoto, aren't you? Combining this with Soifon's earlier admission regarding her sexual orientation, Aizen preliminarily concluded that her reason was to restore the integrity of her lover's soul. He shook his head inwardly, although Aizen felt a slight sense of regret that Soifon was so troubled by sentiment, he did not show it. So then, what price can Captain Soifon pay in return? Jin Ichimaru, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up with a smile, intentionally facilitating the transaction between the two. Of course, I won't take Captain Aizen's Soul King fragment for nothing. Soifon turned her gaze toward the silent Kaname Tozen. The Tsuneyashiro clan, she uttered the name. They possess a Soul King fragment that can replace the Soul King nail. Kaname Tozen's body jolted violently. With that, Soifon had officially completed her achievement of collecting the entire Hueco Mundo trio's shocked expressions. Aizen's gaze moved between Tozen and Soifon. The Tsuneyashiro clan. I once visited them in order to enter the Great Log Gallery. Visited? You mean a secret infiltration? Soifon found it somewhat amusing, even Aizen cared about such trivial semantic details. Does Captain Aizen remember what I said during the Captain's Council? Captain Soifon mentioned that the Tsuneyashiro clan was conducting human experiments. Exactly. Hearing Soifon's firm confirmation, Aizen stared at her intently for a second. I see. The Tsuneyashiro clan seeks out those who possess Soul King fragments and forces members of their branch families to marry them. Correct. Captain Tozen's close friend, Kakio, was someone who possessed a Soul King fragment. Following Soifon's answer, Tozen's breathing suddenly became heavy. His fingers unconsciously gripped the armrests of his seat, and the white stone chair let out a groan under the unbearable pressure. After Kakio was murdered by her husband, Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. Soifon continued, that fragment was likely hidden away by Tokinata himself. Nodding as he listened, Sosuke Aizen was truly curious as to how Soifon had obtained so much classified intelligence. Once Soifon stopped speaking, he leaned back against his chair, his posture relaxing. So, Captain Soifon, do you intend to join me in destroying the Tsuneyashiro? Soifon shook her head. Moving against the Tsuneyashiro clan right now would cause too much of a stir. She looked Aizen directly in the eyes. We only need to retrieve the Soul King fragment from Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's hands. Does Captain Soifon mean? Tozen asked while pressing down on his shoulder wound, that you will act against the Tsuneyashiro family in the future. At this moment, Tozen gradually began to acknowledge Soifon's status as a collaborator. The slash she had dealt him earlier was already pushed to the back of his mind. Isn't that why you all came to Hueco Mundo in the first place? Soifon countered. Asterisk. Resting his chin on his hand, Aizen quietly listened to Soifon's statements, reading the general meaning from her words. Soifon did not intend to cause too much of a commotion in the Serie. She was also implicitly suggesting that he keep a low profile and continue acting his part as the captain of the 5th Division. I don't understand, Captain Soifon. Sosuke Aizen felt that Soifon's actions and the words coming out of her mouth were completely contradictory. She possessed the forbidden power of a Quincy and had come alone to Hueco Mundo to speak with him with such candor. Why, then, was she always so unwilling to consider a future break with the Gotei 13? Did she still harbor illusions of reforming the world in a gentle manner? Speaking of which, Captain Aizen hasn't seen this yet, has he? Soifon pushed the envelope containing the photos across the table toward Aizen. The history of the Quincy's. Have a look. Asterisk. Tap. 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 After finishing the photos Soifon had taken of the archives, Aizen's fingers rhythmically tapped the cold stone table. An eerie chill reflected off his lenses. These records concerning the Quincy's were things that even the Great Log Gallery had not documented. The records of the war 1,000 years ago were far too vague. Sosuke Aizen had also attempted to seek out the truth, but unfortunately, the Quincy's in the world of the living hid too deeply. The occasional weaklings from minor families he encountered knew nothing of the core information. Captain Soifon. Aizen looked up, removing his glasses to meet Soifon's gaze. If the intelligence you provided is accurate, then this so-called king of the Quincy will make his return in just over a decade. After all, the time recorded in the Kaiser Gesang was drawing very close. Of course, even if those weak Quincy's had told him these preposterous details himself, he would only have regarded them with skepticism. But a powerhouse like Soifon was a different story. Yes. Most of the Quincy's in the world of the living are merely mediocre nonentities. This is Blood Vene, an ability that only pureblood Quincy's and a few half-bloods can use freely. Soifon raised her right hand, and the blue spirit particle circuits of Blood Vene surfaced on her skin. To think Captain Soifon could obtain Quincy power within a Shinigami's body. Truly remarkable. Aizen observed the Blood Vene on Soifon's hand without blinking. After a moment, he grasped the principles of the ability. It was indeed a very practical and powerful strength. Though he understood it, Shinigami and Hollows could not replicate it. It was a limitation of bloodline. Who knows? Perhaps I have Quincy ancestors. Soifon retracted the Blood Vene, having no intention of explaining. This power awakened around the time I became a captain. Is that so? Sosuke Aizen gave Soifon a deep look but pressed no further. It is getting late, Captain Soifon. As for Vice Captain Ranjika Matsumoto's Soul King fragment, we shall discuss it further once we return to the Soul Society. With that, he rose and used the Hogyoku to open a Garganta, inviting Soifon to return to the Soul Society with him. New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark help us unlock community rewards. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 51, Believe Me, Ranjaku. Hitching a ride on Aizen's Garganta, Soifon finally returned to her loyal 2nd Division. Ever since being sneak attacked by Rukia last time, Momo Hinamori decided to be inseparable from Rukia, absolutely not letting the other party have any chance to sneak away. That damnable new noble, actually coming to deceive, to sneak attack, her, a little seated officer who is only a few decades old. However, in the eyes of outsiders who didn't know the inside story, they would only sigh and say things like, "It's so wonderful between girls." After encountering the returning Soifon, the two of them used Shuinpa of equal standing to simultaneously throw themselves into Soifon's embrace. "Woo-woo, Teacher Soifon. You're finally back. We thought you also. What nonsense are you saying? How could Teacher Soifon possibly?" Wait, she had only been gone for less than a few days. Had something major happened in the Siriidii again? Before Soifon could ask, Rukia raised her head from her embrace. Brother Byakuya said that Captain Shiba, Momo Hinamori beside her followed up, unwilling to be outdone. Captain Shiba has already defect. A slightly cold index finger pressed against Momo Hinamori's lips. Soifon shook her head slowly with a serious expression, giving a soft shake to tell the two of them to keep their voices down. Ah. This is Teacher Soifon's finger. Involuntarily, Momo Hinamori took a deep breath of the scent from the index finger pressing against her lips. Damnable Momo. She actually spoke loudly on purpose just to make Teacher Soifon stop her mouth with her finger. Seeing that the two of them were about to start making a scene again, Soifon, acting like a babysitter, skillfully lifted them up by their back collars and warned them with a somewhat serious expression. Do not mention the matter regarding Captain Shiba again. This is Captain Commander Yamamoto's stance. Furthermore, Captain Shiba is not as you have heard. There are hidden circumstances behind this matter. It was actually Captain Commander Yamamoto's will. Momo Hinamori and Rukia glanced at each other, then covered their mouths one after another and nodded to Soifon, indicating they would not mention it again. All right, I am going to the First Division. You two work hard and don't cause trouble. Soifon patted each of their heads once, and her figure vanished from the spot. Is Teacher Soifon really going to the First Division? She isn't taking the opportunity to slack off, is she? It was only on such matters that Momo Hinamori and Rukia's tacit understanding reached a high level of consistency. At the entrance of the First Division office. Captain Soifon, the Captain Commander bids you enter. Walking out from the door, Chojiro Sasakabe politely announced to Soifon. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Captain Sasakabe. Soifon nodded slightly to Vice Captain Sasakabe. Basic respect still needed to be maintained for senior veterans. Pushing open the door, Captain Commander Yamamoto sat behind his desk holding a teacup, gazing silently at a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall. Soifon followed his line of sight. The handwriting was upright and neat, revealing a certain restrained sharpness. It was Sosuke Aizen's handwriting. It wasn't until Soifon walked up to the desk that the Captain Commander spoke slowly. You have come regarding the matter of Isshin Shiba, correct? Yes, Captain Commander. Pulling out the chair in front of her and sitting down, Soifon replied. This girl seems to have become much bolder than before. The Captain Commander's eyes closed slightly. He expressed no dissatisfaction with Soifon's behavior. Instead, he personally lifted the teapot from the side table and poured her a cup of tea. Captains who could be so relaxed in front of him were rare nowadays. It was quite good. Thank you. The steam from the tea curled upward, separating the lines of sight between Soifon and the Captain Commander. Isshin Shiba's disappearance, the Captain Commander pushed the teacup in front of Soifon. This old man will not publicly classify it as a defection. Soifon listened quietly, her fingers guiltily stroking the warm rim of the teacup. She could now be considered an accomplice of Aizen. I understand. Soifon nodded. The Captain Commander shows great foresight. You came here specifically not just to confirm this old man's attitude. The Captain Commander spoke slowly. Speak. What is the matter? Soifon lifted the teacup and took a sip, the mist obscuring her face. I came this time regarding the vacancy for the captain of the 10th Division. The Captain Commander's voice was low and steady. That is indeed a problem. A few days ago, I went to the 10th Division to visit Toshiro. He once told me that he only needs a few more years to learn Bankai. A few years, for a long-lived species like Shinigami, was nothing more than the snap of a finger. The Captain Commander did not speak, simply looking quietly at Soifon, waiting for what followed. With Toshiro's talent, if he could have more suitable guidance. Soifon paused. Perhaps this time, could be drastically shortened. Her words were already very clear. Captain Soifon means. The Captain Commander spoke slowly. To have this old man teach him personally. Yes. Soifon sat up straighter. The Captain Commander fell silent for a moment. He picked up his teacup again. The tea inside was still steaming hot, but he didn't even look at it, bringing the rim directly to his lips and draining the scalding tea in a few large gulps. Afterward, he exhaled a cloud of white mist. Tomorrow. The Captain Commander made his decision in a deep voice. Trouble Captain Soifon to notify him to come over. As for today. The captain commander slowly stood up and walked toward the row of tall filing cabinets against the wall. This old man needs to first review his transcripts from the Shino Academy, as well as the various reports from his time working in the 10th Division. He pulled open one of the drawers, inside of which stacks of file folders were neatly arranged. Early the next morning, Soifon went directly to the 10th Division barracks. When she pushed open the office door, Toshiro Hitsugaya was buried in a pile of documents, his silver hair almost blending in with the table full of white paper. Ranjika Matsumoto, on the other hand, was sitting by the window with her legs crossed, holding a cup of hot tea in her hands and leisurely looking outside. Toshiro. Soifon's voice caused both of them to turn their heads simultaneously. Clean up and come with me. Soifon spoke words that could easily be misunderstood in a deadpan manner. The captain commander wants to see you. The office was quiet for 2 seconds. Captain Soifon, Toshiro hasn't caused trouble, has he? Why does the captain commander suddenly want to see him? Ranjika Matsumoto was shocked. Soifon realized she seemed to have misspoken. Actually, the captain commander wants to take Toshiro as a disciple, so he wants to meet him. The two were shocked. Toshiro's eyes widened slightly. Disciple? Why, was it you who recommended it, Teacher Soifon? It doesn't have much to do with that. Soifon shook her head. Captain Shiba cannot return to the squad for the time being, and the 10th Division cannot leave the captain's seat empty forever. In short, it was to have Toshiro, who currently had the most potential to be promoted to captain, receive instruction. How nice. Ranjika Matsumoto rested her chin on her hand. If only I were that much of a genius too. Smack. Soifon folded the newspaper in her hand into a baton and tapped Ranjika's head. You slack off every day and don't practice, even if you were a genius, it would be useless. Exactly. Toshiro's voice was chilly. You dump all the documents on me to handle every day while you slack off and be lazy. Wait until I really become captain. Toshiro did not finish his sentence, but the smile on Ranjika Matsumoto's face had already frozen. Helpless, Ranjika buried her face in the pile of documents on the table. The problem is, no matter how I practice, it's no use. This was true, even Toshiro couldn't deny it. Even if one slacked off every day, their Ryatsu would still grow over time, but Ranjika Matsumoto had completely stagnated. Squish. Soifon pinched Ranjiku's face with both hands, lifting her up from the table. Ranjiku, believe me. She leaned close to Ranjiku's face, revealing a reassuring smile. Before long, you will also be able to train normally. Soifon. Ranjiku looked into Soifon's eyes, somewhat dazed, even forgetting to add the suffix, captain. Clearly, it was just a common comforting phrase, so why did she seem to actually believe it a little? New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 52, Yoruichi's Night Raid. The captain commander was extremely satisfied with Toshiro's aptitude and accepted him as his third disciple on the spot. As a result, a very awkward scene momentarily unfolded in the room. Toshiro addressed Soifon as Teacher Soifon, while addressing the captain commander as Master. This seemed prone to causing a misunderstanding, that the captain commander and Soifon were of the same generation. In the end, Soifon declared that they should each stick to their own separate terms of address. Asterisk. By the time Soifon emerged from the first division, the sky was approaching dusk. Right now, her mind was filled with evil plans to invade the Tsuneyashiro clan. Coincidentally, Aizen Kotetsu, who had come to the first division to submit a procurement list for supplies, ran into Soifon. Captain Soifon. She jogged over to Soifon. Do you have a moment right now? Soifon turned her head at just the right moment, only to have two soft, warm masses collide with her eyes. That tall, busty woman, she was truly too evil. Taking 2 steps back, Soifon tilted her head slightly to look up at the other party. It seemed Aizen Kotetsu had no self-awareness in this regard and had launched a humiliation attack against her completely unconsciously. I do have time, but is there something you need, Aizen? Soifon gently sniffed the nearby air, a faint, milky scent still lingered. Aizen Kotetsu seemed to be thinking. Captain Unohana said she wanted Captain Soifon to come to the 4th Division to discuss the competition being organized by the Shinigami Women's Association. A competition? Let's head over now, then. Since it was a matter concerning the Shinigami Women's Association, Soifon agreed immediately. After all, she was a member. Asterisk. The captain's office of the 4th Division was filled with the faint aroma of medicinal herbs. Unohana Retsu was kneeling before a low table, several hand-drawn drafts of event proposals spread out before her. Captain Soifon has arrived, she said with a gentle smile, gesturing for Soifon and Aizen to sit opposite her. Please, have some tea. I heard from Aizen that this is about the association's competition. The mischievous Soifon used her toe to poke the sole of Aizen's foot next to her. Eep. Aizen Kotetsu let out a strange squeak, then involuntarily covered her mouth. Due to her shy nature, she didn't dare say anything to Soifon. Witnessing all of this, the steam from the tea obscured Anohana's expression. She smiled, not taking Soifon's prank to heart. Yes. Anohana Retsu lifted the teapot to pour herself another cup. We want to hold an ikebana, flower arranging, competition as a spring event. However, funding is a bit tight. So it was about sponsorship. That was simple, the Omida family never refused such things. Soifon answered with almost no hesitation, that is fine. How much do you need? Captain Soifon agrees so readily. Anohana Retsu pursed her lips in a light smile. However, I haven't finished speaking yet. A bad premonition spontaneously arose. My combat instinct, why are you sounding an alarm? As a senior member of the association, and as the primary sponsor of this competition, I hope Captain Soifon will also set an example by personally participating in the competition. She pushed a teacup in front of Soifon, her voice gentle yet carrying a certain black-bellied vibe that refused to take no for an answer. I'll pass on that. Soifon's hand, holding her teacup, paused in midair. I have no talent in that area, so let's forget it. Talent can be cultivated. Anohana's fingertips gently stroked the petals of a camellia in the porcelain vase beside her. If Captain Soifon is willing, I can teach you hand in hand. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Anohana Retsu suddenly leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice even further. If Captain Soifon is not interested in flower arranging, then how about kendo? If this wasn't a threat, then what was it? I suppose I am interested in flower arranging after all, Captain Anohana. Certain memories uncontrollably floated to the surface of Soifon's mind, a secret chamber made of seiki stone, a woman, sweat, and battle. Anohana Retsu sat up straight with satisfaction, her smile becoming even more gentle. Then it settled. Starting tomorrow, come to the 4th Division for dinner after work every day, and then I will teach you flower arranging for 2 hours. 1 month should be enough for you to master the basics. Soifon nodded silently and took a large gulp from her teacup. I'm sorry. Captain Aizen. Regarding the conspiracy against the Tsuneyashiro clan, I will find time to meet you. Asterisk. At the same time, inside the 2nd Division captain's dormitory. A slender black shadow soundlessly opened Soifon's dorm, gliding inside quietly without triggering any warning barriers. First, the figure circled the bedroom, then flipped up onto the roof beam, completely concealing itself within the shadows. Yoruichi Shihoin crouched on the crossbeam, her golden cat eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Ever since they parted ways in the world of the living last time, that sudden kiss from Soifon had been etched into her mind like a brand. The soft, fluttering sensation, Soifon's breath so close at hand. Yoruichi Shihoin had turned it over in her mind for many days. Finally, unable to suppress the restlessness in her heart, she decided to risk infiltrating the Siriidii to ask for clarity face to face. She adjusted her posture, suppressing her ryatsu to the absolute limit, and waited patiently. However, time passed minute by minute, and the night grew deep. The patrol squads outside the barracks changed shifts again and again, but Soifon still did not return. Yawning soundlessly, Yoruichi Shihoin licked her paw, suddenly sensing a familiar fluctuation of ryatsu from outside the door. She's here. She watched as Soifon pushed open the door and walked in, holding a stack of books obviously related to flower arranging. The tips of her hair were still damp, and her body radiated the fresh, light scent of a bath. Soifon placed the books on the table first, then sat cross-legged on the tatame. She drew Suzumabachi and carefully wiped the blade with a soft cloth. Only after finishing all this did she extinguish the lamp, lift the quilt, and lie down in the bedding. Another half-hour passed, leaving only the sound of even breathing in the room. Yoruichi waited patiently a while longer, until the rise and fall of Soifon's chest became steady and long. The black shadow dropped silently from the roof beam. In midair, spirit particles flickered like exploding specks of light, transforming into a beautiful figure with long purple hair. She landed barefoot on the wooden floor without making a single sound. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she pounced toward the sleeping Soifon on the bed. On the bed, Soifon, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly snapped her eyes open. Soifon's hand shot out like a striking viper, precisely clutching Yoruichi's throat. Then, relying on instinct, she violently slammed Yoruichi onto the bedding beneath her. Bang. The quilt and mattress depressed under the impact, and Yoruichi's back hit the bedboards with a muffled thud. Yoruichi Shihoin had just thought to rise and resist when Soifon pressed down on her waist, her right arm pinned across Yoruichi's collarbone, restraining her completely. The moment their eyes met, Soifon froze. Lady Yoruichi. Soifon's eyes widened slightly in the darkness. Feeling the fine texture of skin and smelling the familiar fragrance, she clearly saw the assassin she had pinned to the bed. Yoruichi, instantly restrained by Soifon, was not having an easy time either. She tried to get up several times, but was firmly held down on the bed by Soifon's strength. This girl, when did she become so strong? Giving up the struggle, Yoruichi Shihoin lay back beneath Soifon, her mindset gradually shifting to one of simply letting things be. In fact, Yoruichi Shihoin even adjusted her posture to lie more comfortably, completely disregarding the fact that her body was currently exposed to the other party's gaze. Heh. Yoruichi curled her lips, lifting the hand that wasn't pinned down. Her fingertips gently tapped the back of Soifon's hand, which was still barred across her neck. Nice moves, Soifon. She tilted her head slightly, the tip of her tongue lightly licking her lower lip. Realizing the situation belatedly, Soifon removed her elbow from Yoruichi's body. Lady Yoruichi, why are you? Well. Yoruichi Shihoin sat up and crossed her legs. Where should I start? Whoosh. Soifon flipped the quilt from the bed and draped it over the other person. Phew. Soifon patted her pounding chest. In any case, Lady Yoruichi, could you please bring your own clothes in the future? The impact after the Shihoin clan's cat transformation wore off was truly too powerful. It was fine for her to see it now, but what if someone else saw it in the future? New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 53, What Does This Kiss Mean? Inside the room. The moonlight outside the window spilled through the gap in the curtains, perfectly illuminating Soifon's slightly flushed cheeks. Yoruichi captured this rare display of shyness from the other party, and the arc of her grin deepened. She leaned her body slightly forward, almost touching the tip of Soifon's nose, their breaths intertwining. That day when you sneak attacked me in the world of the living, weren't you quite bold? Yoruichi Shihoin lowered her voice. In the end, you still can't resist the charm of this big sister, can you, Soifon? Soifon's breath hitched for a moment, and she rolled her eyes with a blushing face. Anyone seeing such a scene would blush, all right. Lady Yoruichi. Seeing that Yoruichi Shihoin continued to press closer, Soifon placed both hands on the back of the other's neck, bringing the distance between them even closer. Are you sure you want to continue? Pressing her forehead against Yoruichi Shihoin's, Soifon met her golden eyes. If Yoruichi nodded now, then Soifon would not be polite. Yoruichi Shihoin's lips moved, seemingly struggling with whether to continue being forceful, but feeling that admitting defeat in front of Soifon would cause her to lose face, so she could only freeze there in hesitation. If it's Soifon. Yoruichi Shihoin took a deep breath, seemingly making up her mind. Knock, knock. A knocking sound rang out abruptly. Their lips paused at the moment before contact, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. The flames burning in their hearts were instantly extinguished. Momo Hinamori's voice came from outside the door, carrying obvious worry, Teacher Soifon. Are you asleep? We just heard a loud noise in your room. Rukia's voice followed closely. Yes, is Teacher Soifon all right? Inside the room, hearing these two sentences, Yoruichi curled her lips mischievously. Soifon, on the other hand, raised a finger and pressed it against Yoruichi's lips, signaling for the other to be silent. What she got in return, however, was a provocative lick. Glaring at the other party, Soifon took a deep breath and cleared her throat. I'm fine. I was practicing in the room just now and bumped into something. The two outside the door were quiet for a few seconds. Rukia and Momo Hinamori looked at each other, their gazes grave, neither believed what Soifon had just said. That commotion was clearly the muffled sound of a heavy object slamming fiercely onto the bedboards. Moreover, when Teacher Soifon practiced normally, she never made such a big commotion. Momo Hinamori's voice rang out again. Teacher Soifon, actually, we came to find you to ask for advice regarding the Shinigami Women's Association flower arranging competition. Rukia immediately chimed in, right. Senior Aizen hopes we will sign up, but we have absolutely no experience. Hiss. It seemed the noise just now had made them suspicious. Soifon cursed inwardly. At this point, she could only have Yoruichi Shihoin hide under the bed for a while. Just as she wanted to discuss it with the other party, Yoruichi Shihoin immediately leaned into her ear again and whispered, these are the two little disciples you took in. They are just my students from the Shino Academy. Soifon attempted to get Yoruichi to get up and hide under the bed. Don't talk for now, Lady Yoruichi, you first. The two outside pressed their ears to the door panel, the rustling sounds aroused their suspicion. Teacher Soifon, if you don't object, we're coming in, okay? Nodding gravely to each other, they moved their steps towards Soifon's window. Sensing the direction of the footsteps, Soifon couldn't care about much else. She stuffed Yoruichi into the bedding and lay down completely herself. Teacher Soifon, are you sick? Leaning over the slightly open window, Momo Hinamori vigilantly scanned Soifon's room. No, I just got a bit sleepy just now. Soifon's voice was faster than usual. I don't understand the art of flower arranging either, let's talk tomorrow. They only saw Soifon leaning half up against the headboard, the quilt covering her chest, looking at them with a calm expression. It was just that the shape of the quilt seemed a bit bulkier than usual. And Teacher Soifon's cheeks, weren't they a little red? Alright, then good night, Teacher Soifon. They truly couldn't see anything special, perhaps the noise just now really was an accident. The two exchanged a strange look and decided to go back to sleep for now. They just felt it was a bit of a pity. The plan to pester Teacher Soifon to learn flower arranging late at night and then find an excuse to stay over had gone bankrupt again. The footsteps gradually faded away. Soifon breathed a sigh of relief. Her two students were relatively well behaved, and managing to fool them was already no easy feat at this moment. A purple head popped out from the covers, nuzzling Soifon's cheek and lying on her chest. Almost got exposed, Teacher Soifon, she pinched Soifon's chin. How was it? The feeling of sharing a room with a criminal of the Seriiti and almost getting caught, very exciting, right? Spare me, Lady Yoruichi. Soifon was tired, she couldn't be bothered to push Yoruichi away. So, you discovered me early on just now. Lying beside Soifon's pillow, Yoruichi played with Soifon's ring braids. Sort of, I just didn't expect it to be Lady Yoruichi. Looking at the familiar ceiling, Soifon felt a bit dazed. Just a single kiss had actually caused Yoruichi Shihoin to personally launch a night raid. Why didn't I notice before that your strength was this impressive, Soifon? Yoruichi looked her up and down with interest. Could it really be because of me? Soifon did not let Yoruichi finish that sentence. She suddenly turned to her side, raising her right hand, her fingers threaded through the slightly cool purple hair at the side of Yoruichi's neck, her palm pressing against the back of the other's neck. Yoruichi Shihoin's teasing voice came to an abrupt halt. Who knew how much time passed? Maybe it was only a few seconds, or maybe a few minutes. Soifon pulled back slightly, and their foreheads rested against each other again. Their breathing was somewhat unsteady, and a visible blush had risen on Yoruichi Shihoin's honey-colored cheeks. What do you think now? Lady Yoruichi. Soifon stared straight into the other's golden pupils until Yoruichi Shihoin shifted her gaze away in defeat. As expected, she was shy. Soifon realized that she had to treat Yoruichi like a cat. If she didn't eat, but kept pawing at the food, she had to be disciplined. Soifon. Yoruichi was rarely at a loss for words. What were you doing just now? I like Lady Yoruichi. Soifon spoke very directly. So, I kissed Lady Yoruichi. Yoruichi's lips moved, but no sound came out. But we. No, it's me. I am a traitor to the Seriiti. Several seconds later, she managed to squeeze out these hesitant, stumbling words with difficulty. So what? Soifon countered. She propped her upper body up slightly, leaning close to Yoruichi's face. Didn't Lady Yoruichi also not push me away just now? With Lady Yoruichi's strength. Soifon looked directly into Yoruichi Shihoin's eyes. If you really wanted to dodge, or wanted to stop me, it would have been very easy to do, right? Yoruichi Shihoin fell silent. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 54, Unohana's hands-on teaching. Good morning, Lady Yoruichi. Rustling sounds came from within the bedding. Soifon sat up first, grabbing a piece of clothing to drape over Yoruichi Shihoin. Soifon, the clothes seem a bit small. Soifon's clothing size did not fit comfortably. Yoruichi Shihoin felt her chest was being tightly constricted. Whoosh. Another robe flew onto Yoruichi Shihoin's face. Lady Yoruichi, wear it or don't. Forget it, I'll just turn back into a black cat. A puff of smoke rose, and Yoruichi Shihoin transformed into a cute black cat, licking its pink paw pads on the bed. Speaking of which, Lady Yoruichi. Soifon put on her shihakusho and then draped the captain's hayori over it. How long do you intend to stay in the Seriiti? It wasn't that she wanted to chase the other party away, but if Yoruichi Shihoin kept staying here, wouldn't Soifon lose the time to go do bad things with Aizen at the Tsuneyashiro clan at night? Hehe, having had your way with me, now you want to chase me away. The black cat jumped onto Soifon's shoulder. I didn't think you were that kind of Soifon. I didn't. Soifon looked down at the hayori on her body. If Lady Yoruichi is willing to return the position of captain of the 2nd Division. I don't want it. Soul Society is not nearly as interesting as the world of the living. The black cat extended a paw and patted Soifon's head. Actually, I'll be leaving today. If I'm discovered, I'll only implicate you. No, actually, adding you now doesn't implicate me much more. Rather, it is I who will implicate you, Lady Yoruichi. Whenever Soifon thought about the cooperation agreement she had reached with Aizen, she felt that when the truth was revealed, the expressions on the faces of Yoruichi and Kasuke Urahara would be very spectacular. Evening. Soifon checked the time, remembering her promise to Unohana Retsu yesterday, and turned to walk toward the 4th Division. Lights were already lit in the captain's courtyard. Sliding open the Japanese-style shoji door, the aroma of food mixed with a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted out. Aizen Kotetsu was just walking out of the kitchen carrying a few small dishes. When she saw Soifon in the corridor, her eyes lit up. Captain Soifon, you've come at just the right time, the food has just been prepared. Soifon walked into the room. On the low table in front of Unohana were grilled fish, stew, tamagoyaki, and a small pot of steaming miso soup. Aizen made all this. Soifon was somewhat surprised as she sat down at the low table. Having known you for so long, this is the first time I've known Aizen's cooking to be so delicious. Aizen Kotetsu's face flushed slightly. She placed the last dish down and sat beside Unohana Retsu. Captain Soifon hasn't eaten yet, so how do you know the taste? Seeing that everyone was seated, Unohana gently clapped her hands. Then, let's dig in. It smells very fragrant. Soifon picked up her chopsticks, picking up a small piece of grilled fish and putting it into her mouth. She chewed a few times, lifted her eyes to look at Aizen Kotetsu, and nodded seriously. It's very delicious. Hearing Soifon's earnest praise, Aizen Kotetsu's face turned even redder, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. After taking a sip of the miso soup, Soifon let out a sigh of admiration. Ah, whoever can marry Aizen in the future will certainly be very blessed. Unohana Retsu laughed softly, her gaze landing gently on Aizen's shy face. Indeed. Aizen is gentle, good at cooking, and so attentive. However, speaking of which. Unohana Retsu turned her gaze to Soifon. Captain Soifon should also learn things like flower arranging and cooking. Before she could finish her sentence, Soifon ruthlessly interrupted, waving her chopsticks. I don't need to. Soifon rejected Unohana's attempt to fan the flames. I like girls. Most feared, the air suddenly going quiet. Most feared, a friend's sudden concern. Unohana Retsu's hands holding her bowl and chopsticks paused slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed through those eyes that always carried a gentle smile. Clatter. Aizen Kotetsu's chopsticks fell onto the table, rolled half a circle, and finally stopped beside her bowl. Her eyes opened round and wide, her mouth slightly agape, she froze there, her cheeks turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, reacting, Aizen hurriedly picked up her chopsticks. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Soifon swallowed the fish in her mouth. I'm only telling you too, oh. This is a secret between good friends. Of course, I will protect the secret for Captain Soifon. Me too. Aizen Kotetsu raised the hand holding the chopsticks. A piece of white radish clamped in the chopsticks flew in a circle in the air. Soifon looked up and caught it precisely with her mouth, swallowing it. After the meal, Soifon took the initiative to stand up and clear the dishes. The sound of running water rang out, porcelain and wooden chopsticks colliding with crisp, light sounds. The two stood side by side, their arms occasionally touching. Captain Soifon actually doesn't need to help. Aizen whispered. It's faster with two people. Soifon's movements were efficient. Isn't Captain Unohana going to teach us flower arranging later? After washing the bowls and drying their hands, the two returned to the courtyard. Unohana Retsu had already arranged the vessels and floral materials for flower arranging in the center of the room. Compared to Aizen Kotetsu's super high talent in flower arranging, the clumsy Soifon allowed Unohana Retsu to transform into a mentoring demon, thoroughly enjoying the addiction of being a flower arrangement teacher. She stood up and walked behind Soifon, her hands reaching over Soifon's shoulders, a warm breath mixed with the scent of herbs and flowers enveloping Soifon. First. Unohana Retsu's voice rang in Soifon's ear. She leaned down, her arms winding past Soifon's sides, taking Soifon's hands to hold the tools together. Like this. Her breath gently brushed over Soifon's ear, and the slight vibration of her chest while speaking was transmitted through the back where Soifon and Unohana were touching. The charm of an intellectual, mature older sister was truly hard to resist. Soifon was completely in a state of, in one ear and out the other, simply letting Unohana's hands guide her movements. In a corner invisible to them, the corners of Unohana's mouth curled up black-bellyishly. Yes, she was doing it on purpose. Unohana was simply curious, if she performed intimate actions toward a girl who liked girls, what kind of reaction would the other party have? This should also count as a type of medical research, right? It's certainly not to satisfy my bad taste. Anohana Retsu thought to herself. At this moment, Anohana suddenly stopped the teaching. She looked up at the white-haired girl to the side. Aizen is smiling very happily. I'm sorry. Aizen's eyes curved into crescents. It's just, seeing that Captain Soifon also has things she isn't good at, I feel it's a bit cute. Only, is the matter of girls liking girls actually something that really exists? Aizen Kotetsu didn't quite understand, but she was very curious. Moreover, she didn't dislike Soifon. Glancing at her own flower arrangement, which was still misshapen despite Anohana's guidance, Soifon felt relieved. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. Soifon's voice carried a rare hint of helplessness. Of course there are things I cannot do. It was already late at night when she came out of the 4th division, exactly the right time to do bad things. Flower arrangement instruction was much more difficult than imagined. Soifon would rather fight Aizen head-on than learn this stuff again. Speaking of Aizen, she didn't know if Aizen was asleep at this time. Soifon melted into the night, soundlessly groping her way to the 5th division. Just as she stepped into the area exclusive to the captain, Aizen was already standing at the door waiting for her, wearing black shihakusho. It seemed he had gotten out of bed in a hurry. Captain Soifon, are you finally done with your business? No complaint could be heard in his tone, as if it were just common idle chatter between friends. Landing in front of him, Soifon confessed, yes, I went to Captain Anohana's place and learned flower arranging all night. It seems, it was a very pleasant experience. Aizen glanced at Soifon a few times, turned, and sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. After making that snide remark, he began to discuss business. Then, since Captain Soifon has sought me out tonight, you must already have a plan, correct? Of course I do. Please speak. Captain Aizen releases Kyoka Suigetsu, we walk in openly and aboveboard, find Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, and pry the news of the Soul King fragment from his mouth. P.S. Thought it was Friday. Turns out it's crazy Thursday. Still have to work tomorrow. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 55, has the mastermind behind the holification experiments been found? Late at night. Soifon and Aizen stood side by side on the roof of a courtyard in the noble district, both clad in black cloaks. After her previous cloak was destroyed by Aizen, Soifon had borrowed another one from her student. In order to lend out this cloak, Rukia and Momo Hinamori had argued for quite a while, finally deciding the winner through a best-of-3 game of rock-paper-scissors. Incidentally, Momo Hinamori's requirement was that Soifon must not wash it after wearing it. Are we not bringing Captain Tozen and Captain Ichimaru along? Sprinting across the roof tiles, Soifon lowered her voice and asked. I have already notified them to act according to the situation. Aizen's voice was calm. For tonight's infiltration, the two of us are sufficient. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that Aizen alone was enough. Soifon was purely there to identify the person. The estate of the Tsuneyashiro clan was located deep within the noble district, occupying a vast area with layer upon layer of courtyards. The towering walls and strict defenses were like natural moats to ordinary people, but to two peak captain-level existences, these defenses were practically non-existent. Before the main gate of the Tsuneyashiro clan, Aizen and Soifon completely ignored the surrounding guards and walked grandly into the courtyard through the front entrance. The ability of Kyoka Suigetsu is truly convenient, Captain Aizen. Soifon looked up to observe the luxurious courtyard of the Tsuneyashiro family and made a teasing remark. No matter how convenient the ability is, it is ineffective against Captain Soifon, is it not? Aizen wore a faint smile. He had tried using Kyoka Suigetsu on Soifon again just moments ago, but the result was undoubtedly a failure. She turned her head. Under the hood of her cloak, those eyes looked calmly at Aizen. Captain Aizen, are you still unwilling to give up? Of course, Sosuke Aizen made no attempt to hide his state of mind. However, everyone has their own secrets. Perhaps this is simply Captain Soifon's natural talent. The two bypassed several more corridors and, guided by a member of the Tsuneyashiro main house, finally stopped in front of an extremely remote small courtyard. The location of the yard was concealed. If not for someone leading the way, anyone would have thought it was merely a storage shed for sundries. Sizing up the courtyard, the eyes behind Aizen's glasses narrowed slightly. What a surprising place to live. I will go in. Aizen lifted Kyoka Suigetsu. Captain Soifon, please keep watch outside the door. The courtyard was eerily quiet. The door to the main house was left ajar, and there were no lights inside. A ripple of Ryatsu oscillated outward. After about 10 minutes, the wooden door was pushed open again. Aizen walked out, carrying an unconscious man in his hand. Soifon stepped forward to identify him, confirming that the person was indeed Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. Throwing Tokinata onto the stone slabs in the center of the courtyard, he patted non-existent dust from his hands. I searched the room. Aizen took out a black box. I only found this. A black box made of seiki stone material. While it could block spiritual power from penetrating, it could also prevent spiritual power from leaking out. Furthermore, this person, even while under the complete hypnosis of Kyokusuijetsu, still harbored extremely strong hostility and vigilance toward me. Aizen paused. He simply does not trust anyone. Soifon took the black box Aizen handed over and opened it right there. A soft and pure fluorescence immediately poured out. A crystal fragment lay quietly inside the box, its surface flowing with a shimmering light that shifted like a rainbow. It really is a Soul King frag. Almost at the same instant, the Hogyoku in Sasuke Aizen's hand emitted a subtle vibration. He took out the purple-black Hogyoku from his robes. The halo on its surface flickered uncertainly, as if a heart were beating. It seems the Hogyoku likes this meeting gift very much. Aizen put the Hogyoku back into his robes. Now, I can extract the Soul King fragment from Ranjaku Matsumoto. Subsequently, his gaze turned to the unconscious Tokinata Tsuneyashiro on the ground. However, regarding this Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, how does Captain Soifon intend to deal with him? Aizen pushed up his glasses, kicking the ball into Soifon's court. Closing the lid of the box, Soifon stuffed Kakyo's Soul King fragment into her pocket. She did not answer immediately, her gaze shifting back and forth between Tokinata Tsuneyashiro and Aizen. Let's make my slander during the captain's council a reality. Soifon looked mercilessly at Tokinata Tsuneyashiro on the ground. Turn the Tsuneyashiro clan into sinners who conduct holification experiments. In any case, the Tsuneyashiro clan was a scourge no matter how you looked at it. Soifon had no psychological burden using such underhanded tactics against them. There is no need to speak of morals and honor when dealing with heretics, let's jump him together. A look of undisguised appreciation surfaced in Aizen's eyes. Captain Soifon, you truly never disappoint me. As his voice fell, Aizen took out the Hogyoku again, its eerie blue light shining upon the comatose Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. Gradually, Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's body began to twitch violently. Even in deep coma, an expression of extreme agony surfaced on his face. Beneath his skin, a chaotic and ominous white substance gradually covered his body. White bone spurts pierced through the skin of his forehead, spreading slowly, gradually outlining the embryonic form of a hideous hollow mask. That is about enough. With his Ryatsu, he can at most withstand this dosage of holification. Sasuke Aizen withdrew the Hogyoku. Without sparing another glance at the existence that was gradually losing its reason, the two turned simultaneously, their figures melting into the pitch-black night. The latter half of the night. A stream of violent, ominous Ryatsu erupted from Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's courtyard. Bricks and stones flew, and dust soared into the sky. Boom. Wild laughter mixed with distorted electronic tones tore through the silence of the night. The Tsuneyashiro clan estate was like a lake into which a stone had been thrown, it instantly exploded into chaos. Lights lit up one after another. Panicked shouts and the metallic friction of weapons being unsheathed mixed together. The fluctuation of hollowified Ryatsu was like a ripple, spreading rapidly outward with the Tsuneyashiro clan as the center. The first to rush to the scene was Byakuya Kachiki, who lived in the neighboring area. Every time the pink blades of Senbon Sakura swept past, they left wounds on the opponent's body, but those wounds squirmed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the roof of a high pavilion in the distance, Aizen and Soifon stood side by side. Captain Kachiki seems to be struggling a bit, Aizen's voice carried a hint of amusement. Shall we intervene, Captain Soifon? Byakuya can still hold on. Wait a little longer. Soifon untied her cloak. The audience hasn't all arrived yet. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several white figures appeared simultaneously on the eaves of the Tsuneyashiro clan estate. The captain commander, Anohana, and Shunsui Kairaku had arrived at the scene first. My. Shunsui Kairaku pressed down on the bamboo hat atop his head. Another hollowified Shinigami? Before long, all the current captains of the Gotei 13 had arrived at the scene, including Soifon and Aizen, who were there to watch the show and had changed into their captain's Haori. The captains had no intention of making a move yet, because this was the Tsuneyashiro clan and the full picture of the situation was unclear. Furthermore, Byakuya Kachiki was still handling it with ease and had not been injured. However, the constantly gathering powerful Ryatsu around him triggered a dangerous warning in the hollowified Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's most primal instincts. He must defeat this hindrance before him to escape. Roaring at the sky, Tokinata Tsuneyashiro completely abandoned defense, forcefully taking a faceful of Byakuya Kachiki Senbon Sakura with his chest. Splurt. The pink blades washed over him, bringing out a spray of dark red blood mist. But at the same time, his sharp claws covered in white bone broke through Senbin Sakura's defense. With a momentum of mutual destruction, he clawed straight for Byakuya Kachiki's heart. Byakuya Kachiki's pupils contracted abruptly. The distance was too close, and the opponent's move was completely a desperate gamble. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. A slender figure appeared between the two without any warning, forcefully blocking the claw. Hum. The sound of a low-pitched air explosion burst forth. The shunko wrapped around Soifon's hands tore apart Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's hollowified bone armor, followed by a punch that knocked him to the ground. The stone slabs beneath the three people's feet were instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The hollowified Tokinata Tsuneyashiro let out a howl of agony. The white bone armor on his arm completely shattered, and his flesh and blood were churned into a blur by the concussive Ryatsu. On the surrounding roofs, the spectating captains looked astonished. They had not expected Soifon's strength to be this formidable. Plus, the contrast between before and now was a bit too obvious. Well done, Captain Soifon. The captain commander landed in the center of the field. When he saw the iconic clan crest on Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's clothes, he looked at the surrounding Tsuneyashiro clansmen as if looking at dead men. New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 56, Ranjaku's Soul King Fragment. The next day, various versions of rumors circulated through the streets and alleys of Rakongi. The content was largely the same, mostly about how the Tsuneyashiro clan wielded power in the Siriiti and used innocent residents to conduct inhumane experiments and the like. After the incident, the captain commander ordered a search of the Tsuneyashiro clan's estate on the spot. Two high-ranking members of the main house immediately stood up to oppose it, and they had now become acquaintances of the authorities. Soul Society had suffered under the Tsuneyashiro clan for a long time. Now that a fine blade had been handed to the captain commander, he would not be polite. Although conclusive evidence of the Tsuneyashiro clan's hollification experiments was not found, the existing evidence could only prove that Tokinata Tsuneyashiro had unauthorized contact with this taboo power. However, records of human experimentation were indeed found by members of various divisions. From branch family nobles in the Siriiti to vagrants in Rakongi, almost everyone had been a subject of the Tsuneyashiro clan's experiments. In the end, due to insufficient evidence regarding the hollification, the captain commander only punished the Tsuneyashiro family for the crime of human experimentation. As for last night's hollification incident involving Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, it was publicly announced that it was still under investigation. Leaving the main gate of the first division, Aizen called out to Soifon on the deserted street. Captain Soifon. Regarding Miss Ranjaku. Wait until my flower arranging class ends tonight. I'll knock Ranjaku unconscious and bring her over. Okay. Sosuke Aizen was choked into silence again, not knowing what to say, and could only watch Soifon's retreating figure. To say she wasn't anxious, she had used such thunderous methods to seize the Soul King fragment from Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. To say she was anxious, she wouldn't miss a single flower arranging class. Was it because of something Anohana did? At night, the back of Soifon's hand was slightly red when she came out of the 4th division. Because she was thinking about solving the soul problem with Ranjaku Matsumoto later, Soifon had been somewhat distracted and was hit on the back of the hand by Anohana several times during class. Soifon suspected that when Anohana used the bamboo strip to strike her, she used kendo techniques. Soifon had almost failed to hold back from activating blood venet for defense. Taking out the little cloak for doing bad deeds from her robes, Soifon used the cover of night to quietly grope her way to the 10th division, to Ranjaku Matsumoto's dormitory. The lighting was dim and cool. Ranjaku Matsumoto's elegant curves could be seen projected on the wall. She should be doing pre-sleep stretching exercises. Only when the lights went out and the sound of even, long breathing came from the dormitory did Soifon silently descend from the eaves of the opposite building. A faint scent of sake filled the room. Ranjaku Matsumoto lay on her side on the bedding, her long orange hair scattered by the pillow, breathing steadily. Soifon walked to her side, bent down, and with her right hand formed into a knife hand, she gently struck a certain spot on the back of Ranjaku Matsumoto's neck. Outside Rakongi, at an abandoned shrine. Sosuke Aizen stood under the dilapidated torii gate. Seeing Soifon appear carrying Ranjaku Matsumoto, he nodded slightly. So there is a shrine here too. I wonder which deity is worshipped here. Soifon scanned the surrounding environment. This place had likely been abandoned for quite some time. I am not clear either. Aizen turned and led Soifon into the shrine. Listening to Captain Soifon's tone, have you also done considerable research on deities? Aizen was probing, fishing for information from Soifon as usual. Captain Aizen is referring to the great god Hakimi, right? Soifon gently placed Ranjaku Matsumoto on a clean blanket. It should be the great god Mimihagi, Captain Soifon. Shaking his head helplessly, Aizen had good reason to suspect that Soifon had said it wrong on purpose just now. He took the Hogyoku out from his bosom, suspending it about 10 centimeters above Ranjika Matsumoto. Immediately after, the Hogyoku began to rotate slowly. A tiny fragment emitting a rainbow luster gradually separated from the Hogyoku, and then, as if finding its owner, it sank into Ranjika Matsumoto's chest. At the same time, Soifon also took out the Seiki stone box. Kakyo's Soul King fragment lay quietly inside. After returning Ranjika Matsumoto's piece, Aizen took the Soul King fragment from Soifon's hand and let the Hogyoku absorb it. Just then, Ranjika Matsumoto suddenly let out an extremely soft, unconscious whimper, her brows knitting together tightly. Immediately afterward, having lost consciousness, she could no longer suppress the surging power within her body, and Ryatsu faintly leaked outward. 4th spiritual rank. Strong vice captain level. The fluctuation of Ryatsu lasted for about 10 seconds before slowly subsiding and becoming internalized. Due to Soifon's knife hand strike just now, Ranjika Matsumoto remained unconscious. Miss Ranjiku has accumulated power over a long period to release it now. It is not impossible for her to break through to the 3rd spiritual rank in the future. For Soifon's sake, Sosuke Aizen offered a rare compliment regarding the other party's breakthrough. When Ranjika Matsumoto woke up, she found herself lying on the bedding in the 10th Division dormitory. She rubbed her sore and soft neck, feeling as if she had had a strange dream. She looked down to see her sleeping robes were intact, even the sash was tied in the style she had done herself before sleeping. Shaking her head, Ranjika Matsumoto tried to dispel that lingering sense of incongruity, then threw off the covers and stood up. Lightness. An unprecedented feeling of lightness surged from her limbs, as if an invisible shackle that had been binding her body had suddenly loosened. Ranjika Matsumoto slowly raised her hand, spreading her 5 fingers, then slowly clenched them. Spiritual rank 4. Had she broken through? How is that possible? Ranjika Matsumoto muttered to herself, her voice full of disbelief. The shackles that had plagued her for many years, could they be broken through just by waking up from a sleep? The joy only lasted for a few short seconds before being suppressed by deeper doubts. Having been a vice-captain for so many years, she knew all too well how difficult a Ryatsu breakthrough was. Ranjika Matsumoto's gaze moved slowly around the room. The table, the cabinet, the coat rack in the corner, everything looked the same as usual. Then, her movements suddenly froze. She lowered her head, leaned close to her collar, and sniffed gently. A faint and familiar scent of honey lingered there. Because they often drank sake and visited hot springs together, Ranjika Matsumoto was all too familiar with this scent. After all, Soifon was someone who didn't use perfume. Her unique natural body scent was highly recognizable. 2nd Division, Captain's Courtyard. Without anyone announcing her, Ranjiku, a familiar face, went all the way to the door and blocked Soifon, who was just about to go out. Ranjiku. Seeing Ranjiku, Soifon was a bit surprised. Ranjika Matsumoto didn't beat around the bush either. I broke through to the 4th spiritual rank, she said directly, her gaze fixed tightly on Soifon's face. Just, this morning. Raising an eyebrow, a smile of surprise hooked up the corners of Soifon's mouth. You actually finally made it. Was I discovered? I shouldn't have revealed any flaws. It wasn't that Soifon underestimated Ranjiku, but she didn't think that with the opponent's strength, Ranjiku would have had any time of lucidity. Though, it didn't really matter if she was discovered. Ranjika Matsumoto took a step forward, pressing against Soifon's chest, staring at her unblinkingly. Captain Soifon, do you know, actually, you are really bad at lying. Last night, someone must have entered my room. That person knocked me out, and this morning my spiritual rank broke through, and my clothes have your scent. With every sentence she spoke, the aura around Ranjika Matsumoto grew stronger. Perhaps, it was accumulated power released at once. Subconsciously, Soifon used that polite phrase of Sosuke Aizen's. I am not an idiot, Captain Soifon. Ranjika Matsumoto wrapped her arms around Soifon's waist, resting her chin on Soifon's shoulder. Although it's a bit hypocritical to say this after accepting the benefits. Ranjika Matsumoto blew air onto Soifon's shoulder. But I don't hope for Soifon to take risks because of my affairs. New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 57, Feelings Not Candid Enough, bonus chapter. You are not allowed to do this next time. Ranjika Matsumoto's muffled voice came through the fabric of the clothes. At least, you have to tell me. Warm breath brushed against Soifon's ear. She hesitated for a moment before gently patting Ranjika Matsumoto's back. There won't be a next time, Ranjiku. Her voice was faint. This is the last time, forgive me. Hearing the answer she wanted, Ranjika Matsumoto finally loosened her arms slightly, but still maintained a close distance. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Soifon's profile which was close at hand. So, back in the office, Captain Soifon already. You knew about my illness and were already setting out to find a solution, right? Soifon nodded. Ranjika Matsumoto acted coquettishly in Soifon's ear, then, can you tell me? Are you sure you want to hear it? Ranjiku. After all, it is a problem with my own body, so I want to know regardless. And then, it was technology obtained from Kasuke Urahara that repaired the missing parts of your soul. Kasuke Urahara. Ranjika Matsumoto's body stiffened noticeably. This name was taboo. Although the captain commander turned a blind eye, he would never allow them to be so arrogant as to speak it openly. Noticing her reaction, Soifon suddenly smiled. She turned her face, tapping Ranjika Matsumoto's nose. Weren't you quite good at guessing just now? Soifon's voice carried a trace of teasing. Now that I've told you the answer, how have you turned into an ostrich? Rolling her eyes, Ranjika Matsumoto tightened her hold on Soifon's arm a few degrees more. Captain Soifon. The profiles of their faces rubbed against each other. Ranjika stared at the ring braids behind Soifon's head, somewhat entranced. What is it? Do we count as accomplices now? Accomplices. In a certain sense, this was a type of intimate relationship even more solid than friendship. Just then, the sound of two people gasping for cold air came from the entrance of the courtyard. Momo Hinamori and Rukia stood by the threshold, still holding the documents they had just collected. Their eyes were staring round and wide, their pupils trembling. Why are there such high-level players here? Teacher Soifon. Rukia's voice was filled with disbelief. Vice Captain Ranjiku. What are you two doing? That's right. In broad daylight, this is simply too enviable. No. It's improper. Momo Hinamori added from the side. The next moment, Soifon and Ranjika Matsumoto sprang away from each other almost simultaneously, their faces still carrying blushes that hadn't yet faded. Vice Captain Matsumoto came to discuss the Shinigami Women's Association flower arranging competition with me. Right, regarding the details of the competition venue layout, I needed to confirm them with Captain Soifon. Ranjiku and Soifon turned their backs at the same time, adjusting the collars of their shihakusho, explaining with feigned calm. To the side, Rukia and Momo Hinamori exchanged a glance. Who are you trying to fool? Does discussing a competition require hugging that tightly? Did it require being cheek to cheek? Rukia and Momo Hinamori did not believe their nonsense. They simply stared with small, glum faces at the two people who had just been doing bad things. Being stared at until she felt somewhat guilty, Soifon coughed once. Hinamori, Rukia. Have you finished your work? The two small ones instantly froze. Not yet. Momo Hinamori's momentum was instantly cut short. Then why aren't you going quickly? Soifon turned sideways, making way for the path to the captain's office. Also, regarding the activity proposal for the flower arranging competition, Rukia, you need to follow up on that too. Today was the day of the flower arranging competition. After practicing with Unohana for a month, aside from the back of her hands becoming more resistant to beatings, Soifon also earned the nickname, Flower Destroyer. Oh great system, please grant me the ability to become a flower arranging master. However, no miracle occurred. After a month of special training, where Unohana Retsu taught her hand-over-hand countless times, Soifon's work was swept into the elimination group by Unohana, who was serving as a judge, right at the end of the first round of display and evaluation. As expected, Captain Soifon's talent points were all put into combat. However, it's already amazing that Captain Soifon could come to participate. She's usually so busy. Maybe she lost on purpose. After all, as a sponsor, it wouldn't be good to take the championship. The surrounding female Shinigami whispered among themselves, their gazes drifting toward her from time to time, carrying good-natured teasing. The grueling competition ended, and finally, it was the awards ceremony. As the only two captains and sponsors in the Shinigami Women's Association, Soifon and Unohana Retsu went on stage together to present the awards. The champion, Aizen Kotetsu. Soifon took the trophy from the etiquette team member and walked in front of Aizen. The height difference made Aizen subconsciously bend down slightly. Soifon had to raise her arms a bit to hand the trophy to her. Thank you, Captain Soifon. Aizen took the trophy, her face somewhat red, and whispered in addition, I'm really sorry for growing so tall. Soifon glanced at her, then suddenly raised her hand and gently rubbed the top of Aizen's lowered head. Congratulations. Today she basically got to touch Aizen Kotetsu's head. A win. The runner-up was Nanao Ise. Soifon wasn't familiar with her, so she simply nodded politely and handed the trophy over. Congratulations. Many thanks, Captain Soifon. Nanao Ise pushed up her glasses. Then the third place winner. Ranjika Matsumoto. Offstage, Momo Hinamori and Rukia held their respective consolation prize small bouquets, watching Soifon interact on stage, their two small faces scrunched up into balls. Idiot Rukia, didn't the Kachiki clan teach you flower arranging? My studies were too broad and mixed. Damn it. You are the only rival I acknowledge, matters having reached this point, let us join forces. Perhaps this was the precious revolutionary friendship of contemporaries. By the time they came out of the 4th Division's consultation room, the sky was already dark. After the competition ended, Soifon asked Captain Unohana to give Ranjika Matsumoto a physical examination. Indeed, there are no abnormalities whatsoever. Ranjika Matsumoto stretched her waist. Even Captain Unohana said my Ryatsu is stable and my soul is complete. I am a genuine 4th spiritual rank. Speaking of which, I didn't expect the omnipotent Captain Soifon to have absolutely no talent in flower arranging. The god of fate is truly too unfair. Ranjika Matsumoto suddenly turned her head, her long orange hair sliding in an arc over her shoulder. Soifon glanced at her, shouldn't that be considered fair? It is not. If trading talent in flower arranging could yield talent like Captain Soifon's, I think no one would be unwilling to trade. Ranjika Matsumoto shook her head. You have a glib tongue. Soifon rolled her eyes at her. They walked a bit further before Ranjika Matsumoto suddenly stopped in her tracks. Captain Soifon. Her voice was lower than before. Actually, I've been thinking about something. I always feel that being with Captain Soifon is very reassuring. Moreover, you even dealt with that person for my sake. As a friend, I don't even know how to repay you properly. Ranjika Matsumoto's gaze landed on Soifon's face, then moved away. She paused, then suddenly laughed. If Captain Soifon were a boy, maybe I would give myself to you and fall in love with you. The air went quiet for a few seconds. So, you don't like me now? Soifon tilted her head. Of course I like Captain Soifon too. But it's the like between friends. There's still a bit of a gap compared to the like between lovers, right? Ranjika Matsumoto waved her hands in a panic. Seeing Ranjika like this, Soifon couldn't help but smile. Just a joke. I'm leaving first. The Shuinpa Soifon used casually was as swift as ever, but this time Ranjika Matsumoto could already faintly capture the afterimage of Soifon disappearing. Friend. Lover. Clutching her chest which was going thump-thump, Ranjika Matsumoto actually couldn't distinguish what exactly she felt toward Soifon. When with a good friend, does one's heartbeat accelerate? I can't think about this any deeper. Ranjika Matsumoto, sober up a little. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 58, Bankai First Battle, First Spiritual Rank. Las Noches, Council Room. Aizen sat at one end of the long table. The Espada, clad in white uniforms, sat in various postures, while Kanami Tozen and Jin Ichimaru sat formally at Aizen's left and right hands. I have summoned everyone here today, Aizen's gentle voice echoed through the empty and vast hall, to introduce a new comrade. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the hall. 2 ring braids draped over her shoulders, a figure wearing a captain's haori walked slowly out of the shadows. A brief silence fell over the hall. Among the Espada present, apart from Stark, not a single person had detected when Soifon had appeared there. That figure. Ulquiorra, Neliel, and Salapora widened their eyes simultaneously. Wasn't this that mysterious cloaked person? So it was a female, no wonder the figure was so petite. On the other hand, the newly appointed Espada, Harabel, looked at Soifon with a gaze full of curiosity and recognition. In Hueco Mundo, strong females were already rare, and existences that could be acknowledged by Sosuke Aizen were even rarer. This is my colleague from Soul Society, Captain Soifon. Aizen's voice sounded at the right moment, breaking the silence. From this day forth, her status in Las Noches is equal to mine. Her orders are my orders. This sentence was like a dump truck crashing into the surface of a calm lake. Sounds of shocked inhalations rose one after another, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise by a few degrees. Status equal to Aizen meant her status was even higher than Kanami Tozen and Jin Ichimaru. Involuntarily, the 10 Espada subtly glanced at the 2 men sitting on the left and right, only to discover that the expressions on their faces were completely unchanged. Humph. An undisguised cold snort came from one side of the hall. It was the number 2, Barragan. This former king of Hueco Mundo was filled with rage, completely unable to accept that the status of a woman, Soifon, would be placed above them. Barragan even suspected that Aizen had placed Soifon in such a high position deliberately to humiliate them. Barragan, in his human form, stood up slowly. The chair beneath him disintegrated into white sand. The aura of decay and death made the surrounding air become viscous and heavy. Aizen. Have you fallen? To actually let a mere woman sit on equal footing with you. Barragan's voice was hoarse, like dry bones grinding together. He admitted he couldn't beat Aizen now, but as the former king of Hueco Mundo, he was not someone Aizen could humiliate like this. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly tightened. The other Espada stopped their movements, their gazes wandering between Barragan, Soifon, and Aizen. You are too arrogant, Barragan. But I am a democratic man. I wonder, what are your demands? Aizen rested his cheek on one hand, maintaining that calm smile. If she is to prove she is worthy of this position, Barragan looked provocatively at Soifon, then let her accept my challenge. Barragan did not have the guts to attack Aizen. However, he did have some guts to use killing Soifon as a means to humiliate Aizen. Aizen smiled gently. He looked at Soifon and slightly raised his hand in a gesture. Captain Soifon, what do you think? Without glancing at the provocative old geezer, Soifon simply asked in return, if Captain Aizen feels that losing a number 2 is not a problem, I am ready anytime. After speaking, Soifon turned and walked out the door of the council room, flashing with a tap of her toes to the desert grounds beneath the artificial sky canopy. Insolence. This utter disregard finally completely ignited Barragan's fury. He stomped violently, shattering several floor tiles, and rushed out of the palace close behind her. In a short while, the onlookers had all arrived. In a place as boring as Hueco Mundo, there was never a shortage of bloodthirsty spectators when there was a fight to watch. Barragan stood in midair facing Soifon. He raised the axe in his hand and slashed at Soifon, not planning to waste words with her. Come. Let this old man see what qualifications you have. Before his voice fell, Soifon's figure disappeared. Boom. A heavy whip kick struck Barragan's back, smashing him into the white desert below, whipping up a wave of sand that soared into the sky. After a moment, Barragan struggled to stand up from the bottom of the pit. Fine cracks had appeared on his white bone-crowned skull. Having just boasted, only to be humiliated by Soifon like this, Barragan was now burning with rage, completely losing his head. After all, this was in front of so many people. Shinigami, you dare to. Rot, arrogant. He slowly raised the giant axe in his hand, and the ryatsu all over his body began to pour out recklessly. The black mist dispersed, the sandy ground beneath Barragan's feet instantly turned into grayish-white powder. He was now draped in a black long robe, wearing a crown, and holding a double-bladed great axe. He slowly flew into the sky to be level with Soifon, then spread his 5 fingers. Respira. Pitch-black mist of aging surged toward Soifon from all directions like a gale. Since Soifon was unclear whether her blood venae could block the conceptual power of aging, she chose a conservative fighting method. Soifon raised her hand. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. A blue pillar of light tore through the black mist, shooting fiercely toward Barragan, but was worn away completely by the black mist several meters away from the opponent. Ha ha ha. Barragan let out a hoarse, wild laugh. Is this the only extent of your power? He felt confident again. Shing. Seeing that Kido was ineffective, Soifon decisively drew the Zanpakuto at her waist. Bankai. Jakuho Reikaben. Terrifying ryatsu, like a tangible tsunami, rippled outward with Soifon at the center. The spectating Espada all changed expression and involuntarily retreated. At the same time, Barragan's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Such powerful ryatsu. As the light faded, Soifon held a golden gunblade in her hand, aimed at the astonished Barragan, and pulled the trigger twice in succession. Times have changed, King of Hueco Mundo. Compressed ryatsu bullets escaped the chamber, successively piercing through the aura of aging protecting Barragan's front. Barragan didn't even have time to react, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and that point of light had already struck his skull. A black hornet's crest bloomed, followed by the detonation from the next ryatsu bullet. Boom. The high temperature generated by the explosion caused the surrounding space to distort, spreading out in all directions. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the spot, the entire white desert ground was flipped over, and even the artificial sky canopy of Las Noches was shattered. It took a long time for the commotion of the great explosion to subside. Soifon slowly lowered her arm. The gunblade dismantled in her hand, turning into spirit particles and dissipating. Dropping from the sky, Soifon arrived next to Aizen and the group of onlookers. The spectating Arankars all took a vigilant step back. Captain Soifon has finished fighting. Aizen turned to look at the 9 Espada behind him. Who approves, who opposes? There was utter silence, even a certain blue-haired warmonger quieted down. Then, welcome Captain Soifon to our ranks. As Sosuke Aizen's voice fell, a long-absent mission panel popped up before Soifon's eyes. Mission triggered, King of Hueco Mundo. Mission completed. Reward obtained, Hollow Poison Immunity, first spiritual rank breakthrough. Good lord, are you afraid I'll be poisoned to death in Hueco Mundo? Although this mission boss, the King of Hueco Mundo, was a bit anticlimactic, Soifon expressed no objections. Give me more. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 59, Las Noches Dual Leaders. Aizen and Soifon walked in front, leading the espada behind them back to the palace. A magnificent Bankai. Aizen clapped his hands. It is just completely at odds with the nature of Captain Soifon's stealth force. What do you mean? Killing everyone counts as stealth too. Soifon's words were light and airy, yet they caused a chill to run down the spines of the 9 Reincarnates behind her. Not good. This new leader's killing intent is even heavier than Aizen's. Dismissing everyone, Aizen signaled with his eyes for Soifon to follow him to the rooftop terrace of Las Noches for a talk. Kanami Tozen and Jin Ichimaru stood at the stairwell, waiting until the figures and footsteps of the two drifted far away before turning to leave. Honestly, Jin Ichimaru was a bit lost now. Soifon's appearance made him wonder what exactly his decades of being undercover on Aizen's side were for. He became an undercover agent for the sake of a friend, but now, it seemed his role as a spy was no longer needed. Kanami Tozen spoke up, you are wavering. Jin Ichimaru found an excuse to cover it up, I just don't know how many others like Captain Soifon are hidden in the Siri-IDI. After listening, Kanami Tozen couldn't be bothered to expose him, turning to leave, this is a good thing. It shows that more and more people have seen through the rotten rule of those nobles. Shrugging his shoulders, Jin Ichimaru stood for a while before following the other men. He only knew one thing now, he could no longer turn back. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Las Noches. Captain Aizen really does like rooftops. Soifon gazed out at Las Noches, which had turned pitch black again. As the instigator, she felt not the slightest bit of embarrassment. Because there is no place in Hueco Mundo higher than here. Hands in his pockets, Aizen looked down at the Reincarnates repairing the buildings below. Sure enough, has he still not given up on the idea of standing atop the heavens? Soifon glanced at Aizen, walked over, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. After reading the history of the Quincy's, what are your thoughts, Captain Aizen? Aizen mused for a moment. Judging from the abilities Captain Soifon displayed, the power of the Quincy's is indeed not to be underestimated. At the very least, Aizen was quite interested in that king of Quincy's who was slumbering somewhere unknown. Immediately after, Aizen took the Hogyoku out of his pocket and displayed it before Soifon. It seemed today's topic was related to the Hogyoku. Very beautiful, isn't it? This is the color of evolution. Gazing at the purple-black fluorescence swirling within, Aizen couldn't help but feel somewhat intoxicated. The Hogyoku. Does Captain Aizen intend to rely on its power of evolution to replace the Soul King in the heavens? Soifon glanced at it once before withdrawing her gaze. Captain Soifon indeed knows a lot of intelligence. Seeing that Soifon wasn't interested, Aizen wasn't annoyed, instead, his look of appreciation grew a few shades deeper. In his view, perhaps Soifon had already embarked on the same path as him, so naturally, she didn't need to covet his Hogyoku. However, the Hogyoku in my hand right now is not complete. The other one is with Kasuke Urahara, right? Soifon answered before Aizen could finish. Amen. Speaking of Kasuke Urahara, Aizen found him somewhat hard to evaluate. Only when the two Hogyoku are fused together can it be considered complete. Since Aizen wasn't hiding anything from her, and adding the confidence boost from the first spiritual rank reward just now, she decided to strike while the iron was hot. Captain Aizen, let's make a deal. Oh. I am all ears. Aizen turned slightly sideways, meeting Soifon's gaze. I will obtain Kasuke Urahara's Hogyoku for you, but Captain Aizen must fight alongside Soul Society against the King of Quincy's. Oh. Does Captain Soifon have so little confidence? Because, the King of Quincy's from 1,000 years ago was not at his peak. Very well, I agree. Aizen nodded. It sounds like I'm taking a big advantage. Does Captain Soifon have any other conditions? This answer was somewhat outside Soifon's expectations. She hadn't thought Aizen would offer her a bonus condition. He probably felt his asking price was too low and felt bad, so he planned to compensate Soifon. What is it? Aizen's voice carried a trace of genuine confusion. In Captain Soifon's heart, am I a person who loves to take advantage of others? In reality, if the true history was indeed as Soifon said, then Aizen would have to face the King of Quincy sooner or later, so Soifon's condition was almost non-existent. Since Captain Soifon is willing to help me get Kasuke Urahara's Hogyoku, why should I seek help from afar? I only need to occasionally come to Hueco Mundo to cultivate the Arancars and await Captain Soifon's good news. Think over your conditions, Captain Soifon. You can tell me anytime, and I will do my best to satisfy them. Seeing the unconcealable look of surprise on Soifon's face, Aizen couldn't help but chuckle softly. After speaking, he tucked his hands into the sleeves of his captain's Haori and slowly walked down the stairs. World of the living, Karakura town. Stepping out of the Garganta, Soifon skillfully put on a jigai and made her way familiarly to the Urahara shop. Knock, knock. Opening the door, Kasuke Urahara's unshaven and punchable face appeared before Soifon. Oya, isn't this Captain Soifon? Urahara turned sideways to make room. Could it be you've smuggled yourself over again today? Asking when you already know the answer. Soifon didn't really want to say much. Faced with someone like Kasuke Urahara, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Sitting cross-legged in the not-so-spacious living room, the other party mentioned that Yoruichi Shihoin had gone out to play and probably wouldn't be back until night. Speaking of which, I am somewhat surprised. Kasuke Urahara opened his folding fan. Captain Soifon, to think you are actually on good terms with the Quincy's of the world of the living. It seemed that Ryuka Nishida or Masaki Kurosaki had already been tricked into talking by Kasuke Urahara. This was not surprising, after all, being youths in their teens, Soifon didn't expect them to be able to hide anything from this old fox, Kasuke Urahara. Could it be that the person who treated Masaki Kurosaki's illness wasn't you, Kasuke Urahara? Soifon choked the other party with a retort, then took the envelope containing photos from her pocket and threw it on the table. Surprised by Soifon's intelligence network, Kasuke Urahara also cast his gaze toward the mysterious envelope thrown by the other party. Cut the chatter. Look at these first. Kasuke Urahara frowned. After picking up the envelope, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, flipping through them one by one. Is this real? Having roughly skimmed through it, Kasuke Urahara raised his head, completely losing the relaxed and free-spirited appearance he had just now. What do you think? Soifon crossed her arms and mocked, aren't you very smart? Kasuke Urahara. Lowering his head, Kasuke Urahara stared at the photo of the book page titled, Kaiser Gesang, on the table, falling into deep thought. To be honest, the bloody war from 1,000 years ago was too distant for them all. Kasuke Urahara had only heard some bits and pieces from his seniors when he was in Soul Society. Spare me, this is truly troublesome. Finally, he took off his bucket hat and scratched his head. Right now, having an Aizen in front was headache enough, he hadn't expected a king of Quincy's to pop out as well. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White heavy checkmark get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters, for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 60, Sneaking into the World of the Living Again. I'm back. The shoji door to the living room slid open. Yoruichi Shihoin returned carrying a bag of groceries, a taiyaki still in her hand. When she saw the figure sitting on the tatami mats, her hand went slack, and the bag dropped to the floor. Soifon. Don't tell me, you sneaked out from Soul Society again. Yoruichi chewed on the taiyaki in her mouth and blinked. She shuffled a few steps forward and sat down beside Soifon. Ever since she confirmed Soifon's feelings that night, Yoruichi Shihoin actually inadvertently revealed a shy expression when facing Soifon today. No, I must reclaim my dignity as Lady Yoruichi. Could it be? Little Soifon missed me, so she sneaked out specifically to find me. Yoruichi Shihoin cleared her throat, attempting to recover her usual composure and ease. What else? Soifon asked in return. She wrapped her arms around the back of Yoruichi Shihoin's neck, her legs utilizing skilled close-quarters grappling experience to lock around the other woman's waist. After hanging completely onto Yoruichi Shihoin's body, Soifon leaned close to her ear. Lady Yoruichi, do you want to check with your own hands? To see if I have the spirit restriction seal on my body or not. This time, Soifon used honorifics completely, yet it made Yoruichi feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This girl, does she really think I dare not make a move? In broad daylight, saying such predatory words, this Soifon really needed to be taught a lesson. You two, put aside the flirting for a moment. Miss Yoruichi, do you want to take a look at these documents Captain Soifon brought over? As a researcher, Kasuke Urahara was quite open-minded and held no discrimination toward relationships between women. This is. With a Soifon hanging off her body, Yoruichi Shihoin turned around without any burden, picking up the photos on the table to flip through them. Taking advantage of Yoruichi looking at the photos, Soifon nimbly disengaged from Yoruichi's embrace. By the way, members of the Tsuneyashiro clan were caught red-handed conducting holification experiments and have already been taken in for interrogation. You two should be fine now. Kisuke Urahara, do you intend to return to the Siriidii to serve? As Soifon's voice fell, Yoruichi, who was looking at the photos nearby, exchanged a strange look with Kisuke Urahara. The Tsuneyashiro did it too. I didn't know about that. This must be Aizen's treacherous scheme. Hiding his mouth behind his folding fan, the shadow of his bucket hat obscuring his eyes, Kisuke Urahara tapped his fingers on the wooden table and slowly shook his head. Sure enough, Kisuke Urahara's subsequent answer was exactly as Soifon had imagined. No need, Captain Soifon. Those people in Central 46 won't let Miss Yoruichi and me return so smoothly. We had better stay in the world of the living and support the station Shinigami partners. Kisuke Urahara didn't know what kind of conspiracy Aizen was planning to actually go so far as to clear the black marks from their names. Could it be that this is to capture us alive, and then seize the opportunity to interrogate us about the whereabouts of the Hogyoku? Yes, it must be. That wouldn't be strange. Kisuke Urahara waved his fan, becoming increasingly determined in his resolve not to return to Soul Society. God knows what schemes and plots Sosuke Aizen had laid in ambush there waiting for him. Fighting on away turf was simply too disadvantageous. Hiss. Hiding like this forever isn't an option either. I have to think of a way to hide the Hogyoku. This thought flashed through Kisuke Urahara's mind. He glanced at Soifon, who was sharing the taiyaki with Yoruichi, and quickly lowered his head again. Ordinary humans cannot contain the Hogyoku, but what if a powerful spirit body was implanted with the Hogyoku and then modified into a human? It seems Soifon is indeed a candidate who meets the requirements. Let's wait and see. Perhaps there is a better candidate among the station Shinigami. Streets of Karakura town. To fulfill her promise from last time, Yoruichi Shihoin insisted on taking Soifon for a tour around the world of the living. Soifon took a bite of the ice cream Yoruichi fed her and asked, Lady Yoruichi doesn't seem worried about that history. I did hear about it from the elders of the Shihoin clan in the past. However, the Captain Commander won the war 1,000 years ago, and the current Captain Commander is much more powerful than he was 1,000 years ago. There's nothing to worry about, right probably. Saying this, Yoruichi Shihoin stuffed the ice cream into Soifon's hand, clasped her hands behind her head, and acted like a lazy cat. Unknowingly, they walked onto a relatively quiet residential street, and a building hanging the sign, Kurosaki Clinic, appeared in their line of sight. Ah, it's Ishin's clinic. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. Shall we go in and say hello? If it won't scare Captain Ishin. TSK, still calling him Captain. He doesn't even have spiritual power anymore. Just as the two were bantering, an orange-haired young woman appeared at the corner ahead, carrying a bag of food and walking toward the clinic. It was Masaki Kurosaki. When she saw Yoruichi, she immediately waved at them, Miss Yoruichi. Her gaze immediately landed on Soifon beside Yoruichi, and her eyes widened in pleasant surprise, Lady Captain. You've come to Karakura town too. Masaki Kurosaki trotted up to the two of them, glanced at the hands Soifon and Yoruichi were holding, and revealed a slightly surprised expression. Pack. Yoruichi Shihoin flicked Masaki Kurosaki's forehead, why do you call her Lady Captain? Fun fact, I used to be her captain. Ouch. But Miss Yoruichi doesn't have the dignity of a lady captain. Clutching her forehead, Masaki Kurosaki didn't dare speak her inner thoughts aloud and led the two into the clinic. Ishin. We have guests. Masaki enthusiastically pulled open the clinic door. Come out quickly. The faint smell of disinfectant wafted through the clinic. Ishin Shiba poked his head out from the inner room, a hearty smile still hanging on his face. Who is it? Before he finished speaking, the smile froze on his face. Is that Captain Soifon? Ishin Shiba subconsciously wondered if Soifon had come to the world of the living to arrest him. The next moment, Soifon's words interrupted his thoughts. Yo, Captain Shiba. Soifon raised the hand that wasn't being held by Yoruichi. Are you getting used to life in the world of the living? I thought for a moment Captain Soifon was here to take me in. After pouring a cup of black tea for everyone, Ishin Shiba, wearing a white coat, slumped onto the sofa and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I sneaked out too. Maybe I'll be caught and taken back together with you. Lifting the black tea to smell it, Soifon spoke in a gloomy tone. The next second, the expressions on Masaki and Ishin's faces instantly became unnatural. However, Soifon's gaze swept across the clinic. After you left, the 10th Division has indeed been leaderless. A trace of guilt flashed across Ishin Shiba's face. He lowered his head, fell silent for a few seconds, and when he looked up again, his eyes had become determined. I am very sorry, he said, holding Masaki Kurosaki's hand. But at that time, I couldn't watch the person who saved my life die because she saved me. Soifon looked at him for a while, then suddenly sighed softly. Rest easy, the Captain Commander has not ordered a pursuit. Soifon put down the teacup. I just came to see you on behalf of Ranjaku and Toshiro. Men, and conveniently check on the relationship status of you two. Soifon thought secretly. Thank you. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Isshin Shiba was somewhat moved. He hadn't expected that the colleague who cared about him in the end would be Soifon, with whom he hadn't chatted much before. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 61, Zaraki Kenpachi's Challenge. After returning to the Siriidii, Soifon found Rukia and Momo Hinamori sitting side by side on a stone bench by the pond. Both rested their chins in their hands, staring at the koi swimming beneath the water's surface, looking weighed down by worry. What are you dazing off for here? Soifon walked up behind them. The two flinched simultaneously, as if startled. They turned their heads, exchanged a sneaky look, then tacitly slumped their shoulders, putting on melancholic expressions. Teacher Soifon. Momo Hinamori spoke first, dragging out her voice. Tobium said that the hollows we've been cutting these past few years are too weak. It's boring. It wants to go cut a Minos Grande. She lowered her head and tapped her fingers together, secretly observing Soifon's expression out of the corner of her eye. Otherwise, it won't tell me the name of its Bankai in the future. Beside her, Rukia immediately raised her hand, adding with a serious face, my Sodi no Shirayuki said the same thing. Soifon's eyebrows raised slightly. A Zanpakuto has such bloodthirsty demands. Why had she never heard of this? Suzumabachi, do you? Soifon raised her hand to touch the sheath at her waist, but Suzumabachi did not pay her any attention. It seemed these two students were acting spoiled with her. Thinking of this, Soifon's palms rested on the heads of the two little ones and rubbed them. Apologies. Teacher has been too busy during this period. Shall I accompany you for training today? Momo Hinamori and Rukia looked at each other, pouted, and pushed Soifon's hands away. Teacher Soifon, if you keep patting our heads, we won't grow tall. Exactly. We aren't children anymore. Teacher Soifon shouldn't always treat us like children. Yes, after this period of reflection and summary, Momo Hinamori and Rukia had finally discovered a blind spot. Soifon was still viewing them as students who needed looking after. They were completely not on the same competitive line as Vice Captain Ranjaku. How could they compare? Although, in terms of physique, compared to Ranjaku Matsumoto, they were indeed children. Soifon's hands hung in midair, and she lowered them helplessly. The fact that you can say such things shows that you are essentially still very childish. Lies do not hurt, the truth is the sharpest blade. Just then, Marekio Omida ran hurriedly into the courtyard. Captain. Captain Zaraki of the 11th Division is waiting for you at the gate. Come to think of it, Omida had previously clamored about going to find Zaraki Kenpachi to reason with him. It seemed he had forgotten about that matter. Zaraki Kenpachi is looking for me. This was something Soifon hadn't expected. Ever since she brought Zaraki Kenpachi back from Rakongi, the two had almost no interaction. All right, teacher is going out for a bit. Don't be sad yet. Leaving a sentence for her two students, Soifon's figure flashed and arrived in front of the 2nd Division gate. Little B. Little B. The moment she saw Soifon, Yachiru, sitting on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, waved at her in greeting. President Yachiru, long time no see. Hee, didn't we see each other at the flower arrangement competition last time? Soifon and Yachiru Kusajishi chatted sentence by sentence, leaving the sword-carrying Zaraki Kenpachi out in the cold. After a while, Zaraki Kenpachi finally glanced at the pink hair on his shoulder. You guys are about done chatting, right? Oh right, almost forgot. Yachiru clapped her hands. Ken-chan came to find you for a fight. Finally reaching the topic he liked, the corners of Zaraki Kenpachi's mouth grinned into a smile, and his hand gripping the hilt tightened. That day at the Tsuneyashiro clan, I saw you make a move, Soifon. Over these years, you've become stronger again, right? Currently, Zaraki Kenpachi wore the eye patch that suppressed spiritual pressure, and his violent aura had been restrained quite a bit during these peaceful times. As one of the few people in the Gotei 13 who had fought Zaraki Kenpachi, Soifon was also an object of interest for him, and she had caught his attention again that night. Perhaps it was because deep within both of their bodies, a certain combat instinct lay dormant, making Zaraki Kenpachi so persistent. Captain Zaraki. Soifon's voice held no fluctuations as she looked up at the towering figure before her. You might as well speak plainly. Heh. Let's have a fight, Soifon. Zaraki Kenpachi just liked such straightforward people. He swung his chipped zanpakuto and slashed it toward the ground. The sharp blade wind cut a long, narrow ditch in front of the second division gate. Remember to pay for the floor tile you damaged, Captain Zaraki. Soifon did not plan to refuse Zaraki Kenpachi's challenge. Using this battle to expose her current strength to the outside world was also a good choice. Hearing this, the arc of Zaraki Kenpachi's grin widened. So, you agree? Bad news. Captain Unohana. Captain Zaraki and Captain Soifon have started fighting. Aizen Kotetsu ran hurriedly into the herb planting garden, shouting at Unohana, who was watering the flowers. The watering can in Unohana Retsu's hand paused in midair. Water poured out uncontrollably, wetting the carefully tended medicinal herbs beneath her feet and splashing the hem of her captain's haori. A moment later, after suppressing the excitement in her eyes, Unohana recovered her usual gentleness and looked up at Aizen Kotetsu. This is indeed a major event. We must rush to the scene immediately. Placing her palm over her chest, she could feel it, that heart was beating violently again. At this moment, in the wasteland near Sokayaku Hill, dust billowed, and the roar of clashing spiritual pressure was unceasing. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed wildly as he swung the chipped asachi in his hand, hacking at Soifon. Soifon dodged and occasionally parried a strike, sparks flew whenever their zanpakuto collided. She occasionally erupted with spiritual pressure approaching the second spiritual rank, which had already attracted quite a few captains in a short time. Oh my. They're fighting again. This time it's with Captain Zaraki. Jin Ichimaru tucked his hands in his sleeves. He didn't understand the point of Soifon and Zaraki Kenpachi suppressing their strength to play house. Slaughter between colleagues should stop. The tall Sajin Komamura stood out from the crowd, his buzzing voice coming from within his helmet. Tenken. Sajin Komamura released Tenken, and the massive blade slashed down between Zaraki Kenpachi and Soifon. Clang. Sparks fell like rain. The blade of Tenken was blocked by the two of them simultaneously, then violently pushed aside. Unable to withstand the combined force of the two captains, Sajin Komamura's tall body uncontrollably fell backward. Breaking up the fight failed. In that instant, Soifon's figure disappeared without warning. Zaraki Kenpachi's wild smile froze for a moment. His beast-like intuition made him instinctively want to turn around, but his body's speed couldn't keep up with his consciousness. Pfft. A blood arrow shot out from the junction of Zaraki Kenpachi's left shoulder and neck, drawing a bright red line of blood in the air. Senka. Byakuya Kachiki's pupils contracted. Just now, he had almost failed to capture Soifon's speed. He had clearly been training hard, so why hadn't the gap narrowed at all? If it were me, could I dodge it? Could I react? The captains present silently asked themselves this question in their hearts. Zaraki Kenpachi slowly turned around. He didn't cover the wound on his shoulder, allowing the fresh blood to dye his snow-white captain's haori red, revealing an even more twisted, excited smile. Heh. He licked the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. That's what I'm talking about, Soifon. Flicking the blood off her zanpakuto, Soifon looked rather lacking in interest. You've actually gotten quite a bit weaker, Zaraki Kenpachi. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 62, Unohana Retsu's Strong Desire. Hearing Soifon's taunt, Zaraki Kenpachi did not get angry, instead, he laughed. He raised a hand to gently stroke the ceiling eye patch over his right eye, then reluctantly lowered it. If I release it now, it'll be boring. The fight would end too quickly. That was what Zaraki Kenpachi thought. A ferocious grin split his face once more. Zaraki Kenpachi stomped violently on the ground, dragging his chipped zanpakuto behind him. It plowed a deep gouge into the earth as he shot forward like an arrow leaving the string. Arriving before Soifon, he raised his blade and thrust straight at her. This move was unadorned and simple, full of openings, all it possessed was pure stats. Ah, too slow. Soifon didn't know how many times Zaraki Kenpachi had sealed himself by now. In short, using Aizen's words, it was full of openings. The sharp tip of the blade was about to pierce Soifon's captain's haori. She turned her body slightly sideways, the blade edge grazed the fabric, the resulting wind pressure fluttering the black hair on Soifon's forehead. At the same time, she lifted her left foot. In the instant Zaraki Kenpachi's center of gravity shifted forward due to the thrust. Seen through. Soifon's soul stepped precisely onto the middle of the spine of Zaraki Kenpachi's blade. Zaraki Kenpachi only felt a strange sinking sensation from the sword in his hand. The blade was suddenly pinned into the ground, and he actually couldn't pull it out. Immediately following that, a cold blade pressed against his neck, a few drops of warm liquid sliding down the steel. Just half a BU deeper, and it would cut Zaraki Kenpachi's windpipe. Is this it? Is this what you call a battle? Staring at him for a moment, Soifon withdrew her left foot, walked past Zaraki Kenpachi's side, and drifted further away. Compared to the you from back then, you are worse by more than just a single tier. If you are just looking for a playmate to play house with, I suggest you go take advanced courses in the Shino Academy's kendo class. I will not keep you company. In the end, Soifon still disliked Zaraki Kenpachi's slow-heating battle mode. It was better to tell him now, while there was still time, to stop continuing to seal his own power. Playing house, huh? Zaraki Kenpachi hung his head, maintaining his posture, the sword in his hand still stuck in the dirt, unretracted. Having completed tasks quite frequently recently, Soifon had barely taken 2 steps when the panel before her eyes popped up on its own. Task triggered, the repressed beast. Task completed. Reward obtained, Yachiru-style kendo. In an instant, countless memory fragments flooded into Soifon's mind. Her body felt as if it had undergone thousands of years of kendo training, any variation of a move could be performed effortlessly. From this moment on, Soifon's Zenjutsu was no longer blind hacking. Instinctively performing a beautiful chiburi, Soifon sheathed her sword and walked toward the captains. Having watched most of the scene, Anohana Retsu's face still wore a gentle smile, but the fingertips of her hands, clasped in front of her, were trembling uncontrollably. Reason and desire were locked in a fierce battle. That movement when Soifon sheathed her sword just now. She couldn't be mistaken. It was the kendo literacy Soifon had inadvertently revealed. But clearly, when she fought Zaraki Kenpachi earlier, there was no trace of it. Ah, I understand. Is it because that brute Zaraki Kenpachi isn't worthy of you using such techniques? The corners of Anohana Retsu's mouth couldn't help but curve upward. Although she looked as gentle as always, it made those around her smell the scent of blood. Right now, as Soifon's figure gradually approached and she sensed the aura radiating from the other party, Anohana's breathing also grew increasingly ragged. Then, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, the trembling in her fingertips stopped. Looking at Soifon standing before her, Anohana Retsu spoke softly, "It seems, the battle is over." "Yes, sorry to worry everyone." Soifon nodded slightly to the surrounding captains. "Captain Zaraki and I just acted on a whim, I truly apologize." Since no major commotion was caused this time, and Zaraki Kenpachi only suffered superficial wounds, the spectating captains all dispersed. His Excellency the Captain Commander stroked his long beard and tapped the ground lightly with his cane. "Do not let this happen again." It wasn't until Soifon's figure gradually turned into a black dot that the Captain Commander asked his 3 disciples, "What do you think of Captain Soifon's strength?" Teacher Soifon, cough, regarding Captain Soifon. "Her strength is greater, she seemed to be suppressing Captain Zaraki the entire time." Toshiro almost failed to correct his slip of the tongue, only reacting after the Captain Commander shot him a glance. "She is practically approaching the 2nd spiritual rank. Judging from the fluctuations of the battle just now, Captain Soifon should be able to break through after enduring another few decades. A 2nd spiritual rank at over 100 years old, she was a rare genius, truly someone with a promising future. Her speed is also very fast. If Captain Zaraki didn't release his seal quickly, he might have capsized in the gutter." As veteran captains, Shunsue Kairaku and Yukitake still had sharper eyes than Toshiro, and their assessment was about the same as His Excellency the Captain Commander's estimation. Late at night, the gate to the 2nd Division Captain's courtyard was gently knocked upon. Anohana Retsu stood in the shadows of the corridor where the moonlight didn't reach, her face still wearing that usual gentle smile. "Captain Anohana, are you here to see Teacher Soifon?" Rukia and Momo Hinamori, who had mooched off Soifon until evening and hadn't left yet, asked. "I have some urgent matters with Captain Soifon. Could I trouble you to announce me?" Anohana's voice was soft as usual. Without asking much, the 2 trotted towards Soifon's office. After all, a mature big sister like Captain Anohana always interacted with Teacher Soifon with great propriety. Coming to find Teacher late at night must mean there was serious business to attend to. A moment later, Soifon pushed the door open, saw Anohana standing in the corridor, paused slightly, and then followed her. "I feel like she's a bit different from the usual Captain Anohana." The 2 walked silently along the empty streets of the Siriidii at night, slowly arriving at a remote forest outside Rakongi. Soifon keenly perceived that beside her, Anohana's breathing was more rapid than usual, and her cheeks flushed with a strange redness under the moonlight. "Captain Anohana." Soifon slowed her pace slightly. "Are you feeling unwell? Is her chopping addiction acting up again?" Anohana Retsu also stopped. She didn't answer immediately but slowly turned around to face Soifon. "Captain Soifon." Anohana's voice carried a clear tremor. Could I ask you to help me? Before Soifon could answer, Anohana instantly drew the Zanpakuto at her waist and slashed a blade of pressure to her side. Boom. The dense forest was cut in half at the waist. The moonlight hanging high in the sky poured down, illuminating both of their faces. Having done all this, Anohana's breathing became even more rapid, her chest heaving slightly with each breath. Captain Soifon, let us begin our kendo spar. After saying this sentence, the fighting intent in Anohana's eyes was about to overflow. Soifon understood. The other party meant that she wouldn't release any Ryatsu that could be detected by the Siriiti. Purely, her addiction to slashing had flared up. Thus, she raised her right hand and placed it on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Thank you, Captain Soifon. Anohana Retsu also slowly raised her left hand, gripping the hilt with both hands and holding the blade horizontally in front of her. Ding! Sparks flew in all directions. Their first clash began with a contest of strength. Separated only by 2 Zanpakuto, Soifon and Anohana's faces were very close, able to feel the hot breath exhaled by one another. The two pushed simultaneously in tacit understanding, leaping back to open up the distance, and in the next instant, they were tangled in combat again. The sound of metal colliding exploded in the silent forest, dense as rain. Soifon's blade seemed to possess a life of its own, every variation was as fluid as breathing. After separating from yet another collision, the two panted in place in tacit understanding. Ah. Anohana Retsu let out a soft sigh, her voice husky. Truly, wonderful. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 63, You, Soifon, truly delight me. The blade lights crisscrossed and separated under the moonlight. There was no clash of Ryatsu, no abilities released from Zanpakuto, only the most primitive collision between spirit body and Zanpakuto. After an unknown number of blade exchanges ended, the distance between the two was pulled open once again. Yachiru. Anohana whispered this word, her voice carrying a tremor bordering on obsession. Captain Soifon, you have mastered this art as well. Soifon tilted her head. What, Yachiru? Isn't this just basic Zenjutsu? Anohana Retsu raised her blade and stepped forward, and the two engaged in another flurry of strikes. It was my own arrogance, Captain Soifon. Yachiru, 8,000 styles, is the name I took for myself, believing I had mastered all the sword styles under heaven. Now it seems, Captain Soifon is a genius who comprehended it on her own. In the intervals of combat, Anohana's voice faintly drifted through the sounds of clashing blades, carrying a slightly breathless tone. Once again, a heavy two-handed cleave collided. Both were pushed back several meters by the recoil simultaneously, their sawls plowing deep traces into the ground covered in fallen leaves. At the appropriate moment, they tacitly switched to Genryu, gripping their swords with both hands to slash at their opponents simultaneously. This was the very proof that Soifon had mastered the Yachiru style. The two stood a few steps apart, staring at each other while panting slightly. Their eyes held only the blazing heat of meeting a worthy match. Then, almost simultaneously, they raised their hands to undo the captain's Haori draped over their shoulders. If the battle continued like this, injury was inevitable. But they couldn't go to work wearing tattered captain's Haori, they would be reprimanded by His Excellency the Captain Commander. The pure white Haori were gently lifted, unfurled in the night breeze, and then hung on the tree branches behind them. The instant the garment settled, their toes tapped the ground, and their figures once again turned into two blurred afterimages, crashing violently into each other. This time, without the restriction of the wide robes, their speed was faster, leaving even less room for error. Unknown time passed. Due to the special nature of the Shihakusho, Soifon's back was covered in fine beads of sweat, shimmering with a crystalline glow under the moonlight. The same was true for Anohana's heaving chest. Soifon had temporarily turned off the ability of Blood Vene, now was not the time to expose her Quincy power. The Shihakusho on their bodies now bore several tears. Beneath the fabric, small sword wounds seeping with beads of blood were faintly visible. Sweat mixed with a little blood slid down their skin. The braid Anohana Retsu wore over her chest had completely come undone during the fierce entanglement at some point. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, sticking messily to her sweat-soaked face and collarbones, rising and falling with her breathing. At the same time, the lapel of the Shihakusho at her chest had fallen open slightly, revealing that hideous, old scar. Soifon's gaze lingered on that scar for a split second before quickly moving away. Anohana Retsu noticed her line of sight. She raised a hand to gently pull her collar, allowing Soifon to see it more clearly. Captain Soifon, aren't you surprised to see my wound? she asked, her tone no longer possessing its usual gentleness. Soifon shook her head, brushing away a strand of hair obstructing her face. As a captain, having wounds on one's body is normal. It is also understandable that Captain Anohana hides it. Anohana Retsu looked at her quietly for a few seconds. Then, the corners of her mouth slowly curled into an arc. You know, that isn't what I wanted to ask, Captain Soifon. Could it be that Soifon feels no surprise at all regarding her true appearance beneath the mask? Years ago, didn't I already learn about this in the 4th Division's little black room? Soifon found it somewhat amusing. Did Anohana really think she had concealed it well back then? Even if Soifon didn't know the other party's background, she could sense the fighting intent deeply hidden beneath that body during combat. A powerful kendo master in the world of the living once said that when the strong fight, they can convey their feelings to each other through the collision of their swords. Actually, no one said that, Soifon made it up herself. But the meaning conveyed was relatively simple and easy to understand. Hee hee. Perhaps having satisfied her craving, Anohana Retsu raised her hand to sheath her sword. This single movement caused the wound on her shoulder to spill a few more lines of fresh blood. She turned her head to glance at the wound. Instead of a pained expression, the corners of her mouth hooked into an almost joyous, satisfied arc. Truly, a long-lost pain. It was not the pleasure derived from low-level pain like self-harm, but the wound formed after a battle between equals, where the opponent's sharp blade broke through her defense. This is the joy of battle. Thank you, Captain Soifon, she said softly, her voice light, yet clearly reaching Soifon's ears. Tonight, I enjoyed myself very much. Anohana Retsu's face still bore the residual look of excitement. It seemed her lingering interest had not yet faded, and she was suppressing it solely with rationality. As expected of the first Kenpachi, truly a born battle maniac. Soifon silently withdrew her zanpakuto, tapped her toes to jump onto the tree branch, and retrieved the captain's haori both of them had hung there. She handed Anohana's back to her and intended to leave. Captain Soifon. Anohana Retsu's voice returned to its usual gentleness. Her gaze lingered on Soifon's unsightly shihakusho for a few seconds before she spoke hesitantly. Are you sure you want to return to the 2nd Division in that state? One could see Soifon's fabric had been slashed by the blade edge into several cuts of varying lengths. Some places only had the surface layer torn, while others went deep into the skin, revealing wounds beneath that seeped with blood filaments. Ah. Soifon looked down at her own battle-damaged set, which could be called tragic, then looked up at Anohana, who was in about the same state. Then, she rolled her eyes grumpily. I wonder who made it look like this. Then let me treat Captain Soifon's wounds. Anohana Retsu smiled harmlessly, leading Soifon to a distant, lucky, and intact large tree. Pushing aside the tattered strips of cloth, a soft Kaido light lit up in the palm of Anohana's hand. Her palm slowly covered Soifon's exposed, bleeding skin. Afterward, she lifted the bindings on Soifon's back and extended her hand to Soifon's waist. It might tickle a little, please endure it, Captain Soifon. Her expression was focused and peaceful, as if she had already restored her persona as the captain of the 4th Division. Sensing the hand wandering over her wounds, Soifon had reason to suspect Anohana was doing it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After a long time, the sword wounds on Soifon's body had been fully healed by her, leaving only the tattered shihakusho still stained with its owner's blood. Task triggered, the first Kenpachi's Kaido. Task completed. Reward obtained, Kaido Mastery. The more people you doctor to death, the more brilliant your medical skills. The not-so-long-lost mission panel appeared again. P.S. Written to exhaustion with this battle segment. One moment it's kendo, the next it's swords, my brain is scrambled. I still haven't figured out why using a zanpakuto is called kendo. Kendo equals way of the sword, but zanpakuto are blades/katanas. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 64, Improper Treatment, bonus chapter. Having healed the wounds on her own front, and since Anohana could not reach the wounds on her back, she intended to return to the 4th Division and find an excuse to have Aizen Kotetsu treat her. Just as Anohana Retsu stood up, Soifon's hand reached out, firmly clasping her wrist. I will treat the wounds on Captain Anohana's back, Soifon said. Anohana blinked, then smiled. Captain Soifon hasn't learned Kaido, I presume. I indeed haven't learned it systematically. Soifon released her hand and spread her palm open. But having been treated so many times, I've roughly understood the principles. Perhaps a long illness turns the patient into a doctor. As she spoke, the fluorescent light of Kaido lit up in Soifon's palm, its purity no less than that of Aizen Kotetsu, who had immersed herself in Kaido for many years. Anohana's smile froze. She raised her eyes to look at Soifon's calm face, a trace of astonishment flashing through her gaze. Kaido is not a skill one can understand just by watching. Captain Soifon. Nevertheless, Anohana obediently turned around and sat down in front of Soifon, keeping her back to her. Soifon gently pushed aside the other party's cascading long black hair. Under the moonlight, wounds of varying depths crisscrossed the snow-white skin. She hovered her palm over the wounds, and the treatment began. The itchiness of healing wounds and the comforting Kaido spiritual power caused Anohana to involuntarily relax. By the way, Captain Soifon. With a mischievous smile playing on the corners of her mouth, Anohana suddenly spoke out of nowhere. How is my skin? Soifon paused for a moment, then her fingertips gently brushed over the fine, healed skin on Anohana's back. Muscles tight, skin smooth. Grade AA+. Her fingertips slid slowly down along the line of the spine, stopping near the waist. Relax, Captain Anohana. Instantly, Anohana's breathing skipped a beat, likely not expecting Soifon to be so bold. Finally, Soifon patted her back. All done, Captain Anohana. No scars left. Anohana tightened the shihakusho across her chest. Thank you, Captain Soifon. After venting her desire for battle, Anohana Retsu restored her usual gentleness, but she also confessed her past to Soifon. Fortunately, they had the wide captain's Hayori, which completely covered their tattered shihakusho beneath, making them look no different from usual. Captain Soifon doesn't seem surprised. Tonight, Anohana Retsu had said this phrase more than once. To Anohana, the fact that Soifon could listen to what she considered explosive truths without a ripple of emotion was, in itself, surprising to her. Captain Anohana shouldn't have forgotten that I originated from the stealth force, right? Soifon walked with her arms crossed over her chest. Regarding the legacy of Kenpachi, I have read about it in the collection of the Shihoin clan. So, when I saw the sword wound on Captain Anohana's chest, I had already connected it to Captain Zaraki. It was still solemn nonsense, but by pulling on the banner of the Shihoin clan, it was much more convincing. It seems I was presumptuous. Anohana laughed self-deprecatingly. However, please keep this a secret from Aizen, Captain Soifon. I will. After saying this, her figure blended into the night, disappearing at the end of the Rakongi. Anohana Retsu stood in place, watching the direction Soifon had left, feeling somewhat reluctant to part. Proficient in both Kaido and Kendo, there were not many people who could give her such pleasure in battle. After all, sparring partners who couldn't be broken were rare. If only Captain Soifon could, every day. No, even if she could have such a hearty and dripping battle with her every week. Slowly shaking her head, Anohana Retsu restrained her increasingly heavy breathing and walked toward the direction of the 4th Division. TSK, one cannot be too greedy as a Shinigami. Anohana Retsu. Another period of leisurely daily life passed. Soifon took Yoruichi Shihoin's token and found Yashiro Shihoin, having him take her into the Shihoin clan's library. Although the materials were not as complete as the great log gallery managed by the Tsuneyashiro clan, this was at least the foundation of the 4 great noble clans. Soifon still found what she wanted. The method to enter Mukin and the locations where the keys were hidden. At the same time, Soifon received a notification sent from the 1st Division. 10th Division 3rd Seat, Toshiro Hitsugaya, has mastered Bankai. He will accept the captain's assessment in the Dangai tomorrow. Besides the captain commander who supervised as a fixture, there were also Soifon, Aizen, and Jin Ichimaru. Seeing the list, Soifon wasn't sure if the captain commander knew about the things the 3 of them were doing in Hueco Mundo and planned to take them all to the Dangai to kill them. Soifon shivered. It shouldn't come to that, right? There's still a fish that slipped through the net, Kanami Tozen. But fortunately, Toshiro's promotion to captain was also unremarkable. After activating Bankai, he fought a few rounds with Soifon. Soifon showed off a bit of her kendo level, and everyone went through the motions and passed him unanimously. Although Toshiro's Bankai was a bit green, falling short of the best but better than the worst, no matter how rookie he was still a tier stronger than the vice-captains. Except Sasakaibe. After returning to the Soul Society, Toshiro put on the 10th Division's Hayori and ran up to Soifon, bowing deeply. Teacher Soifon. Thank you for your... Soifon was not very adapted to such solemn gratitude and slightly stepped away from the direction of his bow. This is the last time. Don't bow to people randomly outside from now on. You are the captain of the 10th Division, after all. After saying this, she didn't wait for Toshiro's response, waved her hand quickly, turned, and left. Understood. Teacher Soifon. Toshiro tugged at the captain's Hayori on his body, feeling that he didn't look as dashing wearing it as Teacher Soifon did. However, thinking that he could show off his Hayori in front of his grandmother, Toshiro smiled again. Late at night, in the home of a certain high-ranking noble, Sosuke, Aizen and Soifon, wearing black cloaks, silently obtained a key to Mukin from the family of a certain member of Central 46. I only realized today after watching your battle with Captain Hitsugaya that Captain Soifon is also a kendo grandmaster. Strolling leisurely in the courtyard, Aizen played with the key in his hand, looking at Soifon with a gaze full of inquiry. If an increase in spiritual rank belonged to natural talent, then training kendo to such a perfection required comprehension and brains, in addition to the aptitude of the spirit body. He was certain that Soifon was absolutely an all-around genius no less than himself. At our level, kendo is nothing but a minor trick. There is nothing amazing about it, Soifon replied. No matter how strong kendo is, it is not as strong as Ryatsu. Of course, no matter how strong the Ryatsu, one still had to maintain their style points. Soifon took out a notebook, silently crossed a line on the list, and led Aizen toward the home of the next Central 46 member. Impressive. Captain Soifon speaks with profound insight. Seeing that she possessed high-level sword techniques without being arrogant, and could even point directly to the core essence of battle, Aizen appreciated her more and more. However, Captain Soifon is collecting the keys to Mukin to release which prisoner? New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 65, 8th Generation Kenpachi, Soya Oza's Hero. It is common knowledge that those imprisoned in Mukin are generally heinous criminals with their danger levels maxed out. Although Sosuke Aizen had considered taking them as subordinates, he felt they were too uncontrollable, so he gave up on the idea. Unexpectedly, now that the proposal came from Soifon, whom he considered to have a more conservative fighting style, he was naturally willing to follow her lead and give it a try. With a snap, Soifon closed her notebook, the name of the last noble still remained uncrossed on the page. True enough. Before letting him out, let Captain Aizen and this gentleman meet first. Just so happens, I also need to confirm his thoughts. The two stood in a hidden, pitch-black alley near the Siri prison. The patrolling squad members for the night had just passed by. Aizen stopped playing with the keys in his hand, his gaze shifting from Soifon's face to the depths of the empty alley before them. His spiritual senses were fully open, yet no special, powerful Ryatsu existed there. Captain Soifon means. Aizen's voice remained gentle, but the eyes behind his lenses narrowed slightly. That prisoner can appear here right now. He truly couldn't quite understand this. If the men could appear here at will, did they still need to bring keys to rescue him? Soifon cleared her throat and spoke to the empty air in front of them. Oza's hero Soya, if you don't come out, Captain Aizen and I are going to defect to Hueco Mundo. When that happens, we will open the Garganta and release the hollows of Hueco Mundo into the world of the living and soul society. Although this scene was somewhat comical, Aizen maintained his good professional etiquette, unless he couldn't hold it back. The alley was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly, the air before their eyes began to distort. The reishi that existed everywhere in the air of the Soul Society seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, beginning to slowly converge toward a single point in the center of the alley. The gathering reishi outlined the slender silhouette of a visitor. He wore white robes, with long black hair hanging down his back. His handsome, elegant face looked upon the two figures in black cloaks, Soifon and Aizen, with deep wariness. He was Oza's hero Kenpachi, the 8th generation Kenpachi. A traitor who, in order to execute a certain plan, had utilized his Zanpakuto, Zakuro, to escape from Mukin during the Ryoka invasion. He was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He raised his eyes and found Sosuke Aizen looking at him with the gaze one would use on a lab specimen, then shifted his gaze to the petite Soifon beside him. One madman, one cold-blooded scientific maniac. This was Oza's hero Soya's latest impression of Soifon and Sosuke Aizen. Conspiring late at night to defect to Hueco Mundo, attempting to release a heavy criminal from Mukin prison. Captains of the Siri. When did you become so depraved? Oza's hero Soya's voice was cold and clear as he mocked the two without fear. It seemed he was very displeased that Soifon had just used the threat of releasing Minos without rules to force him out. Our plan requires your assistance in the future, Soifon explained. Don't you always want to thoroughly purify Hueco Mundo and crusade against the Minos? We can help you achieve that. Aizen stood to the side, his figure completely hidden within his black cloak, saying nothing. He didn't understand the guy opposite them, so it was better not to speak, lest he leak information and interfere with the negotiation. Hearing Soifon's conditions, a flicker of agreement appeared on Oza's hero Soya's face for an instant, before he wore a mocking expression to look at them again. If you aren't taking me for a fool, then both of you are fools. Oz's hero Soya laughed dryly twice. Hunting in Hueco Mundo, even if you add my strength and we could achieve it, the Gotei 13 and the people of the Soul King Palace would not allow it. Soifon nodded. Impressive. Speaking the honest truth right from the start. As her voice fell, Oz's hero Soya frowned. For the first time, a look of anger appeared on his handsome face. So, you were toying with me just now. In that case, a detailed report regarding 2 captains conspiring late at night to defect and intending to release a Mukin prisoner will appear on Captain Commander Yamamoto's desk tomorrow morning. This sentence was not a threat. With Oz's hero Soya's Bankai, he was absolutely capable of doing it. Soifon showed no sign of panic. Purifying Hueco Mundo, who said slaughter is the only way. At the same time, Oz's hero Soya's performance stopped. He grunted coldly, waiting quietly for the other party to continue. Soifon turned her head, looking at the silent Aizen beside her. Captain Aizen is already the actual controller of Hueco Mundo. If there were a pie chart in his eyes, Oz's hero Soya's pupils would have been divided into several segments right now. I thought you guys were opening the Garganta to use hollows for experiments, but unexpectedly, you've already become the boss of the opposing side. As long as we can dominate the existing Minos in Hueco Mundo and bring them under orderly control. How is that not a form of purification? Soifon turned her gaze back to Oz's hero Soya. At this moment, the alley was so quiet that only the faint sound of wind from the distance remained. Oz's hero Soya's brows remained furrowed. He looked at Soifon, then looked at Aizen. If that is the case. Oz's hero Soya's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. Since you have already achieved it, why do you need me? Indeed, why? Aizen also couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Soifon beside him. He admitted that this Oz's hero Kenpachi's ability was novel, but judging from the displayed Ryatsu fluctuations, he was just average. Strong, yes, but not enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the two of them. Moreover, the other party was a guy who turned himself in and sent himself to Mukin. Sosuke Aizen truly looked down on a fellow with such a lack of fighting will. But since it was Soifon's recruitment, Aizen expressed that he could listen to the other party's thoughts. In the future plans, I need your help. Soifon took several keys that sealed the Mukin hell out of her pocket. Today is just a preliminary discussion with you. If it doesn't work, then forget it. After all, Soifon didn't plan to let Oz's hero Kenpachi out right now anyway. Oz's hero Soya fell silent. Purifying Hueco Mundo, reducing the harm of hollows, provided it didn't violate the balance of the 3 worlds. Dominating Hueco Mundo and managing hollows just like humans and Shinigami, it was indeed very tempting. He wanted to do it too. If I join you, what authority will I have in Hueco Mundo? Oz's hero Kenpachi raised his head, staring at Aizen beside Soifon. Sosuke Aizen ignored his gaze and looked at Soifon beside him, who spread her hands and shrugged. The meaning was roughly, you handle it yourself. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Aizen met Oz's hero Kenpachi's eyes again. Lord Oz's hero possesses extraordinary strength. You could assume the position of monitor of Hueco Mundo. How about it? If you discover any restless fellows, Lord Oz's hero may execute them at any time. Since you like purifying Hueco Mundo so much, I'll just let you stare at them. Acceptable. Oz's hero Kenpachi nodded. It sounded like a position that suited his tastes very well. Then, today's meeting ends here. Soifon put the keys back into her pocket. The time until our next meeting won't be too long, believe me. I look forward to it. The two sides reached a preliminary agreement, and Oz's hero Kenpachi's figure turned into reishi and dissipated into the air. He left. Sosuke Aizen asked Soifon. MN, he's gone. Soifon sensed silently with her Quincy abilities for a moment, nodded, and turned to leave. Truly a marvelous ability. Aizen followed in Soifon's footsteps. It's just that his thinking is a bit too naive. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 66, Rainy Day, Sacred Parting, Mother and Child. Just as Soifon had predicted, after discovering the key to Mukin was lost, Central 46 did not make a fuss, because doing so would damage their reputation. Though, in the hearts of the captains, these old geezers didn't have much face to begin with anyway. They merely sent the Gotei 13 to Mukin on an implied patrol mission. After discovering that the prisoners inside were still securely imprisoned, the matter was left unsettled. At the same time, the verdict for Tokinada Tsuneyashiro was also released, for coveting forbidden power and straying from the right path. he was to be imprisoned in Mukon. Regarding this, Oz's hero Kenpachi expressed his welcome. He had gained another cellmate to chat with. Several years later, at the Department of Research and Development. Captain Soifon, the item you asked Lord Mayuri to make is ready. Nimue Kuratsuchi, acting as robot-like as ever, came before Soifon holding a black box. She opened it to reveal a pair of custom-made glasses lying inside. All right. Same rules as always, if you need test subjects, go to the 2nd Division prison and pick them up yourself. It felt a bit like placing an order for store pickup. After taking out the glasses and putting them on, Soifon saw the reishi flowing in the air of the Soul Society. To save Masaki Kurosaki and Kane Katagiri, Soifon had taken great pains, even preparing the post-Oswalin surgical tools for Ryukin Ishida. Returning to her office, Soifon glanced at the calendar on the wall, then immediately opened a Garganta to head for Las Noches. At this moment, Aizen was standing before a set of complex monitoring instruments, the streaming data on the screens reflecting off his lenses. Floating around him were several culture tanks, in which the embryos of the Prince of Extinguishing Fire were immersed. Soifon's figure appeared silently at the entrance of the laboratory. Still researching this? She walked to Aizen's side. I thought you would be more focused on the evolution after the Hogyoku fusion. Hearing Soifon's remark, which was easy for her to say as she stood there doing nothing, Aizen pushed up his glasses helplessly. But the evolution of the Hogyoku requires external pressure to trigger, and His Excellency the Captain Commander's Ryujin Jaka is simply too uncontrollable. Aizen needed Captain Commander Yamamoto's powerful strength to facilitate the Hogyoku's evolution, but he couldn't afford to play with fire and destroy himself in the process. So I've been saying, why not consider sparring with me? Soifon gathered reishi, generating a massive reishi arrow in her hand. Captain Soifon's abilities cannot be fully displayed during a spar. Aizen shook his head gently. A battle without killing intent is useless to the Hogyoku. If you had killing intent, you would be just as dangerous as the Captain Commander. Aizen thought to himself. The laboratory was quiet for a while, save for the slight hum of the instruments running. With a subtle movement of Aizen's hand, the screen before him switched. Recent photos of Masaki Kurosaki, Isshin Kurosaki, as well as Ichigo Kurosaki and his 2 younger sisters appeared on it. Speaking of which, Aizen suddenly changed the topic. Isshin Shiba and Masaki Kurosaki's child. Ichigo Kurosaki. Is Captain Soifon not going to meet him? Years ago, Soifon had frequently visited the couple in the world of the living. Why had she become distant after the child was born? No rush. Soifon's answer was concise. We will meet very soon. Soifon made a mental calculation. Ichigo was this old now, Yawachi should be preparing for the Oswalin. Aizen pushed his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses lingering on her face for a few seconds. It seems as if Captain Soifon knows everything. He then let out such a sigh of admiration. Soifon did not respond, simply looking at him calmly. Then Aizen shifted the conversation. Regarding Ichigo Kurosaki, what are Captain Soifon's thoughts? This time it was Soifon's turn to raise an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Aizen to ask this proactively. What do you think of him? She threw the question back. Aizen turned around, hands in the pockets of his white robe, looking out at the sunlight under the artificial sky outside the laboratory window. Theoretically speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki's body should have inherited 3 types of power simultaneously, Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy. Isshin Shiba's Shinigami power, the hollow power of white inside Masaki Kurosaki, and her bloodline as a pure-blooded Quincy. He walked to the console and pulled up a simulation chart. 3 energy curves of different colors were entangled with each other, yet maintained a delicate stasis at a certain critical point. But the problem lies in the fact that these 3 powers maintain a delicate balance within Ichigo Kurosaki's body. If there is no catalyst, he might peacefully spend his whole life as a normal human with relatively strong spiritual power, never realizing what lies dormant within him. After saying this, Aizen looked meaningfully at Soifon beside him. He did not believe that Soifon would let such a fine seedling like Ichigo Kurosaki remain so ordinary. As they were discussing, the soul pager in Soifon's inner pocket suddenly began to vibrate urgently. Taking out the soul pager, she saw the screen light up. A small icon representing Masaki Kurosaki was flashing red continuously. Next to the icon was a line of small text, hollow approaching, not cleared. Soifon stared at the screen for a second, sighed softly, and snapped the soul pager shut. With Masaki Kurosaki's strength, there was no reason she would let a hollow get close for so long without eliminating it. Then the truth was obvious, Yawachi had initiated the Oswalin. Soifon looked up out the window. It was expected that she wasn't targeted by Yawachi's Oswalin, after all, her power did not originate from this progenitor of the Quincy's. Captain Aizen, you really need to manage the Minos in Hueco Mundo properly. Soifon sighed. The guy who sneaked out decades ago has been found. Aizen tilted his head slightly. Decades ago. Which test subject? Too many had run away, which one was she talking about? Anyway, it wasn't anything important. Soifon didn't explain. She simply turned around, her fingers carving a garganta in the air. I'm going to handle it. The next moment, her figure vanished from the spot. World of the living, Karakura town. A misty drizzle floated in the sky, making the dusk sky appear even dimmer. Soifon stepped out of the garganta, the captain's Haori on her body swaying slightly in the air. She glanced at the soul pager lighting up again in her hand and sped toward Masaki Kurosaki's location. In just a few breaths, Soifon arrived at a path by the river in the suburbs. A semi-transparent spherical shield flowing with pale blue fluorescence protected Masaki Kurosaki and the little boy in her arms. The hideous Grand Fisher was drooling, occasionally clawing at the reishi shield. With every impact of the claws, the blue light on the shield's surface flickered violently, its color dimming visibly. Mom! Ichigo Kurosaki cried out in panic, his small hands tightly gripping Masaki's clothes. Boom! Just as the light of the shield was about to be completely extinguished, the head of the Minos in front of them suddenly caved in. The white mask covering its face shattered in an instant. A dashing big sister dressed in white clothes had shattered the monster before their eyes with a single punch. Ichigo Kurosaki opened his mouth wide. He could never have imagined that such a terrifying monster could be defeated so easily. He stared unblinkingly at the pure white captain's Haori on Soifon's body, and the giant character, too, on the back of the Haori. After being rescued, Masaki Kurosaki collapsed on the ground, drained of strength, panting violently. Captain! Soifon! She looked at Soifon with the gratitude of a survivor. Soifon walked up to the mother and son, using her ryatsu to push away the surrounding rain, and bent down to extend her hand to Masaki Kurosaki. Can you still stand? I'm sorry, I probably can't for the time being. No choice then. I'll carry you on my back. What about Ichigo? It's fine. I'll hold his hand. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 67, Silver Blood Clot Surgery. Changing into a pre-prepared jigai, Soifon carried the weak Masaki Kurosaki on her back. With one hand holding the hand of a still somewhat bewildered Ichigo Kurosaki, she hailed a taxi by the roadside. After getting into the car, Soifon gave the address of the Ishida household. Masaki Kurosaki leaned on her shoulder, her voice laced with confusion. Lady Captain Soifon, why, go to the Ishida house? Soifon did not answer immediately. She turned her head slightly, pressing a finger gently against her lips in a shoo gesture. Then, she raised her eyes, looking meaningfully at the gray, overcast sky outside the car window. Masaki Kurosaki followed her gaze, her pupils constricting slightly. She understood. Soifon was referring to the eerie pillar of light that had just stripped away almost all of her Quincy powers. Perhaps the Ishida family had suffered the same fate. Also, don't call me Lady Captain anymore, Mrs. Kurosaki. Soifon looked at Masaki Kurosaki, who was lying on her shoulder, through the rearview mirror. Yes, Captain Soifon. Masaki Kurosaki asked no more questions, simply revealing a gentle smile to the bewildered Ichigo Kurosaki. The taxi drove steadily through the curtain of rain, crossing the streets of Karakura town, and finally stopped in front of a familiar villa. Soifon paid the fare and got out carrying Masaki Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki followed closely, jumping down with his small hand still clutching the corner of his mother's clothes in Soifon's arms. After ringing the doorbell, the main gate was pulled open very quickly. Ryukin Ishida opened the door, his face covered in frost. Clearly, his mood right now was extremely bad. Upon seeing Soifon and Masaki Kurosaki in her arms, his eyes instantly widened. Ignoring the falling rain, he ran out across the lawn and pulled open the courtyard gate. Bring her in, quickly. He immediately stepped sideways to clear the path. Hurry, Captain Soifon. Soifon carried Masaki into the living room, and Ichigo Kurosaki obediently followed. Ryukin Ishida quickly closed the door, shutting out the sound of the rain outside. Leading the three of them to the medical care room on the second floor, as the director of a hospital, Ryukin Ishida had equipped his own home with a complete set of medical equipment. After Ryukin Ishida pushed open the door, Masaki Kurosaki, still in Soifon's arms, sucked in a breath of cold air. Kane Katagiri lay quietly on a bed against the wall. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breathing was so faint that the rise and fall of her chest were almost invisible. A bespectacled boy, looking about the same age as Ichigo Kurosaki, was kneeling by the bed. His small hands tightly gripped the bedsheets, his shoulders trembling incessantly from his sobbing. Hearing the door open, he jerked his head around. "Father." Yuryu Ishida's voice carried the sound of weeping. He threw himself over and grabbed Ryukin Ishida's sleeve. "Mother. What happened to Mother? Why?" Ryukin Ishida kept his face taut and did not answer his son's question, turning instead to look at Soifon. Placing Masaki Kurosaki gently on the hospital bed next to Kane Katagiri, Soifon's gaze landed on the sobbing Yuryu Ishida. "What is this child's name?" "Yuryu." Ryukin Ishida spoke with difficulty. Soifon nodded. She squatted down, looking Yuryu Ishida in the eye, and reached out to gently rub his soft black hair. "Yuryu." Soifon spoke with rare gentleness. "Go outside and play with Ichigo for a while, okay?" Yuryu Ishida glanced at Soifon, then looked timidly at Ryukin Ishida, and finally at Ichigo Kurosaki. "Big sister will save your mom," Soifon continued. "I promise." "Can she save her?" Ryukin Ishida was skeptical. He had examined Kane Katagiri's body with instruments earlier, and the results showed she was surprisingly normal. His gaze lingered on Soifon's face for a few seconds. Ryukin Ishida suddenly remembered when Soifon had come to the world of the living several years ago to borrow his collection of books on Quincy history. Wait. Could it be? So that was it. Had she anticipated this day long ago and prepared a countermeasure? He took a deep breath, nodded slowly, and finally acknowledged his own son. "Listen to Captain Soifon. Take Ichigo to the living room downstairs." After saying this, Ryukin Ishida turned his back and stopped looking at Yuryu. Although Ichigo Kurosaki didn't understand the situation, he had listened to the words of this white-clad big sister named Soifon. She wanted him to take this peer named Yuryu outside. He still trusted the savior of himself and his mother quite a bit. Walking over and taking Yuryu Ishida's hand, Ichigo Kurosaki led the other boy out of the room and closed the door. The door shut softly. Soifon took out the small black box from her inner pocket and handed it to Ryukin Ishida. "Put them on." She watched Ryukin Ishida pick up the glasses. Being able to see Reishi will make the surgery easier. Ryukin Ishida took the glasses. The moment he put them on, his vision changed. He looked at the two women lying on the beds and discovered that within their bodies, the circulation flow of Reishi had become obstructed. It was like blood clots blocking blood vessels. "This is..." Ryukin Ishida's voice was dry. "Silver thrombosis. A product of the Oswalin." Soifon walked to the bedside, looking down at Kane Katagiri's pale face. "If not removed, within 3 months, they will completely block the blood vessels of the heart." Soifon did not explain further. As a doctor, Ryukin Ishida understood what this meant. Oswalin. Ryukin Ishida took off the glasses and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. The Kaiser Gesang, it was actually true. Otherwise. Soifon glanced at him. "Did you think I borrowed those moldy ancient books from you years ago just for amusement?" Ryukin Ishida was choked into silence. He remained silent for a few seconds. "You knew all along." "I knew that something would happen to Masaki and Kane." Soifon nodded, not denying it. "Then why?" Ryukin Ishida cut his own sentence halfway and laughed self-deprecatingly, feeling that he was becoming stupid. "Oswalin is the means by which the king of Quincy's reclaims power. Who could interfere?" In the fully equipped operating room. While preparing sterilization and instruments, Ryukin Ishida picked up the phone, intending to call the assistants and nurses in the hospital. "I will be your assistant." Soifon stopped him. The light of Kaido lit up in her hand. Sensing the healing power contained within it, Ryukin Ishida put down the phone. The operating room lights were adjusted to maximum brightness. Ryukin Ishida put the special glasses back on. After injecting anesthesia, he picked up the scalpel, frowning as he gauged the incisions. The silver thrombi distributed throughout the limbs had not yet fully formed. Some had already gathered into grain-sized particles, trembling slightly with the flow of blood. Every time Ryukin Ishida made a cut to extract a silver thrombus, Soifon immediately used Kaido to heal Kane Katagiri's surgical wound. In the tray, those blood-stained silver fragments glimmered with a cold luster. After about 2 hours, the surgeries for both Kane Katagiri and Masaki Kurosaki were completed one after another. He checked the flow of reishi and blood once more with the glasses before finally relaxing. Ryukin Ishida's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He glanced at the tray filled with fresh blood, picked up a bottle of glucose, and downed it. "It's done." He leaned back against a table near the operating table, taking off his cap and gloves. "Don't throw away these blood clots. Collect them, they will be useful later." After Soifon reminded him, light and shadow suddenly flickered before her eyes, and a panel emerged. Mission triggered, rescue. Mission completed. Reward obtained, Sclaverai, usable without Volstandig. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 68, Want to go to the Invisible Empire. Bonus chapter. The door to the medical room was pushed open. Ryukin Ishida and Soifon walked side by side down the stairs to the living room. Two small figures were sitting side by side on the sofa. They weren't playing or talking, just staring blankly at the gray sky and the continuous curtain of rain outside the window. When they heard footsteps, two pairs of eyes turned simultaneously. They ran to the foot of the stairs, looking up at the adults. Father. Yoruichi Ishida asked with cautious probing. Mother, she. Ichigo Kurosaki also tightly gripped the corner of Soifon's clothes. Soifon crouched down on the last step of the stairs. She reached out and gently rubbed their heads. Yoruichi Ishida immediately looked at his father. Amen, she's fine now. Behind Soifon, Ryukin Ishida remained silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding his head. The shoulders of the two children visibly relaxed, and they followed the two adults into the living room. Simple dishes were set on the Ishida family dining table. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, with only the soft clinking of cutlery and the sound of rain outside. Seeing Soifon eating with relish, Ryukin Ishida hesitated to speak, putting down his knife and fork only to pick them up again. Finally, after drinking half a glass of lemonade, he broke the silence. Captain Soifon, why were Yoruichi, myself, and my father? Because you are pure-blooded Quincy's. Yawachi's target for this Oswalin was the mixed bloods. Kane Katagiri goes without saying, and since Masaki Kurosaki was eroded by the power of a hollow, her bloodline is no longer pure either. Soifon answered before he could finish. Immediately after, she asked Ryukin Ishida a question, by the way, I wonder where Mr. Soken is right now. Soifon had been thinking about the other party's key to the Gate of the Sun for a long time. After all, she was a Quincy now, how could she not go on a pilgrimage to the holy land of the Quincy's? Father, he. Ryukin Ishida put down his glass. I don't know where he went either, but he occasionally comes back to teach Yoruichi some Quincy techniques. Having his train of thought interrupted by Soifon, Ryukin Ishida pondered Soifon's earlier words once he regained his composure. Mixed bloods. Suddenly, he turned his head to stare at his son, who was cutting a steak. Isn't Yoruichi also a mixed blood? The two children beside them listened silently. Although they couldn't understand what pure blood or mixed blood meant, they managed to sort out a simple narrative logic. A Quincy named Yawachi used something called Oswalin to put their mothers in hospital beds. The next morning, at the entrance of the Ishida villa, Masaki Kurosaki was already able to get out of bed and walk on her own, though her face was still somewhat pale. Kane Katagiri's condition was a bit worse, but she had also regained consciousness. However, although they were spared the persecution of the silver thrombosis, their Quincy powers had completely disappeared. They could now only be considered ordinary humans with spiritual power. Meanwhile, Isshin Kurosaki had only received the notification from Ryukin Ishida this morning and had rushed over in a hurry. After hearing the sequence of events from Ryukin Ishida, Isshin Kurosaki bowed solemnly to Soifon. Captain Soifon. The Kurosaki family and the Shiba family will engrave this kindness in our hearts. Soifon accepted the other party's gratitude as a matter of course, but she still added a teasing remark, I heard that Captain Shiba has married into the Kurosaki family now. Is the promise of the Shiba family still valid? Perhaps it's still of some use over with Kokaku and Ganju. Isshin Kurosaki scratched his cheek and stood up straight, looking awkward. Forget it. However, I'm the one who needs to remind you of something. I hope you do not leak what happened yesterday. Especially to that fellow Kasuke Urahara, don't let him know. Soifon's gaze slowly swept over Ryukin, Isshin, Masaki, and the two children present. Before parting ways, Soifon stopped the Kurosaki couple. The potential of this child, Ichigo. I think you should be clear about it. Soifon wasn't looking at Masaki, but at Isshin. She understood that Isshin Kurosaki, who used all his Shinigami powers to suppress White, knew exactly how strong his son's power was. If possible, we still want Ichigo to be an ordinary person. Isshin Kurosaki and Masaki looked at each other and gave Soifon their answer. And Ichigo Kurosaki did not oppose his parents' opinion, merely looking at the weak Masaki with concern from time to time. Is that so? Seeming to have known their answer long ago, Soifon took out a model of the latest soul pager dedicated for the world of the living and handed it over. It has both distress signal and protection functions. It can stall for time until rescue arrives, though I hope you won't need to use it. Finally, Soifon rubbed Ichigo Kurosaki's head, leaving the boy with an image as gentle as possible. Returning to the living room, Soifon heard the sound of the father and son arguing as soon as she entered the door. Standing in the shadows to eavesdrop for a while, Soifon roughly sorted out the whole story. Yoruichi wanted to find Ryukin to learn Quincy arts in order to protect his mother, but he was rejected by his father. You don't have that talent. Give up. Grandfather used to. Be willing to teach me. The past is the past, and now is now. Your grandfather isn't here. He would teach you, I will not. With Ryukin Ishida's refusal, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became somewhat stiff. Just then, Soifon deliberately made her footsteps audible. Sensing her approach, Ryukin Ishida turned his head apologetically. Apologies, Captain Soifon. I let you see something laughable. Soifon shook her head and walked to the center of the living room. She looked at the stalemated father and son, her gaze finally landing on Ryukin. Escaping is useless, Ryukin. Soifon paused. Yuryu has the potential. I can see it. Hearing this, Ryukin Ishida frowned slightly. He kept some impolite words suppressed in his heart and didn't say them out loud. How can a Shinigami see the potential of a Quincy? Buzz. Just as he was thinking this, Soifon raised her right hand, her 5 fingers grasping at the void. Azure blue reishi instantly gathered in her palm. In the blink of an eye, a spirit bow, even taller than Soifon herself, appeared in her hand, illuminating the living room. The expression on Ryukin Ishida's face solidified. Yuryu also opened his mouth wide. It was the first time he had seen a spirit bow of such size. Undoubtedly, this was not some paper tiger pieced together with flashy tricks, but a genuine Quincy spirit bow. Since you won't teach. Soifon spoke slowly. Then I will take responsibility for teaching him. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress the urge to attack, Ryukin Ishida shielded Yuryu behind him. Why? Ryukin Ishida finally asked, his voice containing suppressed anger. Why hide your identity as a Quincy, and approach us? Retracting the spirit bow, Soifon raised an objection to Ryukin Ishida's accusation. To be precise, I only awakened the Quincy abilities after coming into contact with you all. Secondly, whether as a Shinigami or a Quincy, our goals are consistent. Yaoichi must die. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 69, I'm not doing Shinigami anymore. What did she mean, awakened the Quincy power after coming into contact with them? Ryukin Ishida believed that Soifon was simply too lazy to find even a perfunctory excuse, spouting nonsense just because she was powerful. However, when he met Soifon's gaze, he actually believed it a little. Her calm expression did not seem fake. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any capital that she could exploit. Ryukin Ishida had even let Soifon borrow the collection of books that served as the foundation of the Quincy family. Not to mention strength. Judging by the spirit bow Soifon had just revealed, he knew that her strength as a Quincy was not beneath his own, not to mention she was also a Shinigami captain. After a storm of brainstorming, Ryukin Ishida rubbed the space between his eyebrows and shook his head. Apologies, Captain Soifon, but your reason is really far-fetched. But he couldn't find a reason for Soifon to do this. Knowing that the other party had no intention of fighting, Soifon retracted the spirit bow and sat back down. But facts are facts, Soifon said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Perhaps coming into contact with you people caused the Quincy bloodline inside me to awaken. Like a spark igniting gunpowder. Ryukin Ishida looked thoughtful. By that logic, is Soifon a hybrid of a Shinigami and a Quincy? Then why wasn't she subjected to the Oswalin? Is it because Yaoichi's power of Oswalin cannot penetrate the soul society? Although he remained skeptical of Soifon's words, Ryukin Ishida made a preliminary judgment that Soifon held no malice and decided to continue observing. The private forest behind the Ishida villa. Soifon stood in a clearing. Opposite her was Yuryu Ishida, his small face taut with tension. He held a small spirit bow in his hand, its light still somewhat unstable, flickering on and off. Focus your mind. Soifon spread her hands. The reishi in the air gathered into her palms at an extremely slow speed. She even easily pried away the reishi on Yuryu Ishida's spirit bow, stripping away quite a bit of it. This was Soifon demonstrating to him the ability to gather reishi. Yuryu Ishida nodded vigorously, beads of sweat already seeping from his forehead. He attempted to draw the bow again. The reishi arrow slowly took shape, denser than the previous few times, though still somewhat diffuse. The arrow left the string, tracing a faint blue light as it shot toward an old tree acting as a target 10 meters away. The arrow tip barely pierced the bark, penetrating less than half an inch before collapsing into spots of light and disappearing. Under the shade of a tree not far away, Ryukin Ishida leaned against the trunk with his arms crossed, shaking his head. He didn't want to hurt Soifon's pride, but he really couldn't see any Quincy talent in his son. Such training continued for several days. Every afternoon, the muffled sound of reishi arrows striking trees would echo through the forest. Today's training was just halfway through when hurried footsteps came from outside the woods. Soken Ishida appeared before the two, looking travel-worn. Grandfather. Yoruichi Ishida dismissed his spirit bow in surprise. Soken Ishida nodded to his grandson, then turned his gaze to Soifon. Captain Soifon. His voice held a lingering fear. I heard from Ryukin. Thank you for your guidance of Yoruichi during this time. The lives of Kane and Masaki are also thanks to Captain Soifon. Soken Ishida regretted it. He shouldn't have run to such a far place. His wife had encountered Yawacha's Oswalin on the road, losing the chance to be treated by Soifon. His gaze fell upon his grandson, seemingly unsurprised that Yoruichi Ishida was standing here unharmed. To be honest, no matter how much the Ishida family had declined, they were a family of pure-blooded Quincy's. Why he had chosen Kane Katagiri as Ryukin Ishida's wife was already enough to provoke wild speculation. It couldn't be because Soken Ishida had a way to detect the script ability hidden within every Quincy, could it? Casting aside the bizarre speculations in her mind, Soifon let Yoruichi practice alone and led the other party deeper into the woods. Mr. Soken. Soifon condensed a spirit bow right in front of Soken Ishida. What do you think of my spirit bow? He was stunned for a moment, then involuntarily stepped forward 2 steps, his gaze instantly locking onto the spirit bow. The stability of the condensed reishi, the smoothness of the reishi flow, the intensity of this spirit bow already exceeded that of most Quincy Soken Ishida had ever seen. This is truly... He muttered in disbelief. When Ryukin told me, I thought he was exaggerating. Such speed, such a quantity of reishi, only Quincy's at the level of the Sternritter could achieve this. Soken Ishida raised his head and said, Captain Soifon's spirit bow is close to perfect. Retracting the spirit bow, Soifon asked meaningfully, then, if I switch sides to the Quincy's now, would the Ishida family be willing to take me in? Thump, thump, thud. Soken Ishida froze for a moment, then waved his hands frantically. Captain Soifon. I don't want to be hunted down by you Shinigami. The power of a Quincy is really just SOSO, Captain Soifon had better focus on the power of a Shinigami. It was obvious that Soken Ishida was truly a bit scared. A Shinigami captain defecting to the Quincy's, this matter was enough to put the Ishida family on the wanted list. Just a joke. Soifon changed the subject. Then let me propose something else. Is Mr. Soken willing to cooperate with me? Hearing this, Soken Ishida calmed down a lot. After all, Ryukin had mentioned to him that Soifon wanted to kill Yawach. Cooperate how? Soken Ishida glanced at his grandson practicing in the distance. Forgive my bluntness, although Captain Soifon is very strong, that lord is. It's fine. I just need the pass to the Gate of the Sun that Mr. Soken holds. No, that is too dangerous for the Ishida family. Please continue. I brought the pass out when I left the Empire. As soon as it is used, it will be noticed by the Empire immediately. Is that so? But if she didn't catch a Knight-level Quincy to bring back for research, Soifon would be very unwilling. Who else is going to fill in the missing pieces of the Volstandig and Skrift for me? Soifon pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a Quincy arrow lit up in her hand, aimed at Soken Ishida in front of her. What if we do this? Mr. Soken. The Wandenreich, the Invisible Empire. It was composed of pale buildings formed from some kind of condensed reishi, with a deep, shadowy sky overhead. Soifon's arrow was pressed against Soken Ishida's neck as she followed him, slowly stepping onto the white stone slabs. This is our Quincy Empire. To play the role of a Quincy well, Soifon had taken great pains. The fluctuation of a pass. Someone entered from the world of the living. That is. Soken Ishida. Didn't he leave with the key to the Gate of the Sun? The instant the two appeared, dozens of white figures appeared in unison beside the Gate of the Sun. Most of them wore unified white military-style uniforms, with insignia symbolizing their affiliation pinned to their chests. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 70, Invisible Empire's #1 most wanted criminal. Watching Soken Ishida, whose neck was pressed against a reishi arrow, the Wandenreich members who had gathered around were momentarily stunned. Immediately afterwards, looks of disbelief appeared on their faces one after another. Soken Ishida was a genuine veteran. Even though he had withdrawn from the Empire, his combat prowess as a pure-blooded Quincy was unquestionable within the Wandenreich. But now, such a legend was actually being held hostage by an unknown, short-statured Quincy. He was actually caught. Who is that woman? Which family is she from? I've never seen her. Hushed discussion spread through the crowd, but most dared not act rashly. After waiting for a long time, Soifon still did not see any members of the Stern Ritter arrive. Perhaps they disdained to show their faces, or perhaps they were prying from the shadows. Soifon's tone carried a provocative disappointment. Is this the extent of the Empire's Quincy's? How truly pathetic. Almost at the moment her voice fell, Soifon flicked her wrist, seemingly roughly pushing Sokanishida away from her. Sokanishida was caught by a few quick-reacting Empire members and rapidly pulled to the rear for protection. At the same moment, dozens of Azure Reishi arrows lit up, shooting toward Soifon from all directions. Ding! Soifon did not move. Azure blood venae covered the surface of her body. As the arrows struck her, they emitted crisp sounds like shattering glass before bursting into scattered motes of light. The noisy gate of the sun seemed to have been pressed on mute. All the Empire members who had attacked were dumbfounded, the anger and contempt on their faces instantly replaced by shock. It was blood venae. A blood venae of extremely high purity. To be able to block dozens of Heilig files simultaneously with such understatement, a blood venae of this defensive intensity could absolutely not belong to some nobody. You. The middle-aged Quincy leading them spoke with a tone of awe. Exactly which family of Quincy's are you from? Me. Just a passing through Quincy. A look of anger surfaced on Soifon's face. If not for your emperor, I imagine I would never have had any dealings with you people in this lifetime. That leading middle-aged Quincy raised his hand to stop his impulsive companions. Close friends among the mixed bloods in your family were targeted by the Oswallen, is that it? He spoke slowly. Is this the reason you took Sokanishida hostage and broke into the Empire? Soifon did not answer, merely looking at him coldly. You should feel honored. The middle-aged Quincy continued, the power of those people merely returned to His Majesty's glory. This is their destiny born as Quincy's. And you, my friend. Pucci. His voice came to an abrupt halt. An Azure Reishi arrow had precisely pierced through the center of his brow, entering from the forehead and exiting through the back of his skull. The arrow's momentum did not diminish, carrying a splash of red and white mixed fluid, it nailed itself onto the pure white wall of the Gate of the Sun behind him. In the next instant, dozens of Heilig file were released from Soifon's spirit bow at the same time, killing every single Quincy near the Gate of the Sun. On the square, the only ones left standing were Soifon and Sokanishida, whom she had held hostage to get here. Soifon put away her spirit bow, not even sparing a second glance at the corpses. Four figures appeared silently near the Gate of the Sun, their gazes meeting Soifon's. Hashwolf, Basby, Bambietta, Meninus. Walking slowly up to her, Hashwolf didn't even glance at the trash Quincy she had shot dead. He extended a hand toward Soifon. To possess such power yet choose to be an enemy of the Empire, it is truly too regrettable. His Majesty would appreciate your talent. Join the Empire, swear loyalty to His Majesty, and I can promise to bestow upon you the power and glory of the Sternritter. Pa. Soifon slapped Hashwolf's hand away. An expression of surprise finally appeared on the latter's face. However, I refuse. Soifon's voice echoed at the Gate of the Sun. I came to the Empire solely to kill the His Majesty you speak of. The air seemed to freeze, yet a hint of approval appeared in Basby's eyes as he looked at Soifon. Taking advantage of their moment of surprise, Soifon condensed a Heilig file in her hand and slashed it toward Hashwolf. Ding! A faint light shone as Hashwolf drew his sword, steadily blocking Soifon's arrow. Then, in the instant the long sword and the arrow touched for a second time, Soifon's Heilig file actually shattered upon impact. His expression did not change in the slightest. Your power is strong, but facing me, who possesses a script, is your misfortune. But I am very fortunate to have struck the weak point in the Reishi structure of your Heilig file. Script B, the balance, transforms enemy fortune into misfortune, transfers one's own misfortune to the opponent. Simply put, a winning army will become arrogant, an arrogant army will be defeated, a defeated army will grieve, and a grieving army will win. A perfect cycle, essentially. Soifon's pupils constricted slightly, but her movements didn't pause for a moment. At the same instant the arrow shattered, she had already retracted her hand and retreated half a step. Blood venae switched to blood artery. Soifon's speed instantly increased by several tiers as she used her Renkyaku to shoot arrows at Hashwolf. 3 Heilig file attacked his throat, heart, and sword-wielding wrist simultaneously from tricky angles. Pucci. Soifon's Heilig file intensity was simply too high. Hashwolf, in his base state using only blood venae, was unable to block them completely, his blocking arm was pierced. The look of appreciation in Hashwolf's eyes grew stronger. This combat style that utilized the basic abilities of a Quincy to the extreme, this near-instinctive transition between offense and defense, it was extremely rare even within the Sternritter. Come to our side. Disregarding the wound on his arm, he invited her again. Your talent should not be wasted on meaningless hatred. His Majesty's great undertaking requires power like yours. Without responding, Soifon suddenly leapt backward, opening up the distance from Ashwolf. At the same time, she drew her bow and fired an arrow at the other 3 knights observing the battle. Just as she expected, the firelight of the explosion mixed with the blue reishi, blasting out a cloud of smoke. Almost simultaneously, Soifon gave a covert wink to Sokanishida, time to withdraw. Soifon turned into a blur, charging straight for Sokanishida. It looked like she was going to kill him to seize the treasure, snatching the pass from him to leave this place. In a flash, the smoke was suddenly blown away by a strong gust of wind. Invader, don't you think about running? Meninus's fist intercepted her head-on, blocking the path between Soifon and Sokanishida. Now. Switching blood, Soifon's fist was coated with a layer of reishi gauntlet as she delivered a heavy blow to the back of Meninus's neck. A muffled thud. Meninus's eyes instantly lost focus. Soifon scooped her arm around, tucking Meninus's unconscious body under her armpit, then arrived beside Sokanishida and snatched the key to the Gate of the Sun from his hand. Stop her. Ashwolf finally began to panic. His long sword erupted with unprecedented ryatsu as he slashed toward Soifon. But it was already too late. The white light of the teleportation gate swallowed Soifon and the hostage Meninus, leaving only Sokanishida behind. Standing in place for a long time, Ashwolf slowly sheathed his sword. Find her. Find that shorty Quincy. Issue a highest-level wanted order to all Quincy's active in the world of the living. Anyone who provides valid clues about this person shall be granted the qualification to participate in the Sternritter trials. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 71, for the Hogyoku, use Kyoka Suijetsu. And that is how it happened. Sokanishida sat in the reception room of the Wandenreich, sipping hot tea. He recounted, word for word, how Soifon had tracked him down and threatened him into handing over the key to the Gate of the Sun. Several members of the Sternritter leaned against the walls, staring intently at Sokan. Ashwolf nodded occasionally, appearing to trust Sokan's account implicitly, and even respectfully detained him there to enjoy dinner. It wasn't until late at night that Ashwolf finally opened the Gate of the Sun and saw Sokan off. In reality, Ashwolf wasn't trying to wear the old man down. He was primarily waiting for Yoruichi to fall asleep so he could utilize his Majesty's power, which had not yet fully recovered, to catch a limited and brief glimpse of the future. Heavy panting. Ashwolf utilized the authority of the Almighty to its fullest extent, yet he saw no future where Sokan and that short female Quincy conspired to meet in the world of the living. In the visions, Sokan either went to the training grounds to cultivate or returned to the Ishida home to report his safety. It appeared Sokan truly had been taken hostage, and that a traitor had emerged from within their own Quincy ranks. It was a pity. Such a powerful individual could not be used by His Majesty, and the pass to the Gate of the Sun had been snatched away by her. The next time they met, he definitely could not spare her life. However, what he did not know was that this was a combat strategy custom-made by Sokanishida, who had figured out Ashwolf's suspicious nature, and Soifon, who possessed the true knowledge of the future. When Soifon successfully abducted a Quincy of the Sternritter from the Wandenreich, Sokan understood that this might be the last time they would see each other for years. I hope that in the future, you can succeed, Captain Soifon. Sokan suddenly sighed, stopped his fountain pen mid-sentence while writing down Quincy's secret arts, and looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. The great king of Hueco Mundo, Lady Soifon, swaggered in carrying an unconscious, busted pink-haired woman. Neliel followed by her side. Nell, is Aizen in? Soifon asked, hefting Meninus at her waist. Lord Aizen. I am not sure. Neliel looked curiously at the pink-haired woman at Soifon's waist. Lady Soifon, who is this? Soifon didn't stop walking. A Quincy. A prisoner of war. Neliel nodded, seemingly understanding. No wonder she felt uncomfortable looking at this pink-haired woman earlier, she was a Quincy. When Soifon walked into the laboratory carrying Meninus, Aizen was standing in front of a row of culture tanks, holding a data report in his hand. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, his gaze landing on the pink-haired woman in Soifon's arms. This is... At this moment, Aizen's brain spun rapidly, but he couldn't find an identity that matched Meninus. A Quincy, Soifon said, placing Menenius on an empty metal table in the center of the laboratory. Brought her back from the Wandenreich. Walking quickly to the table, Aizen used his spiritual sense to perceive the comatose pink-haired Quincy. He looked thoughtful upon seeing the military-style uniform she wore. The Wandenreich, he said with a hint of pleasant surprise. Captain Soifon actually found them. Soifon shrugged, not mentioning the matter of Soken Ishida. She simply complained blindly to Sosuke Aizen, I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the world of the living for a while. They are probably scraping 3 feet off the ground looking for me right now. Hearing this, Aizen's gaze returned to Menenius, the interest in his eyes deepening. To make the Wandenreich attach such importance to the matter, it seems this lady's status is extraordinary. A member of the Sternritter. There are fewer than 30 of them. Her status is second only to Yawatch and his Imperial Guard. Then. Captain Soifon, would you mind letting me witness it? This Quincy of the new era. Soifon nodded. That was her intention all along. Previously, it had all been theoretical talk, it was time to let Aizen witness the new power. The two left the laboratory one after the other, with Neliel following behind carrying Menenius, arriving at an open stretch of white sand on the outskirts of Las Noches. Soifon placed Menenius on the sand, crouched down, and her palm glowed with the light of Kaido. A moment later, Menenius's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? Why is there a sword in front of my eyes? Kyoka Suigetsu transitioned seamlessly, completely hypnotizing Menenius. It made her perceive a withered tree in front of her as the intruder, Soifon. After unleashing a barrage of attacks against the empty air, Menenius was knocked unconscious again. Truly remarkable, Aizen praised without concealment. Completely different from those Quincy's of the past who could only rely on bows and arrows. The difference in combat power is like heaven and earth. If Captain Aizen wants to extract intelligence, you can use Kyoka Suigetsu to disguise yourself as Hashwolf. Do this, do that, and so on. Menenius, who had absolutely no resistance to Kyoka Suigetsu, soon mistook Las Noches for the Wandenreich. From that day on, Yoruichi never saw the older sister, Soifon, who had saved his mother again. When he asked his father and grandfather, all he received were ruthless scoldings. Ichigo, didn't big sister Soifon give you a pager? Yeah, that's right. Then do you want to try contacting her? No way. It'll cause trouble for big sister Soifon. If there's no danger, we shouldn't play around with it. Due to the early contact with the Kurosaki family, Yuryu and Ichigo, two children with relatively common topics, started playing together. It was just that Yuryu didn't quite understand Ichigo's dislike for power. Whenever he showed off his Quincy abilities to him, Ichigo always lacked interest. Meanwhile, the Quincy's in the world of the living had turned into a chaotic mess. To obtain the qualification to join the Sternritter, they were constantly scouring for traces of Soifon. However, the information Soifon left behind that day was truly scant. Even her clothes were just a casual sportswear set she had bought at random. The only clues were the extremely vague characteristics mentioned by Hashwolf, short, bad temper, and hostile to the Empire. Therefore, a witch hunt targeting short, bad-tempered female Quincy's began. Such abnormal movement from the Quincy side naturally attracted the attention of the Siriitii in Soul Society. After all, with reishi arrows flying wildly through the sky, it wasn't impossible for a passing station Shinigami to get hit occasionally. At first, both sides were able to sit down calmly for friendly consultations. The Quincy side even intended to explain what problems had occurred on their end. The Shinigami also dispatched a third seat from the First Division to negotiate with the purebloods in the world of the living. Considering the current Quincy's in Karakura town were truly unsightly, sending a third seat was already giving them a lot of face. Until Captain Aizen, we cannot let them stop. This is part of the plan. For the sake of the Hogyoku, please use Kyoka Suigetsu on them. As the sound of a mirror shattering rang out, the hand rose and the blade fell. The Quincy who had come to negotiate collapsed in response to the sound. The personnel on the Shinigami side, having slashed at the air for a long time, also felt they had hacked the opponent to death, and unanimously agreed that it was the Quincy's who had made the first move. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark, get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 72, Lady Yoruichi, my fingers aren't without merit either. First Division, at the Captain's Council. His Excellency, the Captain Commander, distributed the report from the First Division's third seat to the various captains, then sat in his chair without saying a word, lost in thought. More than 900 years have passed since the battle back then. Is the false peace maintained for so many years finally about to be broken? however. The captain commander furrowed his brows. He really couldn't figure out the reason why the Quincy's would actively start a war with the Shinigami. To put it bluntly, in his perception, regarding the Quincy's remaining today, he feared that even Sajin Komamura or Toshiro Hitsugaya could solo them. The report stated that the Quincy's were looking for someone, but who exactly were they looking for? Captain Commander, Soifon spoke up at this moment. The Quincy's in the world of the living are provoking us. Perhaps looking for someone is just an excuse. Shifting his gaze to Soifon, the Captain Commander narrowed his eyes. Being short and having a bad temper certainly fit the description, but Soifon wasn't a Quincy. My. I was present when the armistice agreement was signed back then. Shunsui Kairaku pressed down on his straw hat with a sigh. I wonder, did the Ishida family participate this time? The Captain Commander shook his head. Members of the Ishida family were not present. Then, perhaps there is still room for a turnaround. Shunsui Kairaku rubbed his stubbly chin. Going from fratricide to declaring war on the Shinigami, this simply doesn't seem like the style of that group of survivors. The so-called survivors were naturally the Quincy's who had survived the 1,000-year blood war. To survive, they signed an armistice with the Shinigami. Unless it was for self-preservation, they would not hunt hollows, nor would they use their power to interfere with the world of the living. For such a group of people who clung to life and feared death, or rather, loved peace, logically speaking, they shouldn't be going crazy. Let's investigate the whole story clearly first. Regarding their move against us this time, we will note it down for now. Thinking for a moment, His Excellency, the Captain Commander, gave the final verdict. After all, the people who made the move were dead, while the Shinigami had 0 casualties. Using this reason to start a war with the Quincy's would make it look like the Shinigami were bullying people. Moreover, the world of the living not only had Quincy's but also the Vizards. If those guys were to get mixed up in this, it would indeed be troublesome. Night, inside the courtyard of the 2nd Division. Ding. Blade lights intersected. Both Anohana's and Soifon's swords were stained with each other's fresh blood, and the stone path was dyed crimson by the blood of the two. Ever since Anohana found a long-lost pleasure in Soifon, she couldn't go back, even though after every battle, Anohana would imply to herself that this was the last time. But she could no longer remember how many last times this had been. Over time, their arranged battles naturally couldn't be hidden from Soifon's 2 students. However, whether they were naturally airhead or had too heavy a filter on Anohana Retsu, Momo Hinamori and Rukia merely felt that it was normal for the captain of the 4th Division to be strong in Zenjutsu. After all, her Zanpakuto was a healing type, so naturally, she had to learn some skills to protect herself. Incidentally, not wearing the Shihakusho for the duel was also a little clever idea of Momo Hinamori and Rukia. Using the excuse that sparring shouldn't damage the Shihakusho and the captain's Hayori, it was all just to catch a glimpse of teacher Soifon's, well. Sitting on the eaves gnawing on peaches, they had already grown accustomed to the ground full of fresh blood left after the 2 captains sparred. Rip. Another clash of blades. After separating, the 2 panted for breath. The overburdened white yukata rose and fell, expanding with Anohana Retsu's breathing. Suddenly, the side of the yukata on Soifon's body was sliced open by a blade, and a small, cute side breast became faintly visible. Plop. The peaches in their mouths involuntarily fell onto the tiles of the eaves, then rolled down into the courtyard, covered in dust. Rukia and Momo Hinamori craned their necks, their eyes wide and round, their gazes glued firmly to that tear on the side of Soifon's yukata. Gulp. Someone, unbeknownst who, swallowed a mouthful of saliva first. It wasn't until their heads bumped together with a thud due to leaning forward too much that they suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn it, what are you looking at? I should be asking you. The 2 were like 2 kittens with their fur standing on end, glaring at each other. In the field, Soifon and Anohana had sheathed their swords simultaneously. Both of them bore quite a few fresh wounds. Their yukatas were cut in many places, stained with spots of blood. Soifon looked down at the tear on her side waist. Her expression didn't change much, she simply raised her hand to pull together the front lapel of her yukata. At this moment, the 2 on the eaves finally couldn't hold back, trotting down while hugging the clean clothes they had prepared long ago. After Anohana Retsu left, Soifon took the clothes and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the rustling sound of friction against clothes came from inside, followed by the splashing sound of water. Momo Hinamori and Rukia stood in place, pricking up their ears in unison to listen for a while, then looked at each other again. Hey, how about we 2 learn kendo? Squatting at the door of the bathroom, Momo Hinamori scratched the ground with a twig. You mean, we knocked teacher Soifon's clothes flying during sparring, and then? Then how long do we have to train to reach that level? It should be, like Captain Anohana, I guess. Sigh. Sitting on a chair, Soifon, having finished her shower, was blow-drying her hair when a streak of black shadow on the roof beam triggered her spiritual sense warning. Soifon's fingers paused amidst the tips of her hair. She turned off the hair dryer, and the room instantly fell into silence. Then, she rose from the chair, the belt of her bathrobe tied loosely, and moved soundlessly to the edge of the bed. Almost simultaneously, a figure pounced toward her back. Pounced on empty air. Yoruichi, having transformed into human form, crashed into the bathrobe that carried Soifon's body scent, her golden cat eyes full of astonishment. It was actually Utsasimi. But, if Soifon used Utsasimi in that state just now, wouldn't that mean? Yoruichi's brain spun rapidly, but a familiar voice already came from beside her ear. Lady Yoruichi. Soifon's chest pressed against Yoruichi's back with no barrier between them. Why are your moves still so old-fashioned? In that split second, Yoruichi didn't even see her movements clearly, she only felt warm breath from behind and arms that suddenly encircled her waist. Soifon had completely restrained Yoruichi from behind. Thud. A muffled sound. Soifon held Yoruichi hostage and fell onto the bed, pulling the curtains shut. After trying a few times without being able to break free, Yoruichi sighed. It seemed she really had been surpassed by the other party. Lady Yoruichi, just sighing won't make me let you go. Soifon's lips almost touched Yoruichi's earlobe. A warm current brushed past, and Yoruichi subconsciously shrank her neck. I didn't expect your kendo skills to be so formidable, to actually be able to fight Unohana that fellow to such a state. Seeing she couldn't run away, Yoruichi could only change the subject and turn on praise mode. Praising me is useless, Lady Yoruichi. Soifon tilted Yoruichi Shihoin's chin up. Besides, guess for whom I became this way. Alright, actually, I came to ask you for some internal information. Yoruichi Shihoin turned her head slightly. The Quincy's in the world of the living are acting like they're crazy. Is the Siriiti really going to go to war? If so, then she, Kasuki Urahara, and those in the Vizards would have to prepare to move house in advance. Once this war broke out, the scope of the impact would definitely not be limited to just Shinigami and Quincy's. Soifon listened quietly, her arms around Yoruichi's waist loosening a bit, yet still circling her loosely. Immediately after, she confessed the decision of today's captain's council to the other party. Yoruichi obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Her tense shoulders relaxed, and she moved, seemingly wanting to get up and leave. But Soifon's arms tightened some more, and the breathing against Yoruichi's back became somewhat heavy. You come as you please, and leave as you please. Lady Yoruichi. Wait. Now. Shoo. It's fine, leave it to me, Lady Yoruichi. Lightly twisting, slowly plucking, then teasing again. Between the raised fingers, the cry of a golden oriole is heard. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 73, The Plan Begins, bonus chapter. To obtain inside information regarding the Gotei 13 from Soifon, Yoruichi Shihoin paid a heavy price. Even her posture when using Shuinpa to leave was somewhat distorted. Soifon opened the window, allowing the circulating air to carry away the intimate atmosphere within the room. By the time Rukia and Momo Hinamori came to clean Soifon's room, the scent carrying a unique fragrance had mostly dissipated. Why do I feel like Teacher Soifon's room smells particularly good today? Momo Hinamori's nose twitched slightly, smelling the scent actually made her face heat up a little. Idiot Momo, which day does Teacher Soifon's room not smell good? Rukia was just about to scold her best friend for her weird remark when she subconsciously took a careful sniff herself. It seemed there really was a fragrance that wasn't usually present. Exchanging a glance, the two found Soifon, who was currently maintaining her zanpakuto. Stare. They didn't speak, simply watching their teacher wipe her blade in silence. Uncomfortable with their intense gazes, Soifon paused her movements. What are you doing? Soifon's expression was peculiar, she felt the looks from her two students were somewhat offensive. Teacher Soifon. Did you sleep alone last night? Rukia and Momo Hinamori narrowed their eyes and spoke one after another, displaying a strange tacit understanding. Soifon adjusted her collar, picked up her sword, and walked past them to leave. Baffling. Of course I slept alone. It was just that there was also a cat, that's all. Several years passed gradually. The Quincy's in the world of the living had even found the territory of the Vizards, yet they still could not find any trace of Soifon. The war between them and the Shinigami was always maintained at a strange equilibrium. Whenever it was on the verge of dying down, someone would always use a pair of invisible hands to pour a bucket of hot oil over it. Inside the Wandenreich. Bang. Looking at the search report submitted to him, Hashwolf slammed his fist onto the table. I told you to find that female Quincy who hijacked Menenius, and you actually went and started a conflict with the Shinigami. His Majesty Yawacha's 9 years of power was coming to an end. Hashwolf hadn't expected these idiots to cause such a huge mess for him at this critical juncture. It would be bad if the Siriidii noticed the power of their Wandenreich. However, leaving Menenius lost out, there was also an invisible bomb for the Empire. No, if that short female Quincy was discovered next time, he had to dispatch more members of the Sternritter to ensure she was securely captured. Basby leaned against the wall, gloating as he looked at the furious Hashwolf. Why such a big temper? It's nothing. Do you have any clues regarding Menenius on your side? Glancing at him, Hashwolf stood up and walked over to stand beside Basby. Basby spread his hands. Of course not. If you ask me, Menenius's fate is still unknown. She's probably already dead. We cannot just let it go. His Majesty's dignity allows no provocation. Hearing the other's words, Hashwolf walked past Basby, heading alone toward the end of the long corridor. Menenius was not dead. This was the only fact Hashwolf was certain of. Because if Menenius had died, the power of the script within her would definitely have returned to His Majesty Yawach. As his other half, Hashwolf would certainly have sensed it. Meanwhile, the war between the Quincy's in the world of the living and the stationed Shinigami had gradually subsided. Hueco Mundo lost no chase. In the empty Great Hall, there were only 3 figures. Aizen stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the eternally unchanging night sky of Hueco Mundo. Over these years, fewer and fewer support Shinigami have been dispatched to the world of the living. This farce seems to be nearing its end. Aizen tapped on the windowsill, speaking slowly. Perhaps due to the pressure exerted by the Wandenreich, the Quincy's in the world of the living, even while eyeing the spots in the Sternritter, could only search in a low-profile manner, trying their best not to conflict with the Shinigami. Nodding, Soifon shifted her gaze to Menenius standing nearby. It's about time. Captain Aizen must be getting impatient too. Referring to the Hogyoku. Captain Soifon. Aizen turned around. His gaze behind the glasses followed Soifon's line of sight, also landing on Menenius. Over these years, Aizen had used the unique nature of the Hogyoku to attempt to influence the growth of her power, achieving quite significant results. Menenius seemed to sense their scrutiny. She blinked, looking left and right with some confusion. Lord Hashwolf. Candace, why are you looking at me? Menenius, regarding the Quincy traitor who attacked the Wandenreich and hijacked you earlier, we have found her whereabouts. Aizen walked slowly up to her, his face wearing his customary gentle smile. Hearing this, Menenius's pupils contracted abruptly. Immediately afterward, she raised her right hand and clenched her fist violently. The air seemed to be twisted and compressed by an invisible force. Please leave it to me. Menenius's eyes were resolute. I will definitely drag that dwarf back to the Empire, Lord Hashwolf. Still with the dwarf? Still dwarf. Noticing the teasing look Aizen cast her way, the corner of Soifon's mouth twitched, and she suppressed the urge to punch Menenius. In the world of the living, Karakura town. That fellow is very cunning. She is hiding in a stronghold with many cohorts. Trying to drag her out might require some effort. Aizen nodded and spoke. Rest assured and leave it to me, Lord Hashwolf. Menenius made a move to leave, but this was not the Wandenreich. She could not leave Hueco Mundo using the method of moving through shadows. Pa. Before she could activate her ability, Soifon grabbed Menenius's wrist. The mission briefing isn't finished yet. Don't be in such a rush. Candace, are you going with me too? Menenius turned her head curiously. Due to the height difference, she was speaking to empty air. Note, the height difference between 1.91 m and 1.5 m. Candace is 1.66 m. I'm not going. Menenius, make as big a scene as possible in Karakura town. His Majesty is counting on this to drag out the invaders' cohorts. Soifon tilted her head back, looking past the evil obstruction on her chest to gaze at the other's face. Menenius fell silent for a few seconds. Seeing that Hashwolf tacitly approved of the other's words, she finally nodded slowly. I understand, destroy the stronghold and force him to show himself. Karakura town. Walking out of the Garganta, Sosuke Aizen held the released Kyoka Suigetsu. Next to him followed Soifon, Menenius, who treated the two of them as non-existent, and Neliel and Harabel who had come to provide support. Black cloaks completely concealed the figures of the latter 3, hiding any physical characteristics. Remember, make a commotion, but do not kill anyone. Let the news spread as fast as possible. As Soifon's voice fell, Menenius nodded heavily, bent her knees, and leapt into midair. Harabel and Neliel, the 2 female Arinkars, followed closely behind her. Only when her figure had completely disappeared did Aizen turn back to look at Soifon. What is the plan for the next step, Captain Soifon? Return to the Siriidii and await the Captain Commander's deployment. Soifon opened a Garganta leading to Soul Society. With Meninus's strength, it definitely won't work unless a captain-level Shinigami is dispatched. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 74, Betray Me, Ryukin, bonus chapter. Not long after the Garganta in Hueco Mundo closed, alarms rang out across the entirety of Karakura town. Ear-piercing sirens mixed with the roar of collapsing buildings. On the screen, the disaster site looked as if it had been struck by a massive meteorite. The television reported urgent news, a suspected series of large-scale gas pipeline explosions. Schools across the city were suspended, and residents were being urgently evacuated. Inside the Ishida villa, Yuryu Ishida held his mobile phone, speaking with Ichigo Kurosaki. Hello, Ichigo. Yuryu's voice was very low. That was definitely not a gas explosion. I felt a very strong spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure? Yuryu, what are you talking about? Ichigo Kurosaki was writing out exercise problems at his desk, occasionally looking up at the high-rise buildings emitting black smoke in the distance. It's just the recent gas explosion. Sorry, my mom seems to be calling me downstairs. Hanging up now, Yuryu. Beep. As the sound of the call disconnecting rang in his ear, Yuryu Ishida pushed up his glasses, put down the phone, and picked up a notebook. This was left behind by his grandfather, Soken Ishida. It was a notebook recording the history of the Quincy's, documenting everything about the Wandenreich. Siriiti, 1st Division Assembly Hall. Chojiro Sasaki stood to the side, reporting on the battle situation. 17 injured, all of whom are seated officers or lower-ranking soldiers stationed in the world of the living. No fatalities. Additionally, the Quincy side was also indiscriminately attacked by the opposing party. The enemy, only one person made a move. Based on the descriptions from the injured and the analysis of the residual spiritual pressure at the scene, the opponent's strength is estimated to be at the vice-captain level or above. The room fell into silence. A mysterious person with strength equivalent to a vice-captain or higher appearing in the world of the living was no small matter. Could it be that group, the Vizards? Standing within the queue of captains, Soifon raised her head and looked toward Chojiro Sasaki. It was not the Vizards, Captain Soifon. Mayuri Kuratsuchi raised his hand, looking past the queue toward Soifon in the front row, and grinned. Signaling that he wasn't intentionally refuting his patron's face. I conducted a deep analysis of the residual spirit particle samples extracted from the injured, as well as the spirit particle residue collected from the scene. The results are very interesting. No components of hollow spiritual pressure were detected, nor was there the unique spiritual pressure of Shinigami Kido or Zanpakuto. Speaking to this point, Mayuri Kuratsuchi cracked his mouth open, revealing a bizarre smile. On the contrary, it consists of extremely pure spirit particles. The purity of these spirit particles and the method of their usage perfectly match the Quincy combat data recorded in our database. Therefore, my judgment is, the culprit is a Quincy. By the end, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's voice became increasingly excited. Could it be a civil war between Quincy's? The captains looked at each other in blank dismay. None of them really believed that the current Quincy still possessed such formidable strength, but the written report in black and white couldn't possibly be a lie. Friction with the Quincy's in the world of the living had been uninterrupted over these years, but everyone was aware of their upper limits. At most, they were at the level of a seated officer. Captain Commander Yamamoto remained seated in the main seat with his eyes closed, his wrinkled face betraying no emotion. Mayuri Kuratsuchi scratched the mask on his face and continued to supplement. Additionally, monitoring data shows that the number of hollows in the Karakura town area is decreasing sharply. Once this sentence came out, even if it was a civil war between Quincy's, the Gotei 13 could no longer sit idly by. Hollows could only be slain by Shinigami. Thud. The walking stick struck the ground heavily, and the captain commander slowly opened his eyes. Things having reached this stage, we can only settle this quickly. So then, who will go to the world of the living to handle this matter? Almost the instant the captain commander's voice fell, Soifon took a step forward, standing in the center of the assembly hall. She raised her head slightly, looking up at the captain commander. Your Excellency, Captain Commander, please let me go. The assembly hall was quiet for a few seconds. Anohana's eyes flickered, raising some doubts in her heart. Why was the figure of Soifon always unavoidable when it came to missions in the world of the living? However, the other party was indeed the most suitable captain for this mission. The captain commander looked at Soifon silently. A few seconds later, he slowly nodded, granted. Karakura town. When Soifon appeared at the door of the Ishida house, Kane Katagiri, who was watering flowers, immediately put down the watering can and walked over. Captain Soifon. Why have you come? Please, come in quickly. She welcomed Soifon into the living room, then turned and shouted upstairs, Ryukin, Yuryu. Captain Soifon is here. Urgent footsteps soon came from the stairs. Yuryu Ishida walked down the stairs holding an old notebook, Big Sister Soifon. Following slowly behind him was Ryukin Ishida. He walked to his wife, Kane Katagiri, put his arm around her shoulder, and nodded to Soifon with a complex expression, Captain Soifon. Ryukin knew what had happened back then from his father, and he was also clear that when Soifon appeared at the Ishida home next, their peaceful life would come to an end. Big Sister Soifon came this time, because of the attack incident in Karakura town, right? Yuryu Ishida guessed. Soifon nodded, then shook her head. At this moment, Ryukin Ishida whispered something to Kane Katagiri and patted her back. Immediately, Kane Katagiri spoke, you guys talk, I'll go prepare some tea and snacks. At this, Soifon's gaze turned toward the kitchen, is your mother's health okay? Not too good. Yuryu Ishida clenched his fists tightly. Because of the holy selection, mother's body has been consistently weak. Ryukin sat to the side, silently rubbing the space between his brows. If possible, Ryukin Ishida didn't want his own son to take risks. But this time, the person without talent seemed to be himself. After a simple chat, Soifon discovered that the preparations made by the Ishida family were greater than she had imagined. Yuryu Ishida had completely recognized the danger he was about to face. Thus, Soifon took out Soken Ishida's pass to the Gate of the Sun from back then and placed it on the table. Grandfather told me. Yuryu Ishida picked up the pass. When the pass to the Gate of the Sun returns to my hands, I only need to follow Big Sister Soifon's arrangements. Soifon looked toward Ryukin Ishida, who was sitting on the sofa. Meeting her gaze, Ryukin slowly nodded. The next moment, Soifon's gaze fell back onto Yuryu Ishida, then, please reveal the information of my appearance to the Wandenreich, and use this to exchange for an opportunity to join the Sternritter. After finishing speaking, leaving behind the coordinates of an uninhabited forest in the suburbs, Soifon rose and left. Inside the Wandenreich. Hashwolf sized up the travel-worn Yuryu Ishida before him with interest, though he didn't seem to believe his words. You are saying that you picked up the pass dropped by that fellow, and you also want to join the Empire and participate in the knighthood assessment. Yes. That person in black clothes seemed to be injured and ran to the forest in the eastern suburbs of Karakura town. Yuryu Ishida reported the location neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hashwolf continued to ask, as far as I know, you are Soken Ishida's grandson. Yuryu Ishida froze for a moment, then slowly nodded, yes. I have always wanted to take revenge for my grandfather. A little interesting. However, before I verify your intelligence, please stay here for now. As Hashwolf passed by Yuryu Ishida, he raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 75, First Spiritual Ranks Shinigami Power, can you withstand it? 2 in 1. Karakura town, east suburbs, deep within the dense forest. Time passed, second by second. Soifon remained alone in a clearing surrounded by towering trees. Leaning against a large tree, she had changed back into her black shihakusho, though she was not wearing her captain's haori. Earlier, Soifon had already applied to the Siriiti for a limiter release, and the spirit seal on her hand had already dissipated. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared in another area of Karakura town. 3 undisguised, powerful spiritual pressures appeared within her sensing range. The Quincy's of the Wandenreich had arrived. Almost at the same time, Sosuke Aizen arrived at Soifon's hiding spot with Meninas. Captain Soifon, Sosuke Aizen slowly descended into the forest. 3 Quincy's wearing uniforms are heading your way. I sense them as well. Soifon raised her eyes to look at Meninas. Let her attack me. Make some noise. Remember, use full power, otherwise you won't break my defense. The moment she finished speaking, the pink-haired girl, who had been idling nearby, clenched her hands into fists, condensing reishi dumbbells, and swung at Soifon. Meninas's fist landed on the spot where Soifon had just been standing, and a thick tree was smashed in half at the waist. Soifon's figure flickered rapidly through the forest. Her body surface was constantly scraped by flying gravel and debris, activating the pale blue glow of blood venae. Her dodging appeared somewhat forced, always barely avoiding critical hits at the last moment, but the shockwaves from the passing fist winds still knocked her back repeatedly. Finally, Menina seized the opportunity and blasted out a heavy straight punch. Die. Traitor. Soifon seemed unable to dodge in time and could only cross her arms in front of her chest, forcibly taking this charged punch. Boom. The moment the fist collided with her arms, a visible transparent ring of shockwaves exploded outward. More than a dozen surrounding trees fell in response, while soil and crushed rock shot into the sky like a fountain. Soifon was sent flying backward, smashing ruthlessly into the ground over 10 meters away. The massive sound of the impact even reached the downtown area of Karakura town. Many residents who were evacuating felt a distinct tremor beneath their feet as a dust wave tens of meters high rose up. On the other side of the dense forest, the three members of the Sternritter, who were approaching at high speed, looked simultaneously toward the center of the battle. This fluctuation of Ryatsu. The eyes behind Quilge's lenses flickered with light. Speed up. Don't let that fellow be snatched away by someone else. When they arrived at the battlefield, which had already turned into ruins, the scene they saw surprised them somewhat. The dust was slowly settling. In the center of the crater, a petite figure was struggling to climb up from the pile of rubble, the blood vein on her body flickering dimly. Soifon's clothes were soiled with dust, and many abrasions and bruises could be seen on her exposed skin. She propped herself up with one hand, panting, looking heavily injured. Quilge's gaze swept quickly across the surroundings. Finding no sign of the other combatant, his sight finally settled back on the short figure staggering to her feet in the crater. Short, female, Quincy. Quilge muttered to himself, a reishi bow forming silently in his hand. The characteristics match, but her strength doesn't seem that strong. Whether she is or not, we'll know once we test her. The moment he spoke, Quilge released the bowstring. If she dies, she isn't; if she doesn't die. A Quincy arrow tore through the air, heading straight for Soifon's chest. At this moment, Soifon seemed to have just found her footing and was unable to react to the arrival of this arrow in time. She only managed to raise her right hand, a layer of pale blue blood vein hurriedly lighting up on the surface of her palm. The arrow tip collided with her palm. Clang. The arrow did not penetrate her palm as expected; instead, it grazed Soifon, flying past to embed itself in the ground behind her, blasting out a small pit. At the same time, her left hand quietly slipped into her bosom, secretly finding the soul pager and sending a distress signal to the device belonging to Ichigo Kurosaki. Distress signal sent. Target, Ichigo Kurosaki. Only after doing all this did Soifon slowly raise her head to look at the three Sternritter members not far away. Back then, she had given out the soul pager not merely to protect the Kurosaki family. Oh. With that intensity of blood vein, it seems you are indeed the fellow who abducted Meninas back then. Quilge slowly landed on the edge of the crater, looking at Soifon standing on the other side. As Nod and Songdu also landed around Soifon one after another, forming a three-sided encirclement. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki had just returned to his room. Pushing open the door, he heard a buzzing vibration coming from his desk drawer. He walked over quickly and pulled open the drawer. That soul pager, which hadn't shown any activity for years, had a screen glowing with a piercing red light. This is... Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed the device. A line of constantly flashing red text jumped out on the screen. Coordinates synchronized. Attached below was a simplified map. Ichigo Kurosaki's pupils contracted abruptly. Soifon is in danger. Karakura town had indeed been unstable recently. A few nights ago, a loud noise and earthquake-like tremors had come from the suburbs. Yoruichi had even mysteriously come to tell him that a guy with very strong spiritual pressure might be fighting over there. Could it be that Big Sister Soifon was sent to handle this matter? Is the enemy's power really so strong that even a captain can't handle it? Damn it. Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his teeth, grabbed the soul pager, and rushed downstairs. Yuzu and Karen, who were watching TV in the living room, only saw an afterimage flash by before the door was slammed shut with a bang. Ichigo and I. He couldn't hear his sisters shout anymore. Ichigo Kurosaki jumped onto his bicycle, pedaling desperately, sprinting toward the location marked on the map. An enemy that even Big Sister Soifon can't handle, an ordinary person like me. But Soifon was his parents' savior. Now that she was facing danger, Ichigo Kurosaki could not sit idly by. The bicycle chain let out an overwhelmed creak. Cold sweat seeped from Ichigo Kurosaki's forehead. He could feel himself getting closer and closer to the destination, a heavy sense of oppression radiating from the depths of the forest. Deep within the dense forest, the battlefield was a mess. The reishi arrows of the three Sternritter members were like a rainstorm, shooting at Soifon's teetering figure from every tricky angle. Soifon moved at high speed through the forest, but her movements were obviously much more sluggish than before. The light of her blood vein flickered uncertainly. Every time she blocked an arrow, her body would involuntarily lose balance and fall to the side. She could sense that Ichigo Kurosaki was approaching. Soifon propped herself up against a nearby tree with one hand, panting heavily. In reality, she wasn't panicked at all, she was purely acting. Not falling down yet. Quilge frowned slightly, his fingers pulling the bowstring again. You should have reached your limit long ago. The moment his voice fell, 3 reishi arrows shot out in a triangular formation, sealing off Soifon's retreat paths to the left, right, and above. Soifon's body twisted at an almost impossible angle. Her right shoulder was grazed by a reishi arrow, bringing forth a splash of blood, and she staggered, falling sideways. Hiss. The power of the Stern Ritter right now is practically tickling me. If I don't cancel the blood vene and keep acting like this, I'm going to blow my cover. Clutching the wound on her shoulder, Soifon grinned and ran in the direction of Ichigo Kurosaki. It seemed she was an arrow at the end of its flight. But to have fought against members of the Stern Ritter until now was already extremely remarkable. Quilge didn't chase immediately. Seeing that Soifon's blood vene could no longer hold up, he began to enjoy the pleasure of cat and mouse. In his perception, an ordinary human with some spiritual power had stumbled into their battle, and the fleeing Quincy was heading in that direction. On the other side, Ichigo Kurosaki threw his bicycle at the entrance of the park, the scene before him causing him to brake abruptly. The forest floor looked like it had been plowed. Trees were leaning askew, and the ground was covered in pits and scorch marks. The air was filled with dust, the smell of burning, and a faint scent of blood. Ichigo Kurosaki suppressed his fear, covered his nose with his collar, and ran desperately toward the direction where the smoke and dust were thickest. He hadn't run far when the trees ahead shook violently. A figure stumbled out from among the smoke and broken branches, almost crashing into a tree not far in front of Ichigo Kurosaki before barely steadying herself. Big Sister Soifon. Ichigo Kurosaki's pupils contracted abruptly. Ichigo. The two spoke almost simultaneously, their tones filled with astonishment. Before Ichigo Kurosaki could react, Soifon had already rushed in front of him, her blood-stained hand grabbing his collar. Why are you here? Go, quickly. Before she could finish, 3 white figures followed closely behind. I see. Quilge smiled with malicious amusement. Is this your friend in Karakura town? Subsequently, as Not raised his hand and fired a Quincy arrow at Ichigo Kurosaki. Splurt. Soifon shoved Ichigo Kurosaki backward violently. There was the muffled sound of flesh being penetrated by the arrow, and scorching blood splashed onto Ichigo's face. Disregarding the pain, she leaped up from the spot, taking the paralyzed and bewildered Ichigo Kurosaki with her, and fled deeper into the suburban forest. It seems you also have companions to protect. Quilge's tone carried a game-like mockery. Now this is getting interesting. He raised his hand, condensing another round of reishi arrows. This time, the target was explicitly locked onto Ichigo Kurosaki. Soifon took Ichigo Kurosaki and dodged wretchedly, the two of them stumbling into the denser woods. Finally, Soifon dragged Ichigo Kurosaki behind a thick ancient tree. She slid down, leaning her back against the trunk. Big Sister Soifon. Ichigo, why are you here? Ichigo Kurosaki finally woke from his stupor, hurriedly pulling out the alarm-sounding soul pager from his pocket. The Shinigami in Karakura town were all injured and went back. I am the only captain here. I didn't expect the soul pager to send you a distress call. It is my dereliction of duty. Ichigo, run quickly. While they haven't caught up yet. Run. Leave Big Sister Soifon here alone. Ichigo Kurosaki froze. But. Ichigo spoke with difficulty, Big Sister Soifon, don't you, have absolutely no chance of winning. After a moment, Soifon squeezed a sentence out of her mouth with difficulty. Become a Shinigami, Ichigo. Your bloodline is unparalleled. As long as you become a Shinigami, you can resolve the crisis before your eyes. However, once you use that method, you will never be able to return to your peaceful daily life, Ichigo. Before she finished speaking, 3 reishi arrows tore through the air, accurately hitting the trunk of the large tree they were hiding behind. Soifon violently yanked Ichigo Kurosaki's collar, and the two threw themselves sideways in a wretched manner, narrowly avoiding the splashing sharp wood splinters. The game of hide-and-seek should end now. Quilge pushed up his glasses, reishi slowly gathering at his fingertips. Dragging a burden along, where else can you run? Quilge deliberately slowed his movements, the Quincy arrow forming bit by bit. What kind of joke is this? Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his teeth. What do you take life for? At the same time, Soifon drew the Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, hidden under her shihakusho. The sharp blade tip glinted with cold light. Quilge and the other two looked surprised, faintly feeling a sense of foreboding. They hadn't seen this guy draw a sword during the battle just now. Do Quincy's use cold weapons too? Hold it. Point the blade at your own chest and thrust it in. You will be able to obtain power. Then, you won't be able to return to a normal life. Soifon pointed the blade tip at Ichigo Kurosaki, issuing the final warning. If I can't even defeat the enemy in front of me, if I can't even save the person I'm protecting, what normal life is there to talk about? I need power. The power to protect my family and friends. Ichigo Kurosaki grasped the Zanpakuto, stepping forward to let the blade tip sink into his chest. The moment the blade pierced his skin, Soifon unreservedly poured her entire body's Ryatsu into Ichigo Kurosaki. The terrifying Ryatsu of the first spiritual rank poured out frantically in all directions, centered on her and Ichigo Kurosaki. Buzz. The air let out an overwhelmed wail, and the ground trembled violently. With the two as the center, the gravel on the ground trembled and floated into the air continuously. The expressions of Quilge and the other two changed drastically. The terrifying Ryatsu made it impossible for them to approach. They retreated tens of meters away before they could barely catch their breath. A blinding pillar of white light shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Even space became distorted and fluctuated under this power. What kind of Ryatsu is this? In the distance, Kasuke Urahara, Yoruichi Shihoin, and the members of the Vizards all coincidentally cast their gazes upon this dazzling pillar of Ryatsu. Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were tightly closed. The wound on his chest not only didn't bleed but emitted a blue-black light under the infusion of Ryatsu. The black fabric of the Shihakusho spread out from his body surface as if it had a life of its own, entangled with pale blue reishi fluorescence. The light gradually faded. A massive Zanpakuto rested on Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulder. His spiritual sense clearly perceived Quilge and the other two not far away. Ichigo Kurosaki gripped the sword with both hands, charging power. Blue-black Ryatsu flames rose up, wrapping around the blade body as if by instinct. Getsuga. Tensho. The blue-black moonfang slash cut through large swathes of trees without any obstruction, flying toward Quilge, as Not and Sangdu returned to the Empire, quickly. At the critical juncture of life and death, Quilge rapidly circulated his Ryatsu to communicate with the gate of the son of the Wandenreich. But when he saw the confident appearance of his two teammates, he despaired. Sangdu took a step forward, completely unafraid of the blue-black moonfang before his eyes. My script is I, the Iron. Mere humans. Correct. There is absolutely no need for fear. As Not spoke in agreement. Immediately after, under Quilge's despairing gaze, the two of them hesitatingly blocked the path of Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 76, the other half Hogyoku obtained. Wandenreich. Bang. The pure white stone table could not withstand the burden and collapsed with a loud crash under Hashwaltha's hammer blow. He looked at the battered and exhausted Quilge, gritting his teeth. Are you saying, not only did you fail to bring back that short female Quincy, but you also lost two teammates? After speaking, Hashwalth cast a gaze full of killing intent toward Yoruichi. From his left shoulder to his right waist, Quilge had been almost sliced in two by a slash, barely able to support his movements by relying on the ability of Ransatengai. Nodding with difficulty, Quilge truthfully revealed the sudden variable that was Ichigo Kurosaki. Hiss. It is just so. That yellow-haired brat seemed to be called Ichigo. Ichigo. Yoruichi abruptly raised his head and exclaimed, is he a boy with short orange hair, about the same age as me? Hearing this, Hashwaltha's sharp gaze swept over Yoruichi, and after a long while, he spoke slowly, you know him. Yoruichi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, nodded with difficulty, and informed the other party of some information regarding his acquaintance with Ichigo Kurosaki. Hashwalth fell silent for a moment, then finally waved his hand. Quilge, you go get treated first. He turned to look at Yoruichi. Yoruichi, seeing as the intelligence you provided is basically true, and you indeed have a past acquaintance with the target, stay in the Wandenreich and await the entrance examination for the Sternritter. After speaking, he no longer looked at anyone, his figure slowly merging into the shadows of the corridor. In the center of the crater, Ichigo Kurosaki stood blankly on the spot, looking down at the black Shihakusho that had surfaced on his body at some unknown time. Soifon's face was as pale as paper, her breathing weak. Her body swayed, and her feet felt as if she were stepping on cotton. The sense of collapse brought about by the excessive overdraft of Ryatsu swept through her whole body like a tide, and she stumbled, falling to sit on the ground. Although Karakura Town was a heavy spirit ground, the density of spirit particles was still somewhat different from Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Coupled with the fact that Soifon had deliberately delayed the recovery of spirit particles, she was somewhat unaccustomed to this long-absent feeling of weakness. The moment Soifon sat on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki reached out his hand to support her. Big sister Soifon. Don't help me, I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. Huh. Big sister Soifon, girlfriend. His outstretched hand hung in midair. Ichigo Kurosaki's worldview, which had already suffered a heavy impact, seemed to be shattered a little further. Just then, several sounds of breaking air rang out in succession. Kisuke Urahara, Yoruichi Shihoin, as well as the members of the Vizards led by Shinji Hirako, landed near the forest one after another. They were evidently attracted by that earth-shaking Ryatsu explosion just now. When they saw the strange Shihakusho on Ichigo Kurosaki and Soifon weak on the ground, everyone's expressions varied. Yoruichi Shihoin's face showed great shock. She used Shuinpa to rush to Soifon's side, holding her in her arms. Soifon, what happened? Why is your Ryatsu depleted so severely? As she spoke, Yoruichi used her sleeve to wipe the bloodstains and dust from Soifon's face. To the side, the members of the Vizards glanced at each other. Shinji Hirako tilted his head, the corners of his mouth splitting into a smile that carried a bit of playfulness and schadenfreude. Yo. Isn't this Captain Soifon of the 2nd Division? How did you end up so wretched? You even gave the power of a Shinigami to a brat in the world of the living. TSK. Hayori Saragaki stood to the side with her hands on her hips, delivering the finishing blow without politeness. Baldy is right. When the time comes, let's prepare a welcome party for you. Ichigo Kurosaki listened from the side. Although he didn't quite understand what these two were being sarcastic about, he vaguely understood one thing: Soifon giving him power seemed to be a great taboo. Back at the Urahara shop, Soifon and Ichigo Kurosaki explained the events from their respective perspectives, causing Kisuke Urahara, who was listening nearby, to shake his folding fan repeatedly. Such a formidable Quincy. Yoruichi Shihoin frowned tightly as she listened from the side. She had a deep understanding of Soifon's Hakuda and Shuinpa. If she couldn't beat them, could she really not outrun them? Moreover, she had checked just now, there was no spirit seal on Soifon's body. That meant she was in peak condition when the battle started, a genuine captain of the 3rd spiritual rank. So, was the reason Miss Soifon went looking for Quincy history books and the Kaiser Gesang earlier because she knew about the formidability of these Quincy's? Kisuke Urahara waved his fan, appearing deep in thought. Only Ichigo Kurosaki beside him scratched his head as he listened. Empire, Quincy, Kaiser Gesang. Masaki Kurosaki had not educated Ichigo about the Wandenreich at home, so Ichigo Kurosaki only knew that the person who performed the Oswalin on his mother back then was called Yawachi. And that guy Yoruichi, at most, showed off his Quincy strength to him but didn't say much else. Is Yawachi a person from the Empire? Because Soifon had introduced the identities of the two to him on the way here, Ichigo Kurosaki knew that these two counted as acquaintances of his parents. Speaking of which, this Mr. Kurosaki. Kisuke Urahara looked at him meaningfully. Your form seems to be a combination of Quincy and Shinigami power. Can you attempt to switch back to human form? Ichigo Kurosaki lifted his Shihakusho slightly. Huh? Am I not human right now? I'll take Soifon for a bath first. You teach little brother Kurosaki some Shinigami common sense in the meantime. Yoruichi Shihoin picked Soifon up by the waist and walked toward the bathroom of the Urahara shop. Inside the bathroom, steam was rising. Yoruichi Shihoin carefully placed Soifon sitting on the edge of the bathtub, while she squatted in front of her. Warm water gushed from the showerhead. Yoruichi reached out and removed the Shihakusho from Soifon's body, which was already soaked in blood and dirt. Looking at the marks on Soifon's body, which were mostly abrasions, Yoruichi Shihoin frowned slightly. The external injuries were not particularly serious, perhaps it was internal injury. Yoruichi took a soft wet towel, dipped it in warm water, and wiped away the bloodstains around those wounds bit by bit. Her fingertips occasionally grazed Soifon's smooth skin, perhaps this was revenge for the time she invaded her personal space. Why did you come alone? Yoruichi was obviously suppressing her anger. Just because you've been a captain for a few years, you think you're invincible under the heavens. Enduring the ticklish sensation, Soifon leaned against the edge of the bathtub and shook her head. The Siriitii thought it was just a vice-captain level Quincy causing trouble. I didn't expect the strength to be so formidable. Because Soifon was heavily injured, Yoruichi Shihoin didn't think about exacting revenge. She just teased the other party casually before washing Soifon's body clean. Pushing open the bathroom door, Soifon, now changed into a loose sleeping robe, leaned against Yoruichi. Sitting in the living room, she was visibly weak to the naked eye. Speaking of which, Yoruichi raised her hand to brush aside Soifon's damp bangs. What is going on with your Ryatsu? Why hasn't it recovered yet? Is it because the concentration of spirit particles in the world of the living is too low? Kisuke Urahara seemed to be looking for something in the room and answered offhandedly. And also when I gave power to Ichigo just now, it seems all the Ryatsu in my body was sucked dry. Soifon nodded, making Ichigo Kurosaki, who was sitting opposite, scratch his head in embarrassment. Is that so? Then why doesn't Miss Soifon change into a Jigai? That way, the consumption of spiritual power will be a bit less, right? Kasuke Urahara asked obliquely. I left in a hurry and didn't bring a jigai. Soifon sighed, striking a pose. I thought it was just a vice captain level Quincy, I never thought it would be like this. It's fine, the deficit can be recovered. Kasuke Urahara finally found his item, carried it out, and placed it on the table. However, living as a spirit body will still be relatively troublesome during this time. I have another jigai here, if you don't mind, please use it. Soifon's expression remained normal, showing no suspicion, and she quickly changed into Kasuke Urahara's jigai. Sure enough, just as she expected, her originally slowly recovering Reiatsu suddenly stagnated. If not for the fact that she had awakened Quincy abilities and had a high degree of mastery over spirit particles, she might not have sensed it. However, it wasn't a big problem. Even if her passive recovery skill was banned, she still had an active skill, Sclaverai. New story, Danmachi, but I am a god, time to make a family. Fire 25% off something at the funeral parlor, care to take a look? Fire. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 77, Confession. After Yoruichi Shihoin left the room, Soifon sat quietly in place. Raising her hand to touch the center of her smooth chest, Soifon could feel that the Hogyoku was hidden right there by Kasuke Urahara, but it could not be extracted by ordinary means. This jigai was eroding Soifon's soul at a slow pace, it would likely take less than a year for her to completely turn into a human. Unless she could recover her spiritual power to resist this erosion. The problem was that the interior of the jigai seemed to be embedded with some kind of suppression mechanism, causing the spirit body's instinct to automatically absorb external spirit particles to come to a near halt. As expected, I have replaced Rukia's position and become Kasuke Urahara's tool for hiding the Hogyoku. Soifon pushed open the window and extended her hand toward a large tree in the backyard. The free-floating and thin spirit particles in the air seemed to be subjected to some invisible traction, beginning to flow slowly and continuously into her body. The amount was small, and the speed was slow, but it was enough to form a faint cycle within her body, barely resisting the assimilation force of the jigai. Using Sclaverai at this level would not be discovered by Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi, they would only consider it a normal phenomenon of spirit particle flow. The night grew darker. The guest room of the Urahara shop wasn't wide. 2 futons were laid side by side on the tatami, with only the moonlight outside the window providing faint illumination. Soifon and Yoruichi Shihoin lay quietly, separated by a fist's width. Neither had fallen asleep, leaving only the sound of their gentle breathing in the room. A moment later, a rustling sound rang out beside Soifon. Yoruichi's quilt moved. A calf carrying warm body heat extended from the side, the instep gently hooking around Soifon's waist, pulling her a bit closer. Immediately afterward, warm breath brushed past the hollow of her neck. Yoruichi's face leaned in very close, her lips almost touching the skin behind Soifon's ear. Soifon. Pressing against her, Yoruichi murmured in her ear. However, Soifon did not move, nor did she respond, simply allowing Yoruichi Shihoin to hold her like this. After another few seconds, Soifon sighed softly. Lady Yoruichi. She turned her face sideways, looking into the golden eyes close at hand in the dim light. I don't think comforting me requires using such a method. Soifon was somewhat helpless, moreover, my Reiatsu has just been drained empty. You wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of my precarious situation, right? Subsequently, Yoruichi's body stiffened for a moment, and she just lay quietly beside Soifon like that. Yoruichi remained silent for a long time. The foot hooked around Soifon's waist slowly relaxed its strength, but she did not completely take it back. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently stroking Soifon's cheek, slowly rubbing along her jawline. By the moonlight, Yoruichi Shihoin carefully scrutinized Soifon's profile, seemingly wanting to reacquaint herself with this little sister, who used to follow behind her back. Soifon, what do you? Yoruichi finally spoke, plan to do now. Her thumb stopped below the corner of Soifon's eye, rubbing it gently. Violating the laws of the Siriidii, granting the power of a Shinigami to a human of the world of the living. Even if you are the captain of the 2nd Division, the commander-in-chief of the Stealth Force, and the corps commander of the Executive Militia, this is a grave crime. Central 46 won't let this opportunity pass. Yoruichi Shihoin didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already obvious enough. If Soifon had been sent to fight an enemy only at the vice-captain level, yet hadn't returned to the Siriidii after such a long time, the people on the Siriidii side would certainly become suspicious. Based on Soifon's strength, the personnel sent by the Siriidii for support would definitely be at the captain level as well. In that case, the strange state of Soifon's Reiatsu deficit would definitely not be able to be hidden. Judging by the current situation, Soifon should only have 2 choices. Either elope with her in the world of the living as a pair of ill-fated lovers, or be taken back to the Siriiti and sentenced by Central 46. Sigh. Soifon sighed. In truth, if she didn't want to go back right now, the Siriiti really had no way to deal with it. After all, which captain could take her away from the current Ichigo Kurosaki? Soifon was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Ichigo Kurosaki to directly awaken the powers of both a Quincy and a Shinigami. Was it because she was also a Quincy? Stay with me in the world of the living. I will protect you. Yoruichi, buried in the hollow of her neck, spoke. Her hot breath hit Soifon's skin, curling up a few strands of long hair by her ear. If the Siriiti doesn't send anyone over, I will stay here with Lady Yoruichi. What if they send someone to find you? Then I can't implicate Lady Yoruichi either. The next day, Isshin Kurosaki brought Ichigo Kurosaki to the Urahara shop. The father and son were wearing casual clothes, and Ryatsu was faintly overflowing uncontrollably from Ichigo's body. Sitting on the tatami, Isshin Kurosaki scratched his head. How should I put it? Although Ichigo would become a Shinigami sooner or later, to end up in this form after awakening. I really didn't anticipate it. Listening to this, Soifon rolled her eyes in her heart. The form of the number one hybrid in the three worlds, could you have guessed it? Next, Soifon bowed to Isshin Kurosaki. I am very sorry. I dragged Ichigo into such a matter and made him bear risks he shouldn't have to bear. Soifon lowered her head further. If the Siriiti investigates this, I will bear full responsibility. I absolutely will not implicate you. Ichigo was just about to say something when Isshin waved his hand carelessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Captain Soifon. I privately abandoned my captain's duties to settle in the world of the living. I've long been a sinner, it has nothing to do with you at all. Isshin Kurosaki didn't come this time to assign blame. Rather, the things happening to his son were too bizarre, even he, a knowledgeable captain, couldn't figure it out. Helpless, he could only bring Ichigo to find Kasuke Urahara and his group to have a look. Subsequently, Isshin patted Ichigo's head, letting him explain for himself. While Kasuke Urahara was explaining things to Ichigo, Isshin Kurosaki gave Soifon a hinting glance, signaling for her to go out and chat with him. Soifon followed Isshin Kurosaki to the clearing in the shop's backyard. Isshin Kurosaki turned around to size up the powerless Soifon, speaking only after a moment. Captain Soifon, actually, you deliberately awakened the power within Ichigo, didn't you? After Isshin Kurosaki reflected on it, he felt this matter was full of suspicious points. Yet Kasuke Urahara hadn't discovered it, making it hard not to suspect if he was playing dumb. But Soifon was their family's benefactor after all, so Isshin Kurosaki decided to ask her clearly. Correct. Since the other party had discovered it, Soifon decided to confess. Anyway, she had nothing to feel guilty about. Why? For world peace, of course. This isn't a joke. Ichigo's power is an insurance policy. Soifon led Isshin Kurosaki under the large tree and spoke. Quincy's of unknown origin are restless in the shadows. Does Senior Isshin really think we can continue living peacefully like this? Do you still remember the day Madame Masaki was subjected to the holy selection? Isshin Kurosaki's footsteps paused. He looked up at the clear blue sky, his thoughts unknown. After a long while, Isshin Kurosaki lowered his head to look at her. So, Captain Soifon needs Ichigo's power. Ichigo's power is very strong. It may not need to be used, but it cannot be absent. Soifon met Isshin Kurosaki's gaze without any pressure. Ghostfire the director is back. But with a brand new look, hee, Fire Ghost. New story, Classroom of the Elite, Black Sphere Academia. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 78, Siriiti's search and rescue personnel arrive. Siriiti, 1st Division Barracks, Conference Room. On both sides of the long table, the expressions of the captains were graver than usual. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, only the sound of Chojiro Sasakibe's report and the occasional coughing of Jushiro Yukitake echoed through the spacious meeting hall. The coordinates of the last Ryatsu transmission from Captain Soifon were located in the east suburbs of Karakura town, with the time frozen at yesterday evening. Since then, the signal from her soul pager has been cut off, and all conventional means of contact have received no response. Sasakibe's tone was heavy. Feedback from the Department of Research and Development's remote Ryatsu monitoring indicates that Captain Soifon's own Ryatsu reaction is extremely weak and shows a trend of continuous decay. Currently, it is akin to a candle in the wind. The captains lowered their heads in contemplation. None had expected the enemy this time to be so troublesome. Judging by Soifon's skills shown when she apprehended Tokinata Tsuneyashiro and sparred with Zaraki Kenpachi, even if her Ryatsu was not her strongest suit, an ordinary opponent would find it difficult to even catch her. Within the ranks, Toshiro Hitsugaya clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands. If not for the sake of his master's face, he would have already opened a Senkaman and led the 10th division to the world of the living to save her. What was the point of this meeting? It seems. Captain Commander Yamamoto's voice was slow but powerful. The opponent in the world of the living this time is trickier than anticipated. Who is willing to go to the world of the living to provide support? The heavy cane tapped lightly on the ground. Almost at the same moment his voice fell, Toshiro's voice rang out. I am willing. Toshiro took a step forward, his eyes full of urgency. Captain Commander, please let me. Rejected. The Captain Commander interrupted him, his gaze falling upon his young disciple. Captain Hitsugaya, your strength is insufficient to support this rescue operation. Hearing this, Toshiro Hitsugaya's fists clenched at his sides. He struggled internally for a long time, but eventually retreated in frustration. At this moment, Byakuya Kachiki stepped out from the ranks and bowed slightly toward the Captain Commander. Please allow me to go. Byakuya Kachiki spoke unhurriedly. I propose taking Lieutenant Aizen Kotetsu of the 4th Division and Lieutenant Ranjika Matsumoto of the 10th Division with me. Both of them are familiar with Captain Soifon and have mastered Kaido. The reasons were sufficient. The Captain Commander pondered for a moment before slowly nodding, granted. Asterisk. The news of Soifon's loss of contact leaked out from somewhere unknown. When Rukia and Momo Hinamori rushed to the 6th Division barracks, Byakuya Kachiki had already packed his things and was preparing to head to the Senkaman to assemble. Brother Byakuya. Rukia's voice carried an anxiety she couldn't conceal. Are you going to the world of the living to find Teacher Soifon? Momo Hinamori stood silently to the side, her eyes red. Byakuya Kachiki turned around and was silent for a few seconds before saying, it is a support mission. Captain Soifon is not missing, that is a rumor. Facing Soifon's 2 students, he could not bear to voice the worst-case conjecture. Hearing her brother's reply, Rukia stumbled and was forcibly supported by Momo Hinamori. Teacher Soifon, she. Looking at Byakuya Kachiki, Momo Hinamori's voice carried a sob, yet she couldn't finish the question. Byakuya Kachiki averted his gaze, not answering the implied question. Remain in the Siriidi and perform your duties well. He said only this one sentence before turning and walking toward the prepared Senkaman. Watching his retreating figure, Momo Hinamori dragged Rukia and ran out of the 6th Division. Let's go find Shiro-chan. Shiro-chan is a captain too, he should understand the inside details. The 2 used Shuinpa to rush into the 10th Division. At this moment, Toshiro Hitsugaya was standing in front of the captain's office window, his brow locked in a tight frown. Toshiro. Momo Hinamori grabbed his arm. What exactly happened to Teacher Soifon? Tell me the truth. Toshiro looked at the 2 of them, hesitating to speak. Finally, he simply squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. The Captain Commander has already sent Captain Kachiki to support. Don't worry too much, I will definitely think of a way. How could they not worry? Meanwhile, the Senkaman slowly dissipated in the sky above the outskirts of Karakura town. Byakuya Kachiki, Aizen Kotetsu, and Ranjika Matsumoto hovered in the air. The moment they stepped into the world of the living, the limiter spirit seals on their arms dissolved silently. This was a special permission granted by the higher-ups of the Siriidi out of caution toward the unknown strong enemy. Without needing to search deliberately, the 3 of them almost simultaneously cast their gazes toward the forest to the east. That forest looked as if it had been brutally wiped off the map by a giant, invisible hand. The figures of the 3 flashed, and in the next second, they landed on the edge of that area. Aizen Kotetsu went to the side of a broken tree and crouched down, picking up a smear of dry powder that had already turned black with her fingertips. It is Captain Soifon's blood. Aizen Kotetsu looked up and said, the Ryatsu residue is very weak. At the same time, inside the underground training ground of the Urahara shop, Kisuke Urahara was training Ichigo Kurosaki to control the power of his Ryatsu. Just then, the passage door overhead was pulled open. Yoruichi shouted with a grave expression, hey, people from the Siriidi are here. It is Byakuya Kachiki, Yoruichi spoke very fast. The distance is very close, he will knock on the door in at most 1 minute. Kisuke Urahara pulled down the brim of his hat, signaling for the 3 of them to stay there while he went up to handle it. Knock, knock. Outside, Ranjika Matsumoto knocked on the closed door of the Urahara shop. A moment later, the sound of dragging footsteps came from inside. Oh! Rare guests, rare guests. Isn't this Captain Kachiki? And Vice Captain Matsumoto and Vice Captain Kotetsu? The shoji door was slid open a crack, and Kisuke Urahara's bucket had obscured most of his face. Byakuya Kachiki had no intention of exchanging pleasantries and asked directly, has Captain Soifon been here? Kisuke Urahara blinked, Captain Soifon. She indeed came to find me once. She said she was injured during a mission and asked me to help treat it. Ranjika Matsumoto immediately spoke up. She was injured. Is it serious? Where is she now? The injury wasn't serious. It was mainly excessive exhaustion of Ryatsu, along with some superficial wounds. Kasuke Urahara spread his hands. I gave her emergency treatment. She said she still had a mission and left that same night. Left. Aizen Kotetsu couldn't help but voice out, which direction did she go? Did Mr. Urahara see? Well. Kasuke Urahara rubbed his chin. I don't remember clearly. Byakuya Kachiki was silent for a moment, then finally nodded slightly. Many thanks. You're welcome. Kasuke Urahara waved his hand. If the three of you have nothing else, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? No need. Byakuya Kachiki interrupted him and turned around. Excuse us. Ranjika Matsumoto and Aizen Kotetsu glanced at Kasuke Urahara one more time before turning to follow in Byakuya Kachiki's footsteps. The three followed the street they came from and soon disappeared around the corner. Captain Kachiki. Sho. At the corner, Byakuya Kachiki silenced the two, frowning as he sensed the Urahara shop. Just now, he had clearly felt the fluctuation of a strange Ryatsu coming from underground. There could be no mistake. Ghostfire the director is back. But with a brand new look, Fire Ghost. New story, Classroom of the Elite, Black Sphere Academia. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on all series. White heavy checkmark, get exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters, all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 79, you wouldn't give power to humans, right? Bonus chapter. Inside the underground training room. Kasuke Urahara's expression was grave. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was still in his Shinigami state, he shook his head. Mr. Ichigo, revert to your human form first. Do not expose your Ryatsu this time. Okay, but I can't control it very well yet. Ichigo Kurosaki obediently did as told. The Siriiti sent people to look for Miss Soifon, they just left. Kasuke Urahara spoke very quickly, they have already become suspicious. If they discover a strange Shinigami like you with unstable Ryatsu here, they will definitely question it to the end. He paused for a moment, looking towards Soifon and Yoruichi. You two don't show your faces for now. Ichigo, wait until late at night before quietly leaving through the back door and taking the long way back to your family clinic. Ichigo Kurosaki took a deep breath. The Shihakusho on his body dissipated into spirit particles, reverting him to a plain t-shirt and trousers. Late at night, the streets of Karakura town were exceptionally quiet. Ichigo Kurosaki looked left and right like a thief, then squeezed out of the alley behind the Urahara shop, walking quickly toward the Kurosaki clinic. Just shortly after he left, three figures quietly appeared under the street lamp at the alley entrance ahead. Byakuya Kachiki stood in the center, with Aizen Kotetsu and Ranjika Matsumoto standing to his left and right, blocking Ichigo Kurosaki's path. Ichigo Kurosaki's footsteps faltered. He forcibly suppressed the urge to turn and run, lowering his head to pretend he didn't see these three fellows dressed in strange clothes. Ordinary people can't see spirit bodies, so I can't see them. Reciting the method Kasuke Urahara taught him in his mind, Ichigo Kurosaki walked past Byakuya Kachiki. The moment he brushed past Byakuya Kachiki, the sound of breaking air exploded. Byakuya Kachiki didn't even turn around, he simply waved his right arm seemingly casually, delivering a sharp hand chop straight at the back of Ichigo Kurosaki's neck. His body moved before his consciousness could react. Ichigo Kurosaki jerked his waist forward, and the hand chop grazed the tips of his hair as it swept past. Can't you not see us? Byakuya Kachiki's cold voice rang out. Why did you dodge? Just now, you wanted to pretend you didn't see us. His gaze fell upon Ichigo. The Ryatsu fluctuations on your body, what is going on? Ryatsu. Ichigo Kurosaki took a step back. What are you talking about? Byakuya Kachiki wasted no more words. He raised his right hand, aiming at Ichigo Kurosaki. 6 huge yellow light sheets appeared out of thin air and instantly closed together, firmly imprisoning Ichigo Kurosaki in the center. Wait! Ichigo Kurosaki exclaimed. Regardless of what you say, you are very suspicious. We will take you to a quiet place for interrogation first. Byakuya Kachiki turned and walked toward the imprisoned Ichigo Kurosaki. Interrogation. In a split second, a powerful Ryatsu erupted from within Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Crack! Those 6 light sheets, sufficient to bind a vice-captain-level Shinigami, shattered like fragile glass and dissipated into spirit particles. Out of instinct, Ichigo Kurosaki switched into his Shinigami form. Opposite him, the three placed their hands on their Zanpakuto, staring vigilantly at this strange Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki. You are not the resident Shinigami of Karakura town. Who exactly are you? Byakuya Kachiki drew Senbon Sakura and pointed it at Ichigo Kurosaki. At the same time, Ranjika Matsumoto and Aizen Kotetsu also took a step forward. Where is Captain Soifon? Did you do something to her? Ichigo Kurosaki's throat felt like it was blocked by something. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't. If he spoke, wouldn't that expose the fact that Soifon gave her power to him? Both his father and Kasuke Urahara had said that a Shinigami giving power to an ordinary person in the world of the living was a grave crime. Even Soifon was no exception. This hesitant reaction of his, falling into the eyes of Byakuya Kachiki's trio, was tantamount to a tacit admission. As expected, Ranjika Matsumoto's voice turned completely cold. She was just about to rush up to take him down when she was stopped by Byakuya Kachiki. His strength is considerable. I will handle it. The moment his voice fell, the Zanpakuto in Byakuya Kachiki's hand transformed into tens of thousands of cherry blossom blades, sweeping toward Ichigo Kurosaki. Facing this overwhelming attack with no blind spots, Ichigo Kurosaki could only rely on instinct, gripping the huge Zanpakuto with both hands and swinging it forward clumsily. Ding, ding, ding. Dense sounds of metal colliding merged into one. The cherry blossom blades grazed Ichigo Kurosaki's body, but they could only stir up a layer of pale blue blood vein patterns on him, unable to break his defense at all. What kind of defense is this? Byakuya Kachiki frowned. This orange-haired Shinigami before him, even if he stood still, his shuriken could not break his defense. However, the other party's posturing of clumsy blocking seemed more like he was mocking him. As expected, you have some skill. Byakuya Kachiki's voice grew colder. He raised his hand, and the sky-filling cherry blossom blade seemed summoned, recondensing into the form of a Zanpakuto. He judged that the current attack power of his shuriken could not penetrate the opponent's defense. Perhaps it was the ability of this orange-haired brat Zanpakuto. Where are you hiding, Captain Soifon, right now? Tell us now, and you still have a chance to live. Holding Senbon Sakura in a reverse grip, the blade pointing down at the ground, Byakuya Kachiki issued a final ultimatum to Ichigo Kurosaki. If he persisted in not speaking, he would use Bankai. Ichigo Kurosaki gripped Zangetsu tightly with both hands, holding it firmly across his chest, his short orange hair fluttering slightly in the current of Ryatsu. It was impossible for him to say. Moreover, the pressure Byakuya Kachiki gave him wasn't great. Ichigo Kurosaki decided to knock the three of them unconscious and take them back. Perhaps Mr. Urahara had some little trick to wipe memories. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki being so stubborn, the chill on Byakuya Kachiki's face intensified. Bankai. At this critical moment. Stop. A familiar shout stopped the four people in the standoff. Yoruichi Shihoin, holding Soifon, appeared like a ghost on the eaves by the street. Put your swords away first. Soifon broke free from Yoruichi's embrace, standing weakly beside her. You are not enemies, stop for now. Yoruichi released the hand holding Soifon, letting her stand on her own. Captain Soifon. Ranjika Matsumoto and Aizen Kotetsu looked at Soifon under the moonlight with complex gazes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that this person with such weak Ryatsu was Soifon. How can your Ryatsu be so weak? Byakuya Kachiki frowned tightly, then slowly turned his head to look at Ichigo Kurosaki. Also, who exactly is this Shinigami? Why has there never been a record of him before? Such a powerful fellow, yet he has been in the world of the living all this time without anyone discovering him. However, since he was someone Soifon and Yoruichi knew, he could barely agree to stop. Byakuya Kachiki lowered the hand holding the sword to his side but did not sheath it. Little brother Byakuya, this is an accident. Yoruichi Shihoin supported Soifon as they jumped down from the roof, intending to make up a random reason to muddle through. Seeing that Soifon needed Yoruichi's support even to get down from a house, Byakuya Kachiki showed a rare bit of schadenfreude. You didn't happen to give your Shinigami powers to this yellow-haired brat, causing you to become so weak, did you? Ghostfire the director is back. But with a brand new look, hee, Fire Ghost. New story, Classroom of the Elite, Black Sphere Academia. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut Chan on P.